Li Gu unexpectedly found himself transformed into a destitute wretch overnight. With a father imprisoned, a mother gravely ill, and a minor sister, the burdens of life weighed heavily upon Li Gu, leaving him gasping for breath. Just as Li Gu was preparing to plunge into the depths of the sea to earn a living, he obtained the qualification to enter the Reincarnation Game. As long as one becomes a player in the Reincarnation Game, they are entitled to acquire extraordinary power and seek immortality. At the outset, Li Gu was bestowed with the Undead Catastrophe System, allowing him to receive 1,000,000 skeleton soldiers daily through sign-ins, with the potential for infinite upgrades and evolution. Skeleton soldiers combined with dragon bones would evolve into an Immortal Bone Dragon. Skeleton soldiers paired with Titan cores would evolve into the Underworld Titan. Skeleton soldiers mixed with the blood of goddesses would evolve into the Goddess of Death. Countless skeletons and numerous high-tier undead transformed Li Gu into a harbinger of the Undead Cataclysm. This time, he was determined to reclaim all that he had lost. Chapter 1. The Undead Cataclysm. No way, this wretched game is still playable. Li Gu stared in bewilderment at the scene before him. He beheld thousands of the church's army encircling him, with paladins clad in heavy armor, armed to the teeth alongside their steeds, embodying the will of the god of light. Banners fluttered, weapons gleamed under the scorching sun, and before this army that heralded war and death, they possessed the might to raze a city to the ground. Indeed, they had done just that. Li Gu, more accurately the lord of Maple Leaf Territory, had been utterly obliterated by the legion before him. Subsequently, Li Gu, the 27th lord of Maple Leaf Territory, a baron of the Ribao Duchy, a despised fallen one, a dark minion, and a vile apprentice of the necromancer who toyed with death, was also to be deemed a heretic, destined for purification by the paladin before him. Confronted with such a grim beginning, Li Gu felt a surge of despair within him. He had thought that by striking luck and obtaining the qualification for the Reincarnation Game, he could defy fate. Little did he expect such a disastrous onset. Yes, Li Gu was a player of the Reincarnation Game. A millennium ago, the Blue Star was selected by the Reincarnation Game, and a portion of humanity became players, able to traverse myriad realms in search of extraordinary power. As long as one could survive in the Reincarnation Game, merely being a player would attract countless investment from affluent families, elevating them to the pinnacle of life. Whether in the future or within the powers contained in the Reincarnation Game, Li Gu was filled with boundless anticipation. After all, who could resist a world of swords, sorcery, and the pursuit of eternal life? But now, the news was bittersweet. The game had commenced. The bad news was that it was about to conclude before it even began. According to the rules of the Reincarnation Game, each player, upon entering the world, would assume the identity of a native, akin to soul transmigration. This identity is assigned at random. Some players might find themselves in fortunate circumstances becoming the scions of holy lands, heirs to empires, or disciples of reclusive masters. Conversely, some might find themselves in dire predicaments, transmigrating into the bodies of refugees, slaves, or even two-legged sheep held captive by foreign races. The identity Li Gu received was rather ambiguous. If one were to speak unfavorably, he was a baron of the duchy. If one were to speak favorably, then what on earth was this army before him? My lord Li Gu, I shall protect you. Flee quickly. An elderly man, stooped with age and wielding a staff, interposed himself before Li Gu. With a wave of his hand, dark energies surged forth, outlining a complex and arcane magical circle. Dozens of skeletons crawled up from the ground, forming a protective barrier around the elder and Li Gu, resembling an army from the underworld. A complex expression flickered in Li Ji's eyes. The elder named Albert had been the teacher of his former self. Having been saved by the former's father, he remained fiercely loyal. Yet, unbeknownst to outsiders, the former's father, Alfonso, the previous lord of Maple Leaf Territory, had become infatuated with the pursuit of immortality, seeking to attain eternal life through the necromancer's arts. The outcome was, of course, disastrous. The former self, doomed to follow in his father's footsteps, stubbornly pursued the path of necromancy. And thus, the tale ended there. When the truth was revealed, the Holy See's Inquisition of the Ribao Duchy dispatched troops, directly razing Maple Leaf Territory to the ground. In the midst of his flight, Li Gu logged into the game, assuming the identity of his predecessor. While others start with a bowl, I begin by facing an entire division, Li Gu lamented, observing Albert's attempt to shield his escape. Though he felt a surge of gratitude, where could he flee? Surrounded on all sides by foes, fleeing would only lead to capture. Across from him, the paladin of the Holy See commanding the army, Isaac, an inquisitor of the Ribao Duchy's Inquisition, furrowed his brow upon witnessing Albert summon skeletons. With a cold snort, he declared, "Unrepentant heretic, a rotting rat from the underworld, prepare to face the wrath of the holy light." Isaac raised his knight's lance, his gaze fierce, reciting fervent lines reminiscent of a delusional zealot. "Behold, under the witness of the holy light, let us reduce this heretic to ashes." The moment his words fell, Thousands of soldiers struck their weapons against the ground, their faith materializing in that instant. The unique war song of the Temple of Light resonating through the air. The overwhelming faith summoned the power of the God of Light. As accompanying priests raised their staffs, the magic circle unfurling, and pure flames ignited fiercely. The fire of purification, the army of the Temple of Light spell, could siphon faith from the warriors and transform it into cleansing flames, incinerating all enemies and heretics into ashes. Ligo was drenched in sweat. Hold on, I can still be saved. I can also believe in the holy light. I can also be loyal. Alas, Isaac could not hear Li Ji's silent pleas. He was resolute in his decision to reduce Li Gu to cinders. Having had his ancestral grave desecrated by necromancers, Isaac could not tolerate any heretics, especially those practicing necromancy, who deserved death. In this grim reality, where the predecessors dug graves for their descendants to suffer, as the purifying flames raged and Isaac's murderous intent surged, and as Albert stood resolute in the face of death, Li Gu was prepared to raise a middle finger to fate just before his demise. Suddenly, a mechanical, synthesized voice echoed beside Li Ji's ear. Ding! Congratulations on awakening the Undead Catastrophe System. 1 million skeleton soldiers have been credited daily. The unexpected announcement left Li Gu momentarily stunned. Faced with formidable adversaries, and knowing he could not prevail by sheer effort, he thought, but I have a system, father. What kind of extravagant system is this that grants 1 million skeleton soldiers upon logging in? As the system notification resonated, a flood of information filled Li Ji's mind, allowing him to instantly comprehend the capabilities of the Undead Catastrophe System. The system was rather straightforward and brutal, possessing only 2 abilities. It gifted 1 million skeleton soldiers daily, each equivalent to the combat power of an average adult human. The second ability allowed for the acquisition of disaster points through slaying any entity. 1 disaster point could be exchanged for a basic skeleton soldier, which could also undergo evolution and upgrades. With the system's capabilities being simple yet fierce, and with formidable foes before him, Li Gu had no time to ponder. He resolutely chose to summon 1 million undead to descend upon the battlefield. As for whether the Holy See would pursue him mercilessly, with death looming, it was best to contemplate future matters later. Given the circumstances, he resolved to indulge himself first. System, summon 1 million skeletons. The moment Li Ji's thought materialized, the surrounding void began to warp. The once tranquil heavens and earth were suddenly stirred by a chilling gale, the wind howling like the wails of vengeful spirits. Everyone present could distinctly hear an ominous scraping sound emanating from beneath the earth, as if countless monstrous entities were on the verge of emerging from the soil. Isaac sensed the impending doom and urgently bellowed, urging the mage to hasten the incantation. However, the spell's chanting was only halfway completed. Without a second thought, he sought to charge forth, intent on slaying Li Gu. Yet it was already too late. An innumerable host of skeletal hands burst forth, grasping the hooves of Isaac's steed. What is happening? Why are there suddenly so many skeletons? No, let me go. Someone, save me. Oh, damn it, release my rear. Cries of anguish, wails of despair, and screams of terror intertwined as a dense swarm of skeletons erupted from the earth, resembling a white calamity that consumed the paltry 1,000-strong forces of the Holy See. Chapter 2. Fighting desperately to survive. How could this be? Isaac gazed upon the scene before him, his heart gripped by both horror and disbelief. In a fleeting moment, an endless army of skeletons emerged. The skeletal warriors, clad in tattered armor and wielding rusted longswords, bore flickering soul flames in their eyes, resembling vengeful specters clawing their way out of the abyss. Their staggering numbers instilled an overwhelming sense of dread. Endless. This was the calamity of the undead. This must be madness. Isaac was at a loss, unsure whether it was he who had succumbed to insanity or if the world itself had gone mad. Utterly bewildered by the unfolding events, could it be that the fabric of time and space had unraveled, that the underworld had breached a spatial node, causing the realms of the dead and the living to collide, resurrecting the deceased, and unleashing the scourge of the undead? Yet now, the magical legions of the temple army had been interrupted, leaving them unable to cast their spells any further. The million-strong skeleton army surged like a tidal wave, howling as they engulfed and surrounded the entire temple legion. The merciless slaughter continued unabated. Oberth, who had resolved to sacrifice himself to protect Lig, was utterly stunned, his mind paralyzed, struggling to comprehend how such a multitude of skeletons could suddenly appear. However, Oberth was not foolish. He noticed that these skeletal soldiers did not engage in indiscriminate attacks, but instead bypassed him and Lig, directing their assault solely at the heretics of the Radiant Temple, leading him to realize that this skeletal army was aligned with him. What was happening? Lacking a mentor, Oberth, a mere wild mage, understood that he had no substantial backing to save him. He glanced back, only to find Lig unfazed, and his pupils constricted as an incredulous thought surfaced in his mind. Could it be that these were summoned by the master? Yet, this notion was utterly absurd. Yet the reality before him compelled Oberth to believe it. Lig paid no heed to Oberth's thoughts. His expression was resolute. As the million-strong skeleton army served as Lig's summoned entities, connected through the system, he could keenly sense their existence and commanded them with a mere gesture. In that moment, Lig resembled an emperor among a swarm of insects, a commander within a mechanical tide, the supreme holy one of the divine race, becoming the guiding force of the collective consciousness of the million skeletons. Under Lig's control, the million-skeleton army charged fearlessly forward, their unstoppable momentum poised to deliver a final slaughter against the forces of the heretical tribunal. Aside from Isaac, the remaining priests, paladins, and ordinary infantry were swiftly consumed. Killed a basic spear-wielding soldier of the Radiant Temple, gained 2 calamity points. Killed a priest apprentice of the Radiant Temple, gained 5 calamity points. Killed a reserve paladin of the Radiant Temple, gained 7 calamity points. A torrent of notifications raced through Lig's mind. These were all kill notifications. Hundreds upon thousands of calamity points were being credited. Lig dared not divert his attention. All his focus was on Isaac. The other forces were not his primary concern. The true formidable opponent was Isaac, the commander. Compared to those priest apprentices and reserve paladins, Isaac was a genuine first-tier paladin, recognized by the God of Light, having undergone the baptism of the Knight's Path and sworn the Knight's Oath. Damn this filth, holy light, grant me strength. Isaac chanted an incantation, and his armor erupted with radiance, the injuries of his steed visibly healing at an astonishing rate, enveloped in golden light. Within a radius of several meters around Isaac, the skeletons melted away as swiftly as spring snow under the sun. To capture the king, one must first capture the thief, with a long spear in hand. Clad in heavy armor, Isaac's steed neighed as he charged forward without hesitation. Radiance burst forth from Isaac, resembling a golden warrior emerging from the depths of the sun, embodying the essence of light, invoking pure holy light with utmost faith, shattering all skeletons in his path as he rapidly closed in on Lig, the brain-dead believer. Lig felt a chill at Isaac's reckless advance. Though the Reincarnation Game was just that, a game, death without a revival item meant true demise. As a transmigrator with the system, Lig had no desire to perish before achieving victory. Damn it, it's now or never. Lig steeled himself, commanding all the skeletons to envelop Isaac at any cost. Oberth, having shaken off his shock, did not hesitate. He positioned himself before Lig, raising his skeletal staff, his voice taking on a peculiar tone, reminiscent of an eerie wind from the underworld, chilling to the bone, yet invoking the arcane laws of the cosmos. Intricate and profound formations began to take shape. Corrupting mire, hand of vengeance, blinding curse, poisonous hex. Oberth too was fully committed, unleashing all his spells upon Isaac. All three were fighting with all their might. One for faith, one for loyalty. Lig was solely fighting to survive. Fortunately, Oberth's spells proved effective, though he was merely an apprentice necromancer. The passage of time had brought him to the brink of advancement. The holy light enveloping Isaac could not completely purify Oberth's spells, and he was still affected to some extent, causing his speed to inevitably wane. In a battle of masters, every fraction of a second mattered, especially at this critical juncture of life and death. The time Oberth bought for Lig allowed him to organize the skeleton army, leading to an ever-increasing number of skeletons encircling Isaac. In despair, Isaac was engulfed by the million-strong skeleton army. Even as a first-tier paladin, having transcended to an extraordinary realm, Isaac could not contend against a million-strong force. In a reckless charge, Isaac fought like a cornered beast, deploying all the signature skills of a paladin to repel the skeleton army's assaults time and again. Yet, Isaac was not an inexhaustible engine. Especially with the seasoned Oberth launching sneak attacks, he gradually began to tire. Holy light, Maymai will harness the power to eradicate all malevolence. In his despair, Isaac gripped his spear tightly, letting out a final roar as he thrust it forward with all his might. The spear embodied Isaac's will, as he burned his life and soul to summon a fierce holy light, transforming the spear into a radiant projectile, unstoppable in its trajectory. Lig hurriedly stepped back, simultaneously commanding the skeletons to shield him from the spear. Thunderous crashes. The multitude of skeletons was crushed. The spear seemed to possess a mind of its own, swiftly closing in on Lig. After sacrificing countless skeletons, it finally expended its force a few meters away from Lig. Isaac's eyes reflected desolation, a flicker of life extinguished. The swarm of skeletons surged forth, ending his life. Killed a first-tier paladin, elite, of the Radiant Temple, gained 300 calamity points. Phew, he is finally dead. Lig sighed in relief. This battle could not be deemed anything but perilous. Priests, paladins, and nuns, all professions devoted to divine faith, were indeed mad. They would willingly sacrifice their lives for their deities. With Isaac's demise, suddenly, a notification echoed in Lig's ears. Congratulations on achieving an accomplishment. A world announcement is about to be made. Would you like to use your real name? Real name registration? Absolutely not. Lig promptly selected no. Please enter a pseudonym. After a moment of contemplation, Lig entered the words King of the Underworld. The next moment, a series of announcements resonated in the ears of all Reincarnation Game players in this world. New player King of the Underworld has slain 100 soldiers of the Radiant Temple on the battlefield, achieving the accomplishment, Mass Slayer. Reputation 10. Reward, First Tier Bronze, Treasure Chest. New player King of the Underworld has slain 1,000 soldiers of the Radiant Temple on the battlefield, achieving the accomplishment, 1000 Slayer. Reputation 50. Reward, First Tier Silver Treasure Chest. New player King of the Underworld has slain a First Tier Paladin, Elite, of the Radiant Temple, achieving the accomplishment, General Slayer. Reputation 100. Reward, First Tier Gold Treasure Chest. As the notifications faded, in the realm of the novice world 10086, 10001010, an exhilarating fervor erupted among the new players of the Reincarnation Game. Chapter 3 heralded a world announcement, proclaiming immense profits. Incredible. How long has it been since I crossed over? Not even half an hour, yet I have already achieved 3 accomplishments. The forums of the Reincarnation Game buzzed with excitement as countless novice players expressed their awe. Wow. It appears that this mysterious figure known as the Dark King has assumed the guise of a noble, slaying so many right from the outset. Is he not concerned about exposure? The larger the power, the stricter the internal scrutiny. After all, we have soul transcended. Truly remarkable. Achieving 3 accomplishments right off the bat. Securing 3 treasure chests, and soaring to new heights. Countless players marveled at Ligo. Yet amidst this fervor, some scoffed disdainfully. He merely obtained a favorable identity. How foolish to squander such a splendid position by seeking the limelight early on. He will surely be exposed in no time. Even with the best identity. If it is validated by the game's rules, it undoubtedly requires personal involvement. How could this Dark King have managed to slay so many right from the beginning? Obviously, he must have utilized magical artifacts. The Dark King must have supplanted the offspring of some nefarious overlord, acquiring formidable items. Yet this Dark King is doomed. The evil overlords are cunning as specters, and if he falters in his performance, he shall perish at the onset. The Temple of Light, does it belong to the deity whose faith pervades the heavens? Their zealous followers are unrelenting. To offend them is to invite doom. The forum showcased a myriad of voices, each tinged with envy, whether in admiration or derision. Achieving 3 accomplishments right at the beginning is undeniably impressive from any perspective. Ligu paid no heed to the forum. He sank to the ground, gasping for breath as beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He felt as though he had endured a night of relentless exertion, his lips pallid, fatigue washing over him like a tidal wave, nearly rendering him unconscious. Although he had not participated directly in the recent battle, he had simultaneously commanded 1,000,000 skeletons, a strain that had pushed his soul to its limits. Fortunately, his intense desire for survival propelled him to endure, ultimately securing victory in the conflict. Beside him, Albert was equally drained. The recent high-density magic had exhausted his mental fortitude, magical energy, and physical stamina. Yet, as Albert beheld the scene, he momentarily forgot his fatigue, his mind suffused with awe. Did all this arise from Ligu? The forces of the Temple of Light, numbering in the thousands, led by first-tier paladins, had been utterly vanquished by Ligu. Truly astounding. Albert could not fathom how Ligu had suddenly grown so powerful, but he need not ponder deeply. All he needed to know was that Ligu was his loyal lord. Observing Ligu's weakness, Albert hurried forward, his aged face etched with concern. "My lord, are you unwell?" "I am fine," Ligu replied, shaking his head as he summoned a skeleton to assist him to his feet, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield. Before him lay an endless sea of white skeletons, strewn among the grotesque corpses and the luminous orbs of loot visible only to Reincarnation Game players. The most formidable ability of Reincarnation Game players lies in their capacity to acquire items through monster slaying. Ligu commanded the skeletons to gather all the luminous orbs. A chorus of pickup notifications resounded in his ears. Acquired reserve paladin armor, apprentice level, fine quality, added to backpack. Acquired introductory holy light spell, apprentice level, common, added to backpack. Acquired healing holy water, apprentice level, fine quality, added to backpack. The notifications continued to echo. Not bad, what a windfall. A smile crept across Ligu's lips, satisfaction enveloping him. Equipment, skills, and items could all be categorized according to their tier levels. Apprentice, 1st to 9th tier. Furthermore, each level could be classified by quality. Inferior, common, fine, superior, precious, exceptional, legendary, and epic. It is said that beyond epic lies mythical. A quality Ligu had never witnessed, truly existing only in legend. Having vanquished over 1,000 soldiers of the Temple of Light. Though they were all apprentices and only one had advanced, the haul was astonishing. Once Ligu established his territory, he could sell these items through the trading post, exchanging them for a substantial sum of gold. Ligu retrieved a vial of healing holy water and gulped it down, alleviating some of his physical and mental fatigue. Having regained a measure of composure, he inspected his backpack. The items dropped by the other apprentice-level soldiers were unimpressive, so he directly examined Isaac's loot. Paladin armor, first tier, fine quality, inscribed skill, holy light shield, summons a light shield that envelopes the body, lasting 10 minutes, cooldown, 20 minutes. Equipment requirement, Constitution 105. Essence of Isaac's soul, grants 100 experience points upon use, enhancing tier or skill proficiency. Non-tradable. The paladin armor was quite standard, its effects decent, serving as commendable defense. However, the requirement of 105 Constitution for equipping it left Li Gu somewhat disheartened. Currently, Li Gu's attributes were as follows. Li Gu. Reputation, 160, unknown. Class, Necromancer, common. Tier, Apprentice first rank, 0-10. Skill, Skeleton Summoning, Apprentice. Attributes, Constitution 4, Strength 4, Agility 4, Spirit 6. Equipment, Father's Love Staff, Apprentice fine quality. Crafted from the leg bone of his father, possessing commendable magical performance. Evaluation, Filial piety breeds power. The baseline attributes for a normal adult human are 5, yet this body, having been in contact with the undead for years, was frailier than normal, with a mere 4 points in Constitution, while his spirit was commendably high at 6. Clearly, these attributes fell woefully short of the requirement for the paladin armor, which necessitated a Constitution of 105 points. As for this body's sole piece of equipment, it elicited a grimace from Li Gu. While necromancers are not averse to death, crafting gear from one's own father's remains was excessively filial. Isaac's drops comprised 2 items, the paladin armor and the essence of Isaac's soul, the latter being the most delightful surprise for Li Gu. In the Reincarnation Game, experience points exist, yet killing monsters does not yield experience. Currently, there are 3 common methods to acquire experience. The first is to train diligently. The second is to worship deities, beseeching them to bestow copious experience points upon your humble mind. The third is through such soul essences. Using a soul essence grants direct experience points. Regrettably, the drop rate for soul essences is exceedingly low, making acquisition difficult. This time, having slain over 1,000 apprentices and obtained hundreds of drops, Li Gu had only secured 7 soul essences, a probability of merely 7 in 1,000, astoundingly low. Li Gu had not anticipated such a fortuitous start, acquiring a soul essence from the very first-tier creature he defeated. What a delightful surprise. With this collection of soul essences, Li Gu could greatly enhance his strength. Strength is paramount. He decided to utilize all the soul essences in his possession. Instantly, a barrage of notifications flooded in. Consumed 30 experience points. Breakthrough to Apprentice 2nd rank. Base attributes enhanced. Gained 2 free attribute points. Consumed 50 experience points. Breakthrough to Apprentice 3rd rank. Base attributes enhanced. Gained 2 free attribute points. Consumed 70 experience points. Breakthrough to Apprentice 4th rank. Base attributes enhanced. Gained 2 free attribute points. In the blink of an eye, Li Gu ascended to Apprentice 5th rank, surging through 4 tiers at once. The fatigue from depleting his soul evaporated entirely, leaving Li Gu feeling invigorated as never before. Li Gu cast a glance at his current foundational attributes: Stamina 8, Strength 8, Agility 8, and a staggering Spirit of 26. Compared to his earlier self, this represented a monumental transformation. At the very least, Li Gu was no longer a feeble being incapable of besting even an ordinary human. Additionally, he had acquired 8 free attribute points, all of which he allocated to his spirit, elevating it to an astonishing 34 points. Although the quality of the Necromancer class was merely ordinary, with the cataclysmic undead system at his disposal, the Necromancer was undoubtedly the most fitting profession for Li Gu. Moreover, should he discover advanced subclasses for the Necromancer in the future, such as Lich or Death Knight, he would have the opportunity to change professions. Thus, having resolved that he would pursue a magical path, it was imperative that he enhance his spirit as his primary attribute. More importantly, having recently commanded 1,000,000 skeletons had severely strained his soul, and he now urgently required an increase in his soul strength to possess the cognitive capacity necessary for controlling large-scale armies. As Li Gu's spirit attribute surged dramatically, he felt an unprecedented clarity in his mind. His memory sharpened, his computational abilities soared, and even his comprehension skills experienced a remarkable boost. With this newfound mental prowess, controlling 1,000,000 skeletons became significantly more manageable. Having transcended to the 3rd tier, Li Gu was in high spirits, humming a cheerful tune as his gaze fell upon his backpack. There, gleaming before him, were 3 first-tier treasure chests, bronze, silver, and gold, arranged in a dazzling display. Achieving 3 accomplishments at once was undoubtedly the most significant reward from this battle. Li Gu was filled with delight. The trio of achievements granted him 160 reputation points along with the 3 treasure chests. Reputation points would prove to be exceedingly important in the later stages, influencing NPCs' judgments of players in the Reincarnation Game. The higher the reputation, the greater the potential benefits. However, as of now, the tangible advantages Li Gu could claim were confined to these 3 chests. What treasures might they hold? Li Gu's expression turned expectant. In any game, The anticipation of drawing cards is always thrilling and nerve-wracking. Chapter 4. Evolution of the Skeleton Soldier. With a mere thought, Li Gu summoned the 3 treasure chests before him. Beside him, Albert's eyes widened in astonishment. Li Gu chose not to elaborate. Although Albert had exerted himself to the utmost, he understood that Albert was protecting his former self, not him. Thus, Li Gu remained cautious of Albert, with the surrounding skeleton army subtly encircling him. Should Albert dare to strike, the skeletal horde would swiftly suppress him. It was not that Li Gu was ungrateful, rather, it was wise to remain vigilant. He was no naive simpleton. Li Gu reached out and opened the 3 chests before him. Instantly, radiant light burst forth, accompanied by a notification sound. You have opened a first-tier bronze chest. Congratulations. You have obtained Shadow Cloak. You have opened a first-tier silver chest. Congratulations. You have obtained Wraith Staff. You have opened a first-tier gold chest. Congratulations. You have obtained Radiant Gem. As the notifications echoed, 3 items materialized before Li Gu. His brow furrowed slightly. Both the Shadow Cloak and Wraith Staff were equipment. While the Radiant Gem was evidently a material, his luck seemed rather unfortunate. Nevertheless, the situation was settled. And Li Gu did not dwell on it further as he examined the attributes of the 3 items. Shadow Cloak. First tier, ordinary. When equipped, the wearer is enveloped in shadows, reducing their presence and lowering the enemy's hit rate. Equipment requirement. 80 points of spirit. Evaluation. Not suitable for wearing in a women's bathhouse. Absolutely forbidden. Wraith Staff. First tier. Fine. Spirit 64. Equipped skill. Wraith Summon. Summons a first tier, grade 4 Wraith to assist in battle. Duration. 30 minutes. Cooldown 1 day. Equipment requirement. 104 points of spirit. Evaluation. If it's Sadako, it might not be entirely impossible. This was precisely why Li Gu harbored a dislike for opening equipment. As a mere apprentice necromancer, his spirit attribute was insufficient to equip or utilize these first-tier items. The feeling was akin to being offered a beautiful woman while wearing a chastity belt, truly vexing. As for the Radiant Gem, which was merely a material, it held little utility for him. With a sense of resignation, Li Gu prepared to inspect the attributes of the Radiant Gem before tossing it into his backpack. However, upon glancing at it, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Who said the Radiant Gem was useless? This gem was absolutely splendid. The attributes read as follows. Radiant Gem. First tier, premium. A gem imbued with potent radiant energy. A superior material for crafting light attribute equipment. Note, this material can consume cataclysm points to enhance your skeleton subordinates. Ah, how delightful. Li Gu could hardly contain his joy. This was precisely what he needed, a means to transform into genuine combat power. The previous battle had netted him over 3,200 cataclysm points, and combined with this radiant gem, he could evolve a formidable skeleton to ensure his safety. With this in mind, Li Gu distanced himself from Albert, stepping out of his line of sight. The more one knows, the greater the danger, for Albert's sake. And for his own, Li Gu was determined not to recklessly reveal his secrets. After all, on one hand, Albert had just aided him, and Li Gu did not wish to repay kindness with malice. On the other hand, Albert had traveled extensively and possessed a wealth of knowledge. Li Gu needed such a native ally to navigate this world and evade the impending pursuit of the Temple of Light. Thus, it was imperative that Albert remained alive. Noticing Li Gu moving away, Albert instinctively contemplated following, but the surrounding skeletons formed an impenetrable barrier. He pursed his lips. Many questions lingered on the tip of his tongue. Yet he ultimately refrained from voicing them. Meanwhile, Li Gu casually summoned an ordinary skeleton soldier. This skeleton stood at the height of an average person. Its body is stark white, leaving little to the imagination. As a magical being, the skeleton soldier was animated solely by the soul fire within its skull. At this moment, the skeleton soldier stood dumbly before Li Gu, devoid of any emotion. Li Gu retrieved the radiant gem, feeling a twinge of peculiarity. The combination of light and the undead was rather odd. With a sigh, Li Gu opened the attribute panel for the skeleton soldier. Inferior skeleton soldier. Rank, Apprentice Tier 1, upgradable. Template, Minion, evolvable. Skill, Bite. Attributes, Stamina 5, Strength 5, Agility 5, Spirit 5. Equipment, Rusty Longsword. Evaluation. My assessment is that there is no more blatant creature than this. The skeleton soldier's attributes were decidedly mediocre, with abilities scarcely differing from those of an ordinary human. Its previous victories against Isaac and his regular troops were solely due to the bone tide tactic. However, should it evolve into a higher tier entity, it could compensate for the lack of high-quality combat power. With anticipation, Li Gu selected the evolution option from the skeleton soldier's panel. Please select evolution material. Material added, Radiant Gem. Notification 1. Utilizing this material to evolve the inferior skeleton soldier will require 10,000 cataclysm points. Notification 2. As this material's level exceeds the host's rank, a significant energy loss will occur during evolution. Excess energy can offset 8,000 cataclysm points. Li Gu sighed with relief. It was likely that the radiant gem's high quality was the reason why this evolution demanded 10,000 cataclysm points, far beyond what Li Gu could manage. Fortunately, the radiant gem was a first-tier material, and using it to evolve an apprentice-tier skeleton was indeed overkill. The system kindly returned the energy loss, offsetting the required cataclysm points for evolution. In simple terms, the original cost of 10,000 cataclysm points was now reduced to a mere 2,000. Though using a first-tier material to evolve an apprentice skeleton was indeed wasteful, Li Gu did not hesitate. If not now, when? The future was mere speculation. He desperately needed a high-quality combat force to protect himself. He initiated the evolution process, firmly selecting confirm. At that moment, a resplendent radiance enveloped the skeletal warrior, as the luminous gem in Li Ji's hand transformed into a myriad of sparkling motes, akin to stars or phosphorescent lights, drifting gracefully and merging into the skeletal figure. Amidst this splendid spectacle, the diminutive form of the skeletal warrior gradually expanded, flesh and blood sprouting forth upon its surface. A white armor encasing its body, and a long spear materializing in her grasp. Beside this skeletal warrior, a skeletal steed appeared out of thin air, adorned in armor and crowned with a singular horn. Though it was a creature of the undead, it exuded an air of sanctity, reminiscent of the legendary unicorn, pure and proud. Lowly skeletal warrior has successfully evolved. Congratulations on acquiring a new undead retainer, Headless Paladin. Li Gu gazed before him, witnessing the transformation of the former skeletal warrior, who had now completely shed her former guise, emerging as a fully armored, statuesque female knight with long, elegant legs. The only notable absence was her head. Yet everything else appeared splendid. As the system's notification faded, the Headless Paladin knelt before Li Gu on one knee. Lacking a head, she could not speak. But Li Gu sensed that this posture was her act of submission and loyalty. Rise, Li Gu commanded, and the Headless Paladin stood upright, her chest trembling, evoking a sense of tumultuous waves. However, paired with her vacant cranium, it blurred the line between unsettling and awe-inspiring. Uncertain of her attributes, Li Gu prioritized the Headless Paladin's combat prowess over her appearance, for that was his primary objective. He promptly accessed the attributes panel of the Headless Paladin. Headless Paladin. Realm. Apprentice level 9, restricted by host's realm, cannot be upgraded. Template. General level, Blessing 1. Undying Faith, can walk the path of a paladin in an undead form. Blessing 2. Eternal Contract, possesses a similarly ranked undead unicorn mount. Note, lacks materials, cannot evolve. Skills. Oathbound Shield, Spear of Judgment, Holy Light Healing, Fearless Charge. Attributes. Constitution 107. Strength 89, Agility 78, Spirit 70. Equipment. Apprentice Paladin Armor, Apprentice Paladin Spear. Evaluation. Adorably charming, albeit headless. Excellent. Li Gu nodded in satisfaction. Non-player life forms inherently possess templates. Template levels are categorized as Minion, Elite, Veteran, General, Commander, King, Emperor, and Exalted One. Each elevation of template level enhances the foundational attributes by 12-fold. This implies that the higher the template level, the more astonishing the base attributes become. For instance, the Headless Paladin before Li Gu, at the Apprentice level 9, boasts a general level template, resulting in a frighteningly high constitution of 107 points, already meeting the equipment requirements for the Paladin armor. An apprentice's realm suffices to don a first-tier quality armor. Truly terrifying. Had she been present earlier, dealing with Isaac would have been considerably easier. Li Gu smiled. Under the protection of the Headless Paladin, his personal safety would have a solid foundation. With the Headless Paladin in tow, he meandered back to Oberth. Oberth, a local native and a wandering necromancer, possessed extensive knowledge of this world. Now that Li Gu had offended the Temple of Light, he required a refuge where he could conceal himself and gradually develop. Naturally, consulting Oberth was the most fitting choice. Li Gu approached Oberth directly, stating, Oberth, where do you think we should flee? After a moment of contemplation, Oberth suggested, My lord, we could journey north to the Dugla Great Jungle. Upon hearing this name, Li Gu swiftly searched his previous memories for relevant knowledge. This world is known as the Ayla world, comprising 9 continents, with his former self situated within the home continent. The home continent is dominated by 3 human empires, Lionheart, Silvermoon, and Phaline, alongside various alien factions that stand in opposition, having antagonized the Temple of Light, a superpower that pervades the Ayla world. Li Gu realized that the temple's influence was so formidable that even the coronation of the human emperors required the approval of the Light Pope. They wield the highest authority and the strongest power among humans in the Ayla world. Thus, to evade the temple's pursuit, the most prudent course was to leave human territories and venture into the realm of alien factions. On the home continent, the alien factions capable of contending with the human empires include the Southern Orc United Kingdom, the Western Emerald Empire dominated by the Fishmen near the sea, and, as Oberth mentioned, the Northern Dugla Great Jungle. The Dugla Great Jungle harbors natural dimensional rifts, often allowing dark creatures to inadvertently traverse into it. Over time, it has become a haven for dark beings, impervious to the threats posed by the three human empires. Noticing Li Gu still deep in thought, Oberth spoke up. My lord, the Dugla Great Jungle is teeming with countless dark creatures, including demons, werewolves, beasts, and undead. Though we are human, we are also necromancers. And that place shall be our final sanctuary. Moreover, my lord, I am aware of a teleportation array nearby that leads to the Dugla Great Jungle. Oberth's words rang true. Necromancers are often reviled. Many have fled to the Dugla Great Jungle to escape human society. Li Gu was quite intrigued. For him, the Dugla Great Jungle represented a natural hunting ground. He need not worry about the Temple of Light pursuing him, and he could develop without restraint. Most importantly, Oberth's knowledge of the teleportation array meant Li Gu could save precious time on the journey. Very well, let us prepare to depart, Li Gu decisively declared. My lord, what shall we do with these skeletons? Oberth inquired anxiously, glancing at Li Gu. Although Oberth was unaware of the origins of these skeletons, bringing them along would be akin to carrying a moving target. How should they be dealt with? Li Gu fell into contemplation. 1,000,000 skeletal warriors represented no insignificant combat power. However, the strength they offered was rather mundane. Without mentioning second or third tier powerhouses, even a first tier paladin like Isaac, if accompanied by several elite knights, could easily initiate a decapitation charge against Li Gu. A mere 1,000,000 skeletal warriors would be utterly incapable of withstanding such an assault. The reason was simple. In an extraordinary world, sheer numbers do not guarantee invincibility. Li Ji's own body was too weak and could easily be decapitated. Only an abundance of high-tier combat power could qualify as a competent army. Surveying his surroundings, Li Gu reached a resolution with a mental command. He issued orders to the skeletons to advance southward and annihilate any creatures that dared to obstruct their path. Watching the tidal wave of skeletal warriors march forth, Oberth was filled with astonishment and regret. This was an army of 1,000,000 skeletons. How could one so easily abandon them? What audacity! For a moment, Oberth even questioned whether Li Gu was the illegitimate child of some undead emperor. Li Gu, however, remained indifferent. With the Undead Cataclysm System, he could summon 1,000,000 skeletal warriors daily. Using these skeletons as bait to divert the Temple of Light's attention was far from wasteful. Let us proceed, lead the way, Li Gu instructed, mounting the skeletal steed alongside the headless paladin. Oberth brought forth a captured warhorse to lead the way toward the teleportation array. Originally, Oberth's plan was to escort Li Gu through the teleportation array to seek refuge in the Dugla Great Jungle. Now, even with a minor twist in events, their destination remained unchanged. Seated upon the steed, with the headless paladin guiding their path, Li Gu found it remarkable that this undead unicorn, befitting a general-level mount, allowed for a comfortable ride, maintaining a remarkably steady pace. With some leisure at hand, Li Gu finally had the opportunity to contemplate the situation of other players. The Reincarnation Game players have the ability to log into forums, facilitating information, sharing, and interaction. However, Li Gu, still a novice player, finds his access to forum functionalities quite limited. Currently, he can only view posts from other new players within the world of Era. As Li Ji's thoughts stir, a forum panel materializes before him, visible solely to his eyes, with a plethora of information scrolling across its surface. Goodness, someone save me. I've started as a slave. Sold to a brothel. Curse this world. Why are there so many who prefer men? I don't want to entertain clients. Haha, what a ludicrous start. I've become a prince of the duchy. How could I possibly lose? That previous player, the Lord of the Underworld, was truly impressive. Who has their contact information? I'm seeking to ally with someone powerful. The forum is abuzz with activity. Li Gu glances at the participant count, an impressive total of 100,000. This figure represents the number of novice players who have traversed into the world of Era. It can be said that players now populate every echelon of society, from nobility to the most destitute beggars. Nevertheless, the identities assigned to new players in the Reincarnation Game generally share 3 common traits. 1. They are approximately 18 years of age. 2. They bear a profession. 3. Their rank is at the first level of apprentice. Thus, scenarios where one transmigrates into a high-ranking figure, starting at maximum level, are virtually non-existent. Whether ascending to nobility or sinking to the depths of poverty, one must diligently cultivate and enhance their level. The distinction lies in that those who acquire advantageous identities can navigate the early stages with greater ease. As Li Gu peruses the forum messages, he finds little of substance. Aside from complaints regarding their own identities, many are discussing how he achieved 3 accomplishments consecutively. To this, Li Gu merely chuckles, recognizing that it isn't simply prowess, but rather an advantage he possesses. With the ability to summon 1,000,000 skeleton soldiers in a day, as long as he finds suitable training spots, he can endlessly generate troops, amassing a substantial amount of disaster points to evolve his skeletons into true harbingers of death. Just as Li Gu intends to exit the forum, he notices a friend request has been sent to him. Who could it be? A frown creases his brow. Following upheavals in his family outside the Reincarnation Game, those around him seem to avoid him like the plague. It is unlikely anyone would reach out with a friend request. Curiosity piqued, Li Gu opens the request to find a message that reads, "Heh, Li Gu, don't think entering the reincarnation game will allow you to defy fate. I'll still find you, so don't let me discover your location." The sender's name is Kai Tianlin. A glimmer of cold, lethal intent flashes in Li Ge's eyes upon seeing this name. Chapter 6. The Blood Feud of the Kai Family and Kai Tianlin's Mockery. The qualifications for players in the reincarnation game are either purely random or purchased at great expense by high-level players for their descendants. Although acquiring a qualification is challenging, only a mere 10 to 20,000 individuals may enter the game from a planet each year. Graduating from the novice phase is not overly difficult. As long as one enhances their strength to the third tier in the novice world or survives for 10 years, they can graduate, returning to reality with extraordinary powers. Theoretically, even if one does nothing, simply hiding away for a decade would suffice for a smooth graduation. Consequently, the death rate within the reincarnation game hovers around a mere 10%, which is not excessively high. Most sensible individuals need only avoid recklessness to return to reality. Players returning to reality often bring back a wealth of power and knowledge. This accumulated knowledge over a millennium has catalyzed a profound transformation in humanity, propelling them to become a star-spanning interstellar civilization. In reality, Li Gu is the sole son of the Grand General Li Meng of Kanglan Star, living a life of considerable affluence and privilege. Unfortunately, the political landscape is ruthlessly unforgiving. Kai Tianlin's family orchestrated Li Meng's downfall, leading to his imprisonment and the confiscation of his family assets. Thankfully, in contemporary times, such misfortunes do not extend to one's children or relatives. Li Gu merely finds himself stripped of wealth, his civic identity reduced to the lowest tier, but he is spared imprisonment. Subsequently, Li Meng's comrade, Zhao Tiangong, risked his political career to secure a player qualification for Li Gu on the day he came of age, allowing him to enter the reincarnation game. Kai Tianlin. The very name sends a chill through Li Gu. This individual is indeed from the Kai family, sharing the same age as Li Gu, and they grew up together due to their family's military ties. However, their relationship was never particularly amicable, as conflicts of interest between the Li and Kai families led to Kai Tianlin consistently opposing Li Gu. Now that the Li family has been completely besmirched by the Kai family's machinations, Kai Tianlin has also acquired a qualification to enter the reincarnation game. It is unclear how he learned that Li Gu had also gained entry, but upon the game's commencement, he had the audacity to send a friend request, openly mocking him. Once he establishes a faction, he will be able to communicate with the outside world and receive resources from his family. Under normal circumstances, having lost everything, Li Gu would be nothing but a beggar, while Kai Tianlin, backed by his family, could rapidly develop and easily overpower him. However, everything has changed. Li Gu possesses the system of the undead calamity. His gaze turns icy and resolute, filled with a fierce determination. He is not one to be trifled with. The Kai family's betrayal of his father, Li Meng, is a vendetta in itself, especially with Kai Tianlin's brazen threats against him. Thus, Li Gu is not averse to seeking out Kai Tianlin and eliminating him during the novice phase, making the Kai family pay a price for their treachery. Yet, the world of Era is vast, comprising 9 continents, with empires, kingdoms, and principalities scattered throughout, alongside numerous alien factions and the formidable Temple of Light that spans the heavens. Finding Kai Tianlin in such an expansive realm poses a significant challenge. Nonetheless, Li Gu remains unperturbed, armed with the Undead Calamity system. He is supremely confident in his ability to grow rapidly. In due time, as the master of the Undead Calamity, Li Gu will sweep across the entire world of Era, leaving Kai Tianlin with nowhere to hide. Glancing at the friend request from Kai Tianlin, Li Gu has no interest in engaging in petty verbal battles and dismisses it with a flick of his hand, subsequently blocking him. He then adjusts his personal information in the forum settings. The reincarnation game allows for account searches based on one's remembered appearance and name, which is how Kai Tianlin was able to send the friend request to Li Gu. Of course, this method does not reveal Li Gu's information. It merely allows Kai Tianlin to deliver a message meant to irritate him. After the downfall of the Li family, Li Gu witnessed the fickleness of human relationships and decided to block all friend requests. Resolving these matters, Li Gu closes his eyes, his fists clenching slightly. I must grow stronger swiftly. My mother is ill, and my little sister is still young. They need me to support the family. My father's conviction has yet to be finalized. If I gain sufficient strength, there may still be a chance for redemption. Uncle Zhao has secured a game qualification for me, and he may face backlash. This favor must be repaid. Li Gu's resolve solidifies. He possesses countless compelling reasons to grow stronger, be it for the sake of his beloved family or for himself. Meanwhile, in a corner of the Sacred Light Mountain, the headquarters of the Temple of Light in the world of Era, Kai Tianlin, clad in ornate priestly robes, notices that his friend request has been rejected. He smirks, a mixture of resentment and disdain swirling in his eyes. Li Gu, I'll make you, this worthless fool, realize that without a family, you are nothing. Simultaneously, Li Ji's army of 1,000,000 skeletons surges forth like a relentless tide, loyally executing his commands as they advance toward the south. In their wake, divine beings are reduced to rubble, beasts flee in terror, and countless villagers scatter in panic. All nearby lords promptly report this development to the headquarters of the Temple of Light in the Kingdom of Leibois. A 1,000,000-level undead calamity. How is this possible? The station bishop in the Kingdom of Leibois, Ballsy, stares with wide eyes, his scalp prickling with alarm. What does a 1,000,000-level calamity signify? It is a force capable of leveling an entire city. According to conventional logic, the entity capable of summoning such a terrifying army of undead must be at least a third-tier lich, one who can even command formidable bone dragons. In a moment of sheer terror, Ballsy issued a command to notify all nearby nobles and churches, urging them to do whatever it takes to halt the advance of this undead army. To the south lies the capital of the Ribao Duchy, where Ballsy resides. He certainly does not wish to meet his demise here. After issuing this order, Ballsy promptly reported to the upper echelons of the Ribao Duchy and the headquarters of the Faline Empire's Holy See. Upon receiving the intelligence, the Holy See of the Faline Empire swiftly responded, dispatching their most elite knight order to quell the disturbance. However, all these mobilizations required time. Ballsy had not anticipated that his desperate measures to prolong the engagement of the surrounding lords and minor churches against the skeletal army inadvertently aided Li Go. Kill Knight Apprentice. Gain 2 catastrophe points. Kill Pike Infantry. Gain 1 catastrophe point. Kill Preparatory Paladin of the Temple of Light. Gain 7 catastrophe points. A multitude of catastrophe point notifications flashed rapidly. Simultaneously, there were numerous item pickup prompts. It is noteworthy that the skeletons rewarded by the system essentially belonged to Li Gu's summons. Their kills of game NPCs counted as Li Ji's own, and their pickups were also attributed to him. The pickup mechanism of the Reincarnation Game directly transferred items into the game's inventory. This could be considered a glitch that allowed Li Gu to collect items remotely through his skeletal minions. Moreover, the game inventory was limitless, alleviating any concerns about space constraints. Of course, there were limitations to the game inventory. It could only hold drops from monsters and treasure chests, precluding other types of items. Observing the rapidly accumulating catastrophe points and the various loot in his inventory, Li Gu felt a sense of surprise. Could it be that these skeletons had laid waste to an entire city? Curiosity piqued, Li Gu focused and delved into the perspective of the skeletal soldiers. He could see a continuous stream of noble armies and knights from the church hastening to engage the skeletal horde. The sheer number of skeletons, reaching into the millions, was indeed formidable. Even without high-tier combatants, completely annihilating them was evidently no simple task. The relentless skeletons decimated one troop after another. Realizing the situation, Li Gu understood that to the south lay the capital of the Ribao Duchy, the residence of both the king and the bishop. Clearly, both the king and the bishop were alarmed, commanding their troops to do whatever it took to impede the skeletal army. However, this inadvertently benefited Li Gu, providing him with a significant bounty of experience. He needed to act swiftly. Li Gu was acutely aware that once the Ribao Duchy summoned higher-tier reinforcements and unleashed extraordinary powers, the skeletal army, lacking such high-end combatants, would soon be eradicated. He had to seize this moment to venture into the Dogra jungle, where he could develop in peace. Albert had not deceived Li Gu. The following day, under Albert's guidance, Li Gu and his party arrived at the location of the teleportation array. Is this the teleportation array you mentioned? Li Gu questioned, suppressing the urge to scoff. Before him, Albert was summoning a legion of skeletons, who were laboriously excavating graves. The long-neglected burial mounds were soon unearthed by the diligent skeletons, revealing a tunnel leading underground. Merely a necessary guise. Albert sheepishly scratched his head. Naturally, any sensible person would instinctively steer clear of a grave. Thus, it served as the perfect cover, except for necromancers. Li Gu began to understand why necromancers were universally reviled. After all, the remnants of mighty beings held great allure for them. Yet, often the more powerful individuals possessed greater family influence. When a necromancer desecrated a family's ancestral tomb, it was no wonder others would seek vengeance. Let us proceed, Li Gu commanded. Albert nodded in understanding and hurried ahead to lead the way. The headless paladin closely guarded Li Gu, ensuring no untoward incidents occurred. Following this passage, they arrived at a spacious underground chamber. The magical perpetual lamps arranged along the sides flickered to life, illuminating the chamber's interior. The chamber was nearly devoid of furnishings, save for an intricately designed array etched into the center. My lord, this array was discovered during my youth when I was pursued by nobles for excavating their ancestral graves. Albert recounted as he stepped forward, producing a large supply of magic stones to arrange at various points of the array, his face a canvas of nostalgia. I must say, the Dogra jungle truly brings back memories. Regrettably, my excavation of the Blood Clan's ancestral tomb was exposed, forcing me to flee in disgrace. Li Ji's lips twitched. This fellow seemed to excavate wherever he went, more professional than even Hubai. Before long, Albert completed the arrangement. These magic stones were what he had obtained from the teleportation array, which he had been reluctant to sell for the sake of his own safety. As a necromancer, he was indeed adept at making a hasty retreat. Albert wiped the sweat from his brow, supporting his aching back as he felt the magic of the teleportation array functioning smoothly. "My lord, it's ready. You may now use the teleportation array." Ligu did not rush to enter, but instead inquired, "How many more uses does the teleportation array have? How many individuals can it transport at once?" "Approximately 3 more times, with a maximum of 5 individuals per activation. These magic stones are quite old, and their energy has significantly diminished," Albert replied without hesitation. Ligu nodded, glancing at the system panel. After a day, the newly summoned million skeletons were now accounted for. He directly summoned 3 skeletons, instructing them to stand on the teleportation array. Activate the teleportation array, let them scout ahead. No one could guarantee what awaited them on the other side of the teleportation array. Ligu certainly did not wish to arrive only to find themselves ambushed by a horde of ogres, delivering them a surprise. Although Albert expressed some doubt, since a necromancer's control over skeletons had a range limit, beyond which he could not sense their existence, he refrained from pressing further. The spectacle of Ligu summoning a million skeletons was still fresh in his mind, leaving him utterly awestruck. As the skeletal soldiers stepped onto the teleportation array, it activated under Albert's command. The intricate patterns illuminated, resembling a dazzling tapestry, akin to a shimmering galaxy, filled with the might and mystery of magical civilization. The surrounding light warped, centered around the teleportation array. It seemed to transform into a black hole, devouring brilliance, resonating with the hum of a nuclear reactor coming to life. In an instant, all sound ceased, and the skeletal soldiers on the teleportation array vanished in that moment. Ligu immediately immersed himself in the perspective of the skeletons, observing that on the other side of the teleportation array lay yet another dim underground chamber, devoid of any life. This brought Ligu a measure of relief. Such teleportation arrays were often established by powerful practitioners of evil, facilitating their travel between the Dogrid jungle and human territories. After all, the human realm boasted a thriving market, capable of satisfying desires by providing the necessary resources for cultivation and daily life. In the Dogrid jungle, there were necromancers, curse casters, and body modifiers, professions of the evil side that required advanced materials. One side represented life, the other work. Thus, numerous evil side practitioners of formidable strength on the home continent would establish teleportation arrays to accommodate their needs for travel between the 2 locations. The original owner of this teleportation array had likely perished, either captured and executed or met with insurmountable foes in the Dogrid jungle. Ligu held no concern for the original owner. He merely needed to confirm that it could indeed grant him safe passage to the Dogrid jungle. "Let us proceed." Ligu, accompanied by Albert and the Headless Paladin, stepped onto the teleportation array, officially embarking on their journey to the Dogrid jungle. As the teleportation array activated, the surrounding space seemed to be torn apart. Light, objects, and even their very beings appeared to stretch infinitely, morphing into elongated strands resembling noodles. Upon reaching a certain threshold of this bizarre sensation, Ligu distinctly heard a resounding boom, akin to the shattering of a spatial barrier. Shortly thereafter, he experienced a fleeting sensation of weightlessness, and when he regained his senses, he found himself in a new subterranean chamber. The 3 skeletal soldiers, previously teleported, stared vacantly at him, their eyes wide with bewilderment. To be candid, Ligu felt a slight tremor in his legs, and his stomach churned violently, threatening to expel its contents. In stark contrast, Albert fared even worse. He was sprawled on the ground, retching the remnants of last night's meal. The disorienting effects of the teleportation array were far more nauseating than even the worst bouts of motion sickness. Following Albert's selfless act, the air quality within the confined underground chamber plummeted. Ligu pinched his nose, disregarding Albert's plight, and raised his gaze to survey his surroundings. The chamber was diminutive. Aside from the teleportation array, there was merely a staircase leading to the outside world. Ligu instructed the skeletal soldiers to take point and scout ahead along the staircase. From the perspective of the skeletal soldiers, after traversing the dimly lit tunnel, they found the staircase's end blocked by a stone slab. After pushing it aside, a dark-hued jungle unfolded before Ligu's eyes. Towering trees loomed within this forest, preventing sunlight from penetrating, casting the area in an eerie gloom. The air was thick with a pungent fog, accompanied by a faint stench of decay, and distant roars of ferocious beasts, along with ghostly wails, echoed ominously. The profound darkness of this jungle imparted a sense of helplessness, as if one were submerged in the depths of the ocean, with the lurking threat of some unfathomable monstrosity emerging from the mists. Such a scene would be ideal for a horror film, requiring no special effects whatsoever. Ligu felt no fear. In the face of death, dread seemed utterly superfluous. His objectives were crystal clear: to grow stronger and return to Kanglan Star to rescue his father, Li Meng, before his impending execution. However, this goal was undeniably formidable. Although Kanglan Star was a remote planet, its governor was a formidable 6th-tier powerhouse. To influence the governor's decisions, one would at least need to be of equal standing to earn any semblance of respect. Consequently, Li Gu recognized the necessity of developing his skills within the realm of Era, under the tutelage of the esteemed Lord Home, while simultaneously eliminating Kai Tianlin. Just as Li Gu concluded there were no threats outside, and prepared to explore the sprawling jungle of Dagra, he suddenly received new intelligence from the skeletal army in the Duchy of Leibois. Chapter 8. The Serpent People, a shift in offense and defense. Li Gu tapped into the perspective of the skeletal army, witnessing tens of thousands of ecclesiastical soldiers obstructing their advance. Spells were being chanted, paladins charged forth, and the cacophony of war machines reverberated. The million-strong skeletal army was rapidly diminishing under the onslaught of their adversaries, visibly and alarmingly so. Observing the frontline situation, Li Gu discerned a stark contrast between a ragtag army and a professional force. To draw a comparison, the skeletal soldiers, lacking any form of armament, were akin to primitive humans facing modern firearms wielded by the elite troops of the Holy Light Temple. Despite their numbers, the massacre was decidedly one-sided. The significance of high-tier combat power was underscored by the support provided to the skeletons, buffing from auxiliaries, the knights leading the charge, and mages delivering ranged firepower, all ensuring air superiority. Only by establishing a systematic military structure could numerical superiority become meaningful. From the devastation of the frontline skeletal army, Li Gu gleaned a crucial lesson. However, he felt no remorse for this contingent. He had intentionally dispatched them to draw attention while facilitating his own escape. Now that he had arrived at the Dagra jungle, the strategic objectives of this skeletal army had been fulfilled. Just yesterday, thanks to the orders of Bishop Bars of the Duchy of Leibois, a substantial number of ordinary soldiers had been sent to their doom, allowing Li Gu to harvest nearly 10,000 disaster points. It could be said that this million-strong skeletal army had proven to be exceedingly valuable. For Li Gu, who could accrue 1,000,000 skeletons daily, this was entirely manageable. In the Duchy of Leibois, the Knights of the Holy Light Temple were left bewildered by the unfolding events. They had anticipated a fierce battle, only to discover the ease with which the situation was resolved. Something was amiss. How could such a staggering number of undead emerge so suddenly? The commander of this operation, the Knight Captain, furrowed his brow in concern and decided to report the incident for a thorough investigation by the higher-ups of the Holy Light Church. Meanwhile, in the Dagra jungle, Li Gu first destroyed the teleportation array to prevent any pursuers from tracking him down, then stepped out of the underground chamber. The air was thick with the scent of decay, decidedly unpleasant, yet Li Gu felt an unprecedented surge of exhilaration. From this day forth, he would venture forth to conquer, slay monsters, and dominate the world. Just as Li Gu was filled with grand aspirations, a sudden flurry of arrows sliced through the dense underbrush, aimed directly at him. The headless paladin stepped forward, shield in hand, and deflected the arrows, protecting Li Gu from harm. A chilling laughter echoed through the jungle, and over 100 strange humanoid creatures emerged from the shadows. Aubert's expression turned grave. Fear etched across his face as he exclaimed, "Serpent people." These beings possessed skin reminiscent of serpentine scales, their slender forms towering over 2 meters, resembling elongated reeds. Most unsettling were their heads, indistinguishable from those of snakes, and their lower bodies, akin to serpents, devoid of legs. They appeared as if venomous snakes had taken on human form. Aubert's anxiety stemmed from the notorious reputation of the serpent people among the ranks of evil beings. This race delighted in slaughter and the humiliation of their foes. For any creature that fell into their clutches, death was the most merciful outcome. Originally intending to hunt, they had unexpectedly stumbled upon 2 humans. What fortuitous luck! The leader of the serpent people, with vertical pupils and cold amber eyes filled with mockery, surveyed Li Gu and Aubert, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Li Gu. Drawn to his youth, in the eyes of the serpent people, the young were deemed more entertaining. With an air of arrogance, the serpent leader raised his head and brandished his spear at Li Gu, declaring, "Human, you have but one chance. Kneel before me and beg for mercy." Li Gu paid no heed to the serpent leader, instead surveying his surroundings, contemplating the terrain, and rapidly processing information regarding potential attack routes, encirclement strategies, and both sides' retreat paths. This foresight would prove invaluable in critical moments. However, for those who sought to display their superiority, the most exasperating experience was being ignored. The serpent leader, intending to showcase his dominance to his subordinates, found his irritation mounting at Li Ji's indifference. It was well within the serpent people's innate abilities to assess the strength of their adversaries through their aura. Thus, the serpent leader was confident that Li Gu, Aubert, and the headless paladin were all mere apprentices. He could not fathom how 3 apprentices could possess the audacity to disregard him so brazenly. "Damn it, arrogant brat. I shall ensure that a centipede is forced into your orifice," the serpent leader bellowed, commanding, "Capture them alive." As his words fell, the 100 serpent beings flashed sinister grins, their lower bodies twisting like snakes as they charged forward with ferocity. Aubert felt cold sweat trickle down his forehead. He sensed that the weakest among these serpent beings were 5th-tier apprentices, while the serpent leader himself had achieved extraordinary 1st-tier status. In despair, Albert looked to Li Gu, finding solace in his calm demeanor. At that moment, Albert knew they were secure. Li Gu regarded the approaching serpent beings, a thought flickering in his mind. A system panel, visible only to him, materialized as he intoned, "Summon and retrieve all skeletal soldiers." In an instant, a multitude of skeletal arms erupted from the earth around Li Gu, akin to the resurrection of the dead or the opening of the gates to the underworld, as countless skeletal soldiers crawled forth from the ground. The previously charging 100 serpent beings were swiftly engulfed by the sea of skeletons. The grotesque, cold, and lethal expressions on the faces of the serpent folk vanished in an instant, replaced by an overwhelming sense of terror as beads of cold sweat trickled down their foreheads. What in the world? Where did all these skeletons come from? Have they offended the Emperor of the Undead? 100 serpent folk collectively broke into a sweat. As for their leader, his mouth fell agape, his pupils quivering, and his limbs turning to jelly. The sheer number was over 10,000, an endless sea. Moreover, this place was teeming with 1,000,000 skeletal soldiers. The visual impact of such numbers, along with the psychological shock, was beyond mere words to describe. Though Albert had witnessed it once before, he now felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. With just a thought, he summoned 1,000,000 skeletons. Truly an awe-inspiring feat. His master must have received a blessing from some deity of the underworld. If he followed him, perhaps he could soar to great heights. Albert glanced at Li Gu. If loyalty were to be measured, his loyalty meter would have surely skyrocketed. Not particularly fond of laughter, was he? Why was he not smiling now? Li Gu coldly regarded the serpent folk leader, who stood there in a daze. The roles of offense and defense had now shifted. With a murderous intent, Li Gu commanded the 1,000,000 skeleton warriors, and they surged forth like an extension of his will, launching an assault on all serpent folk. The ordinary serpent folk struggled frantically, but it was as if they were engulfed by an inexhaustible tide of skeletons. The massacre commenced at that moment. Chapter 9, Li Ji's Hunting Ground. Albert witnessed firsthand the anguished cries of those vicious serpent folk, each scream louder than the last. No, damn it, someone save me. They are gouging my eyes. I'm going to die, hurry, save me. Bastard, don't touch my backside. Oh, where is it not allowed? Though the serpent folk possessed resilient scales, they were not without vulnerabilities. The eyes, mouth, and all orifices not covered by scales became prime targets for the skeleton's assault. The skeletal soldiers, akin to hunting hyenas, relentlessly exploited any breach, ruthlessly amplifying their damage. The serpent folk leader felt his scalp prickle. He swallowed hard and turned to flee. Did he think he could escape after offending the master? Once Li Gu took action, there was no chance for them to escape. A multitude of skeletons encircled the serpent folk leader, and at the opportune moment, Albert unleashed magic to interfere. The headless paladin mounted her steed, brandishing her lance, and fiercely charged at the serpent folk leader. The leader's eyes widened in disbelief. What in the name of the dark goddess? How could this undead be imbued with holy light? Holy light naturally counteracts beings of darkness, the undead, and curses. Yet now, the serpent folk leader shockingly beheld holy light emanating from a creature of death. Was he truly not dreaming? The headless paladin paid no heed to the serpent folk leader's astonishment. Wielding her lance, she activated the protective shield of her armor. Initiating the skill, Fearless Charge, and with astonishing speed, she lunged at the leader's face. The serpent folk leader felt a chill run down his spine. He attempted to retreat, but the endless sea of skeletons surrounded him, sealing off all avenues of escape. He could only turn sideways and raise his hands to shield his face. The knight's lance, propelled by the charge of her steed, pierced through the serpent folk leader's arm, and holy light erupted, sizzling like roasted meat. As the leader's anguished screams echoed through the air. Damn it, I will kill you. The serpent folk leader, cornered and driven to madness, was enveloped in a cloud of toxic gas. Li Gu remained unfazed, like a general commanding his troops, skillfully directing the headless paladin to retreat while numerous ordinary skeletons filled the gaps. Boom! The terrifying toxins corroded hundreds of skeletons into mere remnants. Yet the headless paladin retreated in time, emerging unscathed. The serpent folk leader yearned to pursue, but Li Gu was a master of guerrilla warfare. When the leader launched an attack, thousands of skeletons immediately shielded the headless paladin's retreat. When the serpent folk leader entered the cooldown period for casting, the headless paladin would charge in for a thrust. When the leader grew weary, the paladin would unleash a fierce offensive. When the serpent folk leader attempted to flee, it would be the moment for pursuit. The mantra of enemy advances, I retreat, enemy halts, I disrupt, enemy tires, I strike, enemy retreats, I pursue left the serpent folk leader in utter despair. Damn it, if you have the capability, then fight me head on. The serpent folk leader roared in fury. Yet the only response was the unending tide of skeletons and the lance of the headless paladin. Li Gu dismissed the leader's outburst as mere ramblings. What a joke. In a situation where a group assault guaranteed victory, who would engage in a one-on-one duel? This was not a silverback guerrilla courting. With the headless paladin as the main force and 1,000,000 skeletons as support, the serpent folk leader's injuries multiplied. A first-tier serpent folk leader, brutally besieged by 1,000,000 skeletons and the peak headless paladin, fell to the ground, filled with resentment and indignation. Countless skeletons surged forward like locusts feasting on a carcass. Delivering the final blow to the serpent folk leader, Albert observed the scene, feeling a chill run down his spine, even as a necromancer. He had never witnessed such a horrifying spectacle. The current master was indeed terrifyingly powerful. Albert marveled inwardly. Meanwhile, Li Gu surveyed his spoils. These serpent folk were of remarkable quality. Their defeat yielded over 3,000 disaster points. As for the loot, it was regrettable that he did not acquire any soul essences. Just some equipment and items. The serpent folk leader dropped a skill book. Corrosive miasma, first tier, common. Releases a toxic mist with corrosive properties, inflicting continuous damage on everything within the area. Learning requirements. First tier, evil side mage. Spirit exceeds 88 points. Evaluation. An artifact for stripping the armor of female warriors. Li Gu could only look at this skill for now, as he was unable to use it. He stowed it away and turned his attention back to the battlefield. Among the hundreds of serpent folk, Li Gu did not annihilate them all. He deliberately spared some of the weaker ones for interrogation about nearby information. After all, being new to the area, possessing key information would ensure that Li Gu avoided pitfalls. Albert, I leave that serpent folk to you. Inquire about the local information and which tribe they belong to. Li Gu delegated the interrogation task to Albert. Upon hearing this, Albert revealed a smile that could frighten children. Rubbing his hands together, leave it to me, my lord. A contingent of skeletons escorted the captured serpent folk, following Albert into a nearby grove, where soon enough, one could hear the most horrific wails. As a necromancer, albeit an apprentice, Albert had wandered far and wide, and was no stranger to gruesome sights. Having dissected countless corpses, he was a natural at interrogation. In layman's terms, he could stab you 1,000 times, but none would be fatal. As for why they were taken to the grove, it was because Li Gu had a kind heart and could not bear to witness such acts. Listening to the reassuring cries of despair, Li Gu was confident that Albert could handle the interrogation and began to examine the corpse of the serpent folk leader. The serpent folk possessed parts that could serve as magical materials. I wonder if these materials could be used for evolution? Li Gu commanded the headless paladin and her companions to strip the scales and cores from the serpent folk corpses. Before long, including the serpent folk leader, a total of 108 complete sets of serpent folk scales and cores were neatly arranged before Li Gu. However, his gaze fell upon the stripped materials of the serpent folk leader. Serpent folk scales, first tier, common. Severely damaged serpent folk scales. Note, can be used for the evolution of subordinate undead. Serpent folk core, first tier, common. Contains the magical power of the serpent folk. Note, can be used for the evolution of subordinate undead. As Li Gu's eyes swept over the others, aside from those of apprentice quality, he found that they all bore indications for potential evolution. Such delightful news made Li Gu beam with joy, exclaiming that coming to the great jungle was indeed the right choice. The primary distinction between magical creatures and humans lay in the anatomical differences that enabled them to store magical power, requiring specific organs known as cores. The magical cores were also among the most common magical materials. In the vast expanse of the Dogra Great Jungle, abundant resources lay in wait, providing Li Gu with an unparalleled hunting ground. It would not be long before he could muster a formidable undead army, brimming with elite combatants and devoid of any weaknesses. At that juncture, even the Radiant Temple would be laid to waste by his hand. Let the evolution commence. Drawing a deep breath, Li Gu resolutely began to utilize the materials before him to evolve his skeletal soldiers. Chapter 10, The Green Shell Tribe, Blood for Blood. The evolution of the skeletal soldiers, which typically required 5,000 disaster points when using standard first-tier materials, was remarkably mitigated due to the high quality of the resources at hand, allowing him to proceed with merely 1,000 points. Upon confirming the evolution, a dazzling brilliance erupted as the skeletal soldier before him transformed at a visible pace. What was once a mere collection of bones began to sprout flesh, its surface adorned with serpentine scales, gradually taking on the form of a serpent man. The system promptly announced, 1,000 disaster points consumed, first-tier serpent man crystal core, and first-tier serpent scales utilized. Evolution of inferior skeletal soldier successful. Congratulations. You have acquired a new unit. Undead Serpent Man Poison Sorcerer, Apprentice Level 9. Li Gu scrutinized the newly evolved Undead Serpent Man Poison Sorcerer, noting its slender frame. Even more so than the recently defeated Serpent Man leader. Its gray-white scales were eerie, and most unsettling of all was the absence of eyes in its sockets, replaced instead by 2 orbs of ghostly green flame, exuding an aura of death and dread. Observing the staff in the sorcerer's grasp, Li Gu felt a surge of curiosity regarding its true combat capabilities and promptly accessed its attributes. Undead Serpent Man Poison Sorcerer, Realm. Apprentice Level 9, limited by host's realm. Cannot level up. Template, Elite, Protection 1. Undead Poison, Post-Undead Transformation. Attacks inflict undead toxins, enhancing toxic attack power. Note, lacks materials, cannot evolve. Skills, Poison Curse, Venom Bomb. Green Missile. Attributes: Constitution 77, Strength 69, Agility 88, Spirit 90. Equipment: Venomous Staff. Evaluation: Deadly Poison Master. Li Gu nodded in satisfaction. The energy overflow from utilizing high-tier materials had granted the Undead Serpent Man Poison Sorcerer an elite template. An elite undead at apprentice level 9 possessed combat prowess sufficient to contend with the former Serpent Man leader in a skirmish. And that was all that was necessary. For Li Ge's true strength lay in the strategy of the Bone Sea. As long as he could engage forces of comparable power to distract the enemy's high-tier combatants, he could buy time to deploy his skeletal soldiers, ensnaring foes within an endless ocean of the undead. Subsequently, Li Gu turned his remaining materials toward evolving more skeletal soldiers. The leftover resources were predominantly of ordinary quality, with some even inferior, all at the apprentice level. The cost for evolution was minimal, merely 100 disaster points. After expending over 10,000 disaster points, Li Gu successfully acquired more than 100 undead Serpent Man warriors, all possessing elite templates and ranging from apprentice level 3 to 5. This marked the formation of a commendable army. A smile crept across Li Ge's face. The combat strength of the undead Serpent Man warriors far surpassed that of the standard inferior skeletal soldiers. In future battles, they could serve as Li Ge's elite guard or strike force, adept at breaching defenses and executing surprise attacks. This provided Li Gu with a more versatile strategic composition. More importantly, through this endeavor, Li Gu glimpsed the path to his future empowerment. It was crucial to note that this world was teeming with myriad monsters, from dragons to titans and behemoths. As Li Gu grew stronger, the monsters he hunted would multiply, yielding ever more resources. With a mere wave of his hand, he envisioned bone dragons roaring across the skies and legions of undead howling from the earth. He would become a true harbinger of the undead calamity. At that moment, Oberth, tasked with the interrogation, emerged from the thicket, wiping the blood from his garments as he addressed Li Gu. "My lord, I have gleaned the necessary information." Li Gu looked up to hear Oberth continue. This faction of serpent men belongs to a large tribe known as the Green Shell Tribe, comprising approximately 2,000 members, with the most formidable among them being a first-tier elite Serpent Man chieftain. Li Ge's realization dawned. No wonder the Serpent Man leader had been able to command a squad of over 100. "Do you have an estimate of the first-tier combatants within this tribe?" Li Gu inquired further. According to the information provided, even first-tier warriors can serve as captains. The Green Shell Tribe boasts 12 first-tier warriors, with 11 being elite and only one first-tier elite, the Serpent Man chieftain. Listening to Oberth's explanations, Li Gu nodded thoughtfully, contemplating whether he could subdue the Green Shell Tribe. Apart from the squad that had been eradicated by Li Gu, the tribe still retained 10 first-tier elite warriors, 1 first-tier elite, and a force of 2,000 serpent men. A single misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. After a moment of contemplation, Li Gu resolved to temporarily abandon this course of action. He could amass 100,000 skeletal soldiers each day. There was no need to rush into perilous ventures. Therefore, he redirected his inquiries toward identifying weaker tribes in the vicinity. Why challenge the strong when one could grow stronger by preying on the weak? Once empowered, the former adversaries would become mere fodder for conquest. Moreover, this area adjacent to the Dogra Great Jungle was rife with tribes even weaker than the Green Shell Tribe. There were the brain-eating monkeys, which preferred to lurk in the treetops to ambush passing creatures. The Spider Tribe, adept at crafting massive traps with webs. And the herds of blackwater buffalo. These monster factions thrived on the rich ecological resources of the Dogra, typically avoiding conflict and territorial disputes, for they were not players. Senseless slaughter would not enhance their strength, so they refrained from engaging in unnecessary skirmishes. Monsters may not be players, but Li Gu was indeed a player, and a player endowed with a system. Slaying monsters not only yielded drops, but also provided materials and disaster points. This was the fastest route for Li Gu to grow stronger. Let us proceed to eliminate these lesser tribes. Li Gu mounted the headless paladin's steed, beckoning Oberth to follow as he led the million-strong skeletal army onward. Oberth trailed behind, his face a mask of astonishment as he beheld the newly evolved Undead Serpent Man Poison Sorcerer and Undead Serpent Man warriors, though he wisely refrained from commenting further. In this era, the swiftest path to strength was not talent, nor was it sheer effort. It was to cling to the coattails of the powerful. Shortly after Li Gu and his undead legion departed, the serpent men of the Green Shell Tribe arrived on the scene. Witnessing the numerous serpent corpses, skinned, and their cores extracted, they trembled with rage. "How dare you provoke the Green Shell Tribe? Whoever you are shall pay the price." "A bloody price," roared the leading serpent man captain, as 100 serpent men raised their weapons in unison, echoing, "Blood for blood, blood for blood." The murderous chant reverberated through the dense forest, startling countless birds into flight. Yet at that moment, Li Gu had already led his army away and found his first target for hunting, preparing to take action. Chapter 11. A Day of Explosive Growth. Li Gu set his sights on a tribe of fire demon kin. The so-called fire demon kin, if traced back, could be linked to the abyssal demons, believed to be the offspring of fire demons and certain humanoid beings. However, no one could ascertain the veracity of this claim. As Li Go listened to Oberth's introduction of the fire demon kin's background, he concealed himself in the jungle, gazing into the distance. In the distance, approximately 60 figures, resembling ordinary humans in stature, yet covered in pitch-black stone-like skin, with scarlet flames flickering atop their heads, akin to the peculiar creatures led by the Flame Captain, were voraciously feasting upon the carcass of a venomous wild boar. Sir, among this group of fire demons, the strongest have only reached the 9th tier of apprenticeship, lacking any first-tier combat capability, reported Oberth to Li Go. Thanks to his extensive travels, Oberth had mastered a spell that allowed him to discern the strength of others, enabling Li Go to swiftly assess the overall power level of the fire demons present. With a sweeping gaze, Li Go expanded his consciousness, causing the skeletal army to part silently to encircle the fire demons. Attack! He commanded through sheer will. An endless tide of white bones surged forth like a natural disaster. The astonishing sight terrified the fire demons, instinctively prompting them to flee, only to realize there was nowhere to escape. Immediately, the undead serpent men, led by a venomous warlock, charged at the fire demons. The fire demons barely had time to react before being engulfed by the sea of bones. Kill fire demon, earn 20 catastrophe points. Kill fire demon, earn 50 catastrophe points. Kill fire demon, earn 8 catastrophe points. Messages rang out, filling Li Go with elation. A mere 60 fire demons posed no threat whatsoever, and before long, they were all vanquished, yielding over 1,000 catastrophe points for Li Go. The cores of the fire demons evolved into fire demon skeleton warriors, endowed with a modicum of fire elemental offensive capability. Without pause, Li Go commanded his million-strong skeletal army to disperse, forming hundreds of scouting teams to conduct a thorough extermination of all nearby monstrous tribes. For these creatures, Li Go had no consideration for ecological balance. His sole aim was to exploit every resource to elevate his power to its zenith in the shortest time possible. Within the span of a single day, countless monsters fell to his blade, resulting in a substantial accumulation of loot. Although the drop rate for soul essences was notoriously low, the sheer volume of his hunts rendered the odds favorable. In just one day, Li Go ascended from the 5th tier to the 8th tier of apprenticeship, mere steps away from reaching the pinnacle of apprenticeship and touching the threshold of first-tier power. Such rapid progress was undeniably staggering, especially considering that this novice world had only commenced 2 days prior. Most new players in the Reincarnation Game were still acclimatizing to their identities, with only a select few possessing advantages, managing to elevate their levels by 1 or 2 minor realms. Li Go's rise to the 8th tier within 2 days was nothing short of legendary. Li Go soon recognized the remarkable strength of the Undead Catastrophe System, which deemed all undead as Li Ge's summoned entities, integral to his power. Their kills were effectively his own. In contrast, other players in the Reincarnation Game had to personally slay monsters to obtain loot, rendering their efficiency incomparable to Li Ge's boundless army of undead. Undoubtedly, in the long run, Li Go would emerge as the fastest leveler in the Reincarnation Game. Today's relentless hunt also yielded a wealth of materials. Li Go's ranks of undead troops had grown significantly, boasting as many as 6 elite templates. Currently, the only unit of the supreme template was the Headless Paladin. The total quantity of elite template troops had surpassed 1,000. However, evolution required catastrophe points, and to evolve into the apprenticeship realm, elite template undead units demanded at least 100 catastrophe points. Thus, Li Ge's primary dilemma was an abundance of materials but a scarcity of catastrophe points. Nevertheless, his current combat strength compared to yesterday was like upgrading from a bird's gun to a cannon. Should he face Isaac once more, Li Go would undoubtedly dispatch him with ease. Tomorrow, he planned to confront the Green Shell tribe, fixated on the elite template first-tier Serpent Chief. If he could eliminate the Serpent Chief, Li Go would undoubtedly be able to evolve a unit on par with the Headless Paladin. Moreover, the Green Shell tribe was substantial enough that annihilating the Serpent tribe would equate to a significant influx of catastrophe points and soul essences. More importantly, having established a long-standing presence in the Douglas Great Jungle, the Green Shell tribe was likely a mature power. The Reincarnation Game offered additional rewards for exterminating such factions, which Li Go eagerly anticipated. As night fell, the Douglas Great Jungle plunged into inky darkness, where one could scarcely see a hand in front of their face. Li Go sat before a campfire, flanked by the Headless Paladin for protection, while Oberth diligently roasted the freshly hunted wild boar. The damp firewood crackled in the flames, sending sparks into the air, propelled by the rising heat. The meat sizzled under the intense heat, its proteins denaturing while fats transformed into liquid grease, emitting the mouth-watering aroma of roasted pork. As Li Go carved slices of meat to savor, he engaged in casual conversation with Oberth. He relished these exchanges, not merely for Oberth's wit, but for the wealth of experiences Oberth had gathered from his extensive travels. Their dialogue assisted Li Go in swiftly grasping the nuances of this new world named Ayla. Amid their conversation, Li Go suddenly halted, receiving information relayed from his scattered skeletons. Tapping into the perspective of the vigilant frontline skeletons, he beheld roughly 100 serpent hunters who were cautiously surveying the skeletal ranks with trepidation, their expressions betraying palpable fear. Their hushed discussions reached Li Ji's ears through the skeletons. Why are there suddenly so many undead? Could it be that something has transpired in the Necromancer Gorge to trigger a mass migration of low-tier undead? What nonsense! These are merely basic skeletons, instinctively acting without aggression as long as they are not provoked. Yet, sheer numbers alone instilled a sense of overwhelming pressure among the serpents. "Captain, what should we do now?" asked one of the serpent warriors. The captain, his gaze steely, surveyed the boundless skeletons before him. "We must retreat and report back to the chief," allowing him to make the decision. Originally, this serpent captain had pursued Li Gu with vengeance in mind, intent on avenging the slain serpents. However, faced with such a horde of skeletons, the notion of blood for blood was now far from his thoughts. Who could say if there were more formidable undead lurking among them? Yet, while these serpents sought to withdraw, Li Gu was determined not to let them escape. Chapter 12. Ninth Tier Apprentice. The Territorial War begins. From their appearance and equipment, it was evident that these serpents hailed from the Greenshell tribe. With plans to strike against them tomorrow, Li Gu could not permit this group of serpents to return and sound the alarm. More importantly, slaying this batch of serpents would weaken the Greenshell tribe, making the impending battle all the easier. Li Gu gazed at the serpents and issued his command. Instantly, the previously disorganized skeletal army surged forth, charging fearlessly at the serpents. "Damn it, what is happening?" exclaimed the serpent captain, both alarmed and enraged. Yet, the seemingly endless tide of skeletons ensnared the 100-strong serpent group, thwarting their every move. Simultaneously, the elite undead combat units under Li Ji's command, accompanied by tens of thousands of skeletons, spread out like a vast net, akin to a colossal primordial beast opening its gaping maw. They divided into three formidable forces. The central army tasked with delaying the enemy, while the left and right flanks maneuvered to encircle the serpent folk completely. It was over. The serpent captain's eyes widened in horror, his body trembling as emotions shifted from anger to fear, plummeting into an abyss, his limbs growing cold. The other serpent folk were equally horrified, each appearing as if mourning a great loss. The white torrent of the undead mercilessly engulfed numerous serpent warriors. Meanwhile, Aubert continued his endless boasting to Li Gu, recounting tales of his past, blissfully unaware that amidst their jovial banter, Li Gu had already annihilated a hunting party of 100 serpent folk, including a first-tier elite serpent captain. To Li Ji's delight, that first-tier serpent captain had dropped the soul essence. Though its quality paled in comparison to the shard Isaac had dropped, it still afforded him 200 experience points. Without hesitation, Li Gu consumed the soul essence. A notification rang out. Consumed 170 experience points, breaking through to apprentice level 9, basic attributes enhanced, and gained 2 free attribute points. "My lord, I mustn't boast, but in my youth, I, Aubert, was renowned as a handsome lad across the countryside, adored by many women." As Aubert reminisced about his youth, he suddenly felt Li Ji's aura surge dramatically, having already broken through to apprentice level 9, matching his own level. This left Aubert wide-eyed, jaw agape, as if the very meat in his mouth had fallen to the ground. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? How can one experience such a breakthrough merely by having a meal? Aubert's mind nearly short-circuited as he realized that in just a single day, Li Gu had surpassed the efforts of his 60 or 70 years. The disparity between them was palpable, a chasm wider than that between man and beast. At this moment, Aubert acutely felt the stark contrast of human potential, one that made even the taste of the pork in his mouth lose its flavor. Li Gu, reveling in his enhanced physique, felt an overwhelming sense of joy. The sensation of growing stronger felt akin to a soul-level evolution, a bliss surpassing all else. Observing the 2 free attribute points, Li Gu, as was his custom, allocated them to his mental attribute before promptly opening his attribute panel. Li Gu, reputation, 160, unknown. Profession, undead mage, common. Level, apprentice level 9, 301,000. Skills, skeleton summoning, bone shield technique, dark energy missile, slow curse, toxic darts. Attributes, constitution 32, strength 31, agility 36. Spirit 61. Equipment, dark staff, leather light armor, spider silk belt, light boots, phosphorescent hood, sapphire pendant, spirit bracelet. Thanks to the large-scale hunting conducted that day, Li Ji's equipment slots were now nearly full. Although the highest quality was merely apprentice grade, it was a far cry from his previous bare state. Moreover, Li Gu had mastered 4 new spells, giving him the semblance of a proper mage. The only lamentation was that his profession as an undead mage was of common quality, leading to minimal enhancements with each level up, causing his basic attributes to fall short of those of higher-tier units like the undead serpent poison sorcerer or the headless paladin. However, Li Gu was not anxious about this aspect, as breaking through to apprentice level 9 in just a day made the pursuit of an advanced career path as an undead mage seem within reach. The immediate priority was to elevate his level further and effectively manage his undead army to enhance overall combat strength. After all, the undead plague system was Li Ji's greatest reliance. The next step was to prepare for the expedition to eradicate the Green Shell tribe. Liga looked forward to it, for the rewards from obliterating a faction were far superior to those gained from slaying individual units. That night, Liga made do with a night in the wilderness, guarded by the headless undead knight and the undead serpent poison sorcerers. The following morning, a system notification sounded. Ding. 1 million skeleton soldiers have been credited to your account. What a reassuring notification. A smile crept across Li Ji's lips. Including yesterday's tally, he now commanded a total of 2 million skeletons. One could say that even without further development, if he chose to hide away for a year, he could muster over 300 million skeletons, capable of challenging even non-flying dragons. Naturally, Li Gu could not afford to do so. His father was still suffering in prison, and he needed to grow stronger swiftly to gain leverage for negotiations. It was time to set forth. After consuming a bit of food, Li Gu rose, transforming the materials harvested from the slain first-tier serpent captain into new undead serpent poison sorcerers before leading his army towards the Green Shell tribe. At this moment, within the Green Shell tribe, the serpent chief Snek sat grimly in his seat, flanked by the tribe's first-tier cadre members at a long table. Albert and Yudin have not returned all night. Do you have any leads? The cold glint in Snek's vertical pupils instilled a profound sense of pressure among the cadre present. As a large tribe of 2,000, the Green Shell tribe relied on hunting for sustenance, with all upper echelons serving as captains of hunting teams. The missing Albert and Yudin were responsible for 2 hunting squads dispatched the previous day. Their absence indicated something had gone awry. Observing the silence among the serpent cadre, Snek's fury intensified. He slammed his palm upon the table, causing a dent in the iron surface, the resounding noise making the serpent folk tremble in fear. The loss of 2 hunting squads and 2 first-tier combatants was a catastrophic blow to the Green Shell tribe. Snek's anger erupted. Investigate. Immediately find the culprits responsible for the deaths of Albert and Yudin. I shall personally exact vengeance. Understood. The 9 serpent cadre members rose promptly, hastily rallying their subordinates to thoroughly investigate the matter. Just as Snek remained seething with rage, he saw the cadre members rush back in a frenzy. He furrowed his brow, on the verge of unleashing a tirade, but those serpent cadre members interjected in terror. Chief, it's bad news. Our tribe is surrounded by a massive horde of undead. Chapter 13. The Wisdom of Our Ancestors. What? The sudden news startled Snek, his brow furrowing tightly as he demanded angrily, what are the scouts around the tribe doing? Chief, there's nothing we can do. The enemy is too numerous, encircling us from all directions, converging upon the tribe. The serpent cadre replied with a mournful expression, fear mixed with helplessness. Snek's eyes widened in shock and rage. As the largest tribe in the vicinity, the Green Shell tribe had always held dominance. Now, finding themselves in such a predicament was enough to instill fear. Realizing that fear was futile at this point, Snek immediately commanded, notify all tribe members to enter a state of war. Activate all defensive measures. The time of life and death has arrived. With Snek's command, a multitude of serpent folk poured forth, climbing the city walls, scaling the arrow towers, and deploying heavy artillery. Through the frontline skeleton's perspective, the Green Shell tribe was perched atop a steep peak, fortified by a complete wooden wall, a classic example of being easy to defend, yet hard to attack. Li Gu remained untroubled, situated several kilometers away from the Green Shell tribe. In non-essential circumstances, he kept his distance from the main battlefield, a fundamental principle for a commander. After all, if Li Gu were to perish, the outcome of the ensuing conflict, regardless of victory or defeat, would hold no significance for him. For Li Gu, survival was paramount. Only then could the concepts of victory and defeat carry any weight. Thus, capable of commanding from a distance, Li Gu was prudent enough not to recklessly charge into the fray to play the hero. The mountain is enveloped by a dense forest, adorned with rugged and peculiar stones. Yet, for the serpent folk, this environment bears little distinction from the plains below, as their adversaries possess considerable topographical advantages. Li Gu observed this scene without trepidation. In the face of absolute numbers, terrain could not bestow the Green Shell tribe a chance of reversal. The initial step was to mobilize the troops. Li Gu swiftly devised a strategy, and with a mere flicker of thought, the entire undead army surged forward, as if an extension of Li Ji's will. Charging forth like a mountain wave in a tempest, a myriad of skeletons cascaded towards the vicinity of the Green Shell tribe. The serpent folk, poised in anticipation, felt a chill run down their spines. Undead, an infinite expanse of undead. How many among the serpent folk had ever witnessed such a sight? Fear, akin to the very undead before them, instantly filled their hearts. By the dark goddess, how could there be so many undead? Good heavens, have we offended the undead emperor? We are doomed. Our end is nigh. Despair loomed over the Green Shell tribe, casting a shadow upon the heads of the 2,000 serpent folk. Snek stood in stunned amazement, his mind nearly overwhelmed, his heart bent on vengeance against the scouts. What in the world is this? This is not merely a horde of undead. It is a cataclysm of the undead. At this juncture, Snek harbored no complaints. Nor did he possess the luxury of contemplation. He bellowed, "What are you all dawdling for? Do you wish to sit idly and await your doom?" Full defense. Instantly, a torrential rain of arrows fell, accompanied by the deafening roar of cannon fire. Logs and stones, along with various spells, were hurled from the walls. Countless skeleton soldiers were shattered on the spot, becoming the first casualties. Yet, Li Gu commanded a staggering 200,000 skeletons. A war of attrition? That would be nothing short of a boon for him. Frantic skeletons brandished their tattered rusted swords, scaling the walls of the Green Shell tribe beyond the barrage of fire. The mounting casualties even formed a steep slope of skeletal remains leading directly to the top of the walls. The serpent folk of the Green Shell tribe resembled survivors in a post-apocalyptic world besieged by zombies, gazing in despair at the seemingly endless onslaught of skeletons. Their supplies, stamina, and resolve were depleting at an alarming rate. Collapse was imminent. Cursed, cursed, cursed. Snek, in a fit of impotent rage, could hardly fathom that the chieftain of the Green Shell tribe had descended to the point of masking his fear with fury. In this moment, Snek had already surmised who had slain Avi and Jodin the previous day, yet he lacked the courage for revenge. An unending sea of undead. Who could possibly withstand such a tide? Were it possible to surrender, Snek would have already stripped down and waved a white flag in surrender. Just as Snek was engulfed in terror, a captain from his ranks approached to report, "Chieftain, the number of skeletons to the north is quite sparse. They have not completed the encirclement." Hearing this intelligence, Snek felt invigorated. Discerning many possibilities, it was indeed their tribe's misfortune to be positioned directly in the path of these undead. The north was the breakthrough point. The route to salvation lay to the north. Without hesitation, Snek resolved to abandon the majority of his kin. He swiftly summoned the remaining 9 first-tier warriors, sacrificing the rest of his tribe to make a beeline for the north in flight. After all, dragging along his entire family would undoubtedly lead to their demise. With the strongest first-tier warriors, both the speed of their escape and the odds of survival were maximized. However, Snek did not anticipate that as they commenced their northward breakout. Li Ji's lips curled into a smile, recalling the wisdom of his ancestors. The escape route Snek envisioned was, in truth, a ploy orchestrated by Li Gu, luring his enemies away from their stronghold. Once Snek and his strongest warriors departed, the Green Shell tribe would stand as a tower bereft of support, easily toppled with a single kick, while Snek's individual combatants were formidable, lacking the vast serpent army to support them. Li Gu would unleash an infinite horde of undead to employ a war of attrition, swiftly depleting their stamina before delivering the final blow. Snek was oblivious to these machinations. His rise to power within the Green Shell tribe had solely relied on brute strength. How could he fathom the depths of tactical cunning? Just as Snek, accompanied by his 9 first-tier warriors, believed they had eluded danger, a relentless tide of undead surged forth before them. How is this possible? Snek's pupils constricted as he prepared to retreat, only to find the rear also cut off by the inexorable undead. At this moment, Snek finally grasped the truth. He had fallen into a trap. Although he had discerned the ruse, there would be no reward. The relentless skeletons charged forth to claim his life. Chapter 14. Single combatant annihilates the tribe, a glimmer of brilliance. The elite units that Li Gu had previously evolved, the undead serpent poison sorcerers and undead serpent warriors, were predominantly assigned to confront Snek and his companions. Coupled with the relentless swarm of skeletons, Snek and his fellow serpent folk soon experienced the true meaning of an undead catastrophe. The high-tier warriors among Snek and his companions found themselves mired in despair. Meanwhile, within the Green Shell tribe, the flight of the chieftain and all high-ranking officials dealt a severe blow to morale. The over 2,000 serpent folk, gripped by terror, scattered chaotically, abandoning their defensive positions on the walls in a frantic bid to break through to the north. In their haste, they forfeited the advantage of the walls. Their formation became disarrayed, rendering them mere targets for slaughter. Time ticked by relentlessly. Before long, only the strongest among them, Snek, remained, and in a fit of impotent rage, he was finally pierced through the throat by an undead serpent warrior, meeting his demise. The moment Snek perished, a system notification echoed in his ears. Annihilation of first-tier faction, Green Shell tribe, earned 100,000 catastrophe points. Subsequently, the Reincarnation Game conducted its final assessment of Li Ji's extermination campaign. Annihilation of first-tier faction, Green Shell tribe, commencing settlement. Annihilation speed, extremely fast. Annihilation difficulty, nightmare. Annihilation degree, complete annihilation. Comprehensive evaluation, extraordinary. Congratulations on receiving rewards, 3,000 gold coins. Reputation 100. As Li Gu listened to the notifications, a smile graced his lips, and he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Gold coins served as the currency of the Reincarnation Game. Beyond their conventional trading functions, their most significant capability lay in the potential to transport the game's powers into the real world. With sufficient gold coins, one could bring game levels, skills, equipment, and everything else into reality. 3,000 gold coins equated to 30 million copper coins, a staggering sum for a first-tier player. Of course, such astounding rewards were not unearned, as they stemmed from the game's comprehensive evaluation, extraordinary. This comprehensive evaluation was determined solely by the metrics of difficulty, speed, and degree. The speed and degree required little explanation. It merely pertained to how quickly and thoroughly one could execute the annihilation. However, difficulty was contingent upon rank and the presence or absence of external aid. For instance, in Li Ge's extermination of the Green Shell tribe, he was at the apprentice rank, while the Green Shell tribe represented a first-tier faction, making this an act of overreaching annihilation. Furthermore, the undead army under Li Ge's command, in the game's assessment, were considered his summoned entities. Thus, it was classified as a solo extermination. As an apprentice annihilating a faction comprising 10 first-tier warriors, the Reincarnation Game rated the difficulty of this extermination as a nightmare. Through the amalgamation of various dimensions, Li Ge has garnered an extraordinary reputation. Consequently, he has been rewarded with 3,000 gold coins and 100 points of prestige. Not to mention, after vanquishing the Green Shell tribe, the Undead Plague system further bestowed upon Li Ge a staggering 100,000 plague points. The points acquired from obliterating a faction far exceed those gained from mere individual slayings. This prospect greatly enticed Li Ge, and as he pondered, a game notification resounded. You have achieved an accomplishment. Would you like to use your real name for a world announcement? Li Ge promptly selected no. The concept of real name registration was still too avant-garde for him. You have chosen to remain anonymous and will continue to use the alias Demon King for the announcement. Subsequently, all players engaged in the Reincarnation Game within the world of Era heard the following notification. Congratulations, newcomer player Demon King, for annihilating a first-tier tribe and achieving the accomplishment, solo destruction of a stronghold. Prestige 300. You have earned a first-tier diamond treasure chest. As the notification faded, every player in the Aero world widened their eyes in astonishment, their scalps tingling with exhilaration. The forums erupted in chaos as countless messages flooded the screen. Unbelievable. Solo destruction of a first-tier tribe, and it has only been a short time? What on earth has this Demon King achieved in terms of status? Is this even a question of status? How has his power escalated so dramatically? It has only been 3 days. My luck has been decent. Becoming the crown prince of a principality, yet even on the 3rd day, I was merely familiarizing myself with the environment, too fearful to make any bold moves, lest I expose myself. And here, the Demon King is on a killing spree. Has he obtained the identity of the World Annihilator? This is beyond comprehension. In just 3 days, he accomplished 1,000 kills on the 1st day, and by the 3rd day, he is solo obliterating strongholds. This transcends the question of status. The Demon King is simply terrifying. All players were utterly astonished, engaging in fervent discussions. The criteria for evaluating achievements in the Reincarnation Game are exceedingly stringent. Since Li Ge was deemed a solo warrior, it signifies that he did not receive any support from other factions in terms of troops, items, or resources, solely relying on his own strength to annihilate a first-tier tribe. Under normal circumstances, achieving this feat would require at least a second-tier status, or, at the very least, a pinnacle first-tier strength. Yet, in merely 3 days, while all other players were still acclimatizing to the game and their identities, with their levels still at the apprentice stage, Li Ge accomplished this seemingly impossible task, regardless of those who previously doubted Li Ge or believed he relied solely on status. Now they could only utter 2 words in their minds. Impressive. What a farce. This so-called Demon King pales in comparison to even a single strand of my hair. At the headquarters of the Temple of Light in the Aero world, Kai Tianlin scoffed disdainfully, harboring ample confidence in his own identity. For Kai Tianlin had attained the status of one of the 9 divine scions of the Temple of Light. A divine scion is a descendant of the divine, an unparalleled existence birthed from the temple's prayers to the deities of the Light God system, summoning their powers to the mortal realm. With this identity, Kai Tianlin stood on par with a candidate for the Pope within the Temple of Light, destined to become a cardinal at the very least. Not to mention, once Kai Tianlin establishes his own faction, he could leverage his family's resources for further development. Armed with the Kai family's wealth and his own status, Kai Tianlin was absolutely confident that he could transform the Aero world into his personal dominion. At that juncture, what could the Demon King possibly amount to? Even unworthy of carrying my shoes. And as for Li Ge, I shall surely unearth you and extinguish you like a rodent. Kai Tianlin brimmed with confidence, considering himself utterly invincible as a divine scion. Just then, a priest from the Temple of Light arrived. Kai Tianlin immediately composed his expression, feigning calmness, and turned to inquire. What is it? Your Holiness, the Pope has summoned you. The priest replied reverently. Kai Tianlin raised an eyebrow, feeling a twinge of anxiety. He understood that while the divine scion status was formidable, exposure could lead to retaliation from the Temple of Light, a fate far worse than death. Do you know what the Pope seeks me for? He asked for reassurance. The priest paused for a moment before responding in a hushed tone. It should pertain to the home continent. It has been reported that a large number of undead have inexplicably appeared there in recent days. Once reassured that his identity had not been compromised, Kai Tianlin relaxed and promptly made his way to meet the Pope. On the other side, Li Gu was invigorated upon hearing the rewards. A first-tier diamond treasure chest. He sought nothing more than the possibility of obtaining valuable materials. Surely, this would allow him to evolve into a unit even more powerful than the Headless Paladin. Additionally, aside from the diamond treasure chest, he had also been rewarded with 300 prestige points. Adding the 160 points he had previously earned and the additional 100 points from exterminating the Green Shell tribe, Li Ji's prestige now reached a total of 560 points. He had undoubtedly reached a level of initial prominence. In the Reincarnation Game, the prestige within a world is categorized into 8 levels: nameless, initial prominence, minor fame, burgeoning reputation, renowned, formidable presence, world-renowned, and immortalized in history. Each prestige level yields different effects. Now that Li Ji's prestige had reached the level of initial prominence, NPCs would regard him with respect during interactions. If he chose to join a faction, he could bypass the lower tiers and ascend directly to a position of management. Moreover, if Li Gu were to establish his own faction, the quality and quantity of NPCs seeking to join him would improve, the likelihood of monster sieges would diminish. And aspects such as trade, faction negotiations, and troop morale would all be positively influenced. Reputation bears significant weight in fostering growth, akin to a tree casting its shadow. Li Gu certainly had no qualms about his elevated prestige. He then turned his gaze toward the first-tier diamond treasure chest rewarded for the solo destruction of the stronghold. His expression filled with anticipation. What splendid items might await within? Chapter 15, Battle-Hardened Skeleton General. The contents of the treasure chest were purely random. Nevertheless, the first-tier diamond treasure chest corresponded to first-tier rare items. Regardless of what it contained, it would not disappoint, even if it were not useful. Selling it after establishing a faction would yield a substantial sum of gold. Li Gu claimed the diamond chest and withdrew it from his inventory. Instantly, a chest, half a meter high and nearly 70 centimeters long, materialized before him. Unlike bronze, silver, or gold chests, this one radiated a brilliant luster, exuding a diamond-like quality. Regrettably, the chest was non-tradable, would vanish upon opening, and could not serve as an evolution material. Li Gu felt a tinge of regret. If this chest were tradable, its mere gem-like exterior would fetch a considerable fortune. However, the true value of the chest lay within its contents. Filled with anticipation, Li Gu reached out to open the diamond treasure chest. A dazzling brilliance erupted as the diamond chest opened, its exterior dissolving. An item materialized before Li Gu, accompanied by a notification. Ding! You have opened a first-tier diamond treasure chest. Congratulations, you have obtained Heart of the Skeleton, first-tier rare treasure. Li Gu curiously raised his gaze. Before him lay the so-called Heart of the Skeleton, merely the size of a fist, resembling a heart in shape, yet bearing the color and texture of bone, akin to a meticulously crafted model. Strangely, the Heart of the Skeleton pulsed rhythmically, its frequency akin to that of a human heart, steady and powerful, as if it possessed life. Simultaneously, the attributes of the Heart of the Skeleton manifested before Li Gu. Heart of the Skeleton, first-tier rare treasure, undead material, imbued with the power of the skeleton royalty. Can be utilized for crafting equipment and items. Note: can be used with plague points to evolve your subordinate undead. At this moment, Li Gu felt invigorated. It is worth noting that last time, he merely used a first-tier high-quality material to evolve into a headless paladin with apprentice-level strength. And with the Heart of the Skeleton as a first-tier rare material, it was evident that it could undoubtedly yield an even stronger unit. At the first opportunity, Li Gu cast a glance at the headless paladin and the attributes of the undead serpent men, seeking any possibility for their evolution. Unfortunately, the material compatibility was lacking. The Undead Catastrophe System required the consumption of materials for evolution, yet only the initial template of the skeleton soldier could utilize all materials for this purpose. Once the evolution path was determined, specific demands would arise concerning the properties, types, and grades of the materials involved. For instance, the Headless Paladin, being a rare light attribute and a paladin undead, necessitated materials that were either of light attribute or related to the paladin profession, and of sufficiently high quality for her evolution. Similarly, the Undead Serpent Man, the Venomous Warlock, being of poison attribute and a warlock-type undead unit, required materials that conformed to these two directions. Thus, the Bone Heart could only serve as a resource for the most rudimentary skeleton soldier. However, Li Gu was not particularly disheartened. The high quality of the Bone Heart might yield a formidable undead unit. Even a mere apprentice-level formidable undead unit could exhibit combat power that surpassed most of the first-tier entities. With such a powerful undead at his disposal, Li Ji's personal safety would be significantly bolstered. He summoned a skeleton soldier, extracted the Bone Heart, and without a moment's hesitation, proceeded with the evolution. Material added: Bone Heart. Hint 1. Using this material, evolving a low-quality skeleton soldier requires the expenditure of 100,000 cataclysm points. Hint 2. Since the material's level exceeds the host's realm, evolving with this material will result in substantial energy loss, with excess energy offsetting 60,000 cataclysm points. Goodness, 100,000 cataclysm points. Even after the offset, it would still amount to 40,000. Li Gu couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. This was undoubtedly the most expensive evolution he had ever undertaken. After all, evolving the Headless Paladin only required 10,000 cataclysm points, and with high-quality materials to offset, it could be accomplished for a mere 2,000. This evolution, in comparison to the Headless Paladin, consumed a staggering 20 times the cataclysm points. While Li Gu was startled, he was also filled with anticipation. One gets what one pays for, and given the exorbitant cost of this evolution, it was certain to yield an exceptional combat unit. Commence. Thanks to the annihilation of the Green Shell tribe, he had acquired 100,000 cataclysm points, and a mere 40,000 did not faze him in the slightest. He promptly confirmed the choice. The moment 40,000 cataclysm points were consumed, a radiant glow enveloped the skeleton soldier. The formidable power of the Undead Cataclysm System was meticulously remolding and evolving it. The skeleton soldier's stature increased at a visible rate, the pale green soul fire in its eye sockets igniting with fervor. In mere moments, this skeleton soldier ascended to 3 meters in height, resembling a diminutive giant. Its bones sturdy, and the soul fire transformed into a crimson hue, exuding immense pressure. Yet the evolution did not culminate here. From the skeleton soldier emerged a set of intricately adorned armor, reminiscent of ancient Chinese war generals, and a Fang Tian Hua Ji materialized in its hands. The overwhelming presence of its form, radiating authority, transformed the previously unremarkable skeleton soldier into a formidable specter, as if it had emerged from the depths of hell. Imbued with a chilling aura of bloodlust and dominance, a system notification followed. Ding. Consumed 40,000 cataclysm points. Successfully evolved the low-quality skeleton soldier using the Bone Heart. Congratulations on acquiring a new unit, Battle-Hardened Skeleton General. Li Gu gazed at the Battle-Hardened Skeleton General, exclaiming its impressive appearance. In the Reincarnation Game, not only were there Western fantasy worlds, but also realms of mystical fantasy and even science fiction. However, the world of Era, where Li Gu resided, was a Western magical realm. Upon graduating from the Era world, he would be reincarnated to explore other worlds. The battle-hardened skeleton general before him, clad in armor akin to the style of the Shanwen, wielding a Fang Tian Hua Ji, truly exuded an overwhelming presence. The appearance was secondary. What truly mattered were the attributes of the battle-hardened skeleton general. After admiring the battle-hardened skeleton general for a moment, Li Gu proceeded to open its attribute panel. Battle-hardened skeleton general. Realm. Apprentice 9th grade, limited by Hostess Realm, cannot be upgraded. Template. Formidable, Blessing 1. Skilled in combat. When leading an army primarily composed of skeleton units into battle, the overall combat strength of the army is enhanced. Blessing 2. Dread and Valor. Our skeleton legion possesses military might. The greater the number, the stronger the presence, instilling a sense of dread in enemy units. Blessing 3. Kill to gain. During combat, for every enemy unit slain, the battle-hardened skeleton general's power is enhanced. Note. Effect dissipates after the war concludes. Note. Lacking materials. Cannot evolve. Skills. Skeleton Battle Song, Legion Charge, City Break Slash, Death Duel, Skeleton Bodyguard. Attributes. Constitution 117, Strength 124, Agility 108, Spirit 114. Equipment. General's Battle Armor, General's Helmet. General's Belt, Bone Halberd. Evaluation. A great skeleton cannot long remain beneath others. Goodness, what a beast. Gazing at the attributes of the battle-hardened skeleton general, Li Gu couldn't help but marvel. Judging by its attributes, the battle-hardened skeleton general was a rather rare commanding unit, possessing group enhancement abilities that would elevate the combat strength of the army. This was precisely the type of unit Li Gu desperately needed, as he excelled in large-scale warfare with the Undead Cataclysm System. With the battle-hardened skeleton general in command, Li Ji's skeleton army could unleash even greater combat prowess. Furthermore, in addition to its commanding abilities, the battle-hardened skeleton general boasted impressive individual combat strength, with an apprentice 9th grade realm and a formidable template, allowing it to contend with most first-tier opponents. This undoubtedly provided a robust safeguard for Li Ji's safety. After evolving the battle-hardened skeleton general, Li Gu resolved to continue the momentum and utilize first-tier Serpent Man materials, such as Snek, for further evolution. Chapter 16, The Pale Winged Hector. The recent extermination yielded 10 first-tier Serpent Men, aside from Snek, who bore an elite template. The rest were of the elite soldier template. The elite soldier template Serpent Men evolved into elite template Undead Serpent Men, Venomous Warlocks. However, Snek, with its elite template, evolved into a commanding template Undead Serpent Lord. This marked the second commanding template unit under Li Gu, following the Headless Paladin. From the attributes, the Undead Serpent Lord leaned more towards summoning, possessing the capability to summon serpent undead for battle. Presently, with the battle-hardened skeleton general, the headless paladin, and the undead serpent lord among his ranks, Li Ji's protection from combat prowess at the apprentice 9th grade level was assured. However, Li Gu was not entirely satisfied. The dangers within the Douglas Great Jungle were rife, and it was said that terrifying third-tier entities dwelled in the core area. Although he commanded numerous skeletons, the Arrow world was, after all, a realm of extraordinary civilization, with an exaggerated individual combat power ceiling. Should he encounter a third-tier entity, it could easily decapitate him amid 1,000,000 troops. Thus, the immediate priority was to explore the terrain and intelligence of the Douglas Great Jungle, to discern what could provoke wrath and what could not. Secondly, he needed to find a secure location to establish his power, allowing the undead to handle the fighting while he focused on his own development. With his future development plan solidified in his mind, Li Gu returned to the Greenshell tribe with his newly evolved undead. At that moment, within the Greenshell tribe, the majority of the serpent men had been slain, leaving only a handful captured for interrogation. Oberth stood amidst the ruins of the Greenshell tribe, his expression one of sheer astonishment. This was a first-tier force, yet it had been effortlessly flattened before Li Gu. The enormity of this realization left Oberth utterly shocked. Upon witnessing Li Ji's return, alongside the newly acquired battle-hardened skeleton general, undead serpent lord, and venomous warlock, the awe in Oberth's eyes transformed into fervor and admiration. Surely, the lord must have received the favor of some deity from the underworld. He was destined to become the master of the Arrow world. Oberth's heart brimmed with unwavering determination, solidifying his resolve to follow Li Gu. Li Gu, indifferent to Oberth's thoughts, entrusted him with the interrogation of the captured information while commanding his skeletal army to commence the cleanup of the battlefield. The first task was to eliminate the remnants of the serpent men. Among the spoils lay a considerable number of equipment and items, capable of augmenting the quality of his elite undead forces. However, what truly astonished Li Gu was the bounty acquired after the extermination of the Greenshell tribe, 17 soul essences in total, though most were of low tier. With only one being of the first tier, they collectively granted Li Gu over 400 experience points. Now, he was merely 600 experience away from ascending to the first tier. Attaining this level would grant him the privilege to establish a faction. In addition to the spoils from the slain, the Greenshell tribe, a substantial community of 2,000 that had flourished for decades, had amassed a wealth of treasures. Most of these were various materials. While the creatures could craft equipment, their finesse paled in comparison to that of human or elven civilizations, yet they were still usable. These materials were fortuitously advantageous to Li Gu, who meticulously sifted through them to identify a selection of high-quality resources for the evolution of his skeletal army. Simultaneously, Li Gu uncovered a peculiar object within the treasury of the Greenshell tribe. A skeleton presented it to him, and upon inspection, he found himself holding a green crystal. The game provided its specific attributes. Emerald copper ore, unrefined, no tier, can be refined into first-tier quality material, emerald copper. This emerald copper ore was plentiful in the Greenshell tribe, estimated to weigh several tons. Yet, curiously, he found no finished emerald copper products nor any furnaces for processing the ore. What, then, was the purpose of mining this material? Li Gu pondered, baffled by the anomaly. Meanwhile, Aubert, having engaged in amicable dialogue with the serpent captives and utilized a grand memory restoration spell to glean intelligence, approached Li Gu with a visage of alarm. "My lord, it is dire news. The Greenshell tribe is a vassal dedicated to mining for the Pale Wing." Li Gu raised an eyebrow, finally comprehending the purpose of the previously mentioned ores. It appeared that the entire Greenshell tribe existed solely to extract minerals, all of which were surrendered to the Pale Wing. Although Li Gu was unfamiliar with this Pale Wing, Aubert's expression suggested that it was no trivial entity. "Calm yourself. What faction does this Pale Wing represent?" Li Gu inquired. Aubert inhaled deeply, his eyes reflecting trepidation. "My lord, the Pale Wing is known as Hector, a long-established second-tier half-dragon of formidable power, one of the great lords of the Douglas jungle, commanding hundreds of tribes." Li Gu understood why Aubert was so apprehensive. In the world of Era, dragons undoubtedly symbolized strength and destruction. Although the Pale Wing Hector was merely a half-dragon with an impure lineage, his combat prowess could certainly be deemed terrifying. In the mid-layers of the Douglas jungle, Hector could undoubtedly be regarded as a dominant force. Even Li Gu, in his current state, could not afford to provoke him lightly. Nevertheless, Li Gu felt no fear. Rather, excitement glimmered in his eyes. A dragon. Was this not the quintessential material for evolution? His first skeletal dragon could be fashioned from such a source. Li Gu was not so arrogant as to seek an immediate confrontation with Hector. Yet he was confident in his ability to grow strong enough to challenge Hector in the near future. Aubert, who had initially been anxious, recalled his previous encounters within the Douglas jungle, having heard the illustrious name of the Pale Wing. However, upon noticing Li Ji's calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the revelation, Aubert gradually regained his composure. Indeed, while the Pale Wing was formidable, Li Gu was even more so. Having witnessed Li Ji's astounding undead legion over the past few days, Aubert found it hard to believe that Li Gu lacked the blessing of a deity. One was merely a half-dragon, while the other was a chosen one graced by divine favor. Aubert held no doubts about Li Ji's triumph. Could it be that in my lifetime, I am destined to witness a dragon-slaying feat? In that moment, Aubert felt a surge of excitement and anticipation. Li Gu proceeded to inquire if Aubert had acquired any additional intelligence. Hunting down the Pale Wing was a long-term objective for Li Gu. It was imperative to understand the surrounding power dynamics and identify factions ripe for obliteration to swiftly bolster his strength. Aubert revealed no secrets, presenting a map confiscated during the interrogation. It detailed the terrain within a 60-mile radius of the Green Shell tribe, along with the distribution of factions, races, and resources. Equipped with this map, Li Gu could strategically target and eliminate specific factions. Furthermore, Aubert, drawing from his experiences decades prior in the Douglas Jungle and the information extracted from the Serpent Captives, provided Li Gu with an overview of several dominant entities in the area. The first, naturally, was the Pale Wing, a second-tier entity with dragon blood and formidable strength. The second was the Herald family, a second-tier vampire clan with a vast lineage. It was this very clan that had pursued Aubert, forcing him to flee the Douglas Jungle. The third was the Necromancer's Gorge located to the west, which was not a faction but a multitude of scattered undead, their numbers overwhelming. It was said that within the Necromancer's Gorge lay a spatial rift leading to the Netherworld, causing an incessant influx of undead into the world of Era. Consequently, the region had become a forbidden zone for the living. Thus, the primary powers governing this area were the Pale Wing and the Herald family. For Li Gu, the encouraging news was that both the Pale Wing and the Herald family resided in the mid-layers of the Douglas Jungle, not too far from his current position. Before utterly offending these two dominant forces, Li Gu had ample room for development to grow stronger. As for the Necromancer's Gorge, it piqued Li Ji's interest. It was undoubtedly a prime location for farming materials and leveling up. He resolved to advance westward towards the Necromancer's Gorge to grind experience, and once sufficiently powerful, he would march into the mid-layers of the Douglas Jungle to slay the Pale Wing and evolve his first skeletal dragon unit. Li Gu swiftly devised a development plan and immediately set it into motion. Simultaneously, in the world of Era, on the continent of Home, Kai Tianlin, escorted by a cadre of powerful figures from the Temple of Light, arrived via a teleportation array at the headquarters of the Temple of Light in the Phelan Empire, tasked with thoroughly investigating the necromantic uprising in the Rabbit Duchy. Chapter 17, Kai Tianlin's Greet. Welcome, Divine Son. Upon Kai Tianlin's arrival, the Cardinal of the Temple of Light and numerous high-ranking officials knelt before him, bowing as if in the presence of a deity. This elicited a surge of delight within Kai Tianlin, his spirits soaring to the point of near exuberance. However, he dared not display any abnormality. While the identity of the Divine Son was indeed exalted, should anyone suspect that the Divine Son had been usurped, his fate would be nothing short of tragic. Please rise. Kai Tianlin feigned an air of nonchalance as he addressed those around him. Thank you, Divine Son. The Cardinal and the other high-ranking officials of the Phelan Empire's Temple of Light stood. In their welcoming presence, Kai Tianlin first indulged in a feast to refresh himself, after which the Cardinal and others presented him with the dossier concerning the mysterious necromantic uprising in the Rabbit Duchy. Goodness, nearly 100,000 templates of lowly minions. Necromancers of the apprentice realm, astonishment flickered in Kai Tianlin's eyes. The sheer volume was staggering, even if they were all mere minions. Second-tier powerhouses would be compelled to retreat until they could regroup with their main forces to eradicate them. Yet, an evident issue loomed large. There was a stark inconsistency in the quantity and quality of these undead. A legion of undead numbering in the millions should ideally be commanded by at least a second-tier warrior. Yet, astonishingly, they are nothing but apprentices. Mere foot soldiers. This is utterly perplexing. However, it becomes clear that the first batch of victims was a paladin named Isaac, who led a 1,000-strong temple army in pursuit of a fallen noble turned necromancer. This incident occurred 3 days ago, precisely when our cohort of new players arrived. The timing, the numbers, and Isaac's prowess all coalesce into a singular notion in Kai Tianlin's mind. The name King of the Underworld. This is the very player who, at the game's onset, achieved the remarkable feats of slaying hundreds and even thousands of foes, including formidable generals. It is no wonder that he could accomplish such remarkable achievements in such a short time. The truth is now apparent. Yet, Kai Tianlin is plagued by doubt. The game's achievement criteria are notoriously stringent. If the game recognizes the King of the Underworld as having accomplished these feats, it substantiates the claim that he single-handedly decimated a grand army. Could it be anyone else? Unlikely. It is most likely him. The coincidence of timing and the staggering death toll leaves Kai Tianlin convinced that this is no mere happenstance. He realizes that there is undoubtedly a profound secret surrounding this so-called King of the Underworld. Clenching his fists, Kai Tianlin muses that the ability to summon over 1 million undead units, recognized by the game as his personal summons, can only be attributed to a divine artifact. The King of the Underworld possesses opportunities greater than my own status. His eyes glint with greed as he yearns to locate and eliminate the king of the underworld without delay. He promptly seeks out the Scarlet Cardinal of the Phylan Empire, urging him to dispatch agents to investigate this matter and trace the whereabouts of Li Gu. Meanwhile, deep in the Douglas jungle, Li Gu embarks on his journey toward the Valley of the Undead. This valley lies nearly 300 kilometers west of the Greenshell tribe. However, the skeletal army is not an inexhaustible force. They too will perish when fatigued and drained of their soul energy. Thus, even with Li Gu leading his skeletal horde in a forced march, they will require a full 5 to 6 days to reach their destination. During this time, Li Gu does not intend to devote every moment solely to travel. The Valley of the Undead is fraught with peril and undoubtedly harbors formidable second-tier undead. Therefore, it is prudent for Li Gu to elevate his personal strength to first-tier status and evolve a sufficient number of first-tier undead units before arriving. To this end, he plans to systematically eradicate the tribes along the way to accrue disaster points and soul essences. Having established his goals, he merely needs to advance and engage in combat. As expected, with Li Ge's current capabilities, he will soon accumulate enough experience to reach first-tier status. Let us set forth, he declares, raising his arm and leading the vast skeletal army into motion. A force of 200,000 moves forth, an imposing spectacle indeed. However, being the son of the Grand Marshal of Kanglanstar, Li Gu is well-versed in military strategy from a young age, understanding the crucial role of formations in combat. This 200,000-strong army does not merely act as a chaotic mass. It operates with clear divisions of labor, scouting, breaching obstacles, assessing enemy presence, main forces, flanking units, and rear support troops, all organized into distinct formations. Li Gu occupies the core of this extensive formation. This arrangement creates a secure zone extending over 10 kilometers, allowing him ample time to strategize should he encounter a formidable adversary. The only unfortunate aspect is the low intelligence of these undead. Even the most astute of battle-hardened skeletal generals can merely comprehend Li Ge's commands, but cannot engage in meaningful dialogue. Consequently, Li Gu is unable to issue overly detailed orders, relying instead on ambiguous directives such as combat, scouting, movement, and standby, which impose significant limitations. The only solution lies in evolving higher-tier undead units. If the number of battle-hardened skeletal generals, headless paladins, and undead serpent lords increases, they may serve as intermediaries for Li Ge's commands, guiding the less intelligent skeletons to fulfill his directives. This would alleviate Li Ge's command pressure and enhance operational efficiency, representing one of his future developmental trajectories. The foundational skeletal warriors serve as basic combat units, while advanced undead units take on command roles, assisting elite forces to prevent enemy decapitation and carry out executions as necessary. Achieving this level of organization requires Li Gu to possess a significant number of high-tier units, a formidable challenge that still lies ahead. As Li Gu marches onward, he finds little hardship in the journey, seated comfortably in a palanquin borne by several skeletal warriors. Flanking him are headless paladins, battle-hardened skeletal generals, and undead serpent lords, all tasked with his protection. Li Gu reclines, leisurely perusing the forum. At this moment, the forum is abuzz with posts discussing Li Gu, ranging from shock and jealousy to those eager to gain his favor. Ignoring these distractions, Li Gu focuses on threads concerning the geopolitical landscape of the Era world. Thanks to the vast player base, a plethora of hidden information is accessible, enriching his understanding of Era. As dusk approaches, scouts among the skeletal ranks relay vital information back to Li Gu. They have identified the next faction for extermination, a tribe of ogres known as the Black Tooth. Chapter 18, An Unstoppable War Machine, the Minuscule Mantis. Through the eyes of the skeletal scouts, Li Gu observes the chaotic structures deep within the jungle. These buildings exhibit a haphazard style, constructed of stone and thatch, devoid of any aesthetic appeal. Even primitive humans could craft better. The numerous rudimentary stone houses are scattered without a hint of planning, a jumbled array of disarray. The ground is littered with bones and excrement, and the air is thick with a foul stench, reminiscent of a latrine. Yet, in this squalid environment dwell hundreds of towering humanoid monstrosities. Each stands over 2 meters tall, robust and corpulent, their most striking features being sharp tusks that protrude from lipless mouths, resembling the fearsome, saber-toothed tigers of yore. These creatures are ogres, said to be humans cursed by the abyss, transformed into demons that survive by devouring their kin, ultimately losing their intellect, and devolving into monstrous entities. Whether this legend holds any truth remains a mystery. Nonetheless, ogres are a common breed of evil creatures, widely dispersed across various realms. Prior to entering the game, Li Gu had encountered their descriptions in textbooks. The greatest weakness of ogres lies in their low intelligence. Thus, despite their formidable physical strength and inherent magical resistance, they remain at the lower echelons of the monstrous hierarchy. One might say that ogres share a table with goblins. One is merely a larger fool, while the other is a smaller one. Among the undead units serving as scouts is a flying undead, evolved from a flying beast that Li Gu had slain. While their combat prowess is average, Their exceptional ability to soar allows them to survey the entirety of the Blacktooth tribe. Through these flying undead, Li Gu gains insights into the population distribution within the tribe and formulates a plan. With a command from Li Gu, a multitude of skeletal warriors begin gathering timber to fashion torches. As preparations reached completion, hundreds of flying wraiths ascended into the sky, brandishing torches that they hurled into the heart of the Blacktooth tribe. In an instant, a conflagration erupted, illuminating the darkness as the ogres of the tribe emitted furious roars, desperate to extinguish the flames. However, the ogres, with their simplistic minds, struggled to form an effective firefighting brigade. Chaos ensued, with some even absurdly attempting to douse the flames by throwing wooden planks into the inferno. The airborne wraiths continued to deliver abundant embers and timber, exacerbating the disaster engulfing the Blacktooth tribe. Overcome by the inferno, the ogres fled in disarray from their stronghold. Awaiting them were the skeletal legions, led by the battle-hardened skeletal general, who dispatched them with effortless precision. Countless notifications of kills echoed in Li Ji's ears. Kill ogre. Gain 60 disaster points. Kill ogre, gain 50 disaster points. Kill ogre, gain 70 disaster points. The strength of the ogres varied. Thus the disaster points awarded differed accordingly. This particular group of ogres possessed an approximate strength of a 6th-tier apprentice, yielding an average of over 60 disaster points per kill, an unexpected boon for Li Gu. I shall fight with you to the bitter end, bellowed the Blacktooth tribe's chief. Blacktooth, as he raised his axe, his massive form resembling a truck as he smashed through a swath of skeletal warriors. The soul fire of the battle-hardened skeletal general blazed intensely as he stepped forward, wielding his halberd to strike at Blacktooth. With a fierce expression, Blacktooth stood his ground, eager to grapple with the skeletal general. Yet, upon the collision of axe and halberd, he was forcefully driven back several steps. The overwhelming force instilled fear in Blacktooth, who finally grasped the disparity in power. Terror eclipsed his rage, prompting him to flee. However, behind him lay a sea of flames, and before him stood a formidable foe. There was no escape for Blacktooth. Like a war deity, the battle-hardened skeletal general unleashed his skill, City Breaker Slash. The halberd shimmered with visible gusts of wind, embodying an unstoppable force as it cleaved Blacktooth in twain. Kill the first-tier elite ogre Blacktooth. Gain 100 disaster points. With Blacktooth's demise, the morale of the remaining ogres plummeted. Our chief has been slain. Flee. These wraiths are insurmountable. They cried in despair. Cursed fate, I have yet to feast upon human flesh, and now I face death? The relentless tide of undead surrounded and consumed the Blacktooth tribe like a cataclysm. Li Gu observed the unfolding chaos with a calm demeanor, greatly pleased with the prowess of the battle-hardened skeletal general. Despite the latter's status as an apprentice, a whole tier below Blacktooth, the skeletal general was a commanding template. This was akin to a level 9 raid boss effortlessly crushing level 12 minions. Moreover, in the campaign against the Blacktooth tribe, Li Ji's main forces had yet to engage, remaining in a marching formation towards the Valley of the Undead. The so-called Blacktooth tribe was merely a trifling mantis before Li Ji's war machine, easily crushed underfoot without pause. With the death of their chief, the first-tier elite ogre Blacktooth, the entire Blacktooth tribe was utterly annihilated. The Undead Catastrophe System chimed. Annihilated first-tier faction, Blacktooth tribe, gained 40,000 disaster points. Following this, the Reincarnation Game, much like the previous extermination of the Green Shell tribe, conducted a final settlement for Li Ji's campaign. Exterminated first-tier faction, Blacktooth tribe. Commencing settlement. Annihilation speed, extremely rapid. Annihilation difficulty, extremely challenging. Annihilation extent, total eradication. Overall evaluation, 1 in 10,000. Congratulations, received rewards, 1,000 gold coins, 30 reputation. In comparison to the Green Shell tribe, the Blacktooth tribe was evidently inferior in both quantity and quality, yielding only 30,000 disaster points, 1,000 gold coins, and 30 reputation. Nonetheless, this windfall brought Li Gu great joy. He commanded the skeletons to scour the battlefield and instructed Oberth to interrogate the captured ogres. Meanwhile, Li Gu reclined in his palanquin, perusing the forum, feeling remarkably at ease and leisurely, showing no signs of having just orchestrated a genocide. Before long, Oberth returned with less than favorable news. My lord, the Blacktooth tribe is a vassal of the Hadro family. They provide blood slaves to the Hadro family and are under their protection. Li Gu was somewhat taken aback. The Hadro family was a vampiric faction. It was surprising that these arrogant vampires would keep ogres as blood slaves. Oberth elaborated on the rationale behind this arrangement. The Douglas Great Forest was sparsely populated, and although the Hadro family cooperated with certain slave traders, the costs were exorbitant. To satiate their kin's thirst for blood, the Hadro family had sheltered numerous alien factions, including ogres. However, it was worth noting that the blood of mature ogres was deemed unworthy by the vampires. They sought the blood of newborn ogres, as it closely resembled that of humans and served as their preferred substitute. Concern etched on Oberth's face, he remarked that, having already offended the two major powers of this region, first the Greenshell tribe and now the Blacktooth tribe, Li Gu was treading on dangerous ground. If the Pale Wing and the Hadro family conspired to retaliate, the mere thought sent shivers down his spine. Yet, Li Gu remained unfazed. Neither the Pale Wing nor the Hadro family would readily unleash their elite forces, as long as he took advantage of the window before these two factions could react. He could develop his strength unimpeded, transforming the Pale Wing and the Blood Clan into materials for his evolution. Li Gu held firm confidence in this regard. Soon, the skeletons completed their cleanup of the battlefield. The Blacktooth tribe yielded 9 soul essences, though their quality was mediocre, granting Li Gu 100 experience points. He was now a mere 500 experience points away from breaking through to the first tier. Simultaneously, the materials from the ogres were stripped and presented before Li Gu. The Chief Blacktooth's material evolved into a War Axe Corpse Demon with an elite template and the combat prowess of a 9th-tier apprentice. The remaining 3 first-tier ogre materials yielded a large Corpse Demon with a soldier template and the strength of a 9th-tier apprentice. This constituted a modest enhancement to the forces under Li Ji's command. Having effortlessly annihilated the Blacktooth tribe, Li Gu continued onward. As night fell, he ordered a respite for his undead army to recuperate their soul strength. The following morning, the Undead Cataclysm System's notification rang true. Ding! 1 million skeletons have been credited for today. Listening to this reassuring announcement, Li Ji's spirits lifted as he commanded his forces to advance once more. Along the way, numerous monsters and tribes fell prey to Li Ji's skeletal army. As afternoon approached, Li Gu finally gathered enough soul essences. He was now on the verge of breaking through to the first tier, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Chapter 19. Breaking through the first tier in 4 days, making history. Now, Li Gu required less than 100 experience points to ascend to the first tier. Utilizing this batch of soul essences would allow him to traverse the final threshold, transitioning from an apprentice to the first tier. This transformation not only signified an increase in power, but also meant that Li Gu could forge his own faction, connect to the Human Alliance's Star River network, and restore communication with the outside world. Additionally, through the unique structures of his faction, he could trade with other players for the evolution materials he required. The advantages were manifold. Filled with anticipation, Li Gu wasted no time and directly consumed the soul essences. Notifications flooded his mind. Using Slime Soul Essence, gained 8 experience points. Using Black Armored Water Buffalo Soul Essence, gained 12 experience points. Using Big Brother Goblin Soul Essence, gained 30 experience points. A barrage of notifications resounded through Li Ji's consciousness. Li Ji's experience bar filled at an astonishing rate. And in the blink of an eye, it reached its zenith. Instantly, the magical essence within him underwent a profound transformation as the forces of the cosmos descended upon him. His physical form rapidly strengthened, and at that moment, his soul ascended as well, with myriad insights into necromancy blossoming in his mind. The distinction between an apprentice and a first-tier mage may seem trivial, yet it is akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. Achieving the first tier signifies a formal entry into the realm of profession, where every facet transcends the capabilities of an apprentice. Just like Isaac, who, despite facing an endless horde of skeletons, valiantly fought to the bitter end, nearly achieving the decapitation of Li Gu. This exemplifies the terrifying prowess of a first-tier mage. As Li Gu completed his transformation and achieved his breakthrough, a notification chimed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations on breaking through to the first tier, acquiring enhanced base attributes, and earning 10 free attribute points. Beside him, Albert's eyes widened in astonishment. Another breakthrough. Albert's mouth gaped open, as if he could fit an egg inside. How little time had passed. In merely 4 days, Li Gu had ascended from an apprentice of the first tier, surpassing 9 minor realms to reach the pinnacle of apprenticeship. This was already remarkable, yet now Li Gu had transcended barriers, advancing from an apprentice to a first-tier mage. It is worth noting that Albert had toiled for a lifetime to barely reach the 9th tier of apprenticeship. Witnessing someone achieve in 4 days what he had strived for his entire life made Albert acutely aware of the disparity between individuals. Truly, he is a remarkable individual. Albert marveled. Simultaneously, throughout the entire world of Era, every novice player heard the notification. Ding! Congratulations to the new player, the King of the Underworld, for breaking through to the first tier, achieving the feat, rapid advancement, earning 100 prestige points. You have received a first-tier diamond treasure chest. As this announcement resonated, all players were momentarily stunned, their minds momentarily blank. Is this real? The King of the Underworld has reached the first tier in just 4 days? A first tier? While they knew the King of the Underworld was impressive, the speed of this advancement was nothing short of miraculous, utterly astonishing. Indeed, 4 days to the first tier likely shattered the Alliance record. What was the fastest time recorded in history? 6 days, or perhaps 7? How ruthless. To break through to the first tier in just 4 days. How many foes must the King of the Underworld have vanquished in that time? The King of the Underworld. Truly deserving of his name. Oh, King of the Underworld, Do you require a leg ornament? I believe I would suit the role perfectly. Go away. Do you really think you can compete for my place? King of the Underworld, I shall serve you faithfully. Just look at me. The entire forum erupted into chaos, with countless players buzzing with excitement, all novice players fervently discussing this phenomenon. Although the Reincarnation Game offers experience points, the drop rate for soul essences is exceedingly low. Moreover, since all players navigate the game in their actual bodies, they experience fatigue, sustain injuries, and death is permanent. Under such circumstances, acquiring soul essences through slaughter to elevate oneself to the first tier would typically require 6 months to a year. After all, hunting is inherently an inefficient endeavor. Even the most seasoned hunters cannot guarantee prey every day. To ascend to the first tier, one would need to slay thousands upon thousands of apprentice tier beings. Achieving such a breakthrough purely through personal effort within a year is a feat reserved for the exceptional. Not every player can exploit bugs like Li Go, commanding an army of 1,000,000 skeletons to dominate all. This is why the players were so astounded upon hearing of Li Ji's rapid ascension. However, some individuals were incensed by this news. For instance, Kai Tianlin. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Upon hearing the game announcement, Kai Tianlin was momentarily stunned, his eyes nearly turning crimson with rage, almost losing his composure. This achievement was rightfully his. Gritting his teeth, Kai Tianlin's eyes burned with envy. It was not arrogance on his part. Under normal circumstances, the reward for breaking through to the first tier should indeed have been his. As a scion of the Temple of Light, Kai Tianlin could pray to the God of Light to directly gain experience. Currently, he accrued over 10 experience points daily. As Kai Tianlin's level increased, he could allocate points to his faith, thereby augmenting his daily experience gain. Under typical circumstances, within 3 months, Kai Tianlin would have reached the first tier. Had it not been for Li Go, he would undoubtedly have claimed the achievement. Yet reality knows no ifs. His overwhelming jealousy nearly drove Kai Tianlin mad. He clenched his fists, resembling a snarling wild dog. King of the Underworld, just wait. It won't be long before I find you, and when that time comes, your fortune and everything you possess shall belong to me. The day prior, Kai Tianlin had dispatched individuals to the Republic of Raybao to investigate Li Ji's whereabouts. With the efficiency of the Temple of Light, Kai Tianlin was confident he would soon obtain results. Once he pinpointed the King of the Underworld's location, Li Gu would be doomed. After all, no matter how powerful, the King of the Underworld was still merely a first-tier mage. The Temple of Light in the world of Era had third-tier powerhouses stationed, commanding 9 continents, with millions of temple soldiers, countless knights, and innumerable priests. In the face of such a colossal entity, novice players were inevitably doomed. This was Kai Tianlin's greatest assurance. Meanwhile, in the Douglas jungle of the home continent, Li Go listened to the achievement notification, initially pleased with his first-tier breakthrough, but now his joy intensified. The achievement rewards in the Reincarnation Game are not fixed. Generally, for the same achievement, the faster and more challenging the accomplishment, the better the rewards. The reward for breaking through to the first tier was initially a silver treasure chest. However, since Li Go completed it in 4 days, it was elevated to a diamond treasure chest. Once again, it was time for the delightful unboxing experience. With a smile on his face, Li Go claimed the diamond treasure chest and opened it. Chapter 20, A Surge in Combat Power. As the diamond treasure chest burst open, a dazzling radiance erupted from within, disrupting some cosmic rule, causing the chest to vanish and coalescing the treasures it contained. It was a robe, entirely black, resembling the finest silk, exuding an air of nobility, with mysterious patterns adorning the cuffs, lending it a demeanor both dignified and elegant. The notification chimed. Ding! You have opened a first-tier diamond treasure chest. Congratulations on acquiring the old robe of young Kalen, first-tier rare item. Upon learning it was equipment, Li Go felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped for materials rather than gear. However, since it was already obtained, there was no reason to dwell on it. Taking up the old robe of young Kalen, he examined its attributes. Old robe of young Kalen, first-tier rare item. When equipped, it enhances the power of necromantic spells and the strength of summoned undead. Grants the passive ability, Kalen's Mercy, Ferryman of the Underworld, upon death, can be revived in full condition. Note, this passive can only be triggered once and is effective only for first-tier beings. Equipment requirement, 141 points of spirit. Evaluation, revive, my beloved. Good heavens. Upon reviewing the attributes, Li Gu exclaimed in astonishment. His earlier sense of regret for not receiving materials vanished completely. This old robe of young Kalen was a precious item that granted resurrection. Wearing the old robe of young Kalen was akin to bestowing Li Gu with a second life. Such a treasure cannot be overstated. The mere resurrection ability of the old robe of young Kalen would significantly enhance its value, fetching an unimaginable price. For Li Gu, the enhancements to necromantic spell power and the strength of summoned undead were also exceedingly practical. The former would bolster Li Ji's personal combat prowess, while the latter would amplify the might of his legion of undead. After all, The undead units rewarded by the Cataclysm system are but personal summons of Li Gu in the realm of Reincarnation Games. This collective enhancement of summoned entities, albeit modest in magnitude, becomes quite substantial when considering a scale of millions. Li Gu holds a considerable satisfaction with the capabilities of the young Karen's old robe. However, the equipment requirements for this robe are quite demanding, necessitating a mental attribute of 141 to don it. With this in mind, Li Gu glanced at his current attributes. Li Gu. Reputation, 1080, emerging talent. Class, Necromancer, ordinary. Realm, first stage, first rank, 303,000. Skills, skeleton summoning, bone shield technique. Dark energy missile, slow curse, poison darts. Attributes, Constitution 72, Strength 71, Agility 76, Mental 101. Equipment, dark staff, leather armor, spider silk belt, boots of agility, phosphorescent hood. Sapphire pendant, mental bracelet. Li Gu felt somewhat disheartened by the low quality of his class. In his current first stage, he is entirely outmatched by the battle-hardened skeletal generals of the Apprentice realm, not to mention the Headless Paladin and the Undead Serpent Lord. This is simply because Li Ji's profession as a necromancer is of ordinary quality, equivalent to elite templates among monsters, just marginally better than mere foot soldiers. Even if he allocates all 10 free attribute points gained from leveling up to his mental attribute, he would barely reach 111 points, which still falls short of the requirement to equip the young Karen's old robe. Nonetheless, Li Gu was not without recourse. He retrieved the Soul Staff earned from the 1000 Kill achievement. Soul Staff, first stage, fine quality, mental 64, equipped skill, soul summoning, summons of first stage. Fourth rank soul to assist in battle, duration, 30 minutes. Cooldown 1 day. Equipment requirement, mental 104 points. Evaluation, if it were Sadako, it wouldn't be impossible. Upon equipping the Soul Staff, Li Ji's mental attribute soared to 175 points. Consequently, he successfully donned the young Karen's old robe. Externally, Li Gu now adorned a black robe and wielded a skeletal staff embedded with white crystals, exuding an aura of mystery, eeriness, and formidable power characteristic of a necromancer. Li Gu felt a profound satisfaction with his newfound strength. As a first-stage necromancer, he now commanded his skeletal army with greater ease. More importantly, he finally possessed the means for self-preservation, no longer fearing assassination by enemies. Remarkably, he achieved this milestone in just 4 days. It is foreseeable that in the near future, Li Gu will grow even stronger, transcending to the second and third stages, swiftly traversing the world of Era and returning to reality. Yet, this is merely the beginning. Li Gu aspired to rescue his father, Li Meng, from prison, cure his mother's ailment, and provide a better life for his sister, all of which required him to become stronger. Merely reaching the third stage would not suffice. Aware of the long road ahead, Li Gu suppressed his emotions and turned his attention to the skeleton before him. Having now broken through to the first stage, it was time to upgrade a batch of first-stage combatants. Apart from evolution, Cataclysm points could also be used to elevate the levels of undead units. However, upgrades could not exceed Li Ji's own grand realm. As an apprentice, Li Gu could not evolve first-stage units. Now that he had finally reached the first stage, it was time to upgrade his skeletal minions to the first stage. Compensating for the lack of high-tier combat power, Li Gu promptly checked the upgrade requirements for his strongest combatant, the battle-hardened skeletal general. To elevate the battle-hardened skeletal general to the first stage, it required a staggering 100,000 Cataclysm points. The template units, such as the Headless Paladin and the Undead Serpent Lord, were relatively cheaper, requiring only 60,000 Cataclysm points. Even the most ordinary foot soldier template skeleton required 3,000 points to ascend to the first stage. From a combat perspective, upgrading high-tier template units yields the greatest benefits. As Li Gu has never lacked mid-tier combat power, but rather, he is in need of top-tier power that can shoulder great responsibilities. Additionally, after yesterday's hunting, Li Gu had amassed a total of 240,000 Cataclysm points. Li Gu summoned the battle-hardened skeletal general. As the skeletal general sensed Li Ji's call, he stepped forward, his armor clanking and producing a heavy sound of metal scraping, his imposing figure exuding an overwhelming presence that startled Albert. Despite having spent a day or two together, Albert still felt a pang of fear in the presence of the battle-hardened skeletal general. After all, this was a commander-level undead. The mere pressure from its soul was sufficient to intimidate the majority of magical creatures. Yet, before Li Gu, the battle-hardened skeletal general knelt obediently, as if the most loyal commander awaiting Li Ji's command. As Li Gu's possession, the battle-hardened skeletal general exhibited absolute loyalty. Filled with anticipation, Li Gu pondered how much stronger the battle-hardened skeletal general would become upon upgrading from the apprentice realm. With eager anticipation, Li Gu accessed the system panel and opted to upgrade the battle-hardened skeletal general. Chapter 21, The Hadro Family. Upgrading the battle-hardened skeletal general will consume 100,000 Cataclysm points. Do you wish to proceed? Li Gu did not hesitate and immediately confirmed the upgrade. In an instant, 100,000 cataclysm points were consumed. The power of the system invoked the unseen rules, initiating a transformation from within, resulting in a qualitative change for the battle-hardened skeletal general. The towering figure of the skeletal general, now 3 meters tall, was enveloped in a swirling dark wind, resembling a demon king from purgatory, exuding an awe-inspiring and unparalleled might. Roar! The battle-hardened skeletal general, wielding a halberd, let out a thunderous roar, a sound that resonated like thunder, despite being a mere skeleton. Albert, hearing this sound, felt as if his very soul trembled, his eyes wide with astonishment. Not only had Li Ge broken through, but even his summonings were capable of such advancement. This filled Albert with envy. After all, he had spent most of his life without even matching Li Ge's summons. As the battle-hardened skeletal general broke through its shackles, a notification echoed. Ding! Consumed 100,000 cataclysm points. Congratulations to the battle-hardened skeletal general for breaking through to the first stage, first rank. The successfully upgraded battle-hardened skeletal general, with flickering soul flames, exhibited a hint of newfound emotions, kneeling once more before Li Ge, seemingly in gratitude. Its intelligence had improved significantly. Li Ge nodded slightly, quite pleased. At present, all the undead units under Li Ge's command, if assessed purely on their intellect, would struggle to comprehend even the simplest arithmetic. This was indeed a flaw of the undead. Their actions were driven by instinct. And only high-tier undead continuously possess some capacity for processing additional information, albeit limited. This was also Li Ge's most vexing dilemma. With millions of undead units requiring his direct control, it undoubtedly placed a tremendous burden on his mental faculties. What Li Ge currently needed most was a commanding unit capable of relieving him of some of that pressure. From the current standpoint, the battle-hardened skeletal general, the headless paladin, and the undead serpent lord all exhibited potential in this regard. For instance, the battle-hardened skeletal general, with its increased emotional responses following its level up. If Li Ge continued to enhance it, he might evolve a unit of undead intelligence comparable to that of a normal human, such as a lich, a death knight, or a bone king, those legendary undead. Suppressing the myriad thoughts in his mind, Li Ge continued to examine the attributes of the battle-hardened skeletal general. Battle-hardened skeletal general. Realm, first stage, first rank, 013, 000. Template, commander level, Guardian 1, battle-hardened, Guardian 2, inspiring presence, Guardian 3, kill reward. Note, lacking materials, cannot evolve. Skills, battle formation, bone cage. Skeleton war song, legion charge, city breaking slash, death duel, skeletal bodyguard. Attributes, constitution 207, strength 214, agility 188, mental 194. Equipment, general's battle armor, general's helmet, general's belt. Skeletal, great halberd. Evaluation, how can a great skeleton remain languidly beneath others for long? Li Ge gazed enviously at the attributes of the battle-hardened skeletal general. This is the pinnacle of attributes brought forth by high templates. Excluding the enhancement from equipment, the average of the 4 primary attributes of the battle-hardened skeletal general surpasses 200 points. Should the original equipment of the battle-hardened skeletal general be replaced with higher-tier gear, these attributes would become even more astonishing. In stark contrast, Li Ge himself, with an ordinary quality necromancer class, barely exceeds 100 in average attributes even after reaching the first tier and donning a complete set of equipment, almost a full doubling in difference from the battle-hardened skeletal general. He must achieve more breakthroughs and perhaps uncover a class change scroll in the treasure chests. Li Ge is aware of various methods for class advancement, including class change scrolls, inheritance altars, divine blessings, and so forth. Yet, none of these methods are simple. Nevertheless, Li Ge possesses a measure of confidence. After all, if one stands high enough, opportunities that are elusive to the ordinary can be grasped with ease. After evolving the battle-hardened skeletal general, Li Ge proceeded to upgrade units of the templated rank such as the Headless Paladin and the Undead Serpent Lord. Thus, including himself, he now commands 4 formidable first-tier forces, bolstered by an army of undead numbering in the millions. Even when faced with second-tier beings, Li Ge feels confident in his ability to retreat unscathed. The reason is not to defeat them, for the disparity between first and second tier is far greater than that between apprentices and first tier. The elevation in realm brings about an almost exponential curve in power enhancement. As one progresses further, each significant elevation in realm, and even minor ones, can lead to transformative changes in one's combat prowess. Furthermore, templates are akin to innate talent. Creatures of lower templates find it exceedingly difficult to ascend to higher realms. This leads to the observation that as realms increase, the template levels seldom fall short. Understanding this, Li Ge remains grounded, not naively assuming he could contend with a second-tier entity. Should the opponent be adept in tracking or curses, and bypass the million-strong army of skeletons to strike at him directly, it would indeed be a futile endeavor. Li Ge set aside these thoughts and contemplated the direction of his future development. Breaking through to the first tier signifies that Li Gu can establish his own faction. However, this requires him to seize a territory and obtain a village construction order. The former is quite simple for Li Gu at present, while the latter poses a challenge. Known methods to acquire a village order include exterminating rival factions, receiving a grant from a certain nation, or purchasing it from wandering merchants. For Li Gu, the most reliable path lies in exterminating factions, albeit the drop rate is rather disheartening. Along his journey, he has eliminated no fewer than 5 or 6 first-tier factions, yet has yet to lay eyes on a single village construction order. He decides to continue towards the Necromancer's Gorge, solidify his foothold, and then devise a plan, prioritizing his needs. What Li Gu requires most now is a place to establish himself. The Necromancer's Gorge is the ideal locale, a natural hideout for his undead army, capable of harboring countless undead without raising suspicion, allowing Li Gu to develop in peace. The vast undead army advances like a cataclysm, obliterating any tribes, monster clans, or scattered creatures that stand in its way, providing Li Gu with a wealth of disaster points and materials. Meanwhile, in the Douglas Great Jungle, a vampire stands before the ruins of the Black-Toothed tribe, brow furrowed, who dares to lay hands on the vassals of the Hadro family. As one of the prominent overlords of the Douglas Great Jungle's periphery, the Hadro family boasts a formidable reputation, instilling fear in most petty criminals. This explains why the Black-Toothed tribe willingly offers most of its newborns to the Hadro family in exchange for protection. Yet now, the Black-Toothed tribe has been razed to the ground. This situation undoubtedly provokes a challenge to the Hadro family's authority. It is imperative to report this immediately to Lady Hadro for her judgment. The vampire swiftly transforms into a humanoid bat, flapping its wings and darting towards the inner regions of the Douglas Great Jungle, heading for the Hadro family's stronghold. Chapter 22. Destruction is not your concern. The Hadro family, one of the overlords of the western district of the Douglas Great Jungle. Within their ranks, there are tens of thousands of battle-capable vampires. With first-tier powerhouses aplenty, the strongest, Lady Hadro, is a well-known second-tier elite. Indeed, the Hadro family's influence extends beyond the Douglas Great Jungle, maintaining both overt and covert ties with surrounding human nations, acting as the hidden hands for many noble families, handling their unsavory deeds. In such a position of power, the Hadro family in the western district of the Douglas Great Jungle is akin to local emperors. In the western district, the only entity capable of challenging the Hadro family is the pale-winged wyvern, Hector. At this moment, Lady Hadro, revered as the Blood Rose and in command of the Hadro family, finds herself experiencing a rare loss of composure. Who possesses such audacity to slaughter the vassals of the Hadro family? The destruction of merely the Black-Toothed tribe should not have provoked Lady Hadro's wrath. However, the route that Li Gu is taking towards the Necromancer's Gorge traverses the Hadro family's territory, where the entirety consists of their vassal tribes. Collectively, over a dozen tribes have been annihilated in succession. The bloodless visage of Lady Hadro, emblematic of her vampiric lineage, now flushes crimson with fury, her chest heaving with indignation. To incite such rage in a vampire is to witness her fury in full bloom. Yet, as a remarkable figure who has propelled the Hadro family to its zenith, Lady Hadro keenly senses an unusual scent amidst her anger. Though ablaze with wrath, she does not lose her composure. She summons her trusted aide and issues a command. Investigate. Track down the perpetrator. An elite squad from the Hadro family, led by a second-tier powerhouse and accompanied by 7 first-tier warriors, departs immediately from the family's headquarters to the periphery of the Douglas Great Jungle to investigate this incident. If they wish to uncover the truth, locating the source should not pose much difficulty. After all, Li Gu commands an overwhelming army of over 3 million skeletons, advancing like a white tidal wave, stretching for miles. The devastation wrought by such a massive force upon the terrain is undeniably staggering. Wherever they pass, be it vegetation or myriad monsters, everything is obliterated, reminiscent of a natural disaster. Thus, by following the traces of their march, it would be straightforward to locate the undead army under Li Gu's command. However, finding them is one thing, daring to approach is another. What on earth is this? The second-tier vampire dispatched to investigate this matter, under Lady Hadro's command, widened its eyes in disbelief, its pupils trembling slightly, and its body bristled with fear. In the distance, the earth quakes slightly as countless skeletons march in unison, the cacophony of clattering bones resembling an invisible war song. The unique mist of the Douglas Great Jungle envelopes the skeletal army, rendering them akin to a legion emerging from the depths of hell. In that moment, the second-tier vampire finds it difficult to discern whether it stands in the realm of mortals or the underworld. The visual shock and psychological impact of such a multitude of undead caused the vampire to instinctively tremble. How could there be so many undead? Could it be that a new spatial rift has emerged? No, it does not seem so. This batch of undead evidently marches with a unified purpose, directed towards one destination, the Necromancer's Gorge. After careful observation and discussion, the Hadro family's investigative team concludes a preliminary piece of information. This legion of undead is not targeting the Hadro family, but rather their vassals, conveniently situated along the undead's marching route. In other words, those dozen or so factions stand as mere ants before a surging tide, ruthlessly crushed without mercy. Indeed, it is merely their advance that has led to the obliteration of these factions. Do not inquire as to why your destruction is imminent, for it is of no concern to you. This is an unequivocal cataclysm, a calamity of the undead. The entire investigation team of the Hadro family was gripped by an unsettling dread, daring not to approach. By all accounts, such a vast legion of undead must harbor exceedingly powerful individual units. Only thus can the dominion of the undead be maintained. Yet, what these individuals fail to realize is that the command over nearly 3 million undead rests solely in the hands of Ligo. This matter should be reported to Lady Hadro, allowing her to make the ultimate decision. The investigation team hastily gathered some intelligence from the periphery of the undead army before departing. After all, regardless of the world, the plight of laborers remains the same. Earning meager wages, what is the worth of their lives? Meanwhile, upon the return of the investigation team to the Hadro family stronghold, Lady Hadro, upon hearing their report, furrowed her elegant brows tightly. Her queenly visage, once marked by grace and pride, now bore a countenance of grave concern. Millions of undead calamities. It is no exaggeration to assert that if among them there exist third-tier undead, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for the entire Douglas jungle. Nevertheless, the solitary piece of good news is that this legion of undead has not exhibited overt aggression, steadily marching towards the Necromancer-esque gorge. Could it be that after traversing through a spatial rift into the Douglas jungle, they intend to return to the underworld via the Necromancer-esque gorge? Lady Hadro could not help but ponder the implications of this. The existence of the Douglas jungle is attributed to its unstable spatial fabric, often giving rise to chasms of negative energy dimensions such as the abyss, the underworld, and the demon realm, which have allowed a multitude of malevolent entities to proliferate, rendering complete eradication by humanity an impossibility. Thus, the emergence of interdimensional factions within the Douglas jungle is not uncommon. It remains uncertain whether there exists an intelligent undead race capable of communication. If so, they could potentially serve as allies. Lady Hadro gently stroked her chin with one hand while swirling a goblet in the other, the blood within resembling fine red wine, a reflection of her inner turbulence. You may take your leave, she gestured, dismissing the investigation team, before summoning a trusted aide to compose a letter, instructing, deliver this missive directly to the Archbishop. At once, the aide replied, departing from the Hadro estate with the letter in hand. Upon completing these tasks, Lady Hadro consumed the blood in her goblet in one swift motion. This exquisite human blood, meticulously sourced from the realm of men, brought her a sense of bliss that caused her to narrow her eyes in satisfaction. She licked her blood-red lips and murmured, the will of the abyss approaches, bringing forth ever more uncertainties. Is this the world striving for self-redemption? Or are other forces at play? Ligu remained oblivious to the fact that the Hadro family had set their sights upon him. Yet, one cannot say that he was unprepared, for he had long anticipated the possibility of being targeted by the Hadro family or even the Pale Wings. Thus, whether or not he was the focus of their attention held little significance for Ligu. What remained paramount was reaching the Necromancer-esque gorge and establishing his own dominion. With this goal in mind, Ligu embarked on a grueling 4-day trek. The number of undead under his command surged to 7 million. This figure is nothing short of astounding. If fully summoned, it would manifest as an unending sea of bones. In the age of cold weaponry, Ligu would indeed be an invincible force. Alas, this is a world imbued with magic. In such a realm, sheer numbers alone do not suffice. Within this hierarchical structure of power, it is essential to possess pinnacle units that define the height of the pyramid. Hence, Ligu refrained from summoning all 7 million skeletons directly. Instead, he retained 4 million as a hidden card, to be utilized at a critical juncture. Now, after 4 days, Ligu and his magnificent army finally arrived at the outskirts of the Necromancer-esque gorge. Chapter 23. The Necromancer-esque gorge, the projected world, and instances. Ligu did not hastily advance his forces into the depths of the gorge. He projected his consciousness into a flying, undead unit stationed at the front lines. This unit was a skeletal vulture, evolved from the unique jungle vulture materials of the Douglas jungle. Its level was modest, but its numbers were formidable, comprising over 300 of these aerial entities. With Li Ge's command, the skeletal vultures, constructed entirely of white bones and adorned with a faintly dark energy membrane on their wings, ascended into the sky, obeying his will as they soared towards the Necromancer-esque gorge. Through the eyes of the skeletal vulture, Ligu gained a clear view of a section of the gorge. Below lay an immense, boundless chasm, strewn with rubble, the ground marred as if by some horrific force, forming a labyrinth of crevices devoid of any vegetation. The earth was painted in shades of brown stone and yellow soil, creating a desolate tableau. Scattered throughout the gorge were various forms of undead, the most basic skeleton warriors, undead knights mounted upon steeds, raging corpses, and numerous skeletal mages wielding staffs, all contributing to the pervasive atmosphere of horror and dread that enveloped the desolate gorge. For an ordinary person unacquainted with extraordinary powers, entering this gorge would likely result in a deathly fright, without the need for any undead to intervene. Simultaneously, Li Gu noted a clear dynamic of predator and prey within the necromancer-esque gorge. Many formidable undead would periodically strike down lesser undead, severing their heads and feasting upon their souls. This is not surprising. Undead are the deceased of the mortal realm, creations of the underworld, and the natural evolution of wild undead involves the consumption of souls. Most of the powerful undead lords from the underworld ascended to their peaks by systematically slaughtering their weaker kin. This is also the fundamental reason for the undead's insatiable bloodlust, as the souls of the living are far more delectable than those of mere skeletons. Li Gu had previously attempted to see if he could incite his skeletons to engage in mutual slaughter to foster stronger units. Unfortunately, this exploitative method proved futile. The skeleton soldiers granted by the Undead Calamity system are peculiar. They cannot absorb souls and can only enhance their strength through disaster points. Upon death, they dissipate entirely, leaving no remnants or souls behind, as if they had never existed, akin to mere projections from another dimension. This thwarted Li Ji's plans to evolve one skeleton into another. Setting aside such distractions, Li Gu, through the perspective of the skeletal vulture, diligently gathered intelligence on the necromancer-esque gorge. From the moment he entered the gorge's vicinity, the skeletal vulture distinctly sensed an abundance of underworld energy in the air, significantly enhancing its agility, recovery capabilities, and even combat strength. It was akin to a fish returning to water, reveling in a conducive environment, which filled the skeletal vulture with instinctual excitement. Li Gu quickly recognized this phenomenon and nodded in approval, growing increasingly satisfied with the necromancer-esque gorge. Not only was it teeming with undead life, providing him with ample evolutionary material, but it also served as a natural habitat for undead beings. Those within the gorge, even of equal rank and template, exhibited combat prowess far superior to their counterparts outside. The overall combat strength of Li Gu's millions of undead would witness a terrifying enhancement. It is safe to say that the necromancer-esque gorge is the most suitable location Li Gu has encountered for constructing his own power. This is the place. Li Gu resolved firmly to establish his domain within the necromancer-esque gorge. However, further intelligence gathering was essential. Knowing oneself and one's enemy is the key to victory in every battle. The skeletal vulture scanned its surroundings, revealing a wealth of information about the necromancer-esque gorge. Li Gu discovered that, in addition to an abundance of wild undead, there also existed numerous undead tribes within the gorge. This is a realm of advanced undead, where powerful beings instinctively gather numerous low-level undead to form distinct factions. Li Gu surveyed these factions, meticulously noting their coordinates. For the foreseeable future, these factions would serve as Li Ji's quarry. After gaining a general understanding of this area, Li Ji's gaze turned towards the deeper recesses of the necromancer's gorge. He had explored the outskirts sufficiently, but the depths of the gorge piqued his curiosity greatly. It was rumored that an open spatial rift connecting to the netherworld existed within the gorge. If this were true, it could potentially allow passage into the netherworld. For Li Gu, this represented an extraordinary opportunity. The netherworld, the final resting place of the souls of the deceased, harbors countless undead. Gaining entry would equate to an endless supply of materials. However, Li Gu suspected that this legend was likely a fabrication. If it were genuine, even a modest rift would attract third-tier necromancers seeking to seize it. Li Gu theorized that it was probably a projection of the netherworld. A projection world is a special subspace that emerges when the formidable laws of a plane extend and reflect upon other realms. The netherworld, even among the myriad of worlds, undoubtedly holds significant influence, ranking within the top 10. Thanks to its might, the netherworld has projections in nearly every plane. Players often refer to these projection worlds as instances. Even as an instance, its allure for Li Gu is immense. A netherworld instance, if conquered, could yield bountiful materials and substantial rewards from the Reincarnation Games. This was another crucial reason for Li Ji's venture into the necromancer's gorge. He sought to explore its depths. Li Gu commanded his skeletal vulture to soar into the heart of the gorge, eager to ascertain whether an entrance to the instance truly existed. Yet, before the skeletal vulture could traverse the mid-zone of the gorge, it was ambushed and slain by a more ferocious flying zombie eagle. As the skeletal vulture dissipated, the flying zombie eagle stood bewildered for a moment, wondering where its prey had gone. What happened to that substantial essence of soul energy? Meanwhile, Li Gu felt a tinge of regret. The deeper he ventured into the necromancer's gorge, the more formidable the undead units became. And it was evident that the skeletal vulture could not traverse the territories of such powerful undead. Fortunately, the information he had gathered was already sufficient. After a moment of reflection, Li Gu issued a command, formally directing his vast army of undead to enter the necromancer's gorge. In an instant, a multitude of foreign skeleton soldiers stirred the wild undead of the gorge, who, like a pack of famished wolves catching sight of fresh meat, charged towards the skeletal army. Li Gu did not falter. He had never been intimidated by a numbers game. It was time to demonstrate to these wild undead what true necromantic catastrophe looked like. With a resounding command from Li Gu, his army of undead surged forth like a sweeping wave, clashing with the wild undead of the Necromancer's Gorge in a fierce battle. Chapter 24. Zombies turned into zombie paste. The carnage commenced at that moment. Li Ji's legion of skeletal soldiers was crushed by the undead of the Necromancer's Gorge. Although the quality of Li Ji's skeletal soldiers was inferior, their numbers were on an entirely different scale. If one skeletal soldier could not prevail, then 10 would. And if 10 were insufficient, 100 would suffice. And if 100 faltered, then 1,000,000 would come forth. The undead of the Necromancer's Gorge were not strong enough to contend with such a massive army. In the blink of an eye, numerous undead fell. Kill an apprentice-level skeleton swordsman. Gain 20 catastrophe points. Kill an apprentice-level bison zombie. Gain 15 catastrophe points. Kill an apprentice-level mage mummy. Gain 45 catastrophe points. A flurry of notifications regarding catastrophe points rushed through Li Ji's mind, nearly sending him into an ecstatic frenzy. Every passing moment saw thousands of catastrophe points being accrued. The efficiency here far surpassed that of any other location in the Dougla jungle. Li Gu exclaimed that coming to the Necromancer's Gorge was indeed the right choice. The greatest advantage of the undead was their sheer numbers. And the Necromancer's Gorge was undoubtedly the region with the highest density of monsters on the outskirts of the Dougla jungle. Such a treasure trove had become Li Ji's destined training ground. Filled with exhilaration, Li Gu commanded his million-strong army of undead. Despite the fierce cries of the wild undead, they were merely a collection of apprentice-level foes. In no time at all, Li Gu decimated them entirely. Just from these scattered wild undead of the Necromancer's Gorge, Li Gu reaped over 100,000 catastrophe points in a single sweep. He ordered his forces to scour the battlefield and collect the spoils while he turned his gaze towards other directions surrounding the Necromancer's Gorge. Charging into the Necromancer's Gorge was merely the beginning. Li Ji's preliminary objective was to seize control of the entire perimeter of the gorge, subsequently advancing into its depths for further exploration. To accomplish this first step, it was imperative to eradicate the wild undead factions at the periphery. Having successfully breached the outer defenses of the Necromancer's Gorge, Li Gu swiftly reorganized his army, dispatching more flying undead units to scout the surrounding wild undead tribes. The weaker factions were to be divided and exterminated, while those of greater strength would be confronted with a massive army led by first-tier undead units. The most sizable tribe discovered was situated approximately 10 kilometers away, comprising around 50 to 60,000 undead. Through the reconnaissance of flying undead units, Li Gu identified numerous first-tier wild undead, but found no signs of second-tier entities. Current information suggested that the deeper one ventured into the Necromancer's Gorge, the denser the malevolent energy became, naturally attracting higher-tier undead. The strongest wild undead at the periphery were merely first-tier. Those that ascended to second-tier would migrate deeper into the gorge, claiming more advantageous territories. Thus, Li Gu felt little concern. After assessing the situation, he promptly dispatched a battle-hardened skeletal general to lead 1,000,000 skeleton soldiers directly towards that vast wild undead tribe. As the battle-hardened skeletal general, bearing Li Ji's orders, approached the large wild undead tribe, the formidable army of skeletons encircled it completely. The numerous undead within the large tribe erupted in roars, their power formidable, akin to a disturbed hornet's nest, as they launched an offensive against Li Ji's forces. Compared to other regions in the Dougla jungle, the greatest advantage of the Necromancer's Gorge was the sheer abundance of undead, who lacked intelligence and acted purely on instinct. In simple terms, the wild undead were reckless brutes, and Li Gu relished the opportunity to battle such mindless foes. As the tide of undead surged forth, Li Gu utilized the godlike perspective provided by his flying units to maneuver his army, fragmenting the undead into smaller groups and dismantling their formation. As the ancient military strategy goes, divide and conquer, strike them one by one. Like slicing a cake, vast numbers of enemies were systematically reduced in size, and the diminishing scale robbed them of their numerical advantage, making them easier to dispatch. Li Ji's army of undead moved with the ferocity of ancient beasts, swiftly and efficiently dismantling, hunting, and absorbing tens of thousands of opposing undead. Just as Li Gu reveled in the slaughter, the first-tier undead units within the large wild undead tribe were stirred, and nearly 30 diverse first-tier undead surged forth, intent on halting the annihilation of their tribe. Among them were grotesque flesh monstrosities, sewn together from various twisted limbs. There were plague zombies, their decaying forms exuding noxious green fumes. And there were first-tier zombies, seemingly akin to living beings, yet their eyes glowed with a malevolent red light, radiating lethal intent. A cacophony of roars erupted from these first-tier undead units, their might considerable as they struck, tearing open a small breach in the front lines of Li Ji's army. Li Gu remained unperturbed, exhibiting a remarkable calmness. During the past 3 to 4 days since his army's arrival at the Necromancer's Canyon, he had not been idle and had hunted a considerable number of tribes. As a result, The first-tier combat power under his command had surged to over 180. While it was regrettable that he had not encountered formidable units like the battle-worn skeleton general, which boasted a commanding template, he nonetheless possessed a plethora of elite and exceptional templates. There was no need for the battle-worn skeleton general to take action. At the very moment the undead tribe mobilized their first-tier forces, over 60 ferocious undead surged forth from Li Ji's ranks. Li Ge had undoubtedly transformed significantly since his earlier days. This large-scale undead tribe could not compete with him in terms of both quantity and quality. As the 60 fierce undead charged forth, the 30-odd first-tier wild undead from the opposing tribe were left dumbfounded. Hey, why didn't you tell us you were this formidable? In fact, one of the first-tier wild undead, overwhelmed by the display, instinctively sought to flee. However, under Li Ji's command, they were evidently denied this opportunity. A new assault commenced. Typically, large wild undead tribes engaged in mobbing other skeletons. This was their first experience of being besieged by fellow undead. Nevertheless, since undead beings possess merely instincts and lack the capacity for such complex emotions as humiliation, they pressed on. As the battle raged on, the situation gradually clarified. Recognizing that the enemy's highest combat power was merely this, Li Ge resolved to expedite the conclusion of the conflict and promptly commanded the battle-worn skeleton general to engage. Eager for action, the battle-worn skeleton general finally received the order to advance, roaring as he strode towards the nearest first-tier undead. This particular undead was a zombie, a rare type among the undead possessing a complete physical form, renowned for its remarkable bodily strength. At that moment, the zombie was valiantly holding its ground against Li Ji's venomous serpent sorceress and skeletal ogre. Though beleaguered, it was not yet on the brink of defeat. However, as the battle-worn skeleton general charged in, the zombie instinctively sensed the impending threat and attempted to retreat. With flames flickering in his eyes, the battle-worn skeleton general wielded his halberd with the force of a celestial meteor, striking down upon the zombie with devastating impact. Boom! In a mere exchange, the zombie, famed for its physical resilience, was reduced to a mere paste by the battle-worn skeleton general. Chapter 25, the first to grow strong through autoplay in the Reincarnation Game. Despite being a skeleton, the battle-worn skeleton general emanated an aura of arrogance, reminiscent of a battlefield hero who had once trampled thousands. He traversed the remnants of the zombie, heading directly for the next first-tier wild undead. With a commanding template, the battle-worn skeleton general unleashed a one-sided massacre upon these ordinary first-tier undead. As he swung his halberd, undead foes were either pulverized into a gruesome mass, dismembered, or smashed into bone fragments, creating a scene of utter carnage. The remaining first-tier wild undead, though devoid of intelligence, instinctively recognized the terror posed by the battle-worn skeleton general and instinctively gathered together, attempting to resist in numbers. Yet the battle-worn skeleton general showed no signs of retreat. Without calling upon his allied first-tier forces, he raised his halberd high and plunged it into the ground. Formation, bone cage, centered around the halberd. Intricate and arcane black patterns emerged upon the ground, causing thousands of skeletal soldiers in the vicinity to disassemble into a myriad of bones that floated in the air, hurtling towards the remaining handful of enemy, first-tier undead. The scant few first-tier wild undead were overcome with horror, with no escape or evasion possible. Surrounded by countless bones that transformed into shackles, binding them tightly in a cage. In mere moments, all of the first-tier wild undead found themselves ensnared, their limbs and bodies rendered immobile, unable to stir. The so-called formation is a unique and massive skill that affects all soldiers. In this extraordinary era, only those units possessing formation skills have the right to command vast armies. The bone cage formation, wielded by the battle-worn skeleton general, effectively transformed his skeletal soldiers into a prison, capturing their foes. Its efficacy is contingent upon the mental fortitude of the battle-worn skeleton general and the number of skeletal soldiers he commands. It is no exaggeration to assert that with Li Ji's current army size, the bone cage could easily restrain even second-tier powerhouses. Thus, it can be said that Li Ji's confidence in engaging second-tier adversaries is significantly bolstered by the battle-worn skeleton general's bone cage formation. Slay them. With Li Ji's command issued, the first-tier wild undead, immobilized within the bone cage, met their demise at the hands of the battle-worn skeleton general and his legion of skeletal soldiers. Kill first-tier skeletal elite. Gain 500 disaster points. Kill first-tier skeletal javelin thrower. Gain 600 disaster points. Kill first-tier ironbone zombie. Gain 900 disaster points. A plethora of notifications appeared, and the death of the dozen first-tier undead directly bestowed upon Li Ge nearly 10,000 disaster points. Eliminating first-tier units not only yields substantial disaster points, but also precious loot. Even if Li Ge cannot utilize these items himself, he can bestow them upon his undead units, thereby enhancing their overall combat prowess. Without first-tier combatants, this wild undead tribe before him was akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. A million-strong army encircled them, crushing and annihilating with astonishing efficiency. As the final wild undead perished, the prompt from the Reincarnation Game echoed. Eradicate first-tier wild undead faction. Unnamed, commencing settlement. Eradication speed, extremely fast. Eradication difficulty, extremely high. Eradication degree, complete annihilation. Overall evaluation, extraordinary talent. Congratulations. You have received a reward, 2,000 gold coins. Reputation 10. Through the perspective of the frontline skeletal soldiers, witnessing the devastation all around, Li Gu felt a profound sense of satisfaction. From this recent battle, he had garnered over 400,000 disaster points, sufficient to evolve a significant number of first-tier undead units. Even without evolution, he could elevate the battle-worn skeleton general's rank to a higher tier. Should he reach the peak of first tier, Li Gu, with the battle-worn skeleton general at his side, would no longer fear second-tier powerhouses. Besides the disaster points, the loot also included a considerable amount of soul essence, directly granting Li Gu over 2,000 experience points. Taking into account the accumulation from previous days, Li Gu had now ascended to the third rank of first tier. In the span of merely 7 days within the Reincarnation Game, he had progressed from a first-tier apprentice to the third rank of first tier, traversing a major realm and 12 minor realms. Such velocity places him indisputably at the forefront of all players in the history of the Reincarnation Game, the first in a millennium. Regrettably, Li Gu still had not obtained a village construction order, which left him somewhat disheartened. Was there a principle of conservation governing luck? His rapid ascent in strength was met with stagnation in his efforts to establish a faction. Onward he pressed. Li Gu understood that he could not force the issue. Relying on the eradication of factions to obtain a village construction order was inherently a low-probability event. If he could not eliminate one faction, he would eliminate 2. If 2 proved unfeasible, then 3. Surely, he wouldn't be that unfortunate. In the ensuing period, Li Gu launched a vigorous campaign against the factions in the Necromancer's Canyon. The expanse of the canyon was vast, accommodating hundreds of factions, both large and small, even in its periphery. On just the first day, Li Gu dismantled nearly 30 wild undead factions. Although they did not compare in scale to the initial large wild undead tribe, their sheer number was overwhelming. By the end of the day, Li Gu had accrued over 3 million disaster points. Li Gu did not merely reserve the cataclysmic points for the evolution of high-quality combat units. He also directly upgraded the battle-hardened skeletal general, consuming 190,000 cataclysmic points. Congratulations on the upgrade of the battle-hardened skeletal general to rank 1, grade 5. Consuming 210,000 cataclysmic points. Congratulations on the upgrade of the battle-hardened skeletal general to rank 1, grade 6. Consuming 270,000 cataclysmic points. Congratulations on the upgrade of the battle-hardened skeletal general to rank 1, grade 9. The expenditure soared to over 1 million cataclysmic points. The Undead Catastrophe System invoked the laws of the unseen. In an instant, the battle-hardened skeletal general's stature surged dramatically, becoming even more imposing, and began to strengthen at an astonishing pace. Oberth was nearly left speechless. He had witnessed the gradual enhancement of the battle-hardened skeletal general firsthand. In just a few short days, it had evolved from a mere skeletal soldier into a pinnacle of rank 1, equipped with a commander-level template, capable of contending with formidable rank 2 units. Was there truly no limit to the master's abilities? Oberth's gaze towards Li Gu was filled with astonishment. At that moment, Li Ji's attention was fixed on the battle-hardened skeletal general. Before him stood the rank 1, grade 9 battle-hardened skeletal general, towering at an astonishing 5 meters. Clad in armor wreathed in ominous energy, with a fierce aura rising, and soul flames flickering fiercely. It emanated a presence akin to that of a primeval beast. Clearly not a mere character to be trifled with. Having reached rank 1, grade 9, the battle-hardened skeletal general's attributes had transformed into a constitution of 427, strength of 414, agility of 388, and spirit of 394. Compared to before, these stats had nearly doubled. Merely this foundational strength rendered the ordinary rank 1 units akin to fledgling chicks facing a Tyrannosaurus Rex. With such a general at his command, Li Gu felt an immense sense of satisfaction. He subsequently expended another 100,000 cataclysmic points to elevate the Headless Paladin, along with the Undead Serpentine Lord and other rank 1 commanding units, to their pinnacle as well. While their combat prowess may not match that of the battle-hardened skeletal general, their commanding templates still afforded them considerable strength. It could be said that the battle-hardened skeletal general, along with the Headless Paladin and Undead Serpentine Lord, were well equipped to face rank 2 adversaries. This bolstered Li Ji's confidence immensely. However, the sole regret was that he had only 5 commanding units under his command. After breaking through to rank 1, the evolution of skeletal soldiers from rank 1 materials no longer yielded the overflow of energy from higher tier materials. The advantage was that it allowed for the direct evolution into rank 1 combat units. The downside was that the elite materials from rank 1 could only evolve into rank 1 elite units. Unlike before, when the materials could rely on energy overflow to evolve into apprentice-level commanders. It was a double-edged sword. After all, high-template monsters required even more cataclysmic points for upgrades. Tomorrow, he would see if he could obtain a village-building decree. Li Gu yawned, preparing to rest before continuing. Under the sparse moonlight, with no vegetation in the Undead Valley, the gentle light spilled down. The headless paladin stood beside Li Gu, its attractive physique somewhat eerie due to its lack of a head. Countless skeletal warriors did not rest during Li Ji's slumber. They obeyed his commands, systematically exterminating the wild undead around the periphery of the Undead Valley. A substantial amount of cataclysmic points, an abundance of loot. They flowed into Li Ji's backpack like a torrent. Even in sleep, his gold reserves and reputation soared. Were other players to discover this, envy would surely redden their eyes. After all, while the Reincarnation Game is termed a game, it bears little difference from real life. The standard gameplay involves gradual self-cultivation and strength enhancement, slowly attempting to establish a faction. Yet now, an anomaly like Li Gu emerged. Capable of acquiring 1 million skeletal soldiers daily, recognized by the game as his summoned entities. This was equivalent to gaining 1 million automated scripts each day. It rendered Li Gu a passive participant in the Reincarnation Game, reaping rewards while reclining. How could this not incite envy and resentment among other players? Just as Li Gu found respite, a fire-wreathed corpse griffin soared down, landing at the entrance of a cave deep within the Undead Valley. Chapter 26, The Treasure Beneath the Valley, Necromancer Anthony. The fire-wreathed corpse griffin, a rank 2 elite undead unit, wielded a mastery of fire elemental affinity and flight. A unique undead formed from a griffin's demise. This fire-wreathed corpse griffin stood over 4 meters tall, resembling a prehistoric beast, with disheveled fur revealing its grayish-white, desiccated skin, and hollow eyes ablaze with soul flames, marking its undead nature. Upon landing, it shook its body, its flaming tail swaying. As the undead units guarding the cave respectfully parted to allow passage, the fire-wreathed corpse griffin raised its head proudly, striding into the cave, where an astonishing number of skeletal soldiers could be seen. Unlike their wild counterparts, these skeletal warriors were evidently better equipped, their frames robust, with standardized equipment and disciplined patrols. This group of skeletal soldiers bore a resemblance to a regular army. The fire-wreathed corpse griffin navigated the intricate labyrinth of the cave, arriving at a spacious chamber deep within. This cavern was remarkably vast, covering an area comparable to several football fields. Inside lay numerous corpses of humans, ferocious beasts, and other races, either dissected, stitched together, or altered by various potions, creating a scene reminiscent of a mad scientist's laboratory. As the fire-wreathed corpse griffin stepped inside, a raspy voice echoed through the cave. Wasn't I clear that you were to keep watch over the valley's periphery and prevent any disturbances? The griffin, upon hearing this, humanized its gaze towards the source of the voice and emitted a low growl in response. Following the griffin's line of sight, one could see a gaunt elder clad in a black robe amidst a pile of corpses, manipulating the undead as he dissected a body, seemingly engaged in some form of research. A flicker of fear passed through the griffin's eyes, yet it approached the elder, letting out a soft growl. Although it was neither a human language nor a universal tongue, the elder understood the griffin's meaning in a different manner. Furrowing his brow, a large group of unfamiliar undead has arrived? How many? The griffin replied with a roar. At least 1 million. At this revelation, the elder could no longer maintain his composure. His previously calm demeanor was now rife with shock, and the skeletal soldiers he had been controlling faltered, accidentally dismembering a corpse's arm. After a lengthy pause, the elder finally regained his composure, losing interest in continuing his experiments, instructing the skeletal soldiers to clean up the mess. His expression turning exceedingly grave. The sheer scale of 1 million undead was unfathomable. He could not even begin to imagine what entity could command such a terrifying legion. It must be a pinnacle rank 3 necromancer, at the very least. Report all that you have witnessed to me, the elder commanded, fixing his gaze on the fire-wreathed corpse griffin. Recognizing the urgency, the griffin dared not withhold any information, recounting the events in detail. However, the scale of Li Ji's undead army was so immense that even the griffin had not dared to investigate closely, only managing a distant survey. Most of them were inferior skeletal soldiers of the apprentice level. Upon entering the Undead Valley, they began organized and systematic extermination of the wild undead surrounding the area. Listening to the information relayed by the griffin, the elder's hands trembled slightly. This was dire. They were coming for that treasure. In that moment, the elder felt an overwhelming impulse to gather his belongings and flee. Although he considered himself a dominant force in the outer regions of the Douglas jungle, he could not compete against a force so formidable. Having practiced necromancy for centuries, he had never encountered nor heard of anyone capable of commanding 1 million undead. Such astonishing dominion implied an unfathomable level of power. Yet the thought of abandoning his pursuit of the treasure was unbearable. I, Anthony, have dwelled in this undead valley for a century, all for the sake of obtaining that artifact from the underworld. After plotting for nearly half a lifetime, just as the dawn of hope was finally within reach, How could one abandon it all at the last moment? The elder, known as Anthony, clenched his fists. He could not flee, absolutely could not. However, the thought of confronting the million undead outside head-on flitted through Anthony's mind for a fleeting moment before he dismissed it himself. He simply could not muster the courage. Had he been bold, he would not have lived for centuries in obscurity. His lifelong creed had been to avoid trouble and to fear it as well. The principle of survival had been the guiding force throughout Anthony's existence. The intense yearning for treasures and the dread of the undead army under Li Ji's command continuously tugged at him, and his mind raced, contemplating whether a compromise could be reached. Soon, with a determined grit of his teeth and a stamp of his foot, he reached a resolution. I have walked on thin ice my entire life. Now that fortune is right before me, how can I not take a chance? Thus, the ever-cautious Anthony resolved to make one final desperate bid. Time flowed slowly. The sun rose in the east, but could not penetrate the thick mists of the Necromancer's Canyon. Li Gu, waking leisurely, heard the system notification beside him. Ding. Today's settlement is complete. 1 million skeleton soldiers have been credited. Hearing this notification, Li Gu felt invigorated. A splendid day began with the increase of 1 million troops. The headless paladin brought freshly prepared spring water and food for breakfast. Now, in the wild, one could forget about bread or rice. The meal consisted merely of simple fare like koala tails and tiger meat. However, Li Gu had little desire for food. As long as it filled his stomach, that sufficed. After finishing breakfast, Li Gu began to tally the spoils from the previous night. Due to a lack of command, he had not sent his undead minions to attack large tribes, but had focused instead on cleansing the wild undead. Even so, this had yielded a whopping 2 million disaster points. Among the numerous drops were over 100 soul essences, significantly boosting Li Ji's experience bar. It was akin to grinding overnight. Not only had his troop strength increased by 1 million, but his level had also risen, alongside an abundance of disaster points, drops, and materials. This was an unparalleled delight for Li Gu. Compared to other players, his current existence was akin to a young cow riding a rocket, truly extraordinary. Having awakened, Li Gu, after briefly assessing the previous night's gains, immediately set about preparing to continue clearing the wild undead outside the Necromancer's Canyon. The first target he chose was a wild undead tribe with an approximate total of 30,000 members. The undead within this tribe were aimlessly wandering, completely oblivious to the encirclement by Li Ji's army of skeletons. The ensuing battle was utterly predictable. Under the overwhelming advantage of numbers and strength, this wild undead tribe was swiftly reduced to ruins. Eradication of Tier 1 wild undead forces, unnamed, is commencing settlement. Eradication speed, extremely fast. Eradication difficulty, high. Eradication degree, total annihilation. Comprehensive evaluation, exceptional. Congratulations. You have received a reward, 800 gold coins. Prestige, 3. Li Gu felt little impact upon hearing this notification. He had grown accustomed to it, just as he was preparing to command his army toward the next tribe. Another notification from the Reincarnation Game arrived. You have eradicated over 100 tribes and have yet to receive any faction construction items, triggering minimum guarantee. Congratulations on receiving a special item, Village Building Order. A village building order. Upon seeing this notification, Li Gu was filled with mixed emotions. He touched his face and sighed. Is my luck really this poor? 100. A full 100 tribes. It took the annihilation of 100 tribes to finally yield a single village building order. It appeared to be a guaranteed drop. This led Li Gu to question his fortune. However, he vaguely recalled that, seemingly, the village building order became more readily available as the game progressed. A conclusion drawn by veteran players. Yet, scarcely anyone paid it any mind, as few could establish factions in the early stages of the game. Although constructing a faction came with numerous benefits, it also meant shouldering the burdens of territorial safety and management. A single misstep could lead to total ruin. For ordinary players, the norm was to play it safe in the early stages, gradually developing and enhancing their strength. Yet, for someone like Li Gu, who obtained a village building order on the 8th day of the game, such occurrences were rare. One might say he was the only one in a millennium. It would not be an exaggeration to claim that if there were to be a record for the fastest acquisition of a village building order, Li Gu would undoubtedly be the frontrunner. What is this? Am I confined to relying solely on my efforts due to game mechanics? Li Gu muttered in frustration, finally understanding why he had been unable to obtain a village building order before. Yet, now that it was in his possession, it was time to start building his own territory. Li Gu felt a sense of urgency regarding the establishment of his territory, although only 7 days had passed. He was concerned about his family's situation. Currently, things at home were bleak. His father, Li Mang, was imprisoned, awaiting trial. His mother, Gao Shimi, was bedridden with illness. And his younger sister, Li Xiaowu, was still in middle school. Once he established his territory, at the very least, he could communicate with the outside world and keep abreast of current affairs. With this in mind, Li Gu began searching for a suitable location for his domain. There was no need for excessive worry. The territory could be relocated in the future. The primary concern for the initial site selection was ensuring safety. Through the perspective of his skeleton soldiers, Li Gu compared the area he currently occupied and ultimately settled on a small, elevated area within the Necromancer's Canyon. This location had an open terrain, exceptionally suited for large-scale military operations, allowing Li Gu to fully leverage his advantages. Having made his decision, Li Gu did not hesitate. He set off at once, and upon arrival, he produced the Village Building Order. The Village Building Order was a completely black token, reminiscent of an ancient decree. Possessing a metallic sheen, cold to the touch, with the character for village inscribed in seal script on its front, exuding an aura of antiquity and weight. Holding the Village Building Order, Li Gu silently intoned in his heart, use. In an instant, the order radiated brilliance, spreading in all directions. Only Li Gu could perceive it. A semi-transparent, rudimentary courtyard materialized before him, the ground tracing a grid of latitude and longitude at that moment. This scene resembled that of a construction game. Akin to the process of erecting a building, Li Gu manipulated the shadow of the small courtyard, placing it in an appropriate position, and then pressed confirm. Would you like to construct the Lord's Manor at this moment? Note: once confirmed, subsequent relocations will require the expenditure of manpower, materials, and finances. Confirm. There was no hesitation, for this was undoubtedly the best site for Li Ji's territory. Upon selecting yes, the power from the Reincarnation Game descended, seemingly altering the rules. As the semi-transparent courtyard rapidly transformed into reality before his very eyes. Nearby, Albert was nearly left speechless. The spontaneous creation of structures was nothing short of miraculous. My lord, is he truly a god? Albert's gaze toward Li Gu was filled with fervor. At this moment, Albert's loyalty to Li Gu reached unprecedented heights. After all, one must cling to such a colossal figure tightly. Li Gu paid no heed to Albert, focusing his consciousness on mobilizing the surrounding troops to stand at the ready. Constructing a territory was no simple task. In a mere 10 seconds, the Lord's Manor was completed. Although termed a Lord's Manor, it was essentially a small courtyard, structured similarly to a traditional Sihiyuan, consisting of a main house, kitchen, and 2 side rooms. It appeared somewhat unworthy of such an imposing title, bordering on the simplistic. Yet for millennia, all factions built by players in the Reincarnation Game began with such a modest courtyard. Li Gu held unwavering confidence that he would gradually transform it into a Lord's Palace, a Royal Palace, an Imperial Palace, or even a Divine Realm. As the Lord's Manor was successfully constructed, a notification echoed in the air. The Lord's Manor has been fully materialized. The Lord's trial commences now. Please withstand the impending assault of monsters. Should the manor be destroyed, the construction of the territory will fail, and the village establishment decree shall not be refunded. Generally speaking, the construction of a territory is a matter approached with utmost caution by most players, for it entails the daunting Lord's trial, which is not to be taken lightly. However, what poses insurmountable challenges for others is but a trifling matter for Li Gu. At the moment the Lord's Manor was completed, a multitude of verdant creatures abruptly manifested in the vicinity, densely populating the area within a kilometer. These diminutive and grotesque beings were none other than the infamous goblin race. If there were a creature whose notoriety starkly contrasted with its actual prowess, the goblin would undoubtedly be a contender. After all, goblins are widespread across various realms, with their kin inhabiting most worlds in the multiverse, yet they typically possess average strength and are commonly encountered as novice monsters by Reincarnation Game players. Coupled with their peculiar penchant for capturing female heroes, they have become regulars in numerous irreverent literary works. This particular horde of goblins besieging Li Ji's territory numbered over 100,000, comprising various units such as greenskin goblins, goblin archers, goblin warriors, great goblins, goblin shamans, and goblin chieftains, forming a rather formidable army. Despite their inherent weakness, the sheer scale of this force rendered them far from trivial. Especially for a player who has only just established a territory, such a situation would undoubtedly spell disaster. Should a newly minted lord encounter a trial of this magnitude, they might as well prepare a white cloth to drape over themselves, gracefully bidding farewell. As the goblins materialized, their consciousness began to awaken, and a cacophony of discordant sounds erupted. Ha! We follow the will of the heavens, and have finally arrived. Annihilate everything here. Only then shall we receive the heavenly reward. The Saintess, the female hero, the maidens of the city. Here I come. The horde of over 100,000 goblins clamored, brimming with battle fervor. In the face of such a terrifying spectacle, which could instill fear in the hearts of ordinary folk, Li Gu remained remarkably composed. While goblins excel in employing tactics of overwhelming numbers, he was even more adept at it. Engage. With Li Ji's command, it was as if the gates of the underworld had been flung open. Millions of skeletal soldiers surged forth like a white ocean, a terrifying tide sweeping in from all directions. The goblin horde, initially reveling in their villainous laughter and preparing to showcase their might, was left utterly bewildered. What is this? Where did they come from? Is this really the novice lord's trial? Chapter 28. Wangchuan, the forum explodes. The collective bewilderment of the over 100,000 goblins was palpable. As manifestations of the laws of heaven and earth, They understood their mission and the challenges that lay ahead. Yet, who could have anticipated that the laws of heaven and earth could deceive? They had been led to believe that this would merely be a slaughter of weaklings. Instead, they were confronted with a veritable cataclysm of undead. No one offered an explanation to this horde of goblins as the ceaseless sea of bones surged forth, transforming into a genuine calamity of the undead, ruthlessly launching an attack. The goblin army descended into chaos. At that moment, their timid nature was triggered, and they instinctively sought to flee. Yet, surrounded by the relentless tide of the undead, escape was an impossibility. Goblins were mercilessly slaughtered, with many trampling each other to death in their panic. Calm down. A commanding roar resonated from deep within the goblin ranks. A voice imbued with a strange power that instantly quelled the chaos. A massive goblin, adorned with a rusty crown and towering at 3 meters, surveyed the scene with an imposing presence. It was the Goblin Prince, a rare unit possessing a high-tier template among the goblin race. The emergence of the Goblin Prince briefly revitalized the shattered morale of the goblin horde. Under its command, the remaining goblins formed new battle formations. Heavily armed goblin warriors formed the front line, tasked with absorbing damage. Goblin archers readied their bows, unleashing a rain of arrows. Goblin shamans invoked various blessing spells. Great goblins led elite squads to intercept the advancing skeletal army. In the blink of an eye, the goblin horde, on the verge of collapse, was stabilized by the Goblin Prince. Li Gu watched in amazement. It seemed that even the weakest of races could give birth to some formidable and extraordinary individuals. This specimen was perfect for my purpose of evolving the undead. Li Gu set his sights on the Goblin Prince's essence and issued a command to his battle-hardened skeletal general beside him. It's your turn to take the stage. Upon receiving Li Ji's order, the skeletal general ignited with a fierce determination, hoisting its halberd with a primal enthusiasm for war. To it, battle was the ultimate form of enjoyment. Fight! Delightful! The battle-hardened skeletal general roared, charging forth with great strides. The Goblin Prince sensed the approach of the skeletal general and felt a surge of dread, causing it to scatter its forces in an attempt to intercept. However, the first tier, 9th grade prowess of the skeletal general was not to be underestimated. Roar! A howl that seemed to shake the very heavens reverberated as the skeletal general swung its halberd down, unleashing a terrifying force that tore through the air. A visible shockwave surged forth, sweeping across the battlefield. Countless goblins were instantly shredded into fragments by this strike. In that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the battlefield. All goblins gazed in terror at the skeletal general, perceiving it as a primordial beast. Terrifying. This was simply too horrifying. The goblins trembled, some even losing control of their bladders. The Goblin Prince, gripped by fear, longed to flee but found no escape, forced to make a stand. Yet the skeletal general would not relent, rivaling 1,000 warriors as it led the skeletal army forward, tearing through the goblin formations and plunging the battlefield into chaos. The only sounds remaining were the cries and wails of the goblins. The Goblin Prince, in despair, was ensnared by the skeletal general's formation, the Bone Cage. The skeletal general swiftly beheaded it. With the demise of the Goblin Prince, the remaining ordinary goblins lost the protective effect it provided, causing their morale to shatter once more. This time, there was no possibility of a turnaround for the goblins. Li Gu commanded the millions of skeletal soldiers to encircle, slice, and annihilate the remaining goblins. The slaughter endured for over an hour. When the last goblin fell, a notification resounded. Congratulations on passing the Lord's trial. You have successfully established a village and become a lord. Please name your territory. Wangchuan. Li Gu casually inscribed these 2 characters. The name bore little significance to him. Wangchuan signified the River of Oblivion, the realm where souls find their final resting place. Given that Li Gu was destined to tread the path of the undead, he chose this name. As Li Gu confirmed the name of his territory, another notification echoed in the ears of all novice players in the world of Era. Congratulations to the new player, the King of the Underworld, for establishing the territory, Wangchuan. Achieving the milestone, accomplishing great deeds, and receiving achievement rewards, 600 reputation, a first-tier obsidian treasure chest. This notification left a staggering impact on the tens of thousands of novice players in the world of Era, leaving them utterly astonished. Good heavens, they exclaimed in disbelief. How is it possible that a territory was constructed in such a short span of time? Initially, due to the passing of 4 to 5 days without any updates from Li Gu, coupled with his inherently low profile, the discussion surrounding him on the forum had dwindled significantly. However, this achievement notification ignited a fervor throughout the entire forum. My goodness, it has only been the 8th day since the game commenced. How is it possible that the esteemed player has already constructed a territory at such an astonishing pace? The disparity between players is truly staggering. I have only just managed to earn the trust of my family in this game. Yet the formidable Reaper has already established his domain. What a remarkable feat. I recall that constructing a territory requires enduring the trials of territorial challenges. How did he accomplish this? I bow before your prowess. Whose prodigy is this? Do you require someone to warm your bed? Just turned 18. and the entire forum is in an uproar. It is not merely that it is the 8th day. Even after 1 or 2 years of development and enduring the Lord's trials, there remains a chance of catastrophic failure. Most players contemplate establishing their territories only after advancing to the 2nd tier, for the cycle of this game is akin to reality. No one would gamble with their own life. Yet here stands Ligo, having achieved in a mere 8 days what others would take years, even decades, to realize. Faced with such a chasm of difference, countless individuals on the forum are left speechless in shock. Meanwhile, upon receiving this news, Kai Tianlin, who was engaged in his daily prayers with the Cardinal of the Scarlet Empire, felt a slight tremor in his body, nearly losing his composure. The Cardinal raised his head, casting a puzzled glance at Kai Tianlin. Realizing he had nearly exposed himself, a cold sweat drenched Kai Tianlin's back. He feigned calmness and explained, "I believe I have just received a divine revelation. A calamity is imminent. Is it related to the undead uprising in the Republic of Labwa?" The Cardinal immediately grew tense. "Yes. We must investigate this matter promptly," Kai Tianlin replied with earnest deception. The Cardinal, trusting his words, affirmed, "Rest assured, Divine Son. We have already located the teleportation array used by the 2 necromancers. It is currently under repair, and we will soon pinpoint their location." Upon hearing this, Kai Tianlin could hardly suppress the smile tugging at his lips. "Huh, the Reaper you say? Just wait until I find you. Your doom is sealed." He cursed vehemently in his heart. At the same time, Li Gu joyfully began to open the treasure chest. Chapter 29, The Evolution of Albert. The obsidian chest, larger than the diamond chest, is cloaked in a pitch-black exterior, exhibiting a crystalline texture adorned with intricate patterns and shimmering with a faint golden glow. The intense resonance of rules emanating from it imbues the chest with an aura of profound mystery. Li Gu felt in eager anticipation. He had previously opened bronze, silver, gold, and diamond chests, but this obsidian chest was uncharted territory for him. What treasures might lie within? With a heart full of expectation, Li Gu reached out to unveil the chest. As the obsidian chest radiated brilliance, an ancient parchment appeared within. A notification echoed in his ears. "You have opened a 1st-tier obsidian chest. Congratulations on obtaining Soul Tavern, 1st-tier premium. Blueprints for a building?" Li Gu felt a tinge of regret at the outcome. It would have been splendid if it had been an evolution material. A premium material could at least evolve into a king-tier unit stronger than the battle-hardened skeletal general. However, this momentary disappointment quickly dissipated as he collected his thoughts. Blueprints for a building were still beneficial. After all, various structures with special effects play a significant role in the development of a territory. This could indeed provide substantial assistance to Wanchuan's growth. Li Gu examined the attributes of the Soul Tavern. Soul Tavern, 1st-tier premium, a special recruitment type building. It can refresh spectral entities daily and establish a contract with them. Construction cost, 10,000 gold coins. Well, that's mediocre. After reviewing the attributes, Li Gu stowed the Soul Tavern blueprint away. He was not in short supply of spectral beings. With the plague of the undead system, he could amass millions of absolutely loyal undead units each day. The Soul Tavern not only required 10,000 gold coins for construction, but the loyalty of the recruited spectral entities could not be guaranteed, rendering it unnecessary for Li Gu. Tossing the Soul Tavern blueprint into his inventory, Li Gu gazed at Wanchuan village. The territory was newly established, with only the Lord's Manor constructed, appearing rather rudimentary. He opened the current status panel of Wanchuan village. Wanchuan. Territory level, village. Population, 1. Resources, none. Buildings, Lord's Manor. Blessings, none. This was a rather ordinary initial territory panel, and Li Gu felt no surprise. Yet, he was confident that he could transform Wanchuan into a city, or even an empire, in a short time. Suppressing his lofty aspirations, Li Gu prepared to explore the Lord's Manor. At that moment, he inadvertently glanced and noticed a prompt hovering above Albert's head, visible only to him. Recruitable. Li Ji's mind stirred. How to deal with Albert had been a contemplation for him during this time. After all, Albert had witnessed many of Li Ji's secrets and was aware that he could recruit a substantial number of undead daily. For someone like him, elimination seemed the safest option. However, Albert had indeed risked his life to protect Li Gu at the outset. Li Gu was not one to be ungrateful, hence he had spared Albert until now. Very well. After a moment's deliberation, Li Gu addressed Albert. "Albert, would you be willing to become my vassal?" Albert paused slightly, unsure of why Li Gu posed such a question, yet he did not hesitate. Clutching his heart with his left hand, he knelt on one knee and earnestly proclaimed, "My life was saved by your esteemed father. I am willing to dedicate my life to you." Successfully recruited the necromancer Albert. Wanchuan's population, 1. As the notification resonated, Albert's attribute panel became available for Li Gu to inspect. "Rise," Li Gu commanded, allowing Albert to stand, and then he opened his attribute panel. Albert. Profession, necromancer, ordinary. Rank, apprentice, 9th tier. Skills, skeleton summoning, corrosive mire, hand of vengeance, blinding curse, poison curse. Attributes, constitution 30, strength 29, agility 33, intelligence 60. Equipment, skeletal staff, tattered robe, membrane belt, sheepskin boots. Loyalty, 96, loyalty above 60 allows evolution into an undead unit using disaster points. Li Gu was momentarily taken aback by Albert's attribute panel. Albert's attributes were quite average. His basic stats, profession quality, skills, and equipment all aligned with that of an ordinary 9th-tier apprentice, lacking any remarkable qualities. However, the final loyalty rating exceeded Li Ge's expectations. Albert's loyalty stood at an impressive 96 points. It is worth noting that the loyalty of subjects towards their lord fluctuates within a range of 1 to 100. A score of 60 is considered passing. Anything below 60 carries the risk of betrayal, while below 30 indicates hostility. A score below 10 could lead not only to defection, but even assassination attempts on the lord. Conversely, a score above 60 becomes increasingly challenging to maintain. After all, even the closest family members cannot be wholly satisfied with one another. Albert's loyalty surpassing 90 indicates a level akin to that of a death warrior. What truly astonished Li Gu was not merely Albert's loyalty, but the annotation following it. Loyalty above 60 allows evolution into an undead unit. I can evolve my subjects into undead units. Does that mean I can preserve their consciousness? Retain their wisdom? A multitude of questions flooded Li Ji's mind. The plague of the undead system did not keep him in suspense. The moment Li Gu's mind was beset with inquiries. The system provided clarity. 1. Transforming into an undead unit will not erase their inherent consciousness. 2. The specific race upon transformation will depend on the materials used. 3. Upon transformation into an undead unit, loyalty will be solidified at 100, akin to system summons, ensuring permanent loyalty. Li Gu felt a sudden clarity. This essentially meant transforming his vassals into entities akin to the system's undead units. Such a transformation would solely benefit Li Gu, with no drawbacks. Of course, for those undergoing the transformation, it could be said that the outcomes were mixed. The cost was an unwavering loyalty to Li Gu, while the advantage lay in the potential for limitless evolution and enhancement. Contemplating this, Li Gu addressed Albert once more. Old Albert, I can bestow upon you great power, but it requires your absolute loyalty. Additionally, during this process, your very race will undergo a transformation. Are you willing? Of course I am. Albert's face lit up with surprise. He had long harbored this desire, yet hesitated to inquire further until now. Hearing Li Ji's words, he was instantly engulfed by overwhelming joy. Kneeling on both knees in the most reverent manner, proclaiming, My lord, as long as I may receive your blessing, I am willing to embrace any form I may take. Having traversed the path of a necromancer for the better part of his life, Albert had dulled all his edges, harboring an almost obsessive yearning for a higher realm. To hear the truth of the path is worth dying for by evening. Albert was prepared to sacrifice everything for this. Li Gu, upon hearing this, did not indulge in excessive sentimentality. He possessed ample evolution materials. The finest among them was the essence dropped by the recently slain goblin prince. However, upon further reflection, he decided against it. Albert was fiercely loyal, and he could not possibly assign him the form of a goblin. After much consideration, Li Gu opted for a first-tier elite skeleton mage's soul core. The skeleton mage, though seemingly feeble, held tremendous growth potential, capable of eventually transforming into a lich. A being of legendary status capable of unleashing cataclysmic devastation upon the world. Thus, despite the skeleton mage's soul core being inferior to that of the goblin prince in terms of quality, it was evidently more suitable for Albert's future development and the compatibility of the materials. Having determined his course, Li Gu took out the skeleton mage's soul core and, in response to Albert's eager gaze, initiated the evolution. This marked Li Ji's inaugural use of his evolution ability on another individual, and he was quite eager to witness the outcome. Chapter 30. The Reincarnation Network, My Sister, Li Xiaowu. Evolving the Forgotten River vassal Albert requires the consumption of 50,000 disaster points. Do you wish to continue? It began. Li Gu alerted Albert and pressed the evolution button. In an instant, 50,000 disaster points were consumed. The power emanating from the system enveloped the rules of the universe. An unknown, profound, and formidable force descended, cascading upon Albert in an instant. The pale blue skeleton mage's soul core in Li Ji's hand disintegrated into a myriad of shimmering light particles. These brilliant luminescent motes fused with Albert's corporeal form. Albert's eyes widened in disbelief as he raised his hand, witnessing the flesh of his palm rapidly decay, revealing the stark white of his bones beneath. Such a horrifying spectacle would terrify anyone else, yet Albert, being a necromancer who had encountered countless corpses, felt not fear but exhilaration. I am undergoing a metamorphosis, a transformation towards death. Albert could hardly contain his joy. The disdain for necromancers stemmed not only from their penchant for meddling with the dead, but also because they were inherently a group that pursued death. For the vast majority of necromancers, their lifelong ambition was to transform themselves into liches or similar undead entities, thereby attaining a form of near-eternal life. To be born from death. This was the ultimate pursuit of necromancers. Hence, necromancers were viewed as a natural reserve of evil, universally reviled. Now, Albert could feel that his consciousness had not dissipated, his soul preserved, while his body underwent a transformation. This was the most perfect metamorphosis sought after by necromancers. How could Albert not feel elated? Before Li Ji's very eyes, Albert's flesh and blood disintegrated, leaving only a skeleton, hollow eye sockets ignited with soul fire. Draped in a black robe, and wielding a staff forged from bones, embodying the very essence of a skeleton mage. A system notification resonated. 50,000 disaster points consumed. Albert has evolved into skeleton mage Albert. How do you feel? Li Gu inquired with keen interest, observing Albert closely. Albert raised his bony hand, gliding it over his bare skull, the sound of bones rubbing together echoing eerily as he chuckled. My lord, I feel unprecedentedly invigorated. Flesh is frail, but the undead ascend. I feel as though I have been reborn, possessing not only formidable strength, but also liberated from the myriad ailments of aging. Seeing Albert's satisfaction, Li Gu nodded in approval. To be honest, Li Gu was reluctant to evolve into an undead himself. He preferred to retain his corporeal form, especially since he was merely 18 and had yet to fully savor the pleasures of this world. He then examined Albert's attributes. Skeleton Mage Albert, level, 1st tier, 3rd rank. Template, Elite, Protection 1, Death Spellcaster, enhances all Netherworld spell effects. Skills, Soul Impact, Corpse Explosion, Death Curse, Skeleton Summon, Corrosive Mire. Attributes, Constitution 108, Strength 109, Agility 113, Spirit 130. Equipment, Staff of the Departed, Robe of the Departed, Belt of the Departed, Boots of the Departed. Evaluation, I have become bald, yet I have also grown stronger. In terms of combat prowess, Albert bore little distinction from an ordinary skeleton mage. However, he possessed an advantage that no other undead had, genuine wisdom. With Albert at his side, Li Gu would find himself considerably less burdened. He was thoroughly pleased with Albert's evolution. Now, with millions of undead units under his command, Li Gu could not afford to micromanage each individual. He could only issue commands to the collective. It was akin to a real-time strategy game, selecting a multitude of units and issuing simple orders for attack, retreat, or defense. Due to the overwhelming numbers, even these straightforward commands posed a significant burden for Li Gu. The presence of Albert effectively granted Li Gu a capable aide. With absolute loyalty, he could confidently delegate a portion of the skeleton army's command to Albert, enabling more intricate and precise operations. This undoubtedly represented a substantial enhancement in the combat potential of his undead army. More importantly, Albert's evolution made Li Gu realize the practicality of the Soul Tavern blueprint obtained from the Obsidian treasure chest. The Soul Tavern could recruit vassals, and once their loyalty reached 60 points, they could be transformed into absolutely loyal units. This meant that Li Gu could acquire an increasing number of intelligent undead at a minimal cost. Upon reflection, the Soul Tavern was not merely useful, it was immensely beneficial. However, this plan was not one to be rushed into action just yet. Li Gu turned to gaze at the Lord's Manor. He had successfully established the Forgotten River faction, opened the treasure chest, and evolved Albert into an absolutely loyal skeleton mage. Yet, these were not the ultimate goals of his faction-building endeavors. His urgency to establish a power base stemmed from the desire to establish contact with his family. Suppressing his excitement, Li Gu stepped into the Lord's Manor. The manor was modest, with simple decor resembling that of an ordinary farmhouse. As he entered, Li Gu felt a peculiar energy envelop him. Simultaneously, several options manifested before his eyes: building construction, population management, territorial affairs, reincarnation network. Building construction, population management, and territorial affairs comprised the fundamental functions of the territory. In contrast, the Reincarnation Network was a new function developed through humanity's exploration of the Reincarnation Game over the course of a millennium. It is said that a certain extraordinary artifact allows all Reincarnation Game players, regardless of their experience level or the world they inhabit, to connect with individuals in the real world. Li Gu promptly accessed the Reincarnation Network. Instantly, a panel emerged, resembling a social media interface, materializing before him. It was not particularly mysterious. The screen was filled with news and short videos. After all, the Reincarnation Network is accessible not only to players, but also to ordinary individuals in the real world. One could say that the Reincarnation Network is, in essence, the digital realm of the real world. Li Gu was quite familiar with this interface. He opened his friends list and noticed only 3 individuals in his special attention list: his father Li Mang, his mother Gao Shimei, and his sister Li Xiaowu. Currently, Li Mang was imprisoned and offline, his avatar appearing grayed out. Only Gao Shimei and Li Xiaowu were online. At present, Gao Shimei was gravely ill in bed, and Li Gu did not wish to disturb her. Instead, he clicked on his sister Li Xiaowu's avatar. The chat history from 8 days prior remained. It was when Li Gu had set off for the Reincarnation Game, and Li Xiaowu had sent him encouraging messages, complete with an adorable cheering emoji. A faint smile graced Li Ji's lips as warmth enveloped his heart. Although merely 8 days had passed, The separation of two worlds stirred a sense of nostalgia within him. Taking a deep breath, Li Gu sent a message to Li Xiaowu. Xiaowu, how is everything at home now? Chapter 31. The motivation to grow stronger. It was afternoon. 13-year-old Li Xiaowu appeared fragile, resembling a slender bean sprout. And combined with her charming features, she exuded a delicate charm that evoked sympathy. At that moment, she had just exited the hospital, her brows furrowed with a concern that belied her tender years. There was no avoiding it. With Li Meng in prison and Li Gu in the Reincarnation Game, the burden of the family rested solely on her shoulders. Fortunately, Li Meng's former comrades occasionally lent a helping hand. Otherwise, Li Xiaowu's current situation would be far more dire. As she navigated through the bustling crowd, thoughts of Li Gu surfaced, and she sighed, wondering, I wonder if my brother is safe and sound right now? The low mortality rate in the Reincarnation Game does not imply the absence of death. Some unfortunate souls had met their demise shortly after the game commenced. During the 8 days since Li Gu entered the game, Li Xiaowu had endured 8 nights of nightmares, often waking up in tears, clutching her blanket alone. She was terrified of losing everything. Her father, her mother, her brother. It seemed as though everyone was destined to leave her. At that moment, her phone vibrated lightly. She pulled it out, glancing down, and was instantly taken aback. Brother. Yet, her first instinct was to suspect that someone had hacked his account. After all, it had only been 8 days. Because of Li Ji's entry into the Reincarnation Game, Li Xiaowu had diligently researched, knowing that as long as one built a territory in the game, they could connect with the outside world through the Reincarnation Network. Currently, the fastest player to establish a territory had taken a full 3 months. That was quite an impressive feat. Li Xiaowu admired her brother, but was not blindly worshipful. So her first reaction was to think someone was playing a trick on her. However, players in the Reincarnation Game could not have their accounts hacked on the network, as it was bound to their soul's essence rather than a phone number. In other words, could it be true? Li Xiaowu's mind was nearly overwhelmed. But she quickly regained her composure, glanced around, and moved to a nearby bench to sit down, responding to Li Gu. Is that really you, brother? Li Xiaowu still found it hard to believe. Far away in the world of Era, Li Gu received her reply, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Lifting his spirits considerably, he replied, Of course it's me, Xiaowu. Do you remember the first time you went to kindergarten? We all accompanied you. And you cried and clung to me, adamant about not wanting to go. And that time we watched a horror movie together. You claimed you feared nothing. Yet you were too frightened to sleep alone afterwards. Oh, and let's not forget when you inexplicably decided to wear an eye mask, mumbling something about saving the world. Alright, no more of that. As Li Gu recounted her embarrassing moments, Li Xiaowu's cheeks flushed crimson, and she hurriedly interjected. She was now fully convinced that the person using this account was indeed her beloved brother. Li Xiaowu felt a surge of astonishment. Brother, have you already built a territory? Yes, I just finished constructing it. Upon receiving Li Ji's affirmative response, Li Xiaowu's eyes widened in shock. Her adorable face filled with disbelief. Wow, in just 8 days, you built a territory. That speed shatters the record of the millennium. How incredible. Of course, Li Gu replied, flashing a smile accompanied by a proud emoji. However, he cautioned, do not share this with anyone. When the walls crumble, the crowd pushes. Li Meng, as the general of Kanglin's Star, held considerable influence. His downfall occurred overnight, aided not only by the Kai family, but also numerous other factions. Thanks to the rule of law and the protection from Li Meng's old subordinates, our family is momentarily safe. Yet, these individuals would not allow the Li family even a glimmer of opportunity to rise again. If they discover that I can build a territory so swiftly, they will likely target us to extinguish me before I can flourish. I understand, Li Xiaowu replied. Though young, she had grasped much from these events. Without hesitation, she deleted the chat history between her and Li Gu, leaving no trace of evidence. Li Gu then inquired, how is mom's health? Quite well. The doctor mentioned there have been signs of improvement, and she should wake up soon. Li Xiaowu wished to spare Li Gu any worries, opting to share only the good news. That's good to hear. Upon learning that all was well at home, Li Gu felt a weight lift from his heart. With age, he increasingly realized that life is not solely lived for oneself. Although it was exhausting, he would not allow any misfortune to befall his family. After chatting for a while longer, Li Gu transferred 1,000 gold coins to Li Xiaowu's Reincarnation Network account. Upon receiving the notification, Li Xiaowu's expression shifted. Brother, we still have money at home. You should keep this for yourself. With that, she promptly returned the coins to Li Gu. Gold coins served not only as the universal currency in the Reincarnation Game, but had also become hard currency for use in the real world since the establishment of the Reincarnation Network. According to current market rates, 1 gold coin could be exchanged for 300 Human Alliance coins. The sum Li Gu had sent her equated to approximately 300,000, representing 4 to 5 years of net income for an ordinary family. However, to Li Gu, this amount was inconsequential. In the span of 8 days, he had eradicated over 100 tribes, amassing a total of 120,000 gold coins. Were it not for his concern that his young sister might be deceived, he would have considered sending her tens of thousands of coins. He transferred an additional 1,000 gold coins to Li Xiaowu's account and typed, "No need to save for me. Take care of yourself and eat well. Don't worry too much. I'll handle everything." After sending that message, Li Gu logged off the Reincarnation Network. Watching his brother's grayed-out avatar, Li Xiaowu's eyes dimmed. Her little face filled with reluctance. Since childhood, she had been Li Ji's shadow, always clinging to him. Yet, she understood that he had more important matters to attend to. He was fighting for their family with his very life. Li Xiaowu was certainly not so childish as to throw a tantrum. However, even though she was not a player herself, she could sense that Li Gu was extraordinary. The record-breaking speed at which he built his territory and his ability to produce thousands of gold coins in the early stages of the game indicated that he was a formidable figure within the game. Indeed, my brother is remarkable. Witnessing Li Gu thrive in the game, a radiant smile finally broke across Li Xiaowu's previously somber face. She slung her backpack over her shoulder and took the bus home to prepare dinner. Meanwhile, in the Reincarnation Game, in the world of Era, after conversing with his sister, Li Gu felt a surge of motivation within him. For the sake of his sister, for their gravely ill mother, and to extricate their father from prison, he must become stronger. Indeed, he must elevate his strength in a short span of time. With this determination, Li Gu exited the social section and accessed the true core function of the Reincarnation Network, the multiverse trade. Humanity had explored the Reincarnation Game for a millennium, and if there were to be a singular achievement that had the most profound impact, the multiverse trade would undoubtedly be among them. This feature signifies that all players who construct territories can purchase goods from the real world, as well as from other game worlds. It facilitates genuine exchanges, allowing players to complement one another's strengths and weaknesses, which is immensely beneficial for the development of all gaming participants. Li Gu currently possessed over 100,000 gold coins, a sum ample enough to procure a wealth of materials that would bolster his own strength. Chapter 32, Multiverse Trade and the Exorbitant Shipping Fees. Li Gu navigated to the Multiverse Trade section. The Reincarnation Network provided a prompt. Citizen Li Gu, your strength is ranked as first tier, and you have established a village-level faction. You automatically receive a 9th tier citizen status, enabling you to purchase items of quality below first tier rare on the trade platform. There are no shipping fee reductions or special privileges. Upon reading this notification, Li Ji's emotions became somewhat complex. In an era where humanity had entered the interstellar age, having mastered extraordinary powers, the disparity in strength between individuals was staggering. The powerful could extinguish stars with a mere hand, while the weak struggled even against dogs. In such a context, the concept of equality had all but vanished. Based on objective realities, the Human Alliance instituted a 9-tier citizen system. To put it simply, individuals are categorized into 9 ranks, each enjoying varying degrees of citizen benefits. Within this hierarchy, the first tier is the highest, while the 9th tier is not the lowest. The lowest category comprises those without any rank. Li Ji's father, Li Meng, as the supreme commander of Kanglan Star, held the status of 4th-tier citizen, thereby granting Li Gu and his sister, Li Xiaowu, 5th-tier benefits. However, with Li Meng's imprisonment, Li Gu lost his citizen rank and was relegated to the status of an ordinary person. Now that Li Gu had entered the Reincarnation Game and ascended to the 1st tier, his citizen rank automatically reverted to 9th tier due to this newfound strength. The higher the citizen rank, the more benefits one could derive from the alliance, including potential criminal immunity at certain levels, which could serve as a pathway to rescue his father. Yet, this seemed a distant prospect, so Li Gu dismissed the thought, closed the notification, and entered the trade platform. A dazzling array of goods materialized before him: equipment, potions, blueprints, items, finished machinery, resources, and countless others. Li Gu first searched for the advancement items for the necromancer's higher-tier profession. Discovering a substantial stock, there were items capable of summoning more undead, such as the Wraithwalker, who could traverse the underworld. There were also the Death Listener, which could establish contact with legendary deities of the Netherworld, and the Death Legion Lord, focused on creating undead. All these professions boasted higher quality than the necromancer. However, Li Gu found himself somewhat dissatisfied. Restricted by his citizen rank, he could only purchase items of quality below first-tier rare. Rare profession items required at least 1,000,000 gold coins. After all, this was merely the beginning of the grand journey. With Li Ji's current finances, he could only settle for superior or exquisite quality advancement items. Yet, this would offer limited enhancement to his strength. It is worth noting that the materials for first-tier rare items typically priced around 40 to 50,000 gold coins, sufficient for Li Gu to evolve units that possessed the capabilities of elite templates, akin to that of seasoned skeletal generals. From a pragmatic perspective, purchasing advancement scrolls seemed less beneficial than investing in materials, which would undoubtedly yield a more significant boost to his combat power. Li Gu was not one to waver. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to select his purchases. Ultimately, he identified 3 materials: Heart of a Young Unicorn, first-tier rare, imbued with pure light attribute energy, suitable for crafting potions or special items. Price: 38,000 gold coins. Shipping fee: 14,000 gold coins. Complete Feathered Serpent Skeleton. First tier rare, poison attribute. Materials for elite templates, usable for crafting weaponry or models for display. Price, 40,000 gold coins. Shipping fee, 12,000 gold coins. Skull of a Flame Giant. First tier rare, the skull of a juvenile flame giant, endowed with extraordinary fire resistance, a premium material for weapon crafting. Price, 44,000 gold coins. Shipping fee, 20,000 gold coins. Ligu was quite satisfied with these three items. The unicorn's heart could be utilized to evolve a headless paladin, while the feathered serpent skeleton could facilitate the evolution of an undead serpent lord. The flame giant skull would allow Ligu to summon a formidable fire attribute skeletal unit. However, the exorbitant shipping fees made Ligu wince. They were exorbitant. The shipping fees on the Reincarnation Network were not fixed. The base fee constituted 20 of the product's selling price and would increase based on distance. This meant that the further the spatial coordinates, the higher the charges. For instance, the flame giant skull cost just over 40,000, yet the shipping fee soared to 20,000, which was indeed alarming. Nevertheless, to be fair, the shipping fees charged by the multiverse trade were not exorbitant in the grand scheme of things. Yet, when it came time to spend money, the sting of the expense was palpable. With Li Ge's current financial capacity, he could only select 2 out of 3, and after a moment's thought, he opted for the heart of the unicorn and the feathered serpent skeleton. After all, the headless paladin, as a rare light attribute undead, possessed immense potential for evolution. The feathered serpent skeleton would enable Ligu to evolve a powerful flying unit, ensuring aerial superiority. In comparison to the other two, the practicality of the flame giant skull was considerably lesser, compounded by its steep shipping fee, leading Ligu to discard it. Will you spend 38,000 gold coins to purchase the heart of the young unicorn? This transaction will incur an additional shipping fee of 14,000 gold coins. Will you spend 40,000 gold coins to purchase the complete feathered serpent skeleton? This transaction will incur an additional shipping fee of 12,000 gold coins. How expensive? Ligu felt a twinge of regret and pressed confirm. Instantly, over 100,000 gold coins were deducted from his backpack. Congratulations. You have obtained the heart of the young unicorn. Congratulations, you have obtained the complete feathered serpent skeleton. With the notifications fading away, the two materials materialized in Ligu's backpack. Originally possessing a sum of 1,200,000 gold coins, he now found himself with just over 16,000. It was as if he had returned to square one. Nevertheless, even in this diminished state, Li Ge's wealth in the world of Era far surpassed that of all novice players. After all, gold coins served as currency among players, and NPCs in the Era world could not utilize them. Thus, even those players of the highest status, prior to establishing factions and activating the Reincarnation Network, often found themselves with scant resources. Even though Ligu had only a little over 10,000 gold coins remaining, it was still a fortune beyond the imagination of other novice players. Having secured the materials, Ligu did not rush to evolve, but instead accessed the recycling feature of the Reincarnation Network's trade platform. He bundled and sold all the miscellaneous items cluttering his backpack. The recycling function catered to low-value, low-level items. The Alliance would collect and decompose these items, transforming them into materials for large-scale infrastructure, cosmic fortresses, spaceships, and the like. However, the prices for recycling were typically low. Ligu was indifferent. Most of these equipment and items were dropped by apprentice-level monsters, possessing low quality and rank, and were generally unwanted. One-click recycling saved him considerable time and effort. Ding. You sold 210 items and received 120,000 gold coins. Not too shabby. Ligu nodded slightly. These were merely trash, and one could not expect much in terms of price. His total gold coins returned to over 20,000. However, Ligu harbored no intentions of making further purchases. He exited the Reincarnation Network, carrying the materials in his backpack, and prepared to evolve the Headless Paladin and the Undead Serpent Lord. Ligu was quite eager about the evolution directions for both, especially the Headless Paladin. This headless beauty is indeed an anomaly among the undead, possessing attributes of light despite being a creature of darkness. Ligu is quite curious about what form it will take after further evolution. Chapter 33. The Netherwing Serpent, Soaring to Great Heights. With materials in hand, Ligu exited the Lord's Manor, summoning the Headless Paladin and the Serpent Lord. Observing this, Aubert approached out of curiosity, looking at his two subordinates. Ligu first took out the Feathered Serpent Skeleton and prepared to evolve the Undead Serpent Lord. Using Feathered Serpent Skeleton to evolve the Undead Serpent Lord from level 1. Rank 9, requires 500,000 disaster points. Do you wish to proceed? The cost was indeed more affordable than Ligu had anticipated. The tens of thousands of goblins he had slain during the territorial trial had granted him nearly 2 million disaster points. The 50,000 required for the Undead Serpent Lord's evolution posed no significant burden. He promptly confirmed his choice. In an instant, the 500,000 disaster points were consumed. The power from the system descended, enveloping this small realm in a special rule. The feathered serpent skeleton disintegrated into countless motes of light, surging into the undead serpent lordess form. Aubert watched in awe, his soul fire flickering. No matter how many times he witnessed this method of transforming undead life essence, it never ceased to astonish him. It was truly a divine miracle. As the undead serpent lord absorbed the immense power from the system, it roared, its body rapidly undergoing metamorphosis. The humanoid upper body of the serpent transformed into genuine serpentine bones, its form swiftly expanding until, in the blink of an eye, it reached an impressive length of approximately 15 meters. Its robust physique and elongated shape imparted a hint of a skeletal dragon's essence. Simultaneously, a pair of wings sprouted from its back, spanning over 10 meters, constructed of pure white bone, yet between the skeletal wings, a thin membrane of pale green magical energy was woven. At that moment, the fully transformed undead serpent lord had become a magnificent 15-meter-long, winged, and imposing skeletal feathered serpent. Roar! Accompanied by a roar that seemed capable of shaking the heavens, the skeletal feathered serpent howled to the sky, igniting the soul fire within its hollow eye sockets, bestowing it with new life. A system notification followed. Successfully evolved the undead serpent lord using 500,000 disaster points. Template level increased to commander. Race transformed into netherwing serpent. The netherwing serpent soared towards the heavens, performing a complete 360-degree spin in the sky before landing gracefully before Li Gu, its head touching the ground in a gesture of loyalty. Aubert stepped back in fright. The feathered serpent was a remarkably powerful and fearsome beast race, possessing astonishing flight speed and toxin attack capabilities, granting it dominion akin to that of a near dragon. Legends of the feathered serpent obliterating cities once echoed through the world of Era. Such a fearsome creature had been effortlessly evolved by the master. Indeed, the master was extraordinary. Aubert regarded Li Gu with eyes brimming with admiration. Li Gu, intrigued, surveyed the netherwing serpent. Its overall form bore resemblance to a skeletal dragon. Yet its structure remained that of a serpent, lacking limbs, which rendered it quite peculiar. As the second commander-level unit following the formidable battle skeleton general, the strength of the netherwing serpent was undoubtedly formidable. Driven by curiosity, Li Gu examined its attributes. The netherwing serpent boasted astonishing foundational stats: Constitution 413, Strength 401, Agility 437, and Spirit 419. Moreover, it possessed 3 formidable enhancements: the Air Lord, which augmented aerial combat power; the Nether Toxic, which amplified toxin potency; and the Wind's Embrace, which increased its flight speed. In terms of individual combat strength, the netherwing serpent surpassed even the battle skeleton army. After all, the true prowess of the battle skeleton general lay not in individual strength, but in commanding the skeleton army in battle. Delighted by the emergence of such a unit, Li Gu felt an impulse and approached the netherwing serpent. Understanding his intent, the netherwing serpent lowered its body even further. Li Gu stepped onto the serpent's head and climbed onto its broad back, which provided a sturdy platform. Gripping the protruding bones along the serpent's back, he commanded, "Take flight." The netherwing serpent let out an excited cry, flapping its wings, and in an instant, a tempest arose, propelling Li Gu skyward. The wind rushed past his ears, his robe billowing, and the Lord's manor and the skeletal army below shrank into insignificance. In the blink of an eye, Li Gu found himself soaring 100 meters above the ground, gazing down upon the vast expanse below. Although he had experienced this perspective numerous times as a flying undead unit, the sensation of weightlessness and the immersive rush of wind during this first-hand experience imparted him with a unique feeling. With a thought carried by the wind, he felt the world expand before him. Gazing down at the Necromancer's Gorge, Li Gu felt a surge of inspiration. Soon, he would conquer this land, then march towards the Daigurla jungle, sweeping across the entire home continent, and even the world of Era. After savoring the breathtaking scenery for a moment, Li Gu instructed the netherwing serpent to descend. The netherwing serpent obediently folded its wings and swooped down, landing steadily on the ground. Having enjoyed a flight, Li Ji's spirits soared as he began the evolution of the Headless Paladin. Being the first undead unit to evolve under his command, the Headless Paladin was extraordinarily unique. It was an undead entity, yet possessed attributes of light, embodying a fusion of opposing elements. Li Gu surmised that the Headless Paladin's subsequent evolution would undoubtedly bear extraordinary potential due to this uniqueness. Thus, he held high expectations for its evolution. However, the Headless Paladin lacked intelligence, and even a head. Its robust form stood vacantly before Li Gu, resembling a block of wood. What form would it take? It wouldn't just transform into a horse, would it? Li Gu pondered, curious, for evolution was random and dependent on the materials used. Now utilizing a unicorn's heart, the probability of the Headless Paladin changing form was significant. The only way to discover the outcome was through experimentation. Li Gu directly pressed the evolution option for the Headless Paladin. Using the heart of a juvenile unicorn to evolve the Headless Paladin requires 600,000 disaster points. Do you wish to proceed? Proceed. Li Gu declared without hesitation. At that moment, the power of the system descended once more. No matter how many times he experienced it, Li Gu remained awestruck by this force. As the system's might rewrote the rules, the unicorn's heart suddenly disintegrated, and an endless source surged into the headless paladin. The sound of a horse's neigh resonated. Accompanying the headless paladin was its steed, which at this moment neighed, its flesh and blood becoming more vibrant, enveloped in resplendent holy light. Aubert was rendered speechless, exclaiming in disbelief, "By the gods above, the undead bore holy light?" Although Aubert had witnessed the birth of the headless paladin before, the intensity of the holy light now left him utterly astonished. Simultaneously, the transformation of the headless paladin commenced. Chapter 34. The Undying Saint Walker, Vivian. Brilliant holy light enveloped the headless paladin's delicate form. Visibly, the headless paladin, being undead with skin devoid of color, began to regain a hint of rosy hue. The hollow neck sprouted numerous fleshy buds, intertwining to form bones, blood vessels, muscles, and skin, rapidly coalescing. In the blink of an eye, the headless paladin's head became whole. At this moment, the headless paladin possessed exquisite features, her eyes gently closed, flowing golden locks cascading down. Clad in armor, her graceful figure standing tall, she resembled a proud princess, yet also a commanding general, both breathtaking and formidable, having consumed 600,000 disaster points. The evolution of the headless paladin was successful, elevating the template level to that of a handsome rank and altering the race to Undead Holy Walker. The moment the announcement echoed, the headless paladin, now transformed into an undead holy walker, slowly opened her eyes. Her cold gaze possessed a breathtaking beauty as it fixated on Li Gu. She stepped forward, placed her right hand over her heart, and knelt gracefully on one knee. Addressing him in the common tongue with utmost reverence, "I pay my respects to my master." Aubert, already in shock, widened her eyes in disbelief. She could speak. Language is a manifestation of intelligence, and even the most despicable and foolish goblins possess the ability to communicate, thus proving their belonging to a sentient race. The undead holy walker's ability to articulate signified a clear distinction from ordinary undead creatures, marking her as a being endowed with wisdom. It is no exaggeration to assert that, in the realm of the afterlife, she embodies the stature of an undisputed emperor. Li Gu, too, was somewhat astonished. Despite the battle-hardened skeletal general and the spectral serpent also being handsome rank templates, only the undead holy walker had awakened her intelligence. Could this phenomenon be related to the unique attributes of the undead holy walker? "Rise," Li Gu commanded. Upon hearing this, the undead holy walker rose without hesitation, her movements exuding an air of disciplined obedience. Li Gu scrutinized her closely. Compared to her phase as a headless paladin, the undead holy walker had not only developed a head, but also appeared much closer to a living being. Were it not for the knowledge of her undead evolution, no one would discern her as such. Could she truly be alive? Li Gu wondered aloud as he stepped closer, reaching out to touch the undead holy walker's cheek. The texture felt delicate and soft, quite pleasant to the touch. However, he could distinctly sense the coldness. She was certainly not a living creature. It was clear that the undead holy walker had yet to escape the realm of the undead. He had heard tales of high-tier undead that transcended the boundaries of life and death, evolving towards a higher plane. Perhaps the undead holy walker belonged to this category. As Li Gu contemplated while touching her face, their gazes met. Encountering her pure, untainted eyes made him feel slightly awkward, prompting him to clear his throat and retract his hand. He continued to inquire, "Do you possess any memories? Are you aware of your past?" This was the question that intrigued Li Gu the most. If the intelligence of the undead holy walker stemmed from unraveling the mysteries of her existence and awakening memories of her past lives, what had transpired prior to her transformation? Regrettably, the undead holy walker shook her head. "Master, I do not possess any memories." Li Gu was taken aback. Without memories, how could she acquire language, common knowledge, and other forms of understanding? After conducting a few tests, Li Gu concluded that the knowledge held by the undead holy walker seemed to manifest as an innate ability. She herself was unaware of why she could speak, yet she simply could. This state was indeed peculiar. With his current perspective, Li Gu found it challenging to delve deeper into the matter, so he opted to examine the attributes panel of the undead holy walker. All else may be ephemeral, but only strength remains veritable. The attributes panel of the undead holy walker materialized before Li Ji's eyes. Undead holy walker. Realm, first stage. 9th rank, restricted by the host's realm, unable to upgrade. Template, handsome rank, blessing 1. Holy solitary walker, a solitary traveler walking the path of holy light in the guise of the deceased. Blessing 2, guardian unicorn, possesses a realm equivalent. Pseudo-handsome rank mount from the afterlife. Blessing 3, heart of holy light, greatly enhances the power of all holy light skills, and possesses divine retribution effects. Note, lacks materials. Unable to evolve. Skills, guardian holy shield, spear of divine retribution, great holy light healing, resurrection, holy charge. Attributes, Constitution 421, Strength 403, Agility 402, Spirit 449. Equipment, Holy Armor, Holy Helmet, Holy Boots, Holy Lance. Evaluation, oh, what in the world is this? A question from the Holy Light. Li Ge found himself quite pleased with the attributes of the undead Holy Walker. Aside from her inability to fly, her combat prowess utterly eclipsed that of both the Spectral Serpent and the battle-hardened Skeletal General. This was due to the undead Holy Walker's inherent possession of a pseudo-handsome rank template, the Afterlife Unicorn. Overall, she equated to a combat power akin to that of a half-handsome rank template. In such circumstances, in a one-on-one duel, the undead Holy Walker was virtually invincible among peers of the same rank and template. What delighted Li Ge even more was the revelation that the undead Holy Walker possessed the extraordinary skill of resurrection. Resurrection, a racial skill of the undead Holy Walker, consuming holy light power to revive an individual who has been dead for no more than 90 minutes. Note, specific consumption varies based on the realm and template level of the revived target. Despite certain limitations, this ability was undeniably a divine skill. If Li Ge were to encounter misfortune, he could utilize this skill to secure a second chance at life, including the old magic of the young Karen. Li Ge's ability to preserve himself had skyrocketed. Very good, quite formidable. Li Ge nodded in satisfaction towards the undead Holy Walker. Her powerful individual combat strength, her astounding resurrection ability, and her remarkable potential for evolution made her a unit worthy of long-term cultivation. Although the undead Holy Walker had gained wisdom, her lack of memories rendered her devoid of many emotions. She stood there like a loyal guardian, her expression entirely neutral. Observing this, Li Ge pondered for a moment before speaking. Since you possess wisdom, you are now an independent entity and shall have a name. From this day forth, you shall be called Vivian. Thank you for the bestowed name, Master. Vivian bowed to Li Ge, and despite her expression remaining devoid of joy or sorrow, something inexplicable seemed to infuse her with a hint of vitality upon receiving her name. The threads of fate were subtly woven together, and the gears of destiny began to turn in that very moment. Having completed Vivian's evolution and added 2 formidable generals to his ranks with the Spectral Serpent and the battle-hardened Skeletal General, Li Ge felt a lightness in his heart as he gazed upon the current state of Wangshuan. The entire territory, newly constructed, lay barren and desolate. Apart from the scattered skeletons, there was naught else. Li Ge recalled the blueprint for the Soul Tavern he had obtained from a treasure chest earlier. Although he had initially been dismissive upon opening it, after evolving Obert, he found it increasingly appealing. After all, this presented Li Ge with an opportunity to cultivate a multitude of wise undead units. It was time to establish the Soul Tavern. Li Ge retrieved the blueprint for the Soul Tavern. Chapter 35. You see, it still owes us thanks. The greatest value of the Soul Tavern to Li Ge lay in its ability to refresh a greater number of recruitable inhabitants. As long as these inhabitants achieved a loyalty rating of over 60, Li Ge could evolve them into his undead minions. Not only would they be absolutely loyal, but they could also alleviate Li Ge's burdens. With this thought in mind, Li Ge directly utilized the blueprint for the Soul Tavern. The prompt from the Reincarnation Game soon followed. Constructing the Soul Tavern requires the expenditure of 10,000 gold coins. Do you wish to proceed? Although 10,000 gold coins was a substantial sum, it was a trifling amount for Li Ge, who promptly confirmed his choice. As this sum was deducted from Li Ge's inventory, the ground transformed into an intricate grid, reminiscent of the territory's construction. A luxurious 3-story tavern materialized before Li Ge's eyes. He positioned the tavern not far from the Lord's mansion. With Li Ge's confirmation, the rules of the Reincarnation Game descended upon the scene. An invisible force interwove. As if the creation of heaven and earth was at work, the tavern's ethereal form transformed into reality at a visible pace. The tavern stood approximately 10 meters tall, its overall design resembling that of traditional Chinese architecture, albeit adorned with an eerie ambience. Lanterns shaped like skulls hung from the rafters. Fearsome guardians stood sentinel, and various decorations crafted from bones adorned the walls, all illuminated by the ghostly blue flames, rendering the tavern reminiscent of a haunt from the underworld. Exuding an aura of terror, Li Ge glanced at the skeletal army under his command. It indeed matched the aesthetic of his territory quite well. Once upon a time, Li Ge was a cheerful and bright young man. However, he never imagined that one day he would ascend to the status of the King of Ghosts. According to the whims of the Undead Catastrophe System, Li Ge's future was undoubtedly destined to lead him towards becoming the sovereign of the underworld. Nevertheless, he reflected, a king is still a king, and an emperor is still an emperor. Although the path may seem haunting and eerie, Li Ge was not one to be choosy. After all, such an opportunity was one that others could only envy from afar. Surveying the Soul Tavern from the outside, Li Ge accompanied Vivian as they entered the establishment. Inside, they found a scattering of 20 to 30 spectral beings, including ghosts, zombies, skeletons, and ghouls, an ensemble reminiscent of a grand procession of spirits. These were the very undead that Li Ge sought to recruit. However, he did not rush. Instead, he casually accessed the Soul Tavern's attribute panel. Soul Tavern, level, first tier quality, exceptional aura, visitor from the underworld, attracts guests from the undead races daily. Current reputation, 3,462, somewhat famous. Refreshes 30 guests daily. Non-combat zone, no fighting allowed within the tavern. My domain. My rules, can expel patrons at will. Drinking companions, significantly increases the favorability of first-time guests. Currently recruitable, zombie sorcerer, elite tier, first rank, 3rd grade. Ghost, common tier. First rank, 4th grade. Skeleton miner mocha, handsome tier, first rank, 2nd grade. Li Gu examined the attribute panel, stroking his chin as he contemplated his recruitment options. Theoretically, the Soul Tavern could yield units with a king-level template. Alas, the probability was exceedingly low. Today, however, Li Gu was fortunate. While he had not encountered a king-level template, he did find a unit with a handsome-level template. Skeleton miner mocha? Li Gu pondered the name, perplexed. Since when could a miner possess such a high template rank? In Li Ge's recollection, miners typically lacked combat prowess and were generally regarded as mere foot soldiers. Yet, the skeleton miner, named Mocha, must possess some extraordinary traits if he bore a name. With curiosity piqued, Li Gu focused on Mocha's location. Following the prompts to a corner of the tavern where he spotted a robust skeleton, its frame bearing a massive basket overflowing with tools such as shovels, hammers, and pickaxes. Unlike other skeleton warriors, this one radiated a faint golden hue, its soul fire vibrant, and it sported a magnificent beard, exuding an impressive presence. This was none other than skeleton miner Mocha. As Li Gu approached, Mocha immediately noticed him and spoke first. "Ah, boss, have you taken a liking to me?" Mocha's voice boomed with a hearty tone, reminiscent of a seasoned wanderer. Taken aback by Mocha's directness, Li Gu refrained from mentioning recruitment and instead inquired, "Do you know what this tavern is?" "No idea," Mocha replied, lifting a large barrel of beer to his lips. The liquid flowing through his hollow chest without dripping to the ground, seemingly absorbed by his bones. Appearing quite satisfied, he let out a hearty belch. "I heard a prompt while working, saying someone was willing to recruit me with gold and provide ale, so here I am." Li Gu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. This indicated that Mocha, unlike Vivian, possessed complete memories. "And do you know where you hail from?" he asked curiously. "Of course," Mocha replied, casting a strange glance at Li Gu. "I hail from the Great Gula Mine, under the dominion of the mighty bone Emperor Montini." "What is the Great Gula Mine?" Li Gu continued to probe. At this, Mocha scratched his head, deep in thought, ultimately replying, "The mine is vast. I was born within its depths and have never ventured beyond its confines, nor encountered any undead outside its boundaries." Li Gu harbored suspicions. To be referred to as the Bone Emperor suggested a being of at least an emperor-level template, a transcendent entity of 6th-tier strength. It was highly probable that Mocha originated from the underworld or perhaps a colossal projection of the underworld. Only a place of such magnitude could give rise to such formidable beings. It appeared that the patrons of the Soul Tavern hailed from various realms, a rather remarkable notion. With a sigh of contemplation, Li Gu steered the conversation back to the matter at hand. "Since you were aware of this tavern before entering, would you be willing to accept my offer to join me as a subordinate?" That depends on what kind of remuneration you are prepared to offer," Mocha replied, his soul fire flickering with shrewdness. Li Gu reclined in his chair, smiling. "Let me first hear your demands." Mocha lowered his head, his soul fire blazing fiercely as he pondered. After a moment, he raised a finger. Li Gu felt a jolt of concern. Surely, this old skeleton wouldn't ask for 1,000 gold coins, would he? 100 gold coins a month, and I require at least 2, no? At least 3 hours of rest each day, Mocha declared, his soul fire unwavering, as if he had presented a monumental price. 100 gold coins. Truly, he was asking for a princely sum. Li Gu had prepared to haggle, but swallowed his words. A handsome tier, first-rank unit for 100 gold coins a month. With merely 3 hours of rest each day, if he were to negotiate further, he would feel a pang of guilt. This was what one might call a chosen laborer. Seeing Li Gu remain silent for an extended period, Mocha feared the price was too steep and added, "If you find it unacceptable, I can manage with only 2 hours of rest." "No, 3 hours it is," Li Gu interjected. "I accept all your terms." Mocha was overwhelmed with emotion, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes as he grasped Li Ji's hand, exclaiming, "Boss, thank you. I, Mocha, will work diligently." Li Gu felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Look at that, he's the one thanking me." Chapter 36, The Chosen Laborer. Mocha's excitement over 100 gold coins and a mere 3 hours of rest stemmed from the fact that during his time in the mine, he had only 1 hour of rest each day, without a penny to his name, merely toiling alongside a legion of mindless skeletons. He had endured this monotonous and dreary existence for an indeterminate length of time. Once, he had attempted to revolt against it. Yet, in a world where personal strength reigned supreme, the exploitation of the weak by the strong reached its zenith. The price of rebellion was met with harsher punishment and more severe exploitation. Thus, to Mocha, the remuneration he sought was already an unfathomably generous offer. "Come, let us formalize the contract," Li Gu said, raising his hand to conjure a pact as the Lord of the Forgotten River. The contract's details were as follows. Mocha shall pledge loyalty to the Lord of the Forgotten River, receiving 100 gold coins monthly, and shall enjoy 3 hours of rest each day. Mocha is to obey Li Gu's commands and maintain his loyalty. Should Mocha violate this, Li Gu reserves the right to terminate the contract. This was a relatively equitable employment contract. It was not that Li Gu wished to impose stricter terms, but as a lord, he could only recruit and not enslave. In simple terms, it resembled a relationship between an employer and an employee. Mocha reviewed the contents of the contract and quickly inscribed his soul mark upon it. At that moment, the rules of the Reincarnation Game descended. The parchment of the contract conjured by Li Gu disintegrated, and a notification chimed. 300 gold coins. Successfully recruited skeleton miner Mocha. Upon confirming the contract, Mocha rubbed his skull, feeling a sense of joy despite possessing only a skeletal head. Had it not been for the desire to escape that wretched mine, he would never have taken the risk to come here. In retrospect, the outcome was favorable. At least now, Mocha had secured a decent job, earning 100 gold coins monthly, along with 3 whole hours of rest. Truly, the Lord was a benevolent soul. Mocha resolved to work diligently to repay Li Ji's kindness. At this moment, Li Gu began to examine Mocha's attribute panel. Regarding Mocha, Rig harbored a certain curiosity. He could perceive that Mocha's combat prowess was not particularly formidable. What intrigued Rig was the underlying reason that led the Reincarnation Game to classify Mocha's template at the same exalted level as the battle-hardened skeleton general, Vivian, and the Phantom Serpent. He directly accessed Mocha's attribute panel, and a luminous screen materialized before him. Skeleton Miner Mocha, rank, First Order. Second Tier, Template, Elite, Blessing 1. Mastery of Minerals, significantly enhances the probability of locating or veins. Blessing 2, Mastery of Smelting, possesses profound knowledge of metallurgy. Capable of refining first-tier treasures and all lower-quality minerals. Blessing 3, Mining Team, can promote other skeleton soldiers to skeleton miners. Note, lacks materials. Cannot evolve. Skills, or vein detection, metallurgical blueprint drafting, metallurgical tool blueprint drafting, mastery of metallurgy, master-level mining. Attributes, Constitution 381, Strength 383, Agility 382, Spirit 523. Equipment, Drawing Pen, Mining Pick, Mining Shovel, Obsidian Hammer. Loyalty, 40. Evaluation, Chosen Workhorse. The game's assessment of Mocha could not be deemed entirely accurate. Rather, it was merely a work in progress. Rig finally understood why Mocha, despite being a dignified elite of the First Order, received such a meager salary. The reason lay in his complete lack of combat skills. Apart from possessing slightly elevated base attributes, all of Mocha's abilities were production-related. It would not be an exaggeration to say that in the eyes of the powerful, Mocha was undoubtedly a born drudge. After all, in a world governed by the survival of the fittest, a unit like Mocha could only thrive by attaching itself to the strong. Rig felt quite pleased to have recruited a unit like Mocha. With Mocha on his side, Rig could mine and smelt, thereby enabling him to produce a substantial quantity of metal resources. This influx of metal materials would allow Rig to forge a well-structured and organized army. It is noteworthy that as Rig evolved elite units such as the battle-hardened skeleton general, Vivian, and the Phantom Serpent, alongside a host of general tier units, his demand for high-tier combat strength was gradually being fulfilled. However, a competent army requires more than just generals and common soldiers. It also necessitates capable and lethal elite troops. Currently, Rig's most pressing issue was the lack of elite soldiers. The variety of units under his command was too chaotic, resembling a scattered pile of sand, making it difficult to form a cohesive force. The abundant resources from mining would assist Rig in resolving this dilemma. With a wealth of metal materials, Rig could evolve a unified army. Coupled with high-tier combat units like the battle-hardened skeleton general, the pyramid structure of strong elites and common soldiers within Rig's legion would be preliminarily established. He would then refine the composition of his troops, ultimately enabling him to possess a competent, extraordinary army. Therefore, a talent like Mocha was exceedingly vital to Rig's territory. Regrettably, his loyalty was somewhat lacking. Observing Mocha's modest loyalty score of merely 40, Rig felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. However, this level of loyalty was quite typical. The relationship between Mocha and Rig was akin to that of an employee and employer, who among employees is utterly devoted to their boss right from the start. Rig was not overly anxious, as he currently lacked suitable materials for Mocha's evolution. He resolved to gradually enhance Mocha's loyalty for the time being. After all, it was merely a matter of reaching a loyalty score of 60, as long as Rig behaved like a decent person and not a ruthless employer. Achieving this goal was entirely feasible. After signing a contract with Mocha, Rig proceeded to survey the other undead in the tavern. Most were elite, exceptional, and even some common soldiers. However, he found no generals or elite units. Furthermore, Rig noticed that some of these undead merely sought to indulge in free drinks, showing no intention of signing contracts. Ultimately, Rig recruited 18 intelligent undead units, with Mocha commanding the highest salary, while the others were relatively inexpensive, collectively. His monthly expenditure on salaries totaled less than 1,000 gold coins. As for quality, apart from Mocha, the rest were subpar, mostly elite templates, with a few common soldiers included. As Rig gazed upon them, a sense of confusion arose. How could these undead possess such low template levels yet exhibit intelligence? Ultimately, Rig could only speculate. It was highly probable that these undead retained more memories from their genesis, granting them heightened awareness. Much like the presence of intellectually disabled individuals among humans, it was entirely normal for the undead to occasionally harbor a few geniuses. Regarding these 18 intelligent undead, Rig decided to nurture their loyalty for a while. When the time was ripe, he would promote and evolve them into absolutely loyal retainers. Tomorrow, he would return to the tavern. With his thoughts collected, Rig departed the tavern with this group of undead, having successfully recruited a chosen worker like Mocha. The mining endeavors in the Forgotten River territory were set to commence. Moreover, he could take the opportunity to explore the mid-level region of the Necromancer's Canyon today, hunting undead tribes to acquire more disaster points, prestige points, elite troops, and soul essences. Chapter 37. Vivian yearns for slumber. Is this the foundation of the boss? Following closely behind Rig, Mocha surveyed the millions of skeleton soldiers in the Forgotten River, feeling little impact. Mocha likely hailed from the true underworld. Upon his birth, he was surrounded by an endless expanse of undead. Thus, Rig's legion of millions was merely a mundane occurrence for Mocha. Only a few intelligent undead, born within the shadow of the underworld and having interacted with the real world, were truly astonished, realizing Rig's extraordinary nature. Rig raised his hand and summoned another million undead, bringing forth Albert and several first-tier general-level combat units. Addressing Mocha, "You shall lead this group of undead to seek out our veins. Rest assured, boss. I will ensure your investment yields great returns," Mocha replied, striking his chest plate resoundingly. Rig then turned to Albert. "Albert, you are responsible for commanding the troops to protect Mocha and his team." "Understood, my lord," Albert nodded, comprehending the underlying message. Rig intended for him not only to protect Mocha, but also to keep a watchful eye on him. After all, Mocha's loyalty was a mere 40, neither high nor low. Categorizing him as a potential defector, one must always be wary. Rig remained vigilant and arranged for Albert and Mocha's commands. He then ordered the battle-hardened skeleton general and the phantom serpent to formally advance towards the mid-level region of the Necromancer's Canyon. As for Vivian, she was tasked with providing close protection for Rig's safety. With Rig's command, the vast undead army surged forth like a tidal wave towards the mid-level region of the Necromancer's Canyon. The battle-hardened skeleton general took charge of the ground troops, while the phantom serpent dominated the skies. Under this air-ground coordination, even though the undead tribes in the mid-level region were considerably stronger than those on the outskirts, they stood no chance against this overwhelming army. Countless undead were obliterated. Tribe after tribe was annihilated. Prompt notifications flooded in. Annihilated undead tribe gained 200,000 disaster points. 3,000 gold coins. 6 prestige points. Annihilated undead tribe gained 300,000 disaster points. 4,000 gold coins. 7 prestige points. Annihilated undead tribe gained 150,000 disaster points. 2,000 gold coins. 5 prestige points. Like a mighty wave sweeping everything in its path, the army of millions of undead surged forth. The undead tribes crumbled like tiny mounds before a flood, disintegrating in an instant. Day turned to night, and within just one day, Rig accrued a staggering 5 million disaster points. The total gold coins acquired reached 40,000. Rig's prestige surged past 3,502 points. Although having over 3,000 points of prestige only amounted to minor recognition within the current player community, Rig undoubtedly stood head and shoulders above the rest. His prestige was indisputably the highest among novice players in the Arrow world. In addition to these developments, the forces dispatched by Li Go, including Mocha, responsible for surveying mineral deposits, have also yielded fruitful outcomes. Mocha has discovered a vein of black soul iron at the periphery of the Necromancer's Canyon. Black soul iron serves as a fundamental material for apprentices. Furthermore, there is a possibility of unearthing first-tier common black soul refined iron from this vein. With this batch of black soul iron, Li Ge's ambitions to forge an elite army can be sufficiently fulfilled. Currently, Mocha has commenced training the first batch of skeletal miners to begin extraction. Simultaneously, they are constructing smelting facilities to refine the black soul iron. To aid in this endeavor, Li Go has dispatched 2 million skeletal soldiers to assist Mocha in this undertaking. It is anticipated that by tomorrow, a batch of finished black soul iron and black soul refined iron will be ready for use. Li Ge's plans are advancing in an orderly fashion. As the hour grows late into the night, a somewhat fatigued Li Gu stretches his limbs. Although the Lord's residence is somewhat rudimentary, it is still habitable. At the very least, it spares him from the hardships of sleeping outdoors as he had done previously. Upon returning to the Lord's residence and preparing to head to his bedroom, he notices Vivian still closely following behind him. Li Gu immediately comprehends the situation. While it is true that Vivian has gained intelligence, she remains as naive as a blank slate, lacking practical life knowledge. The command Li Gu had given her was to provide close protection, and Vivian has indeed remained steadfastly by his side. I am about to sleep. Vivian, you should find a room to rest as well, Li Gu suggests. Vivian shakes her head earnestly and replies, Master, I do not require rest. Li Gu does not doubt this. After all, Vivian is fundamentally a being of the undead and does not require rest in the same manner he does. However, he himself needs to rest. With this thought in mind, Li Gu reluctantly replies, Then find something to occupy yourself with. Just do not disturb my rest. Having said this, Li Gu refrains from further explanation and makes his way to the bedroom. Inside the Lord's residence, the bedroom is equipped with a bed, mattress, and pillow, all of which, while not of exceptional quality, are certainly serviceable. Li Gu does not complain. These conditions are vastly superior to the wilderness. Having traversed through the wild, he sinks into the warmth of the bed and drifts into a deep slumber. Vivian observes all of this with a flicker of curiosity in her eyes. Having just come into existence, she remains inquisitive about everything. After wandering around the small courtyard, touching and examining various objects, Vivian soon finds herself bored. She takes a seat, gazing at the slumbering Li Gu, her mind stirring with thoughts. What does it feel like to sleep? Her curiosity intensifies. Although she hesitates, the memory of Li Ji's command, that she must remain within the courtyard, resolves her determination. She quietly lies down beside Li Gu and gently closes her eyes. Meanwhile, in the Necromancer's Canyon, the night sky is adorned with shimmering stars. The moonlight struggles to penetrate the dense fog that has lingered for centuries. Yet, within the inky darkness of the canyon, a cacophony of activity unfolds. Countless soul flames flicker, and legions of the undead march in unison, faithfully executing Li Ji's will as they declare war on all wild undead in their path. The sounds of magical explosions, the roars of the undead, and the collapse of tribal structures intertwine in a symphony of chaos. Even in slumber, Li Ji's system continues to provide a plethora of notifications. A tremendous influx of disaster points accumulates. A wealth of gold and loot fills his inventory. The annihilation of the tribes further elevates Li Ji's personal prestige. This method of passive progression is bound to inspire envy among all players. Deep in the Necromancer's Canyon, the Ashen Vulture observes the scene, its soul fire trembling violently. Betraying its fear, it flaps its wings, unwilling to linger, and hastily flies towards Anthony's location. Upon navigating the subterranean cavern network, the Ashen Vulture arrives before Anthony, who stands at the edge of a precipice. With dark vision, one would clearly perceive the unfathomable depth of the chasm before Anthony. The summit of the cliff connects to a series of cavernous passages, where undead can occasionally be seen slowly emerging from the depths to enter these tunnels. This is the very heart of the Necromancer's Canyon, the reason behind the multitude of undead that inhabit it. Surrounding Anthony are scattered drafts of parchment, and he clutches a notebook, seemingly engaged in some calculations, occasionally tugging at his hair in frustration, resembling a student unable to solve a mathematical conundrum. The Ashen Vulture casts a fearful glance at the abyss, then cautiously approaches Anthony's side. Sensing the Ashen Vulture's arrival, Anthony halts his actions and impatiently inquires, What now? Chapter 38, The Essence of the Undead. What now? Anthony's steely gaze narrows at the Ashen Vulture. The creature lets out a plaintive roar. The information conveyed through its voice is comprehended by Anthony, whose eyes widen in shock as he crushes the pen in his hand, ink splattering and staining his clothes and the ground. So soon, they have already begun exploring the mid-level regions of the Necromancer's Canyon. Anthony's mind races. Although the canyon is indeed vast, searching through such an expanse requires considerable time. It took him over a decade to discover this place. At this rate, I will certainly miss the opportunity to obtain that treasure within. Anthony's eyes reflect a deep sense of frustration as he clenches his fists, disregarding the ink staining his attire, and gazes into the unfathomable depths of the chasm. No matter, 3 days, at most 3 days. If by then I have not found the answer, I too shall take a gamble. On another front, within the Hadro family estate, Lady Hadro is presently admiring her livestock. Before her lies a vast dungeon, within which numerous boys and girls are imprisoned. Their hands and feet are shackled, and special magical runes are etched around their necks. The sole effect of these runes is to drain their blood. Lady Hadro gazes upon this assembly of humans with satisfaction, a smile gracing her lips as if she were surveying her treasures. She has gone to great lengths to procure this batch of humans, having transferred them from the hands of slave traders deep into the Dougla jungle. Now, this collection of blood vials serves as her daily sustenance. Madam, Das has returned and requests an audience with you, a servant announces upon arriving. Lady Hadro retracts her gaze, recognizing Das as her trusted envoy sent to deliver messages. Have him wait for me in the study, she commands. Having issued her order, Lady Hadro loses interest in continuing her inspection of the estate and departs for the study. Das awaits her arrival, extracting a letter and respectfully placing it on the desk. "Madam, this is the response from the Archbishop. Understood, you may leave." Lady Hadro replies as she takes her seat, waving her hand dismissively. Das does not linger, quietly exiting the study and closing the door with care. Once alone, Lady Hadro's demeanor becomes significantly more relaxed. She stretches her long legs, resting them on the table in a languid pose that accentuates her alluring physique. She picks up the letter, opening it and reading it meticulously, her brows knitting slightly in concentration. "You wish for me to handle this matter alone?" Lady Hadro begins to feel a pang of regret. Initially, she had written to the Archbishop to report the emergence of millions of undead armies at the periphery of the Dougla jungle, hoping to request reinforcements and ascertain whether the Archbishop would be able to assist. Now, the reply instructs the Hadro family to manage the situation independently. However, upon reading the latter part of the letter, her furrowed brows ease and her beautiful eyes sparkle with excitement. Given the current critical phase of operations between the sect and the Dougla jungle, resources are scarce. If you successfully ally with this undead army's lord, integrating them into the sect's power, the sect can secure resources for a breakthrough to the third tier. Just this single statement ignites an insatiable greed within Lady Hadro. A breakthrough to the third tier. This is a lifelong dream for countless individuals. Madame Hadro is no exception. Despite the Hadro family's dominance on the periphery of the Douglas jungle, flourishing in their endeavors, Madame Hadro has already reached the limits of her second-tier capabilities. She is acutely aware that, given her cultivation talent, even after a century or a millennium of striving, opportunities for advancement remain elusive. After all, NPCs are not players. They cannot shortcut their way to power through slaying monsters and collecting soul essences. The prospect of resources that could facilitate her breakthrough to the third tier ignites an insatiable greed within her. If not now, then when? A flicker of resolve crossed Madame Hadro's eyes as she summoned Das once more and commanded, "Das, personally select 10 second-tier members from the family to venture into the Necromancer's Gorge and pursue the trail of the undead we encountered recently. Attempt to establish contact with them." Upon hearing this directive, Das lifted his head, hesitated, and his eyes betrayed his fear. It is no wonder Das quailed. After all, he was tasked with investigating millions of undead. To him, it was nearly tantamount to a death sentence. Madame Hadro narrowed her beautiful eyes, a chilling murderous intent swirling within, instantly intimidating Das into lowering his gaze. Without further rebuke, she continued, "The family will not neglect you for this endeavor. If you succeed, I shall promote you to the position of deputy clan leader." The prospect of becoming deputy clan leader made Das's heart tremble. After a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Rest assured, my lady, I will not fail in this mission." That very night, Das led an elite squad of bloodkin towards the Necromancer's Gorge. The next day, at dawn, Li Gu awoke to the familiar prompt of the Undead Cataclysm System. Daily settlement complete. Congratulations on acquiring 1,000,000 skeleton soldiers. Now, the number of skeleton soldiers under Li Ji's command had reached a staggering 9 million. He had no time to marvel at the exponential growth of his forces, as he suddenly felt something soft in his embrace. He hurriedly looked down to find Vivian nestled against him like a plush pillow. Upon sensing Li Ji's gaze, Vivian blinked innocently, as if greeting him. There was no shyness, no shrieks, and certainly no cliched scenes reminiscent of a romantic drama. Vivian remained composed, as she was entirely unaware of the implications of the situation. Li Gu, piecing together what had transpired, chuckled in bemusement. "How did you end up in my bed?" "I was curious about what it feels like to sleep," Vivian replied candidly. "But did you actually fall asleep?" Li Gu inquired, intrigued. "I'm not quite sure if it counts as sleep. I just felt my consciousness becoming hazy, and I glimpsed a holy light in my half-awake state." Vivian shook her head. "Then you must have been asleep," Li Gu remarked, somewhat astonished. "The distinction between the undead and the living is stark. Simply put, the undead are the remnants of deceased lives, yet they possess the ability to move and think. Having passed away, the undead do not require sustenance." In this context, it was indeed unusual for Vivian to have fallen asleep. Moreover, her description suggested she even dreamt. Was she still an undead being? Holding Vivian in his arms, her form soft and her touch cool, akin to cradling a delicate doll, Li Gu felt an even greater curiosity. Leaning closer, he inhaled and detected no foul odor. Rather, there was an indescribable fragrance, soft and sweet. Aside from her slightly cold temperature, she bore all the characteristics of a living person. It is said that whether living or undead, the ultimate goal of evolution is to transcend life and death, achieving a state of immortality. Perhaps Vivian's condition is what sets her apart. Li Gu pondered. As a rare undead who cultivates holy light, it is only natural for Vivian to possess unique traits. This realization dispelled the last remnants of doubt in his heart. Honestly, had he truly spent the night holding a decayed, foul-smelling corpse, he would have struggled to accept it. "Rise and shine. A new day has begun," Li Gu said, releasing Vivian and standing up, ready to assess the spoils of the previous night. Chapter 39. Black Soul Heavy Armored Spearman. Though he had slept, the vast number of undead in his ranks ensured a continuous onslaught, allowing for relentless expansion. In just one night, Li Gu amassed over 40,000 gold coins and more than 3 million cataclysm points. His gold reserves had once again surpassed 100,000, while his cataclysm points totaled an impressive 800,000. The only regret was the painfully slow pace of reputation growth. Given Li Ji's current strength, defeating such small tribes yielded minimal reputation gains, with each tribe providing at most 2 or 3 points. He could only adopt a gradual accumulation approach. The impact of reputation is inherently long-term and subtle, so Li Gu was not overly concerned for the time being. With this influx of cataclysm points, he could evolve a cadre of elite troops. Gathering his thoughts, Li Gu retrieved all the soul essences he had acquired the previous night and utilized them directly. Ding! Consumed 324 soul essences, gained 512 experience points. Congratulations on leveling up to first tier, rank 6, basic attributes enhanced, and gained 10 free attribute points. Though he had only been in the Necromancer's Gorge for 2 days, the sheer number of undead here was staggering. In his fervent monster slaying, he had now reached first tier, rank 6. Li Gu predicted that within 5 days at most, he would break through to the second tier. This speed was nothing short of astonishing. Once he reached the second tier, he could utilize cataclysm points to rapidly acquire a force of second-tier strength, ushering in a transformation of his power. At that point, even if faced with a third-tier opponent, he might stand a chance against them. Li Gu was filled with anticipation. From the information available, the strongest force in the Aero world was merely third tier. This means that Li Gu would truly establish his foothold in the Aero world only upon reaching the second tier. After reviewing the spoils from the previous night, Li Gu turned his attention to the results from Mocha's endeavors, leading a staggering 2 million undead. And with Mocha, a production-type unit of remarkable caliber, efficiency in mining and refining was exceedingly high. In just one night, Mocha had directed the skeleton mining army to produce a staggering 8,000 black soul iron ingots and over 100 first-tier black soul refined iron ingots. As the mine tunnels took shape and various refining facilities were constructed, a production line began to form, and today's output was expected to increase significantly. Naturally, Li Gu would need to conduct experiments to ascertain the combat effectiveness of the units evolved from black soul iron before deciding whether to expand production. If the combat strength proved inadequate, black soul iron would only serve the purpose of being sold to the Reincarnation Network for gold. Li Gu commanded Mocha to deliver the harvested black soul iron. In the meantime, he visited the Soul Tavern to check on the recruits available for hire that day. Regrettably, there were no formidable units or even high-ranking ones, only a handful of elites and a multitude of commoners. Li Gu, however, did not discriminate and signed contracts with all willing to pledge allegiance. Ultimately, Li Gu valued their intelligence over their combat prowess. As long as their loyalty was sufficient, he could employ the Undead Cataclysm System to transform them into absolutely loyal subjects, thereby bolstering the leadership within his legion. This would alleviate the mental pressure of commanding an army of millions of undead. After leading this group of followers out of the tavern and assigning them tasks, Mocha arrived with a substantial shipment of black soul iron, wiping non-existent sweat from its skull as it said, "Boss, all the black soul iron produced yesterday is right here." Upon hearing this, Li Gu gazed at the 8,000 black soul iron ingots loaded across 8 large carts behind Mocha. With a hint of excitement, he approached and retrieved one of the ingots from the crate. The ingot, entirely black and emitting a faint soul light, was evidently exceptional. It was not particularly large, slightly wider than a palm, 3 fingers thick, and half the length of a forearm, yet it felt remarkably heavy in his grasp. According to Mocha, a standard black soul iron ingot weighed precisely 100 pounds. Weighing the black soul iron ingot in his hand, Li Gu glanced at its specific attributes. Black soul iron ingot, apprentice grade, a metal imbued with the power of the departed souls, capable of forging weapons or armor that possess soul attribute damage. It could only be described as fairly standard, categorizing it as an ordinary extraordinary material. However, Li Gu was not primarily concerned with its quality, but rather its abundance. The reserves of black soul iron were sufficiently vast, enabling Li Gu to evolve a regiment of elite soldiers, each equipped uniformly and endowed with unified abilities, numbering in the thousands. With a mere flick of his wrist, he summoned a skeleton soldier, intending to test the effects first. Upon opening the skeleton soldier S panel, he selected evolution. A prompt echoed. Using the black soul iron ingot, evolve a subpar skeleton soldier, requiring the expenditure of 100 disaster points. Do you wish to continue? Not too expensive, he mused, nodding slightly. After breaking through to the first tier, Li Gu discovered that the cost of evolving apprentice-level units had inexplicably decreased significantly. When he was at the apprentice level, evolving an elite unit would typically require 500 to 1,000 disaster points. Yet now, having ascended to the first tier, the cost had plummeted to a mere 100. After inquiring with the system, he received a definitive response. As Li Ji's realm advanced, the disaster points required for evolving lower-tier units would diminish. In fact, at a sufficiently high level, lower-tier units could even be evolved for free, provided the necessary materials were available. This was one of the reasons Li Gu had decided to mine, aiming to assemble a large-scale elite army. The modest sum of 100 disaster points was negligible for Li Gu at this moment, akin to a drop in the ocean. Without hesitation, he pressed confirm. As the disaster points were consumed, the rules of the necromantic disaster system descended, enveloping the skeleton soldier. The black soul iron ingot dissolved into motes of light, merging with it. In an instant, the skeleton soldier's height surged from approximately 1.7 meters to an imposing 2 meters. The rusted armor it wore underwent a dramatic transformation, morphing into a suit of pitch-black battle armor that enveloped it entirely. In this armor's presence, the once seemingly feeble skeleton soldier now exuded an overwhelming aura of oppression, resembling a formidable iron statue, brandishing a long spear with undeniable authority. At this moment, a prompt resounded. Consumed 100 disaster points. Evolution of subpar skeleton soldier successful. Acquired new unit. Black Soul Heavy Armor Spearman. Beside Li Gu, the curious Mocha stood in stunned silence, its soul flame burning brightly, a testament to its astonishment. What in the world? What just happened? How did that feeble skeleton soldier evolve in the blink of an eye? The suddenness of it all rendered Mocha momentarily speechless, casting a bewildered glance at Li Gu. Clearly, all that had transpired was due to Li Ji's actions. Could it be that he possessed the will of the underworld, wielding godlike power? Mocha could hardly believe its eyes. Li Gu, undeterred by Mocha's astonishment, prepared to examine the attributes of the newly evolved Black Soul Heavy Armor Spearman. Chapter 40. Unit Skill, Black Soul Phantasm. The Black Soul Heavy Armor Spearman boasted a rather imposing appearance, clad in heavy armor that was meticulously wrapped. It resembled a walking iron tower, emanating a palpable sense of oppression. Yet, appearance does not equate to combat prowess. The true measure of strength lay within its attributes. Li Gu opened the attribute panel of the Black Soul Heavy Armor Spearman. Black Soul Heavy Armor Spearman. Realm, Apprentice Level 6. Template, Elite. Skills, Thrust, Defend, Roar. Heavy Armor Charge. Attributes, Constitution 27, Strength 24, Agility 18, Spirit 19. Equipment, Black Soul Heavy Armor, Black Soul Helmet, Black Soul Belt, Black Soul Long Spear. Evaluation, the beginning of layered armor is a tin can. To be fair, the attributes of the Black Soul Heavy Armor Spearman were rather average. However, compared to ordinary skeleton soldiers, it was a crushing superiority. The evolution cost a mere 100 disaster points, yet it significantly enhanced attack efficiency, making this expenditure worthwhile. Li Gu quickly calculated in his mind and determined that evolving the Black Soul Heavy Armor Spearman was undoubtedly a bargain. The reasoning was simple. While there were many skeleton soldiers, their collective attack efficiency at any given time was quite low. When likening the ground to a two-dimensional plane, no matter how numerous the skeleton soldiers were, only a few could potentially strike the enemy. After all, reality is not a game. Physical collisions exist among skeleton soldiers, preventing them from stacking positions. The fewer the enemies, the more pronounced this disadvantage became, particularly in a realm of extraordinary beings where the powerful could disregard a million soldiers and directly decapitate the enemy's leader. This had always been Li Ji's critical flaw. To resolve this issue, the most straightforward method was to possess exceptionally strong individual units to protect the army's core. Evolving units like the battle-hardened skeleton general, the Underworld Serpent, and Vivian was precisely to address his own shortcomings. Additionally, another approach was to enhance the overall strength of the army. If a skeleton soldier's strength was 1, and an enemy powerhouse could slay 100 in a second, then raising the strength of the skeleton soldiers to 100 would slow the advance of the enemy strongman. As long as the enemy's pace slowed, Li Gu could unleash an endless swarm of skeletons to rapidly deplete their strength, ensnaring them in a quagmire until they were utterly exhausted. Thus, two solutions emerged, fostering powerful individuals and enhancing overall strength. However, these strategies were not mutually exclusive and could be employed in tandem, with the intent to evolve a regiment and observe the effects. Li Gu set his sights on the 8,000 Black Soul iron ingots at his disposal for the evolution of a batch. After all, consuming 100 disaster points for each evolution meant expending a total of 800,000, which posed no challenge for Li Gu at his current state. He directly selected 8,000 skeleton soldiers with his thoughts, embarking on his first attempt at mass evolution. Using 8,000 Black Soul iron ingots, evolving 8,000 subpar skeleton soldiers, requiring the expenditure of 800,000 disaster points. Do you wish to continue? As Li Gu pressed confirm, the tremendous power from the necromantic disaster system surged forth, enveloping the realm. In the blink of an eye, the Black Soul iron ingots disintegrated into dazzling motes of light that intertwined with all the subpar skeleton soldiers. The densely packed skeletons grew in stature, their very essence evolving. Even Oberth, who had experienced such power before, could hardly conceal his astonishment. With a mere wave of his hand, nearly 10,000 skeleton soldiers were evolved. This power could truly be described as miraculous. The loyal followers Li Gu had recruited, bound by contract, were left in awe. What kind of power could instantaneously evolve so many skeleton soldiers? My God, this master must possess the power of the underworld. They exclaimed, one after another, their spirits ignited with reverence. Oh, the underworld above, such a miracle unfolds before my very eyes. The intelligent undead were left profoundly moved. Skeleton warrior Ott's loyalty, 30. Invisible ghost Lana's loyalty, 34. Skeletal knight Dasta's loyalty, 29. In an instant, the loyalty of this batch of intelligent undead surged, with the most dramatic increase soaring by 40 points. After all, what Li Gu had demonstrated was akin to performing a miracle before a horde of ants, elevating them to a higher echelon. The world of the undead was unforgiving. Strength represented everything. When someone like Li Gu, who could bestow them with power, appeared, their first instinct was, of course, to cling tightly to this newfound source of strength. Morta, situated among them, felt the flickering of his soul flame as he recalled his own tragic years of oppression under a tyrannical overlord. He clenched his fist slightly. This master could empower me. Skeleton miner Morta's loyalty, 10. Surprised by the various notifications surrounding him, Li Gu was taken aback, not expecting such a reward. However, he did not dwell on it, focusing most of his energy on the final outcome of this evolution. As all the skeleton soldiers completed their evolution, a prompt from the necromantic disaster system rang out. Consuming 8,000 black soul iron ingots, successfully evolving 8,000 skeleton soldiers. Congratulations on acquiring 8,000 black soul heavy armored gunmen. The number of black soul heavy armored gunmen surpasses 1,000, unlocking the unit skill, Black Soul Apparition. This notification caused Li Gu to raise an eyebrow, revealing a blend of astonishment and delight. To his surprise, reaching a certain threshold in the same unit type would unlock a unique skill. But wait, I have several million skeleton soldiers. Why haven't I experienced this? Could it be due to their low quality? As this doubt flickered in Li Ji's mind, the Undead Cataclysm System automatically transmitted several pieces of information. These revelations clarified everything for Li Gu. It turned out that only units of elite quality and above possessed such skills. With this understanding, Li Gu turned his attention back to the unit skill, curious about its specific abilities. Filled with anticipation, he opened its attributes. Black Soul Apparition, a unit skill that condenses the momentum of the Black Soul heavy armored gunman into a black soul, instilling a psychological deterrent effect on enemies, capable of inducing fear, paralysis, and fainting effects. Note, the efficacy of this skill is positively correlated with the number of Black Soul heavy armored gunmen. Quite impressive. Li Gu nodded in satisfaction. Although the Black Soul Apparition does not inflict tangible damage, it serves as a wide-ranging intimidation skill. As long as the number of Black Soul heavy armored gunmen is sufficient, they could potentially frighten enemies into unconsciousness. This proves to be immensely practical in combat. Moreover, who would disdain a skill that comes without cost? According to the information provided by the system, once the number of Black Soul heavy armored gunmen exceeds 100,000, a second unit skill will awaken, which is certainly worth looking forward to. Li Gu felt a surge of joy. The emergence of unit skills further solidified his resolve to establish a more formidable elite legion than the skeleton soldiers. Undoubtedly, an elite legion coupled with unit skills would render Li Ji's combat tactics far more versatile, allowing him to contend with even stronger foes. This is truly a matter of absolute advantage with no drawbacks. Li Gu planned to send Mocha to excavate more Black Soul iron mines while scouting for new veins, simultaneously expanding the Black Soul heavy armored gunman legion and forging more powerful units. However, before executing this plan, Li Gu cast a glance at the intelligent undead. Having witnessed Li Gu evolve the skeleton soldiers, this batch of intelligent undead had seen their loyalty soar. Many had exceeded 60, meeting the threshold for evolution. The only regret was that templates like Mocha, with high levels, experienced a lesser increase in loyalty. After all, it is always more challenging to sway the strong than the weak. Nonetheless, he could utilize Black Soul Refined Iron to evolve a batch of intelligent undead units. Li Gu pondered. Chapter 41, Centurion, Blood Clan Squad. Black Soul Refined Iron is an advanced form of Black Soul Iron. Although its quality is ordinary, it is of first-tier level, surpassing the common Black Soul Iron in quality. Since he intended to proceed with evolution, Li Gu directed his gaze toward the group of intelligent undead. Meeting Li Ji's eyes, these intelligent undead felt a surge of excitement, each resembling loyal hounds eager to express their fidelity to Li Gu. Li Gu extended his hand and selected 6 intelligent undead from the skeleton race. The excitement among these skeletal figures caused their bones to tremble, their soul flames burning brightly. Are you willing to pledge your loyalty to me? Li Gu inquired straightforwardly. Absolutely. The 6 intelligent skeletons replied without hesitation, kneeling down and proclaiming loudly, My lord, I am willing to give everything for you. Their shared yearning for power and evolution resonated among them. Li Gu nodded slightly, retrieved 6 pieces of Black Soul Refined Iron, and cautioned the 6 intelligent skeletons not to resist. He then opened the evolution panel, and a notification rang forth. Consuming Black Soul Refined Iron, evolving Skeleton Warrior Oat. Skeleton Swordsman Mora, Skeleton Wraith William, requires 18,000 Cataclysm points. Do you wish to proceed? The moment Li Gu confirmed his choice, the Black Soul Refined Iron disintegrated. Under the rules of the Undead Cataclysm System, the very essence of life for the 6 intelligent undead underwent transformation. Regardless of whether they were once a swordsman, warrior, or wraith, they now stood taller, clad in heavy armor and wielding long spears. Unlike the Black Soul heavy armored gunmen, their physiques were more robust, and the jet black armor bore intricate silver engravings, exuding an undeniable air of sophistication and might. At that moment, the notification echoed again. Consuming Black Soul Refined Iron, utilizing 18,000 Cataclysm points, successfully evolving Skeleton Warrior Oat, Skeleton Swordsman Mora, Skeleton Wraith William. Congratulations on acquiring 6 Black Soul heavy armored gunman centurions. This transformation left the other intelligent undead in stunned silence. It became apparent that Li Gu could not only evolve skeleton soldiers, but also elevate them. The significance of this was profoundly different. In an instant, the loyalty of the present intelligent undead soared. Several even reached 90 points. This was already the standard for death warriors. Li Gu had not anticipated such a powerful effect. However, upon reflection, it made sense. These undead had endured harsh conditions in their previous lives. Take Mocha, for instance. Despite his formidable strength, he had been treated worse than a slave. Toiling tirelessly 24 hours a day without pay or rest, utterly exploited. It was no wonder that these overworked undead would go mad with gratitude upon encountering someone like Li Gu, who could grant them power and elevate their status. Mocha's loyalty surged from 50 to 70 points. Unfortunately, there were currently no suitable evolution materials. Otherwise, Li Gu could have fully bound him to his chariot. The 6 intelligent undead, now evolved into centurions, felt their newfound strength, and if they had eyes, they would likely be brimming with tears of joy as they knelt once more. Thank you, my lord. Rise. Li Gu waved his hand, allowing them to stand, and proceeded to examine their attributes. Compared to ordinary Black Soul heavy armored gunmen, the centurions not only boasted superior attributes, but also possessed various formation skills, enabling them to lead a legion. More importantly, as an upgraded unit of the Black Soul heavy armored gunmen, centurions could also utilize the unit skill of the Black Soul heavy armored gunmen. With this batch of intelligent undead transformed into centurions, Li Ge's command burden was significantly alleviated. Subsequently, Li Gu selected a group of ordinary skeleton soldiers and used the remaining Black Soul Refined Iron to evolve them all. Thus, Li Gu now commanded 8,000 Black Soul heavy armored gunmen and over 100 centurions. Mocha, accelerate the mining. I require more Black Soul Iron. And the exploration and excavation of other veins must also proceed swiftly, Li Gu commanded Mocha. Boss, rest assured, I will ensure your satisfaction, Mocha said, thumping his chest with eagerness to be evolved by Li Gu. To expedite Mocha's mining efforts, Li Gu decided to summon all the skeleton soldiers he had amassed over the past few days. 9 days had passed since entering the Reincarnation Game era world. Setting aside the initial day when 1 million skeleton soldiers were annihilated, Li Gu now had nearly 8 million skeleton soldiers. 3 million were designated for warfare, while the remaining 5 million accompanied Mocha to the mines. With this cadre of miners, the production capacity of Black Soul Iron would undoubtedly reach its peak. Simultaneously, they could uncover more veins, providing Li Gu with additional materials for evolution. This would enable Li Gu to forge even more units. As time flowed on, Li Ge's skeleton soldiers operated in an orderly fashion, primarily divided into 3 categories. The combat units were intensifying their assault on the mid-region of the Necropolis Canyon. The mining teams, led by Mocha and Ouster, were diligently extracting Black Soul Iron and searching for new veins. The third group, tasked with safeguarding territory, remained in the Wangchuan domain under Li Ge's oversight. Presently, Li Ge's daily routine consisted mainly of eating, sleeping, and amusing Vivian. This lifestyle appeared leisurely, yet it was not only relaxing but also immensely enjoyable, compared to other novice players in the Reincarnation Game, whose days are akin to a game of werewolf. Rife with cunning intrigue, identity masquerades, and the relentless pursuit of power, Li Gu finds himself in a veritable paradise. As the afternoon sun descends, its scorching rays struggle to penetrate the mists hovering over the Necromancer's Gorge. Yet, the warmth of the sun renders the air stifling. Li Gu reclines upon Vivian's lap, relishing the gentle breeze she provides, when suddenly, a frown creases his brow. Master, what troubles you? Vivian inquires. Nothing, just a few flies have arrived, Li Gu replies, simultaneously channeling his consciousness into a skeletal soldier stationed at the outskirts of the Necromancer's Gorge. There, he observes 10 bloodkin standing vigil at the periphery, their expressions somber as they gaze into the depths of the gorge. Captain Das, must we truly enter? One of the bloodkin speaks, his voice tinged with fear. Of course, this is Lady Hadro's command, Das retorts, gritting his teeth as thoughts of Lady Hadro's promises spur him to clench his fists. Do not worry, with our strength. Even if negotiations falter, we can still escape. With that, Das leads his cohort of bloodkin directly into the Necromancer's Gorge, unaware that their very presence has already captured Li Ji's attention. Bloodkin, and of the second tier no less. Could they be here seeking vengeance? Li Ji's mind races, contemplating the situation. After a brief moment of reflection, he resolves without hesitation to summon his elite forces from the mid-regions of the Necromancer's Gorge, instructing them to return to the Forgotten River territory. If this is all that the Hadro family has dispatched, Li Gu is utterly confident in his ability to subdue them. Chapter 42, Frantic Speculations and Utter Pretensions. Li Gu refrains from taking the initiative against this group of bloodkin. After all, he has yet to ascertain whether they are indeed seeking him out. To act rashly would be tantamount to revealing one's hand. Thus, he dispatches undead minions to surveil the bloodkin, intending to discern their true intentions. Das and his fellow bloodkin tread cautiously into the Necromancer's Gorge, remaining ever vigilant. After half an hour, one of the bloodkin exhales a sigh of relief, remarking, "It seems the Necromancer's Gorge is merely populated by the undead. Nothing else appears amiss." As soon as the words leave his lips, Das shoots him a piercing glare, silencing the bloodkin instantly. "Fool," Das scoffs with disdain, casting a wary glance at the dense throng of skeletal soldiers in the distance. "Have none of you noticed anything unusual?" The accompanying bloodkin exchange uneasy glances, scrutinizing the surrounding skeletal soldiers. Yet, no matter how they look at it, these appear to be the most ordinary of skeletal soldiers. Naturally, with the prior reprimand fresh in their minds, they dare not voice their thoughts, acutely aware that further criticism from their leader would follow. Das, observing his subordinates, feels a pang of frustration. By the progenitor, how did I end up with such dim-witted companions? Do you not see that the only beings here are skeletal soldiers? His outburst sends a chill through the ranks of bloodkin. Indeed, a cursory glance reveals that within the Necromancer's Gorge, other forms of undead are scarce. With only the most basic skeletal soldiers present, this cannot be blamed on the bloodkin. After all, they have never set foot in the Necromancer's Gorge and are entirely ignorant of its conditions. It is only upon Das's admonition that they come to a startling realization. According to certain knowledge, even the simplest of skeletons can be categorized into various types: warriors, archers, spearmen, wanderers, mages, and so forth. Yet, the Necromancer's Gorge is entirely composed of skeletal soldiers. Such abnormality undoubtedly signals something sinister. If one were to ponder this further, it is highly probable that this legion of skeletal soldiers belongs to a powerful entity, and they have unwittingly walked into a trap, should that powerful being so desire. They could command this inexhaustible swarm of skeletal soldiers to launch a united assault against them. The chilling realization sends shivers down the spines of the bloodkin. The instinct to flee becomes their foremost thought. However, Das remains silent. He too is afraid but understands all too well that escape is not an option. Since accepting Lady Hadro's command, Das has only one path before him: to fulfill it, lest he face dire consequences. Subtly wiping the sweat from his brow, Das hesitates for a moment before resolutely stepping forward, advancing toward the skeletal soldiers. The bloodkin trailing Das feel their hearts leap into their throats. "Are you out of your mind? You know those skeletons belong to a top-tier army, and still dare to provoke them? I value my life." Li Ji's interest peaks. He has remained ever vigilant of Das and his companions' movements. The Black Soul Heavy Armor Spearman Legion, battle-hardened skeleton generals, and the Phantom Feather Serpent are all poised for action. Das halts a mere 4 or 5 meters from the skeletal soldiers and proclaims, "To the mysterious sovereign who commands the Necromancer's Gorge and governs countless undead. I come from the Hadro family, under the orders of Lady Hadro, seeking an audience." As he speaks, Das places a hand over his heart and kneels on one knee, performing a gesture that could be deemed profoundly humble. The bloodkin accompanying Das, witnessing this, dare not hesitate and quickly follow suit, mimicking his actions. Yet, what awaits Das is an oppressive silence. A prolonged silence. "Captain, what do we do?" One of the bloodkin behind Das can no longer contain himself and whispers. Silence. Das, too, is gripped by anxiety. You too feel anxious, considering the entity before them is a being capable of commanding millions of undead. In Das's estimation, anyone capable of wielding such a legion must be at least tier 3, a veritable titan among titans. Just as Das and his companions kneel, heads bowed, unable to lift their gazes even slightly, the ground suddenly trembles. Dust billows, stones skitter restlessly, as if an earthquake has struck, or a primal behemoth from the dawn of time draws near. The tension in Das and his companions escalates, their blood pressure surging under the immense pressure, hearts racing uncontrollably as they clench their hands, cold sweat soaking their backs. Then, the skeletal soldiers encircling Das seem to receive some command and disperse in all directions. Blackness. A vast expanse of blackness. Like an unending tide, they sweep toward this location in perfect unison. Das's pupils constrict as he beholds the wave of blackness, composed of armored skeletal soldiers. Progenitor, these are not mere skeletal soldiers. They resemble elite human troops. The sheer uniformity of the formation imparts to these bloodkin, still entrenched in tribal times, a vivid understanding of military might. Before Das and his companions can fully comprehend the situation, a colossal shadow sweeps across the sky. Crashing down before them, it is a gigantic skeletal serpent with wings, resembling a bone wyvern. By all appearances, it is indeed a feathered serpent, transformed into an undead being. As Das feels the oppressive aura of the legendary creature, known to rival the dragons, his heart races uncontrollably. Despite Das being Tier 2 and the Phantom Feather Serpent being Tier 1, the disparity in their levels is evident. At this moment, Das feels akin to a mere foot soldier standing before a formidable boss. Moreover, the relentless advance of the Black Soul Heavy Armor Spearman Legion sends shivers down the spines of Das and his 10 or so Tier 2 bloodkin, leaving them trembling in fear. But this is not the end. The Black Soul Heavy Armor Spearman Legion, in a display of immaculate formation akin to a military parade, encircles Das and his companions. The unit's skill, Black Soul Apparition, is quietly employed by Li Go. In an instant, the aura of the Black Soul Heavy Armor Spearman Legion seems to coalesce into a singular entity. It bears down upon the bloodkin like a mountain, an overwhelming weight pressing upon them. The bloodkin, already in a state of panic, feel as if they might lose control of their bladders. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. Could these be demons risen from the depths of hell? Das regrets having accepted this task, if given the choice. He would rather defy orders and disobey Lady Hadro than confront this mysterious powerhouse in the Necromancer's Gorge. As the bloodkin tremble in fear, the heavily armored spear-wielding soldiers of the Black Soul parted to the sides, as the battle-hardened skeletal general, mounted upon a bone steed, evolved from a Li Go, approached Das with a condescending gaze. Das was acutely aware that the prowess of the battle-scarred skeletal general was undoubtedly on par with that of the Reaper Serpent. The emergence of such a formidable and immensely potential unit, in duplicate no less, left Das in a state of disbelief. At this moment, he could scarcely fathom the immense strength of the mastermind orchestrating this legion of the undead. Das understood all too well that the reason only these 2 Tier 1 units had been dispatched was that the shadowy overlord believed these 2 alone sufficed to resolve the situation. Had Li Go been privy to Das's thoughts, he would have merely dismissed them as overreaching. It was not that he was unwilling to deploy more forces. This was a substantial portion of his wealth. Das, already on the verge of a heart-stopping panic, was oblivious to this nuance. Trembling with fear, he transitioned from a single knee to kneeling on both knees, bowing his head to the ground, urgently proclaiming, "Your Excellency, I am the envoy of the Haderov family, harboring no ill intentions towards you. Please grant me your understanding." The battle-scarred skeletal general loomed over Das, and through its perspective, Li Go felt a tinge of embarrassment witnessing the child's fright. However, maintaining his facade, Li Ji's consciousness descended into the skeletal general's form, and through its voice, he declared, "Minion of the Blood Clan, articulate your purpose." Chapter 43. The 3 Major Factions, the Abyssal Sect. The words spoken through the skeletal general's voice were akin to the chilling winds of the underworld, sending shivers through the very soul. Das, already at the brink of his mental endurance, quaked in terror and hastily elucidated, "Your Excellency, I come bearing a missive from Lady Haderov, dispatched by her to present to you the correspondence of the Abyssal Sect." With that, Das retrieved a letter sealed with wax from his bosom, raising it high above his head with both hands. A centurion of the heavily armored spear-wielders stepped forward to receive the letter, delivering it into the skeletal general's grasp. Upon opening the letter, its contents revealed a missive penned in the common tongue with a quill. As a player, he was fortunate enough to benefit from the Reincarnation Game's translation feature, albeit limited to the common tongue. Other languages of various races remained incomprehensible unless one had studied them. Li Go, through the skeletal general's perspective, scrutinized the letter, his brows furrowing. The author of the correspondence identified himself as Daryl, the Archbishop of the Abyssal Sect. The furrow of his brow was due to Li Ji's prior knowledge of this sect. It is worth noting that Li Go was not among the first cohort of players in the Reincarnation Game. Before his arrival, humanity had traversed a millennium, thoroughly exploring the realms of the Reincarnation Game. In summary, innumerable worlds existed within this cycle, and within these myriad realms, all factions could be broadly categorized into 3 alignments: good, neutral, and evil. The term good does not imply genuine benevolence. Rather, it refers to factions that typically adhere to the cosmic order, serving as guardians of the world's rules, often displaying honesty and integrity. The human race, for instance, despite engaging in internecine conflicts, would unite to defend their world against external threats, thereby preserving peace. Consequently, the good alignment often pertains to those who follow the righteous path, refraining from slaughter and destruction to enhance their own power. While the good alignment may not be purely altruistic, the evil alignment embodies true malevolence. To date, all factions within the evil alignment, including demons, undead, malevolent spirits, and monstrous beings, have grown in power through murder and the plundering of resources from other worlds. For the indigenous races of the world, the evil alignment represents a natural invader, a quintessential villain. As for the neutral alignment, its races are relatively scarce. They neither conform to the world's rules nor engage in bloodshed. The Starborn, for example, epitomize the neutral faction, having originated from beyond the world, growing by absorbing stellar power without the need for invasion or slaughter. Thus, they have no direct conflicts of interest with any world, making them inherently neutral. Of course, should sufficient incentives arise, they may choose to assist either the good or evil factions based on their whims. When further dissected, the three alignments of good, neutral, and evil can be subdivided into absolute, lawful, and chaotic categories, akin to radicals, conservatives, and hedonists. Taking the good alignment as an example. Lawful good adherents often abide by stringent rules, acting in accordance with them. A typical race in this category would be the elves, known for their strict adherence to law and a sense of superiority. Chaotic good, on the other hand, is less constrained, embodying the more rebellious elements of the good alignment. Rogues, rangers, and bards fall into this category. Due to the nature of chaotic good, these classifications often manifest as individualistic entities lacking clear organization or structure. Absolute good, in contrast to lawful and chaotic, adheres unwaveringly to an intrinsic sense of goodness, where lawful good may save a victim and imprison the perpetrator. Absolute good endeavors not only to rescue, but also to reform the wrongdoer into a virtuous individual. In simpler terms, they are the quintessential do-gooders. In summary, the triad of good, neutral, and evil factions, each subdivided into absolute, lawful, and chaotic classifications, forms a straightforward grid system for categorizing powers across myriad realms. Where does the Abyssal Sect fit within this framework? It is, in fact, a notorious embodiment of absolute evil within the multiverse. This sect venerates the Abyss Mother, Tauros, and, in its relentless pursuit of destruction against various worlds, resorts to extreme measures, including sacrifices to the Abyss Mother in exchange for her favor. Within the Abyssal Sect, there are no rules. The sole directive is slaughter, killing everything they are capable of eliminating. To align oneself with such a faction would be sheer folly for Ligo. But perhaps collaboration is indeed necessary. Upon perusing the contents of the letter, Li Ge's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Despite the Abyssal Sect's notorious ruthlessness and infamy, he was a player. It is undeniable that a diverse array of individuals exists within any given faction. However, if one were to assess which faction boasts the most players, it would undoubtedly be Chaotic Neutral, the fourth calamity, the largest collective of hedonists across the realms. To players, this world is merely a game. They will ally with whoever offers them the most substantial benefits, provide ample incentives, and they could just as easily worship the holy light as they could embrace a malevolent deity. Without any gains to be had, they would not hesitate to deliver a fatal blow to an NPC upon completing a task. Shamelessness is the player's motto, unrestrained freedom their guiding principle, and the pursuit of desire their lifelong ambition. Ligu entered the Reincarnation Game with this mindset. His singular desire was to grow stronger, and he would not balk at any means to achieve that. For Ligu, the prospect of cooperating with the Abyssal Sect hinged solely upon the enticing terms outlined in the letter, a request to assist the Abyssal Sect in obliterating the various factions within the Daglar jungle. The compensation? As long as the Abyssal Sect could afford it, he could demand whatever he desired. Ligu was not merely captivated by the potential rewards. It was the request put forth by the Abyssal Sect that caught his interest. Should he collaborate with the Abyssal Sect, he could, under their banner, embark on a campaign against the factions surrounding Daglar jungle, decimating them, and thereby amassing a wealth of calamity points, materials, and soul essences. Not to mention, he could conveniently extract some benefits from the Abyssal Sect. This transaction appeared exceedingly advantageous. Ligu swiftly weighed the pros and cons of this proposition. Chapter 44. Archbishop Darrell of the Abyssal Sect. The greatest risk of allying with the Abyssal Sect lay in the potential for betrayal, leading to catastrophic losses. Upon closer examination, the repercussions of this situation are not insurmountable for Ligu. In the vast expanse of the Douglas jungle, even the Abyssal cult requires the assistance of an external force such as Ligu. It is evident that the Abyssal cult has reached the limits of its endurance in their endeavors, gradually finding themselves in a precarious position. Given this premise, what Ligu can ascertain is that the Abyssal cult is merely fortified by 3 tiers of power. Thus, seizing the opportunity to collaborate with them will allow him to grow exponentially. Should the Abyssal cult ever attempt to betray him, it is likely that they would find themselves on the receiving end of a counterattack from Ligu. With this thought in mind, Ligu has already made his decision. His choices are rather limited. After all, commanding an army of millions leaves scant room for concealment. Therefore, under these circumstances, Ligu can only forge ahead, striving for complete growth before the enemy recognizes his vulnerabilities. Possessing the cataclysmic undead system, Ligu harbors significant confidence in his capabilities. He intends to inform the Grand Priest of the Abyssal cult, Darrell, that if they wish for his intervention, they must first demonstrate their sincerity. What he desires are gemstones, various kinds of them, Through the body of the battle skeleton general, Li Gu addressed Das. Das immediately felt a wave of relief. His only path to survival lay in the collaboration between Li Gu and the Abyssal Cult. With Li Gu's assurance, it signified that they would all have a chance at life. Your Excellency, I shall convey your words in their entirety, he promised, his demeanor exceedingly humble, nearly prostrating himself. With that, Das rose and departed alongside his blood kin. After leaving the Necromancer's Gorge, Das felt an overwhelming urge to grow 4 legs. His wings nearly fanning into flames as he hurriedly fled, disregarding his subordinates in his desperate haste. Li Gu was indifferent to Das's departure. The fact that he led an army of millions into the Necromancer's Gorge was impossible to conceal. Thus, what Li Gu needed to do was to bluff, instilling fear in those outside to buy himself time to grow stronger. That night, upon returning to the Hadro family territory, Das relayed the terrifying events to Lady Hadro. The notion that the Lord of the Undead sought only gemstones? Lady Hadro's beautiful eyes narrowed in contemplation as she stroked her flawless chin, murmuring, could it be a powerful undead dragon? In her mind, among the formidable beings, dragons held a particular affinity for glittering, precious treasures. This led to the understanding that slaying a dragon not only yielded valuable materials, but also the vast wealth it accumulated. It is no exaggeration to state that certain ancient dragons possessed treasures that could entice even deities. If Li Gu were indeed a dragon capable of commanding millions of undead, Lady Hadro's heart trembled at the thought of his true strength. After all, the so-called Pale Wings Hector next door, merely a lesser dragon with dragon blood, held second-tier power and had become one of the overlords on the outskirts of the Douglas jungle. It is no exaggeration to assert that if the Lord of the Undead in the Necromancer's Gorge were truly a dragon with pure blood, he could easily dominate the entire Douglas jungle, earning renown throughout the continent of home. As her initial shock began to subside, Lady Hadro's fear transformed into boundless excitement. For her, the stronger Li Gu became, the greater the benefits she could reap as the facilitator of this collaboration. Without hesitation, Lady Hadro penned a letter to the Grand Priest, detailing Das's observations and her speculations, and entrusted it to Das for delivery. In the mid-regions of the Douglas jungle, approaching the outskirts of the core area, Das, treated like a beast of burden, cautiously approached a pitch-black thicket holding the letter, despite the dense canopy of trees obstructing sunlight, casting a perpetual gloom throughout the jungle. Nothing compared to the oppressive darkness before him. It was a darkness that resembled a black hole, capable of swallowing all light, sending shivers down one's spine. Having ventured here several times, Das still felt a wave of trepidation as he swallowed hard and cautiously stepped into the eerie jungle. As a second-tier individual, the moment Das entered the thicket, he found himself bereft of vision, engulfed by darkness from all sides. A cold dagger pressed against his back, and a voice rasped, reminiscent of nails scraping on a chalkboard. Give me a reason not to kill you. My lord, I am a messenger sent by Lady Hadro, bearing a letter for Grand Priest Darrell. Despite his panic, Das spoke with clarity, having experienced similar situations before. The figure behind him, upon hearing the name Darrell, clicked his tongue in disappointment at being unable to slay Das. He sheathed his dagger and took the letter from Das's hand, coldly instructing, wait here. In the suffocating darkness, Das could not perceive whether the figure had departed. He had lost most of his sensory abilities. He dared not wander aimlessly, fully aware that, given his capabilities, he would never find his way out without guidance. Deep within the obsidian jungle, light began to emerge. Special oil lamps flickered, illuminating the surroundings and revealing an ancient grand temple. Unlike other temples, this one was adorned with countless grotesque statues and vivid depictions of bloody carnage, devoid of any solemnity, instead exuding an aura of horror and dread. This was the temple of the Abyssal Cult. The individual who had taken the letter from Das then revealed his countenance. A contorted figure of a serpent man. Unlike ordinary serpent men, this one had crimson pupils and was covered in dark markings, an unsettling sight. The Abyss was distinct from the realm of demons. While the latter boasted a myriad of demonic species, the Abyss bore only the mother of the Abyss, Talos. All else were beings that had succumbed to Talos' temptation and corruption, descending into the Abyss. Regardless of whether they were human, elf, or orc, any creature harboring desire stood the chance of being tainted by Talos, becoming part of the Abyss. The serpent man, clutching the letter, sought out Grand Priest Darrell, who, contrary to expectations, did not appear menacing. Instead, he bore a long, snowy beard and a kindly demeanor, resembling a gentle elder. Upon receiving Lady Hadro's letter, he opened it with a slight smile, saying, fond of gemstones? Excellent. It is desire that draws one into the embrace of the Abyss. Go. Retrieve that third-tier gemstone from the treasury. Chapter 45. The Perfect Pillow, Vivian. In the Necromancer's Gorge, after scaring Das away, Li Gu resumed his previous pace. On one hand, he accelerated the conquest of the mid-regions within the Necromancer's Gorge. On the other, he explored the mines, extracting black soul iron to prepare for the crafting of more powerful troops. Both endeavors progressed remarkably well. On that day, marking the 9th since Li Gu entered the Reincarnation Game, The cataclysm points he amassed throughout the day had surpassed 5 million. The gold acquired from vanquishing undead forces reached over 60,000. More than 20,000 black soul iron ingots and nearly 1,000 refined black soul iron ingots were unearthed. With these resources, the total number of black soul heavy infantry had surged beyond 30,000. Simultaneously, Li Gu's personal realm had advanced to the first tier, 8th rank. Just a step away from reaching the pinnacle of the first tier, qualifying him to push towards the second tier. Now, Li Gu experienced astonishing growth in strength daily. This rate of enhancement is unimaginable to other players. It is no exaggeration to assert that, given a year and a half, Li Gu could effortlessly obliterate this realm. However, burdened by the weight of familial responsibility, his father, Li Mang, his mother, Gao Shimei, and his sister, Li Xiaowu, Li Gu is compelled to hasten his ascent in strength as swiftly as possible. The following day marks the 10th day since Li Gu entered the Reincarnation Game in the realm of Era. Ding! Daily settlement complete. Congratulations on acquiring 1 million skeleton soldiers. As Li Gu opened his eyes, the system's amiable notification brought him a sense of delight. Turning his gaze, he beheld Vivian beside him, her eyes sparkling with innocence as she gazed at him tenderly. Good morning, master. Their eyes met, and Li Gu felt no embarrassment. Merely a hint of exasperation. He had summoned Vivian for close protection, yet this was not the proximity he had envisioned. Furthermore, Li Ge's restless slumber had transformed Vivian into something akin to a plush companion. Oddly enough, embracing such a fragrant and soft presence while sleeping was quite enjoyable. After some contemplation, Li Gu concluded that there was no harm in it. Though Vivian was a specter, she bore few of the typical traits associated with the undead. Being a cuddly pillow was not a bad arrangement. As for any further intimacy, Li Gu expressed a desire to temporarily refrain from becoming a figure like Ning Kaichin or a Death Knight. Awakening fully, Li Gu, possessing no habit of lingering in bed, rose from his slumber. Vivian, behaving like a dutiful maid, approached to prepare his toiletries and served breakfast. With the territory still in its infancy, trade routes yet unestablished, the conditions remained quite rudimentary. Items such as wash basins, towels, toothbrushes, and toothpaste were in scarce supply. The wash basin had been hastily crafted by Mo, while the towel was cobbled together from silk obtained by exterminating the spiderfolk tribe. As for the toothbrush, its absence left no alternative, but fortunately, Aubert's extensive experience in the wild had yielded a herb capable of freshening breath, akin to a fantastical mouthwash. Despite the simplicity of his utensils, Li Gu's meals were nothing short of luxurious. All were of the first tier, with occasional glimpses of second-tier beast meat, alongside various delicacies pillaged from other tribes. Such fare would befit only the highest nobility in human kingdoms. Seated at the table, Li Gu savored his breakfast while tallying the spoils from the previous night. He had led a battalion of 30,000 black soul heavy-armored spearmen and millions of skeleton soldiers to annihilate over 20 tribes. While the count appeared diminished, the wild undead tribes in the mid-tier region were, in truth, more formidable and larger in scale. Thus, during the night, Li Gu had amassed over 4 million disaster points, nearly 50,000 gold coins, alongside a plethora of drops and soul essence. This brought him closer to advancing to the 9th rank of the first tier. In comparison to other players, Li Gu now stood as a veritable titan in terms of personal strength, financial resources, military might, influence, and prestige. All this was the fruit of the diligent efforts of his undead legion. His total gold amassed near 200,000, and he planned to peruse the Reincarnation Network's trade platform to select materials for evolution. With disaster points exceeding 10 million, he aimed to expedite the construction of elite troops while ensuring that top-tier combat capabilities kept pace. He anticipated a breakthrough to the second tier within a few days. Eager to locate the entrance to the Necromancer's Canyon instance, the lower the level 1 was when conquering an instance, the higher the final evaluation and rewards. As he pondered his future plans, Li Gu finished his meal, and Vivian dutifully cleared the remnants. Stretching lazily, he exited the Lord's Manor. Mo and Aubert had just returned with a shipment of black soul iron. Greetings, my lord, Aubert offered with a respectful bow. Mo stepped forward, a sly grin on his face, brimming with flattery, reminiscent of an obsequious sycophant. Boss, we have over 40,000 black soul iron ingots ready, all right here. Li Gu found amusement in Mo's sycophantic demeanor, aware that he sought to earn an opportunity for evolution. Alas, while Mo's loyalty was sufficient, he lacked the appropriate materials for his evolution. As a high-ranking unit, he required either second-tier rare materials or first-tier exquisite ones. With Li Ge's current authority, acquiring such high-quality items through the Reincarnation Network was impossible, leaving him to search independently. Li Gu wished to avoid squandering Mo's potential and sought materials that would correspond with his mining talents, rendering Mo's evolution quite challenging, necessitating a wait. Redirecting his focus, Li Gu examined the black soul iron ingots before him. Last night, Mo and his team had achieved a new production high, yielding 40,000 ingots in a single night, more than the total from the previous 2 days combined. This surge could be attributed not only to the increased number of mining tunnels and smelting equipment enhancing efficiency, but also to MOK's discovery of an extensive black soul iron mine beneath the Necromancer's Canyon. Based on MOK's estimations, a sizable iron deposit likely existed within the canyon itself. After becoming a gathering place for the undead, the mine absorbed a plethora of lingering souls, transforming into black soul iron. For Li Gu, this was splendid news. A substantial quantity of black soul iron would enable him to mine extensively, potentially forming a battalion of heavy-armored black soul spearmen numbering in the tens or even hundreds of thousands, if he indeed commanded 1,000,000 such soldiers. Their innate skill, black soul phantasm, would be sufficient to intimidate third-tier powerhouses, not to mention the new unit skills. Li Gu aspired to triumph through both quality and quantity. Excellent work. Continue striving diligently. Should you meet my expectations, I shall grant you even greater power, Li Gu encouraged, patting MOK on the shoulder. Employing his unique managerial skill, painting a grand vision. MOK, delighted by this prospect, nodded eagerly. Boss, rest assured, I shall double my efforts. His desire for advancement was palpable. Having spurred MOK, Li Gu promptly expended over 400 million disaster points to evolve all 40,000 black soul iron ingots into black soul heavy-armored spearmen and their centurions. The total number of black soul heavy-armored spearmen now reached a staggering 70,000, bringing him closer to unlocking the second unit skill required for the black soul heavy-armored spearmen. With these matters settled, Li Gu, as per his routine, ventured to the Soul Tavern for a glance. The tavern had yet to refresh any unit of the general or higher tier. Li Gu had grown accustomed to this. If high-tier units appeared daily, the Soul Tavern would hardly be regarded as elite quality, bordering on the epic or legendary. Today he would breach the mid-tier of the Necromancer's Canyon, subsequently exploring its depths. Li Gu was exceedingly eager about the depths of this canyon. He surmised that the abundance of wild undead therein was likely due to a projection of the underworld existing deep within the canyon, essentially, what players often referred to as instances. The rewards for clearing an instance were exceedingly generous, potentially facilitating Li Ge's advancement to the second tier. Thus, Li Gu intended to accelerate his army's conquest of the mid-tier region, hastening their advance into the depths to locate the instance entrance. However, as Li Gu contemplated this strategy, alarms rang out from the skeleton soldiers stationed at the canyon's periphery, diverting a fragment of his consciousness. He observed through the eyes of a perimeter skeleton and spotted Das and his companions. Unlike before, Das arrived not empty-handed but laden with treasure chests. Their efficiency was commendable. A smile crept across Li Ji's face. It was evident that Das and his cohort were delivering the remuneration from the Abyssal Sect for their collaboration. Chapter 46. A Bountiful Windfall, the Joy of Freebies. Li Gu eagerly anticipated what kind of rewards the Abyssal Sect would bestow, especially since they would likely perceive him as a third-tier individual based on his displayed prowess. To ensure the rewards were indeed materials for evolution rather than equipment, Li Gu specifically delineated the parameters to encompass only gemstones. As long as Das brings a third-tier gemstone, regardless of its quality, it would be sufficient for Li Gu to evolve into a remarkable unit. Having learned from his previous ordeal, Das dared not venture deep into the Necromancer's Gorge. He stood at the periphery, laying all the treasure chests before him, attempting to kneel in homage, and proclaimed, "Noble Lord of the Necromancer's Gorge, I have brought the gifts of our sect." The moment Das's words fell, the surrounding skeleton warriors stirred, lifting the treasure chests from the ground. Observing this scene, Das trembled in fear. He could scarcely fathom the existence of a being capable of commanding 1,000,000 undead with a mere gesture. How immense must such power be? Even a lich could not achieve this. Once all the chests were relocated, Li Gu commanded a skeleton warrior to convey to Das. "Inform Daryl that I shall deliver satisfactory results in accordance with the compensation he offers." "Yes, great lord of the Necromancer's Gorge," Das quivered, his address shifting from noble to great. Under the awestruck gaze of Das, Li Gu directed the undead to carry away all the chests. However, Li Gu did not instruct the undead to return the chests to the territory of Wanshuan. In the world of wandering adventurers, stability is of utmost importance. The Abyssal Sect has a notoriously foul reputation, necessitating caution against any treachery concerning these chests. Thus, he commanded the undead to transport the chests to a secluded location, whereupon he ordered them to open all the chests. In this manner, regardless of curses, tracking spells, or spying enchantments, no threat could be posed to Li Gu. Around 10 ordinary skeleton warriors became test subjects, placing the chests upon the ground. There were 10 large chests and 1 smaller one. The skeletons, obedient to Li Gu's command, first opened the 10 large chests. Instantly, a brilliant array of gemstones was revealed. These chests were knee-high and an arm's length long, brimming with an assortment of gems. A rough estimate suggested that each chest contained at least 1,000 gems. Upon cursory inspection, the properties of the gems were as follows: lava crystal, first tier, quality, superior, a gemstone imbued with the essence of lava, capable of bestowing explosive and burning effects to weapons. Poisonous Kiss Emerald. Apprentice level, quality, excellent. This gem possesses astonishing toxic elemental properties, suitable for crafting weapons, potions, and items. Forest Emerald, second tier, quality, superior, a wood attribute gemstone, formed from the vitality of the forest, greatly enhancing healing spell efficacy. My goodness, I have struck gold. Li Ji's eyes sparkled with delight. While he suspected the abyssal sect might be generous, he never anticipated such bounty. With 10 treasure chests, the total count of gems easily surpassed 10,000. However, upon meticulous examination, he discovered that the most abundant gem was the Poisonous Kiss Emerald. This gem, akin to Black Soul Iron, came in both apprentice and first-tier varieties, yet its quality far exceeded that of Black Soul Iron, being classified as excellent. Based on Li Ji's experience, it was highly probable that he could evolve units into elite templates. Among this batch, there were nearly 8,000 Poisonous Kiss Emeralds. The sheer volume suggested that the abyssal sect possessed a mine rich in these gems. Aside from the Poisonous Kiss, the remaining gemstones were predominantly of the first tier, with only a scant 100 of the second tier. Nevertheless, this was already quite impressive. The 8,000 Poisonous Kiss Emeralds alone would suffice for Li Gu to forge a unit even stronger than the Black Soul Heavy Armored Spearman. Not to mention the additional thousands of apprentice, first, and second tier gems. Of the 11 chests, Li Gu had now opened 10. The final chest, though the smallest, was the most ornate. Li Gu felt a surge of anticipation regarding its contents. Upon opening it, a skeleton warrior was commanded to approach and unveil the small chest. No larger than a palm, yet extravagantly crafted. At once, a pale blue gem, resembling a diminutive hammer, emerged. Through the perspective of the skeleton warrior, Li Gu, as a Reincarnation Game player, beheld the properties of the gem. Craftsman Gem, third tier, quality, superior, a unique gem containing the essence of a craftsman's experience. Upon use, it directly enhances experience in craftsman-related skills. Note, this gem can be utilized as an evolution material. A third tier gem. Li Ji's face lit with joy. This craftsman gem was not only of the third tier, but also closely related to craftsman professions, making it an ideal match for Mocha, the miner. Even Li Gu had not anticipated that his wish for a suitable evolution material for Mocha would be so fortuitously fulfilled. With this craftsman gem, I might just be able to evolve the first king-level unit. Filled with anticipation, Li Gu promptly commanded Oberth to summon Mocha back for the evolution process. Chapter 47. The command is issued. My lord, there is a new command. Please follow me, Oberth dutifully informed Mocha. Although Oberth was inferior to Mocha in both strength and template level, Mocha recognized that Oberth was deeply trusted by Li Gu, making him a close confidant. He nodded eagerly. Lead the way. Oberth assembled a formidable force to escort the two directly to the location of the gemstones. Meanwhile, Li Gu prepared for the evolution of his new units. To prevent any dishonesty from the abyssal sect, he meticulously categorized all the gemstones and entrusted them to different skeleton warriors for individual evolution, ensuring that the secrets of the system's evolution of the undead remained concealed from the abyssal sect. Before long, all 8,600 Poisonous Kiss Emeralds were gathered, including 120 of the first tier. This substantial collection was transported to a remote location. Li Gu selected over 8,000 skeleton warriors, accessed the system panel, and initiated their evolution. A prompt appeared, using 8480 Poisonous Kiss Emeralds, apprentice quality, and 120 Poisonous Kiss Emeralds, first tier quality. To evolve 8,600 skeleton warriors will require 29.04 million disaster points. Do you wish to continue? Li Ji's disaster points had surpassed 10 million. He was hardly concerned about this trifling sum of under 3 million. With a decisive gesture, he confirmed the action. Suddenly, the might of the system descended, enveloping all the Poisonous Kiss Emeralds. In an instant, the 8,000 Poisonous Kiss Emeralds were disintegrated, transforming into a myriad of luminous particles that surged into the bodies of the skeleton warriors. The once gaunt skeletons, clad in rusted armor, visibly began to sprout decaying flesh. Simultaneously, their forms began to shift. They crawled upon the ground, their bodies hunched, torsos elongating, chests becoming robust, waists narrowing, and their limbs morphing into beastly appendages, while their skulls gradually resembled those of ferocious wolves. In the blink of an eye, all the skeleton warriors had transformed into towering zombie dire wolves, their eyes glowing red, their decaying bodies emitting a noxious green mist, resembling a plague on the move. The drool dripping from their jaws sizzled as it corroded the ground beneath them. From a distance, the sight of over 8,000 dire wolves resembled an unending sea of green poison, a terrifying spectacle. The system's voice resounded. Consumed 29.04 million disaster points. Successfully evolved 8,600 skeleton warriors using 8480 Poisonous Kiss Emeralds, apprentice quality, and 120 Poisonous Kiss Emeralds, first tier quality. Congratulations on acquiring 8480 apprentice level corrupted dire wolves and 121st tier corrupted dire wolf leaders. The total number of corrupted dire wolves exceeds 1,000. Granting the unit skill, Corrupted Mist, releases a cloud of toxic mist over a designated area, inflicting continuous damage to enemies while rendering allied units immune. Note: the coverage area and duration of the toxic mist are positively correlated with the number of corrupted dire wolves. The capabilities of this troop type are impressive. Listening to the prompt, Li Gun nodded in satisfaction. Unlike the Black Soul Heavy Armored Spearman's unique skill, Black Soul Phantom, the Corrupting Wolf's skill, Corrupting Miasma, inflicts damage over an extensive area. The effectiveness of this skill is remarkable. Imagine the two armies clashing, and Li Gu unleashing a Corrupting Miasma upon the enemy's main forces. If the adversary lacks purification spells, their formation would undoubtedly be thrown into disarray. Furthermore, Corrupting Miasma serves not only as an offensive tool, but can also create obstacles. For instance, should the enemy retreat, Li Gu could deploy a miasma along their escape route, effectively blocking their path while pursuing them, ensuring total annihilation. It can be said that this enduring area damage skill possesses boundless utility and immense operational potential. After envisioning the applications of such a troop skill, Li Gu turned his gaze towards the Corrupting Wolf. Visually, the Corrupting Wolf appears quite fearsome, standing as tall as a person even at the apprentice level, exuding poisonous vapors. And with its half-decayed flesh, it resembles a creature risen from the depths of hell, sending chills down one's spine. As for the first-tier Corrupting Wolf, it stands nearly 2 meters tall, its physique more intact, with a noxious greenish aura surrounding it that corroded the ground beneath it into a pit merely by standing still. This troop is purely animalistic in form. Li Gun nodded. While appearance was notable, he was far more concerned with the attributes of the Corrupting Wolf. After all, this is of utmost importance. He promptly accessed the attributes of the Corrupting Wolf. Corrupting Wolf. Rank: Apprentice, 7th tier. Template: Elite, Protection 1. Corrupting Venom. Inflicts continuous decay on wounds until they are completely rotten. Skills: Venomous Spray, Malicious Bite, Decay Curse, Poisonous Charge. Attributes: Constitution 89, Strength 89. Agility 102, Spirit 80. Equipment: Venom Crystal Pendant, Decaying Toxin Collar, Lightweight Bracelet. Evaluation: Impressive. In summary, the Corrupting Wolf belongs to the Agile Troop category, suitable for hit-and-run tactics, inflicting lethal damage through accumulated continuous poison effects. Practical applications include ambushes, rapid assaults, and relentless pursuit. Li Gu was quite satisfied with the Corrupting Wolf, as its template level reached the elite tier, surpassing the Black Soul Heavy Armored Spearman's elite classification. Its combat power was significantly greater than that of the Black Soul Heavy Armored Spearman. With such strength at his disposal, the overall might of Li Ji's army experienced a notable enhancement. The only lament was his lack of a source for the venomous Kiss Emerald Mine, which hindered the continuous production of the Corrupting Wolf troop. Li Gu felt a tinge of regret. Warfare inevitably incurs losses. Even with minimal attrition, there will come a time when it all ends. Therefore, assessing a troop's potential involves not only evaluating its combat prowess, but also considering its sustainability. However, since the Abyssal Sect had bestowed upon him a considerable number of venomous Kiss Emeralds, it was highly probable they possessed a related mine. If he were to defeat the Abyssal Sect, perhaps he could rectify the deficiencies of the Corrupting Wolf troop. Li Gu suppressed this thought and proceeded to utilize the remaining 2,000 or so scattered gems for evolution. The total expenditure amounted to just over 1 million. Most were apprentice units, along with 2 or 3 first-tier general units. However, lacking a cohesive structure, Li Gu merely glanced at them without much concern. Just then, after Li Gu completed the evolution, far away in the depths of the Douglas jungle, the chief bishop of the Abyssal Sect, Daryl, was filled with astonishment, murmuring, "Incredible. My spells were so well concealed, yet they were discovered and silently dispelled." Daryl sought to uncover the true nature of the entity occupying the Necromancer's Gorge. However, he did not dare to be too overt, fearing it would lead to his demise. Thus, seizing the opportunity, he inscribed a surveillance spell onto an inconspicuous gem. This spell was naturally obliterated by the system during Li Ji's evolution process. Yet, Daryl was unaware of Li Ji's system. He believed this was Li Ji's power. The ability to effortlessly erase my spells in silence indicates that the adversary must be at least a 3rd-tier commander or even a king-tier entity. It appears I must exercise greater caution. Daryl was astonished by Li Ji's strength, while also feeling a heightened sense of wariness. On the other hand, Li Gu remained oblivious to Daryl's thoughts and was unaware that, due to his own steadiness, he had just inadvertently dispelled Daryl's spell during the recent evolution, averting a major crisis. At this moment, the artisan gems had been delivered to Mocha, and Li Gu was preparing for Mocha's evolution. He was quite eager for this evolution, as it could very well result in his first king-tier unit. Chapter 48. Boss, please do not pity me. Mocha followed Albert to a desolate wilderness, where the only company was a horde of skeleton soldiers. This made Mocha instinctively anxious, yet he refrained from speaking or exhibiting any other signs of discomfort. Compared to the looming danger, Mocha feared his own insignificance even more. The greatest tragedy for an intelligent being is to harbor desires yet be unable to fulfill them. Having endured relentless oppression in the darkness, Mocha understood well that weakness is a sin. In this world, only strength can secure everything one desires. Now, this opportunity lay before Mocha. By submitting to Li Gu, he could attain the chance for transformation. Thus, Mocha would not retreat even a single step. Brother Albert, where are we headed? Though his resolve was firm, Mocha's voice still trembled slightly. We're here just this. After transforming into a necromancer, Albert was invigorated, surveying the surroundings and standing in place, waiting. Before long, a unit of Black Soul heavy armored spearmen arrived, escorting the artisan gems. Mocha was somewhat bewildered by the situation. At that moment, Li Ji's consciousness descended, communicating through the mouth of a Black Soul heavy armored spearman captain. Mocha, based on your performance during this period, I shall grant you power, do not resist. Upon hearing this, the previously anxious Mocha felt as if he had just won a lottery, instantly filled with joy. He quickly knelt on the ground. Boss, bring it on, do not pity me. Li Ji's lips twitched. Why did this fellow's words sound so peculiar? Let us begin. With a reminder, Li Gu summoned the system panel to initiate Mocha's evolution. The prompt soon followed. Mocha's loyalty is at 80, meeting the evolution criteria. Using Artisan Gem, Tier 3 quality. Evolving Skeleton Miner Mocha, Commander level, 1st tier, 2nd rank, requires the expenditure of 5 million disaster points. Note, due to the host's rank limitations, Mocha cannot evolve to Tier 3. This evolution will result in energy overflow. Calculations underway. Calculation complete. Overflow energy can offset for 8 million disaster points. Do you wish to continue the evolution? Observing this scene, Li Gu suddenly had a thought and asked the system, can the overflow energy be entirely allocated to Mocha's evolution itself, rather than offsetting disaster points? After all, Li Gu was not particularly short on disaster points at the moment. If all the energy could be directed towards Mocha's evolution, perhaps it could elevate his template level even higher. The system quickly provided an explanation. Host's proposal is invalid. The excess energy is that which surpasses the evolution body's capacity limit. If not used to offset disaster points, it will simply dissipate. Upon hearing this, Li Gu felt a sense of regret. However, he still found himself puzzled as to why there existed an energy absorption limit during the evolution process. System, what is this limit? Must evolution proceed step by step, unable to elevate multiple template levels at once, such as evolving directly from Commander to Legendary? Li Gu inquired curiously. Not necessarily, the system responded. While there is a limit to the energy absorption of the evolution body, energy also possesses quality distinctions. Tier 1 epic materials can evolve a Tier 1 miscellaneous unit to a Tier 1 elder. However, the 9th tier inferior materials can only evolve a 1st tier infantryman into a 1st tier elite, while generating a substantial overflow of energy. Listening to the system's explanation, Li Gu began to grasp the concept. If we liken the energy absorption limit of the unit being evolved to 100, providing it with superior evolution energy will result in a higher level of evolution. Conversely, if it absorbs inferior evolution energy, the corresponding evolution will be diminished. The tier determines the quantity of energy, while the quality of the items dictates the quality of the evolution energy. This elucidates why Li Gu, using 3rd tier materials to evolve a 1st tier Mocha, experiences significant energy overflow. With this understanding, Li Gu gained a deeper insight into the system's evolution mechanism. Nevertheless, even with the knowledge of energy overflow, Li Gu resolved to proceed with the evolution. The rationale was straightforward. 3rd tier premium materials could evolve a 3rd tier unit, at best transforming it into a king tier template. However, due to Li Ji's low realm, his undead minions were stuck at the 1st tier, necessitating them to absorb more evolution energy. By exploiting this loophole, he could evolve a unit of the king tier template. Clearly, this was far more advantageous. After all, levels could be upgraded once Li Ji's realm improved, given the catastrophe points. Yet, templates were not so easily enhanced. They required suitable high-quality materials. Having calculated the benefits, Li Gu decisively pressed confirm to continue the evolution. With the consumption of 200,000 catastrophe points, the system's might descended. The artisan gem was instantaneously disassembled, transformed into a dazzling array of lights that enveloped Mocha. Bathed in this evolution energy, Mocha's bones crackled, igniting into flames. His original skeleton turned to ash. Yet Mocha felt no pain. Rather, he sensed his soul rapidly metamorphosing, his mental energy surging like a tangible mist. In a fleeting moment, Mocha lost his corporeal form, entirely transforming into a spirit entity with a human upper body and a lower body resembling smoke. This appearance resembled that of a ghost. Yet his might surpassed that of any specter by countless magnitudes. Oberth, standing nearby, widened his eyes in disbelief. Goodness, is this the legendary Lich? Before Oberth could fully absorb the shock, Mocha's evolution continued. As an ancient tome materialized in his grasp, the swirling evolution energy intertwining to form a gray robe around him. His eyes transforming to a golden hue, exuding a terrifying pressure. The ancient, powerful, and domineering aura intertwined, rendering Mocha a king among the undead, instilling primal fear in the surrounding skeletal soldiers, and even in Oberth himself. The system's prompt resonated at this moment. Consumed 5 million catastrophe points. Used artisan gem, 3rd tier premium. Successfully evolved skeletal miner Mocha, 1st tier 2nd rank, into a new unit, Lich Mineral Scholar. I am now terrifyingly powerful. Mocha marveled at his transformation, utterly astounded. Convinced that this was a divine miracle. Only a deity could facilitate such a metamorphosis. His admiration for Li Gu surged uncontrollably, and he prostrated before him, fervently declaring, "Boss, I shall be your most loyal dog for life." Chapter 49, the first Lich unit, a research talent. Li Gu scrutinized the evolved Mocha. Upon becoming a Lich, Mocha's form underwent a complete transformation, shifting from a skeleton to a unique state where his upper body resembled that of a zombie while his lower half was ethereal, floating in the air. As a scholar, the present Mocha exuded less of the Lich's ferocity and instead radiated an aura of wisdom, reminiscent of an ancient sage, mature and composed. Yet, the sight of him kneeling and proclaiming his lifelong servitude to Li Gu did not quite convey that composure. "Rise." With Li Ji's words, Mocha stood up. Subsequently, Li Gu began to examine what truly mattered to him, Mocha's attributes. Lich Mineral Scholar Mocha. Realm, 1st tier 9th rank, limited by host's realm, cannot be upgraded. Template, King tier, Blessing 1. Undying Life Box, a Lich's innate ability. If the life box is not destroyed, he can resurrect infinitely. Blessing 2. Master of Mineralogy, significantly enhances efficiency in mineral exploration, excavation, and smelting. Blessing 3. Mining Legion, can summon corpses as mining undead units, or convert other undead into miners. Blessing 4. Metal Synthesis, knowledge has granted Mocha the miraculous ability to merge various metals, allowing him to fuse low-tier metal materials into high-quality ones after extensive study. Note, lacks materials, cannot evolve. Skills, Resurrection of the Dead, Master-level Mineral Exploration, Master-level Smelting Tool Construction, Master-level Mineral Smelting, Master-level Material Science. Attributes, Constitution 411, Strength 413, Agility 412, Spirit 619. Equipment, Mineral Compendium, Necromancer's Robe, Necromancer's Necklace, Necromancer's Ring. Evaluation, the cryptocurrency mining dogs shed envious tears. What high attributes with low combat talent. Li Gu couldn't help but scoff. After becoming a Lich, Mocha's mental attribute soared to an astonishing 600 points. Compared to an ordinary person, such a mental attribute was beyond imagination, dwarfing even the likes of Vivian, the Soul Serpent, and the battle-hardened Skeletal Commander. Regrettably, Mocha possessed no offensive spell skills whatsoever. The only attack he could muster was the universally known Resurrection of the Dead, summoning corpses to serve as obedient undead. Yet, his extremely weak combat prowess rendered him exceptionally formidable in the realm of mining. Not only did he possess extensive knowledge in mineralogy, exploration, excavation, and smelting, but he could also summon a vast army of miners to enhance mining efficiency. Moreover, he had profound expertise in material science, enabling him to research metal synthesis and fuse low-quality metals into superior materials. For Li Gu, this capability of metal synthesis was far more critical than mere combat strength. After all, with the Undead Catastrophe System in place, as long as he could find high-quality materials, Li Gu would never lack for high-end combat power. However, a research talent like Mocha, closely linked to productivity, was rare and invaluable. Thanks to metal synthesis, Li Ji's forces, including Black Soul Heavy Armor Spearmen and Corrupted Wolves, now had a pathway for advancement. Within this framework, they could evolve into higher-tier units, enhance their skills, and elevate their combat capabilities during large-scale battles. Thus, while Mocha's combat strength was weak, Li Gu was more than satisfied with him. Observing Mocha's attributes, Li Gu also felt a pang of envy. High-tier units were undeniably powerful, and he wondered when he might acquire such blessings himself. After all, as a Lich, Mocha's first blessing, the Undying Life Box, was an extraordinary lifeline. As long as the life box remained intact, Mocha possessed the ability to resurrect infinitely. Indeed, many abilities, such as divine arts, curses, and causality-related skills, could slay a Lich. Yet, this formidable life-preserving capacity rendered the Lich race akin to cockroaches, with many surviving for millennia. They were renowned for their unparalleled survival abilities among the undead, their reputations echoing through myriad realms. In contrast, Li Gu, devoid of the system, was merely an unremarkable necromancer, lacking any blessings and exceedingly weak. Take your time, Li Gu mused. After all, he had only been in the game for 10 days. Finding suitable job transfer items would require time and opportunity, so he could not rush it. Observing the evolved Mocha, Li Gu commanded, "Next. You shall continue mineral exploration and attempt to research Black Soul Iron to see if you can synthesize it into fine or even higher quality Black Soul Iron." "Boss, I vow not to fail in my mission," Mocha replied with fervor, immediately affirming his commitment. As Mocha has evolved into a summoned entity under Lig's command, exhibiting absolute loyalty, there is no longer a necessity for Oberth to be stationed by its side for surveillance. Therefore, Lig has recalled Oberth, intending for him to manage the territory. Although Oberth is but a skeleton, Lig can sense within the flames of his soul a certain envy directed towards Mocha. Lig communicated to him, "Rest assured. Once I procure suitable materials, I shall facilitate your transformation to a higher echelon." After all, Oberth had once saved Lig's life at the onset of the game. With such monumental merit for his rescue, it is inconceivable that Lig would neglect Oberth. It can be said that as long as Oberth refrains from self-destructive actions, he will undoubtedly remain an integral part of Lig's core leadership for the foreseeable future. After all, Lig is not one to be ungrateful. Upon hearing Lig's words, Oberth's spirit was invigorated, his bones clattering in excitement. "My life was saved by you, my lord. How could I harbor jealousy? From now on, whatever you command will be my duty." Lig smiled faintly and withdrew his consciousness. At this moment, with the evolution of the corrupted poison wolf and the addition of tens of thousands of black soul heavy-armored spearmen, their overall strength has significantly increased. It is anticipated that today they will swiftly cleanse the mid-region of the Necromancer's Canyon, pushing deeper into its recesses to seek potential dungeon entrances. However, these matters do not require Lig's excessive concern, with the presence of the Soul Feather Serpent, the battle-hardened skeleton general, and a multitude of intelligent undead recruited from the Soul Tavern. The majority of the command pressure has already been alleviated. Lig need only act as a local sovereign, issuing commands while resting easy. With time to spare, he can engage in conversation with Vivian, imparting to her some general knowledge, all while awaiting good news. It can be said that this unadorned existence is something other players covet, an enviable state unattainable by many. As time passed, the corrupted poison wolf, following Lig's orders, hastened towards the mid-region of the Necromancer's Canyon, commencing the cleansing of this territory. Wild undead tribes were eradicated one after another. Gold, prestige, loot, soul essence, and disaster points accumulated like a flowing stream. In the depths of the Necromancer's Canyon, the Ember Vulture observed this scene, trembling, its eye flames flickering as it hurriedly flapped its wings to report to Anthony. Anthony stood at the bottom of the cave, before the cliff from which countless undead poured forth, deep in contemplation, surrounded by crumpled drafts. Grasping at his dwindling hair, his eyes were bloodshot, resembling a high school student who had been laboring over exams for 3 days and nights. "I can't solve this. It's too difficult." Anthony knelt on the ground, throwing his head back in a howl, as if a melancholic tune played in the background. Days prior, upon learning of Lig's arrival, Anthony had resolved to take decisive action. Yet, the act of plunging into the depths of desperation was far from simple. Having spent many years in the Necromancer's Canyon, Anthony had been researching ways to utilize the base of the cliff, but had yet to achieve any decisive breakthroughs. To expect him to devise a solution in mere days was evidently an exercise in futility. At that moment, the Ember Vulture arrived behind Anthony, letting out a low growl. "What? The undead in the mid-region are nearly eradicated? So soon?" Understanding the meaning behind the Ember Vulture's words, Anthony's eyes widened in shock, unable to hide his astonishment. Having spent so much time in the Necromancer's Canyon, he was acutely aware of the undead's numbers. He swallowed hard, feeling cold sweat trickle down his spine, his pupils trembling slightly. In just a few days, the outer and mid-regions of undead had been cleared. What kind of terrifying entity could this be? Casting a glance at the cliff, filled with turmoil, he realized that if he were to utilize the teleportation array, he might escape. However, to flee now would mean forsaking this remarkable opportunity. Could he truly resign himself to such a fate? "My life has been a precarious balancing act." After finally finding this opportunity, to continue fleeing would mean stagnating at the second tier. Anthony gritted his teeth, stamping his foot, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. If not now, then when? Chapter 50, The Secrets of the Depths of the Necromancer's Canyon. Preparing himself, Anthony resolved to enter the entrance at the base of the cliff. He commanded the Ember Vulture. The Ember Vulture, wide-eyed, took several steps back, glancing fearfully at the cliff. Even now, the cliff continued to spew forth undead, spreading through the channels at its summit into various parts of the Necromancer's Canyon. While these undead were weak, the Ember Vulture's fear was not of them, but of the unknown lurking at the base of the cliff. This evoked many unsettling memories. Roar. The Ember Vulture, resembling a frightened dog, tucked its tail between its legs, its ears flattened, its voice trembling. "You fool, I am not afraid. Why should you be?" Anthony shot a displeased glance at the Ember Vulture. The Ember Vulture could not voice its grievances. Of course, as the beneficiary, Anthony had no fear. "Damn it. I'm merely a worker. You expect me to risk my life?" Despite Anthony's considerable strength, he was not Lig, who commanded undead units with unwavering loyalty. It is essential to understand that possessing intelligence implies having a sense of self. Any intelligent being, even one as close as father and son, may find themselves at odds due to conflicting interests. This is an immutable law across all realms. Even with a contract in place, the Ember Vulture, as a sentient undead, could not fully execute Anthony's commands. This highlights the formidable nature of the Undead Disaster System. All the undead under Lig's command are unwaveringly loyal death warriors, more fervent than the most devout of followers, able to carry out any task at Lig's behest with a mere word. At this moment, confronted by death, The Ember Vulture's fear outweighed its rationality, leading it to turn and flee from the scene. "You cowardly mutt." Upon witnessing this, Anthony snorted coldly and cast a spell. Instantly, the Ember Vulture let out a pained cry, its body enveloped in countless incantations, rolling on the ground in agony. After a prolonged moment, Anthony regarded the Ember Vulture with cold eyes. "Have you come to your senses?" Roar. The Ember Vulture, seemingly resigned, lowered its head and emitted a pitiful wail. "Go. Prepare the materials." After issuing his command, Anthony strode towards the laboratory. The Ember Vulture, following his directives, ventured in another direction to gather supplies. A collection of remnants accumulated by Anthony over the century was transported before him by the Ember Vulture. Anthony's expression turned serious as he rolled out a massive iron sphere resembling a space capsule from the laboratory. Casting a spell that caused the remnants on the ground to levitate and adhere to its surface, the flesh and blood of the remnants melted like wax, intertwining and gradually engulfing the iron sphere. Despite its fear, the Ember Vulture, under Anthony's coercion, took to the air and landed amidst the grotesque mass of flesh. As the flesh enveloped the Ember Vulture, it began to seep into its body. Approximately 2 hours later, the Ember Vulture's lower half was entirely ensnared within the mass, leaving only its head and wings protruding. The grotesque sphere stood nearly 5 to 6 meters tall, filled with heads and limbs in a manner that appeared both eerie and unsettling. Anthony surveyed the scene, nodding slightly, although it did not reach his ideal state. This was the pinnacle of what he could achieve after a century of research. "Today, I shall enter within." Moving toward the mass, as he approached, the surface of the flesh automatically parted, revealing the iron sphere within. Opening the hatch of the iron sphere, he found a space perfectly accommodating for one person, resembling a coffin. Without hesitation, Anthony lay inside and closed the hatch, as the flesh once again enveloped him. With everything in place, Anthony commanded the Ember Vulture, "Now, let us depart." The remnants of the fiery corpse vulture, merging with the gelatinous mass, let out a mournful cry, stirring its wings and lifting the colossal mass slowly towards the precipice teeming with countless restless spirits. As the fiery corpse vulture dove towards the abyss, it was as if a hornet's nest had been disturbed. The spirits clinging to the cliffside erupted into a frenzy, lunging at the vulture. Though these spectral entities were not particularly formidable, most were merely first tier, with the strongest being no more than second tier. Their numbers were overwhelming, seeming to stretch into infinity. Intent on engulfing the fiery corpse vulture, the gelatinous mass, parasitically attached to the lower half of the vulture, suddenly sprouted numerous tendrils that eagerly ensnared and bound the approaching spirits, entwining them upon its surface. This mass swelled rapidly, akin to a snowball rolling downhill, its weight surpassing the limits the fiery corpse vulture could bear. What began as a dive transformed into a straight plummet towards the bottom of the cliff. The anguished screams of the vulture mingled with the countless roars of the spirits, echoing throughout the chasm. The surrounding lights swiftly dimmed, descending into a pitch-black void, as if plunging into an abyss. After what felt like 2 or 3 minutes, a beam of light suddenly emerged from the depths of the cliff. It revealed a colossal formation, over 300 meters in diameter. The intricate patterns and formidable presence of this formation were enough to send shivers down one's spine. Inside the gelatinous mass, concealed within a specially designed metallic apparatus, Anthony's eyes gleamed with excitement. This moment was pivotal. Success or failure hinged upon it. Victory would yield the coveted models. Defeat would also yield the models. Merely the difference between engaging with them or not. Chapter 51. The Legend of 3,000 Years Ago, and it. Approach it. The outcome rests on this decisive moment. Through his arcane abilities, Anthony peered through the hatch in the gelatinous mass. Witnessing the endless stream of spirits emerging from the colossal formation, his gaze brimming with fervor. His journey to the Valley of the Undead was inspired by a legend from the world of Era, 3 millennia prior. A powerful being named Undead unleashed a cataclysm of undead upon Era, nearly leading to the world's annihilation. The Holy Light Temple, calling upon the power of the Divine Light, united 9 divine offspring to cast a forbidden spell, slaying Undead. Legend has it that after his demise, Undead left behind a legacy within the world of Era. However, most dismissed this as mere folklore, a tale distorted through time. Yet, by a stroke of fortune, Anthony had uncovered clues to Undead's legacy. Through meticulous unraveling of the legend and countless hours of exploration, he had fortuitously pinpointed the coordinates of Undead's inheritance, directly beneath the Valley of the Undead, beneath this very formation. The Valley of the Undead had revealed this formation through relentless exploration, although Anthony was unaware of what lay buried beneath it. The legacy of a figure capable of conjuring a calamity of undead was enough to send him into a frenzy. Subsequent experiments led Anthony to discover another realm beneath the formation. Alas, the formation served as a gateway, despite a century of attempts. He had been unable to breach it and uncover the true secrets within. Was it Undead's treasure? Or perhaps a legacy of spells left behind by Undead? Or even legendary artifacts? Anthony was filled with anticipation, urging the fiery corpse vulture to draw nearer. The vulture flapped its wings desperately. Yet the mass had long exceeded its limits, plummeting directly towards the formation. As the gelatinous mass approached the formation, a torrent of scorching black flames erupted from within. The spirits clinging to the surface of the mass were instantly annihilated. The majority of the gelatinous mass, engulfed by the black flames, crackled ominously, swiftly reducing to ash. Yet, visibly, a significant portion of the mass had already entered the formation, sinking towards the other side. Success was within reach. Anthony was elated. After a century of research, he had determined that this formation was a spatial conduit, but entering it would provoke the bizarre black flames. Curiously, the higher one's tier, the more intense the black flames became. For instance, the flames ignited by second-tier entities were at least 1,000 times more potent than those triggered by first-tier entities, completely on a different scale. Anthony had previously faced numerous failures in his attempts. In recent years, he had shifted his focus, attempting to utilize a multitude of first-tier beings as a shield, combined with specially designed defensive instruments, to deceive the formation and diminish the intensity of the black flames, allowing him to slip through undetected. This research culminated in the creation of the gelatinous mass. Now, it appeared his strategy was indeed sound. He had achieved what could be considered the most significant breakthrough in nearly a century. I have succeeded. I am destined to become the second Undead, a legend that will make the entire world tremble before me. Anthony laughed heartily, akin to a triumphant scholar, eagerly envisioning the wonders that awaited him beyond the formation. However, as the mass merely squeezed into the formation, the black flames surged forth, igniting with exponential ferocity. In an instant, the entire formation transformed into a sea of black fire. The spirits clinging to the mass, along with the entwined flesh, disintegrated into ashes, abruptly collapsing. Anthony's laughter abruptly ceased, and he hastily commanded the fiery corpse vulture, "Quickly, ascend." The vulture flapped its wings with all its might, but the black flames pursued like a relentless specter, advancing towards it with terrifying speed. In the face of impending doom, the vulture disregarded everything else, letting out a mournful cry as it channeled its magical energy, detonating a substantial portion of its fused mass. Half of the fiery corpse vulture regained its freedom, driven by an instinctual desire to survive. It struggled skyward. Damnable beast. Anthony cursed the vulture's betrayal, preparing to cast a spell to drag it down with him. Yet, as the vulture fled, the gelatinous mass lost all momentum, consumed by the encroaching black flames. The metallic chamber, painstakingly crafted over a century, melted away in an instant, obliterating Anthony into mere ashes. In a state of panic, the vulture severed its lower half. Although weakened, it was willing to risk everything to ascend, ultimately managing to reach the top of the cliff, crashing heavily to the ground. In stark contrast, the formation at the cliff's base seemed to have been disrupted by Anthony's attempted breach, shimmering with light as countless spirits erupted from within. Skeletons, zombies, ghosts, and stitched monstrosities emerged in numbers that were nothing short of staggering. Just as the vulture had begun to catch its breath, having escaped to higher ground, it found itself choking on that very breath, emitting a cry akin to a wild dog in a desperate flight, its half-formed body and wings propelling it further away. Behind, at the base of the cliff, the formation gathered immense magical energy, manifesting as a shockwave that surged skyward, the overwhelming pressure cracking the earth beneath. Boom! The explosion rivaled a volcanic eruption, sending forth waves of spirits into the sky. Some met their demise upon impact, while countless others surged forth like a tsunami in all directions. Such a spectacle did not escape the notice of Legay, who had dispatched troops to conquer the mid-level area of the Valley of the Undead, allowing numerous undead units to monitor the deeper regions. This astounding commotion was certainly within Legay's purview. What is happening? Legay's expression shifted to one of bewilderment. He had not anticipated this sudden upheaval. Through the undead units under his command, Legay clearly observed what resembled a fountain of undead, erupting with an unfathomable number of spirits, far exceeding any conceivable count. Something unusual was afoot. At that moment, Legay's mind was razor-focused. Should a third-tier creature suddenly emerge from the Valley of the Undead, it would pose a significant challenge for him. As for the possibility of a fourth-tier entity appearing, he was less concerned. After all, the world of Era was a novice player's sanctuary. According to the rules of the Reincarnation Game, this realm's upper limit was third tier. The emergence of a fourth-tier being was simply not feasible. However, even at the third tier, should the adversary's template be exceedingly high, Ligu must approach with utmost caution. The distinctions among the first, second, and third tiers may appear negligible, yet the true disparity is akin to the foundational, golden core, and primordial infant realms in the realm of cultivation. Each grand tier represents an insurmountable chasm. In the absence of clarity regarding unfolding events, the more one acts, the greater the likelihood of error. Thus, Ligu resolved to adopt a wait-and-see approach while dispatching a battalion of skeletal soldiers to conduct reconnaissance and ascertain the situation. Should the circumstances prove unfavorable, he would still possess the strategic option for a tactical retreat. During this investigative endeavor, the necromantic units Li Gu sent forth encountered the panicked, fleeing Yuhua Shurjiu. The Yuhua Shurjiu, glancing back in terror, exhibited a demeanor of fear and trepidation that starkly contrasted with other mindless undead. Just as Li Gu contemplated inquiring for information, the creature fortuitously presented itself. Noticing that the Yuhua Shurjiu was merely at the second tier and in a severely weakened state, Li Gu was suddenly struck with the intention to capture it for interrogation. Promptly, he dispatched the Mingyu snake to lead over 10,000 black soul heavy armored spearmen to lay an ambush along the Yuhua Shurjiu's escape route. Chapter 52, The Whimpering Creature. An intense will to survive. At this moment, the Yuhua Shurjiu was nearly spent, its singular thought being to survive. In truth, had the Yuhua Shurjiu not been an undead entity, it would likely have perished long ago. Presently, it was reduced to little more than a head and a chest, with only slightly intact forelimbs and wings, while its lower half was utterly mangled. It was the very nature of the undead that allowed the Yuhua Shurjiu to maintain a semblance of vitality and escape from the depths of the necromantic canyon, still possessing the ability to act. Nevertheless, it had suffered grievous injuries, teetering on the brink of death. Hurry, this is terrifying. I must flee. This singular thought echoed in the Yuhua Shurjiu's mind. Just as it managed to escape the depths of the necromantic gorge, a thunderous roar reverberated, causing it to shudder and hastily glance back. A massive figure soared into the sky, measuring dozens of meters in length, its robust form resembling a bone-like dragon with wings sprouting from its back. Indeed, it was the ambushing Mingyu snake. The overwhelming aura instilled such fear in the Yuhua Shurjiu that it trembled. Even at its peak, it would not dare confront the Mingyu snake directly. Although the Yuhua Shurjiu held a hierarchical advantage, the Mingyu snake boasted a superior template. Its exceptionally high template level endowed it with the prowess to challenge foes of higher tiers. Moreover, the Yuhua Shurjiu was now merely a shadow of its former self. The Yuhua Shurjiu barely had time to react before the Mingyu snake was upon it. In that instant, the Yuhua Shurjiu instinctively sought to retreat and create distance. How swift was the response of the Mingyu snake! Its colossal body struck like a whip. The sound of its tail slicing through the air resounded as it crashed into the Yuhua Shurjiu. The creature cried out in anguish, feeling as though it had been struck by a meteor, unable to withstand the impact, instantly losing its balance and plummeting from the heights, crashing to the ground and creating a massive crater, dust billowing into the air. A throng of black soul heavy armored spearmen advanced, encircling the Yuhua Shurjiu. Utterly despondent, the Yuhua Shurjiu lamented its misfortune. Not only had it been saddled with a merciless master who demanded its life, but it had also narrowly escaped peril only to be ensnared once more. Yet, despite its dire circumstances, the Yuhua Shurjiu refused to surrender. It harbored but one desire: to survive. Whimpering, the burdens of life had transformed the Yuhua Shurjiu into a pitiful creature. It cowered on the ground, pleading desperately for mercy. Observing this, Li Gu commanded the Mingyu snake, "Do not kill it, take it to Mo-Ka." Following the orders, the Mingyu snake coiled the Yuhua Shurjiu and soared into the sky, heading directly towards the mine where Mo-Ka resided. The Yuhua Shurjiu remained oblivious to the situation. Should it possess any peculiar traits, it could potentially expose Li Gu's territory. Thus, for the sake of caution, Li Gu was unwilling to bring it back to his domain. Moreover, interrogation for information is still interrogation. Although Mo-Ka was a scholar, he was nonetheless a lich, inherently endowed with the ability to communicate with souls, making him capable of conversing with the Yuhua Shurjiu. This was precisely why Li Gu had instructed the Mingyu snake to deliver the Yuhua Shurjiu to Mo-Ka. With the Mingyu snake's flight speed, they soon arrived at the mining area. After several days of labor involving millions of skeletal soldiers, the mine had begun to take shape. Within the mining site, countless skeletons tirelessly transported the excavated raw materials from the depths of the vein, resembling diligent ants at work. On the ground, towering magical furnaces emitted astonishing heat, refining black soul iron ore into ingots. Notably, the fuel for these magical furnaces was not coal, but rather magical energy. The source of this magical energy was, of course, the skeletal soldiers. Despite their seemingly weak strength, skeletal soldiers were indeed authentic magical beings. Given the astounding number of skeletons under Li Ji's command, they naturally became the most efficient energy source. After providing energy to the furnace, the skeletal soldiers would retreat to standby, and once their magical energy replenished, they could engage in another cycle of charging. Truly, a pure, environmentally friendly skeletal power generator that would bring tears to the eyes of any capitalist. Mo-Ka, having received Li Ji's orders, emerged early to greet them. As the Mingyu snake descended, it unceremoniously dropped the Yuhua Shurjiu, barely clinging to life, onto the ground. The Yuhua Shurjiu struggled to hold itself up, eager to assess its surroundings, but upon catching sight of Mo-Ka, the last vestiges of its strength nearly evaporated in sheer terror. A lich. This was indeed a lich. Were the undead capable of tears, the Yuhua Shurjiu would undoubtedly be weeping uncontrollably at this moment. For it was well aware that as an undead unit possessing a king-level template, A lich was already a legendary entity, a being capable of contending with dragons. The Yuhua Shurgyo, merely a second-tier creature of elite template, was on the verge of fainting from fright. Seeing this, Moka casually released a surge of magical energy to stabilize the Yuhua Shurgyo's wounds. Li Ji's directive was to extract information, and he had no desire for the Yuhua Shurgyo to perish before that could occur. Now, I shall inquire, and you shall respond. Moka asserted coldly to the Yuhua Shurgyo. Whimpering, the Yuhua Shurgyo transformed into a pitiful creature, its face etched with surrender, showing not a shred of resistance. In a swift exchange of questions and answers, Moka pieced together the events that had transpired. As Anthony's right-hand companion, the Yuhua Shurgyo had followed him for a century, privy to the majority of the inner workings. Through Moka's perspective, Li Gu gleaned insight into the sudden upheaval within the depths of the necromantic canyon. The legacy of Undead. Li Gu pondered, stroking his chin in contemplation. Anthony had schemed for a century in the necromantic canyon, aiming to acquire Undead's legacy. Yet, he had been utterly terrified by the millions of undead Li Gu had brought, compelling him to expedite his plans. Ultimately, his scheme failed, triggering that array, which unleashed a torrent of undead from its confines. Now, Anthony was left in a precarious state. A choice lay before Li Gu. Should he delve into the exploration of this Undead's treasure? The need for deliberation stemmed from the inherent risks. Should Undead still be alive and wish to utilize this legacy for some form of resurrection, Li Gu would become a victim, squandering his promising future. After a moment of reflection, Li Gu opted for a middle ground approach, to first eradicate the undead that had surged forth from the array and ascertain the situation surrounding it. Anthony had toiled beside the array left by Undead for over a century, yet nothing had transpired. This indicated that there was indeed no danger beyond the array. Given the absence of peril, Li Gu could set his mind at ease and proceed to eliminate this batch of undead. After all, it represented a significant natural disaster point. Chapter 53, Striking It Rich. Li Gu swiftly unified his forces, comprising 80,000 black soul heavy armored spearmen, 8,000 venomous wolves, and millions of skeleton soldiers. Under the command of the seasoned skeleton general and the phantom feather serpent, they advanced directly into the depths of the Necromancer's Gorge. The geography of the Necromancer's Gorge consists of a vast chasm, which has enabled Li Gu, who occupies the mid and outer layers, to successfully encircle the area. The wild undead, erupting from the depths, find themselves trapped, akin to turtles in a pot. The formidable figure of the seasoned skeleton general stood tall, flanked by a dense formation of black soul heavy armored spearmen, a dark mass reminiscent of a looming storm cloud, exuding an overwhelming presence. On either side, the venomous wolves surged, their ferocity intensified by the noxious mists, further amplifying their menacing aura. Behind them lay an endless horde of skeleton soldiers. Faced with such an imposing array, the wild undead instinctively recoiled in fear. Yet, overwhelmed by the sheer number of undead pouring forth from the formation, they had no space to retreat. Kill. With a thunderous roar from the seasoned skeleton general, the army charged forth with fierce determination. The war was on the brink of eruption. The black soul heavy armored spearmen initiated a charge, their tightly knit formation decimating the disorganized wild undead with devastating efficiency. Countless skeletons and zombies were reduced to mere fragments beneath their relentless advance. The venomous wolves collectively exhaled toxic fumes, transforming the air into a suffocating cloud of poison, inflicting continuous harm upon the wild undead. Meanwhile, the aerial undead, led by the phantom feather serpent, pursued and eliminated any fleeing foes with ruthless precision. The million-strong skeleton army surged forth like a white wall or a tidal wave, sweeping away everything in their path. The cacophony of clashes, the tearing of flesh, and the shattering of bones intertwined to compose a symphony known as war. Li Ji's forces resembled a vengeful legion from the underworld, sweeping through everything with impunity. As the supreme commander of this conflict, Li Gu lay comfortably several dozen miles away, resting his head upon Vivian's lap, observing the unfolding battle from a divine perspective granted by multiple flying undead. Through his observations, Li Gu discerned that these wild undead were not only weak but also lacked coordination, fighting entirely independently, akin to a disorganized mass. This served as evidence that the formation left by Undead did not harbor any commanding units capable of directing these undead. This was undoubtedly good news for Li Gu. After all, the presence of a commander would imply the potential existence of a powerful third-tier intelligent undead within the formation. Li Gu had no desire to engage with such entities unless absolutely necessary. Given his current capabilities, the odds of defeating a third-tier foe were exceedingly slim. Akin to a primitive man confronting a colossal mech capable of energy regeneration, high attack, and defense, along with the ability to soar through the skies. The strong are not fools. They understand the ebb and flow of battle. After expending countless units to deplete an opponent's energy, one might find the adversary simply retreating, evading pursuit, and returning once fully restored to resume the fight until they locate the command center. Should they succeed in decapitating the command, victory would be theirs. This is precisely why Li Ge has continually sought to develop top-tier combat strength and elite legions. In a world dominated by martial prowess, if one lacks powerful magical units to enhance their capabilities, they are scarcely more than cannon fodder, utterly collapsing under the might of true champions. Only by cultivating a structured army can one leverage numerical and equipment advantages to triumph against stronger foes. Now, with the wild undead spilling forth from Andit's treasure, devoid of third-tier threats, Li Ge could unleash his full potential. With his current military might, he could easily annihilate ordinary second-tier foes as one would a pack of dogs. Moreover, since these wild undead had been directly expelled from the formation and had also endured a fall from great heights, even those that survived were significantly injured, further diminishing their combat efficacy. This made Li Ge's extermination endeavor all the more effortless. As these undead fell swiftly, the ground became littered with luminous loot, only visible to Li Ge. System notifications raced across the edges of his vision. In mere minutes, Li Ge amassed nearly 10 million disaster points. What were these undead but a veritable printing press for wealth? A satisfied smirk crept across Li Ge's lips. Ultimately, disaster points were of paramount importance to him. With an ample supply, should a third-tier foe truly emerge, Li Ge could gamble everything. He could directly utilize disaster points to evolve all venomous wolves to first-tier or upgrade tens of thousands of first-tier Black Soul heavy-armored spearmen. At that juncture, with over 100,000 first-tier units, coupled with their specialized skills, even a third-tier adversary would not stand a chance against him. This conflict raged from daylight into the night. By this time, Li Ge's total disaster points had reached an astonishing 100 million. It is worth noting that this sum was essentially free of cost. The undead expelled from the formation were weak, many had sustained injuries from their falls, rendering the entire process astonishingly effortless for Li Ge. The act of collecting riches alone was a cause for elation. But acquiring over 100 million disaster points was an exhilarating boon. Regrettably, the formation left by Andit was not enduring. It had only operated for about an hour. The latter portion involved merely tidying up and utilizing information from the residual fire vulture to seek a pathway into the formation. In addition to the disaster points, a plethora of loot emerged, including a vast quantity of soul essences, which could roughly yield over 30,000 experience points for Li Ge. This was ample to elevate him to the second tier. He was indeed reaping bountiful rewards. However, Li Ge halted his ascent at the 9th grade of the first tier, not rushing to break through. It was highly probable that beneath the formation left by Andit lay a dungeon. The lower the level, the more rewarding the dungeon's completion would be. With over 100 million disaster points as a safety net, Li Ge felt emboldened. He intended to first investigate the formation to determine what lay beneath before making a decision. Li Ge commanded a squad of skeleton soldiers to follow the route provided by the residual fire vulture, heading directly to the formation's location. During this time, through the perspective of the skeleton soldiers, Li Ge glimpsed numerous laboratories belonging to Anthony. From the mouth of the residual fire vulture, Li Ge learned of Anthony's exploits. Interestingly, Anthony was also a rather unfortunate soul, a second-tier necromancer. His strength was far from weak. In the realm of Era, as long as one remained humble, they could enjoy life. Yet, he encountered Li Ge. The sheer scale of the million-strong undead army left Anthony dumbfounded, disrupting his composure. Ultimately, in a state of unpreparedness, he rashly attempted to breach the formation left by Andit, leading to his demise within it. Nevertheless, Li Ge owed a debt of gratitude to this individual. Were it not for Anthony, Li Ge would not have been able to eradicate this batch of undead at such a negligible cost, thereby acquiring over 100 million disaster points. What a good person indeed. If Anthony were to hear Li Ge's musings, he would likely be furious enough to overturn his coffin lid. I have toiled for much of my life, and yet all the spoils go to you, is that it? Before long, the skeleton soldiers arrived at the edge of the cliff. The formation at the bottom began to stabilize. The flow of undead had returned to normal. One could faintly see a continuous stream of undead climbing the cliffside. Li Ge's eyes sparkled with anticipation. What treasures might lie within the legacy of one who once threatened an entire continent and unleashed a calamity of the undead? Chapter 54, the highest difficulty dungeon of the novice village. According to the residual fire vulture, Anthony's experimental results indicated that when someone attempts to pass through the formation, a peculiar black flame would be triggered. This black flame could inflict immense damage to both the flesh and soul, and the most effective means of extinguishing it was through the suppression of powerful mental strength. Furthermore, the stronger the individual, the greater the intensity of the black flame triggered upon contact with the formation. Li Ge surveyed the precipice from the perspective of a skeleton, contemplating the information at hand. Yet, seeing is believing, and hearing is but a fleeting illusion. 100 words spoken by others cannot compare to the experience of doing it oneself. After a thorough review of the information, Li Ge issued a direct command for one of the skeletal soldiers to leap off the cliff. The skeletal soldier, devoid of intellect, executed Li Ge's order with unwavering loyalty. Upon receiving the command, the skeleton hesitated not for a moment, grasped a rock, and plunged straight down from the cliff's edge, plummeting into the abyss. As gravity took hold, The howling wind rushed past the skeleton's ears, plunging its vision into darkness, leaving only the sound of the gale. Li Gu kept track of the time, waiting silently, and after approximately a minute, a sudden glow emanated from below. A colossal magic circle revealed itself within the skeleton's line of sight. The formation, with a diameter exceeding 100 meters, boasted a standard circular outline, filled with intricate and arcane magical patterns, resembling a finely crafted artwork, exuding the utmost beauty of magical civilization. At the moment the skeleton beheld the formation, an alert from the Reincarnation Game resonated in Li Ji's ears. Congratulations on discovering the dungeon, the trial of Undead's legacy. Note, this dungeon is a special one, and its level is correlated with the strength of the challenger. Current dungeon level, first stage. Difficulty level, hell. To Li Gu's astonishment, it was indeed a dungeon. His heart swelled with joy. Moreover, this dungeon was not just any ordinary one. It was a special dungeon. The description provided by the Reincarnation Game indicated that this was a trial left behind by Undead to select a worthy successor. It was no wonder the formation adjusted the intensity of the black flames according to the challenger's realm. Clearly, the formation represented the first trial left by Undead. Only those with sufficiently powerful mental fortitude could qualify to enter and face the true contents of the trial. However, the difficulty was undeniably exaggerated, Li Gu mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. The difficulty levels for novice dungeons are categorized as ordinary, experienced, difficult, nightmare, and hell. The trial of Undead's legacy, classified as hell difficulty, was undoubtedly the most challenging in the novice world of the Reincarnation Game, a true embodiment of maximal difficulty. Yet, as the winds grow fiercer, the fish grow more precious. Higher difficulty signifies greater rewards. Li Gu anticipated the rewards for conquering this dungeon with eager anticipation. Just as Li Gu was lost in thought, the plummeting skeletal soldier collided with the magic formation, igniting a fierce blaze of black fire that instantly reduced the skeleton to ashes, severing Li Ji's consciousness link. He began to ponder how to traverse this formation. In truth, it was not overly complicated. The key to overcoming the black flames lay in mental strength. As long as one possessed sufficient mental fortitude, they could surpass this initial trial. In that moment, Li Gu thought of an ideal candidate, the Lich Mocha. Although Mocha was primarily a scholarly type, as a Lich, its template level reached the King tier, and its mental attributes far surpassed all the units under Li Gu's command. While Mocha might not be the strongest in combat prowess, it was undoubtedly the best in mental attributes. Furthermore, Mocha possessed a significant advantage, the life box. As long as the life box remained intact, Mocha could resurrect infinitely, providing a safeguard for Li Gu to delve deeper into the trials beneath the formation. Even if magic could not aid in passing the trial, Li Gu would still gain insight into its specific difficulties, allowing for targeted evolution. With this in mind, Li Gu conveyed his thoughts to Mocha. Mocha, proceed to that formation. I need you to enter and retrieve the treasures within. At your command, boss, Mocha replied without hesitation, even displaying a hint of excitement. In Mocha's eyes, its master was a top-tier figure who wielded miraculous powers. Thus, there was no doubt that Li Gu could procure the treasures hidden beneath the formation. It was merely a test of Mocha's capabilities. For an exceptional employee, a boss's test could hardly be deemed a test. It was a mark of progress. Boss, I assure you I will complete the task and will not betray your trust. Eager for growth, Mocha hastened towards the location of the formation. Throughout the Valley of the Undead, the majority of the undead had been purged by Li Gu. Mocha's journey proceeded smoothly, and it soon arrived at the edge of the cliff. Is this the place? As Mocha gazed at the precipice, a wave of instinctual trepidation washed over it. But the thought of Li Gu emboldened its spirit. Tell my boss, I am no coward. Mocha leaped into the abyss. As a lich, Mocha inherently possessed the ability to fly, accelerating downward. The wild undead on either side recoiled in terror from Mocha's lich aura, daring not to stir. Li Gu tapped into Mocha's perspective, hearing the winds howl as Mocha approached the formation at an astonishing speed. Unlike the previous skeletal soldier's passive descent, Mocha was in complete control, ready to halt at any moment. Indeed, a lich, Li Gu nodded slightly. Even a lich without combat skills was still a lich. That inherently superior template posed a dimensional assault on other races. In mere seconds, the formation at the bottom of the cliff came into view for Mocha. It executed a sudden stop, hovering above the formation, scrutinizing it closely, though unable to discern its intricacies. After a brief examination, Mocha cast aside distractions and approached the formation directly. As Mocha made contact with the formation, fierce black flames erupted once more, enveloping Mocha entirely. For a moment, Mocha felt a surge of panic, but its formidable mental strength rendered it as steadfast as a rock. The inferno, which seemed capable of incinerating all, was ineffective at this moment. Within the flames, Mocha experienced only a slight sting, and any discomfort dissipated. It relaxed and continued towards the formation. The space rippled like the surface of water. Mocha's entire form transcended the sea of black flames, fully immersing itself within the formation. It accomplished effortlessly what Anthony had strived for over a century. At the instant Mocha entered the formation, it felt an overwhelming clarity as it stepped into an entirely new realm. Chapter 55. What is a top-tier proxy? The Celestial Proxy. You have entered a first-stage hell-level dungeon, the Trial of Undead. As a summon is an extension of the individual, it can be regarded as part of the player. Thus, when a summon enters the dungeon, it is as if the player has entered. However, Li Ji's situation was rather unique. Possessing the Undead Catastrophe System, he commanded an endless array of undead summons that could infinitely evolve. Therefore, whether in battling monsters or exploring dungeons, Li Gu could exploit bugs without restraint. It is likely that the Reincarnation Game never anticipated the emergence of an anomaly like Li Gu. Strictly speaking, Li Gu could be considered a virus within the Reincarnation Game. Upon hearing the prompt and witnessing Mocha successfully enter the dungeon, Li Gu, filled with expectation, began to observe the dungeon's environment through Mocha's perspective. Contrary to his imagination of a vast secret realm, Mocha now found itself in a small, dimly lit chamber, measuring merely a few meters in length, width, and height. The walls were pitch black, illuminated only by a few magical lanterns casting a feeble glow. The air was thick with an oppressive atmosphere. Anyone suffering from claustrophobia would likely find it difficult to breathe in such a place. Just as Li Gu pondered how this dungeon could possibly be cleared, the sound of gears turning echoed, reminiscent of ancient machinery at work. The wall facing Mocha slowly opened, revealing a complex heart model constructed from countless metal wires of varying thickness. An aged, gravelly voice suddenly resonated. Within 30 minutes, infuse magical power into this heart to revive it, and you shall pass. Upon finishing, a progress bar began to appear beside the wall, indicating that the trial would conclude once the bar was filled. Beyond that, the voice fell silent, leaving Li Gu utterly bewildered. What precisely was this trial testing? How was it to be conducted? What would happen upon failure? Such unprofessionalism is rather disconcerting, leaving much unspoken. Despite his complaints, Li Gu understood that those of immense power often possess eccentricities. It is not due to an inherent oddity, but rather the passage of time that has dulled a portion of their humanity. This explains why immortal beings tend to be rigid and obsessive. Consider that some individuals, merely in their 20s or 30s, already harbor disdain for the youth. How much more so for those ancient entities who have existed for centuries, even millennia? Li Gu silently observed Mocha, offering no hints, for it was essential to fully harness the initiative of his subordinate. It was far from a reflection of Li Ji's ignorance. At that moment, Mocha was also examining the heart model, filled with doubt yet undeterred, for this was indeed a test bestowed by his boss. With a fervent spirit, Mocha approached the task with utmost seriousness. From Mocha's perspective, the heart model stood approximately 1 meter tall, ensnared by a labyrinth of intricate metallic veins that appeared exceedingly complex and refined. Should he infuse it with magic? Mocha attempted to channel a surge of magical energy, only to discover the metal's magical conductivity was lamentably poor, presenting substantial resistance to his efforts. Furthermore, during the process of infusing magic, any slight leakage would cause all the energy directed into the heart to dissipate. It quickly dawned on Mocha that this trial was a test of his control over magic. Indeed, it was a formidable challenge. Gazing upon the intricate network, he couldn't help but reflect that his former self would have found such an endeavor utterly impossible. The heart model was adorned with over 100,000 lines, varying in thickness and intertwining in a chaotic dance. Each detail demanded a different amount of magical energy, and any mistake would result in utter failure. To succeed, one would need an extraordinary mastery of magical control. Moreover, there was a strict time limit of 30 minutes. For the vast majority of first-tier practitioners, this would be an insurmountable challenge. After all, controlling magic requires not only formidable mental fortitude, but also diligent training and innate talent. However, the circumstances had changed. Thanks to Li Gu, Mocha had now evolved into a lich. As one of the most renowned magical beings, the lich possessed an innate ability to master magic. Mocha committed every vein on the model to memory, and after a moment of calculation, his expression turned grave. He placed his hand once more upon the heart model, channeling the deathly magic within him. In an instant, it was as though the heart had been infused with lifeblood, as the veins glowed a vivid crimson wherever the magic flowed. Time ticked by relentlessly. 20 minutes later, as the last fine thread of the model was filled with magical energy, the connection between the heart model and Mocha abruptly severed, causing the heart to pulse rhythmically as if it had come to life. The timer ceased its countdown. A raspy voice echoed, "Not bad. Congratulations on surviving. Now, let us commence the second trial." As the words faded, a wall rumbled upwards, revealing a dark corridor that appeared to lead into the unknown. Li Ji's lips twitched at the phrase "congratulations on surviving," pondering whether failure to complete the trial would equate to death. Fortunately, he had a proxy to rely on. Li Gu felt a sense of relief at this outcome. Truth be told, had it been him undertaking the trial, he might not even have gained entry into the instance. Anthony, a formidable second-tier practitioner, had spent a century without success. What hope did Li Gu, merely a first-tier individual with an ordinary class template, have? He was quite aware of his own limitations. Of course, as the master of the Undead Catastrophe System, the strength of his undead minions translated into his own power. Navigating the world was not a solitary endeavor. If he could not prevail, could his army of nearly 10 million undead not triumph? Artistry is, after all, a form of overwhelming force. Mocha now served as Li Ji's exceptional proxy. As a dignified lich, he was indeed an unparalleled asset. Under Li Ji's watchful gaze, Mocha, having successfully passed the first trial, wiped away non-existent sweat from his brow and stepped forward toward the second trial. Traversing the corridor, he arrived at a pitch-black chamber identical to the previous one. In the center of the room lay a dark crystal orb. The ancient voice resonated once more. Congratulations. Fortunate one, this is the second trial. Place your hand upon it. If you remain alive, you shall be deemed successful. Though apprehensive, Mocha approached resolutely, placing his hand atop the crystal orb. In an instant, the orb erupted with dazzling brilliance. Mocha's consciousness blurred as countless undead phantoms materialized around him, intent on devouring and tearing him apart. An illusion, perhaps? From his omniscient perspective, Li Gu analyzed Mocha's predicament. In this illusory realm, Mocha struggled fiercely against the onslaught. Yet his resistance resembled that of a drowning victim. The more he fought, the deeper he sank. Should he exhaust his mental energy, he would truly perish within this illusion. Do not panic. This is merely an illusion. Contemplate carefully how to break free, Li Gu advised at a critical moment. Upon hearing Li Ji's voice, Mocha regained his composure, scrutinizing his surroundings. Thanks to his formidable mental prowess, he discerned that he was indeed ensnared in an illusory world. Truly remarkable was his boss, who could effortlessly identify the flaw even from afar. Mocha felt a profound admiration swell within him as he swiftly devised a strategy to escape. Since this was a trial, it couldn't be an unwinnable scenario. Surveying the illusion, he noted that the vast expanse was a colossal abyss, with only two paths, one leading upward, sparsely populated with undead, and the other descending into a torrent of malevolent spirits. Which path to choose? This presented the second challenge of the trial, the choice: to confront adversity head-on, or to retreat in weakness. For his master, he would fight with all he had. Gritting his teeth, the exemplary employee Mocha plunged downward into the fray. The surging undead assailed him fiercely, rending his flesh and inflicting immense pain. Yet, Mocha did not relent, bolstered by the lich's formidable mental strength. He could endure for a while longer. He had to reach the exit of the illusion within this time frame. Time lost its meaning as he battled through the depths of the illusion, his body battered and bloodied, yet his resolve unwavering. He continued his dive into the abyss. Supported by his absolute loyalty to Li Gu, he pressed on. Finally, at the abyss's bottom, a massive iron door emerged. Mocha's face lit up with excitement as he quickened his pace, braving the onslaught of countless undead, and pushed open the door. In that moment, the entire illusion shattered. Mocha's awareness returned, gasping for breath as he surveyed his surroundings. All was eerily quiet. The frenzied undead had vanished, and he found himself back in the dark chamber, as if nothing had ever transpired. Only the crystal orb continued to emit its radiant glow. Mocha hastily withdrew his hand. The orb quietly shattered into ash. The ancient voice resounded once more. Haha, well done. You are no coward. This resolve is worthy of my acknowledgement. Proceed, for the final trial awaits. Perhaps due to the successful completion of the first two trials, the voice had softened considerably. The ultimate trial, Li Gu reflected on the previous challenges. The heart model had tested magical control, fundamentally assessing one's innate talent. The illusion had examined situational judgment, crisis management, and willpower, essentially a test of character. These trials were designed for only the most exceptional of talents, such as Mocha, who bore the royal template of a lich. What then would the final trial evaluate? Eagerly anticipating the reward that awaited, Li Gu watched as Mocha stepped forward into the next trial. Passing through the newly opened door, he once again entered a chamber shrouded in darkness, nearly indistinguishable from the previous one. The only distinction lay in the towering bronze gate that confronted Mocha. Upon its surface was intricately carved a spell, accompanied by a pictorial depiction of the incantation process. The final trial demanded that within 10 minutes, one must master this door-opening spell to obtain the treasures I have left behind, echoed the voice of Undead. Upon hearing this, Mocha's expression grew notably grave. Mastering a spell within a mere 10 minutes seemed an insurmountable challenge. It is worth noting that the body occupied by Li Gu had devoted over a decade to studying necromancy under the tutelage of Oberth, and had only managed to grasp the most rudimentary of spells, the summoning of skeletons. While his inherent lack of talent and comprehension played a role, it nevertheless illustrated the formidable nature of spell learning. Without a player's skill book, it could take 1 or 2 years to learn a single spell, which was entirely normal. Now, and its ultimate trial required the mastery of a spell in just 10 minutes. The difficulty was indeed outrageous. The first trial tested talent, the second tested will, and the final trial assessed comprehension, clearly adhering to the standards for accepting apprentices. It seemed likely that what Undead had left behind was his professional legacy. A flicker of excitement crossed Li Ji's face. A professional legacy implied the existence of a class-changing item. Thus, Li Gu might have the opportunity to acquire a more formidable profession and alter his woeful status as a feeble being. Li Ji's greatest weakness was, in fact, himself. Despite commanding nearly 10 million undead, he was merely an ordinary necromancer, comparable to an elite template, only slightly superior to the common soldiers. Should he obtain a high-quality profession, it would compensate for his vulnerabilities, allowing him to face assassinations and beheadings with greater composure. However, all of this hinged on Mocha successfully navigating the final trial. Li Gu refrained from interrupting Mocha, granting him the freedom to operate entirely on his own. He would never presume to guide an expert from the sidelines. Mocha did not betray Li Ji's trust. He stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the spell, committing the entire casting process to memory. He raised his hand and commenced his incantation, weaving magic in his grasp, forming a resplendent magical array. As the elemental forces of the world converged and intertwined with the array. As a lich, the innate talent for casting spells was embedded in their DNA. They were born for the purpose of spellcasting. Even though Mocha was not a combat unit, he still possessed this innate gift. Thus, compared to the previous two trials, this final trial was, in fact, the simplest for Mocha. As the incantation progressed, the magical array erupted in brilliance, coalescing into a dazzling golden key that inserted itself into the bronze door. A click echoed as the mechanisms of the door engaged. The door swung open with a thunderous crash, revealing a pitch-black, enigmatic corridor. And its voice resonated once more. "You have succeeded, O Seeker. Though I know not how much time has passed, congratulations, you have earned the right to inherit my legacy." Cackling, he continued, "Alas, I cannot witness what you will become after obtaining this legacy. Will you be a despised heretic, a dark lord who instills terror in the world, or a harbinger of calamity that brings about the world's destruction? Regardless, once again, congratulations, my heir. Train diligently. I eagerly anticipate the day you will topple that resplendent temple." And its voice carried joy, relief, and a hint of madness, a theatrical display indeed. Li Gu felt indifferent to end its words. No matter what the future held, he would remain true to himself, and that was sufficient. Meanwhile, Mocha, filled with anticipation, floated forth and traversed the corridor. This time, it was not a dark chamber, but a vast underground cavern. In the center of the cavern lay a treasure chest. Mocha scanned the surroundings with his mental acuity, confirming the absence of anomalies, and reached out to open the chest. Immediately thereafter, the notification sound of the Reincarnation Game resounded. Congratulations on completing the held difficulty instance and its trial. Completion speed, extremely fast. Instance completion rate, 100. Overall evaluation, perfect. Congratulations on receiving the instance completion rewards. Scepter of the Nether Emperor, class-changing item, 50. 000 experience points, 1000 reputation points. As the notification concluded, the 50,000 experience points were credited, and Li Gu instantly broke through to the second tier. Chapter 57, 10 days to second tier, a sensation. Ding. Congratulations on breaking through to the second tier, first rank, basic attributes enhanced, earning 30 free attribute points. Ding. Congratulations on breaking through to the second tier, second rank, basic attributes enhanced, earning 30 free attribute points. As the notification sounded, Li Gu erupted in radiant light. His bones transforming, magic surging within him as his body evolved and grew stronger at an astonishing pace. This metamorphosis of his very essence was exhilarating, tightening even his toes in delight. Meanwhile, 2 consecutive world announcements echoed in the ears of all players. Congratulations to the new player, the Nether King, for solo clearing the held difficulty instance and achieving the accomplishment. Into the Dragon's Lair. Reward, 600 reputation points. A first-tier obsidian treasure chest. Congratulations to the new player, the Nether King, for breaking through to the second tier, achieving the accomplishment. Remarkable progress. Reward, 1000 reputation points. A second-tier obsidian treasure chest. The consecutive announcements left all players in a state of shock. Many even pinched their ears, questioning if they had misheard. It was only 10 days since this batch of players had entered the world of Era and officially commenced their journey. In merely 10 days, one had solo cleared a held difficulty instance and ascended to the second tier. Unbelievable. This was madness. 10 days to the second tier? Has anyone ever achieved such speed in history? It was impossible, absolutely impossible. A held difficulty instance, 10 days to the second tier. Was I dreaming? Or had this world truly turned upside down? Terrifying. While I was selling hooks in a brothel, other notable figures had already reached the second tier. What a stark contrast. I can't keep up. The Nether King is indeed a big shot. At this pace, it won't be long before the Nether King graduates from the novice world. The fastest completion speed in history for a novice village. Such astonishing velocity. Am I about to witness the rise of a figure capable of constructing a divine kingdom? The entire forum was nearly overwhelmed with activity. Players marveled in awe. In the Filan Empire, at the headquarters of the Temple of Light, Kai Tianlin, who was in the midst of disrobing in preparation for sleep, heard the announcement, and, with a rip, tore his clothes to shreds. A hell difficulty instance. 10 days to the second tier, this. Kai Tianlin's expression rapidly shifted. The arrogance that once filled him was now consumed by an uncontrollable fear. Achieving the second tier in merely 10 days? If the Nether King were granted a few more months, would he not reach the third tier? At such a level, he would undoubtedly be among the most formidable in the world of Era. Who could contend with him? No. It is imperative to expedite the investigation into the Nether King, ascertain his coordinates, identify him, eliminate him, and seize his opportunities. Kai Tianlin hastily exited his room, disheveled. As some nuns gasped in surprise at his appearance in the corridor. Ignoring them, Kai Tianlin made a beeline for the location of the cardinal in red robes. Meanwhile, Li Gu, now having broken through to the second tier, examined his current attributes. Li Gu, reputation, 8,960, somewhat notable. Profession, necromancer, ordinary. Realm, second tier, second rank, 20. 00030, 000. Skills, skeleton summoning, bone shield, dark energy missile, slow curse, poisonous dart. Attributes, constitution 192, strength 191, agility 201, spirit 301. Equipment, dark staff, leather armor. Spider silk belt, lightweight boots, phosphorescent hood, sapphire pendant, spirit ring. Even after allocating the 60 free attribute points earned from his breakthrough to his spirit attribute, Li Ji's spirit attribute barely reached 360 points. This was far inferior to Mocha's over 600 points. Such was the disparity in template levels. Li Gu couldn't help but reflect. The disparity in talent is, indeed, more staggering than that between species. It is akin to the vast gulf separating an elephant from an ant. Their strengths belong to entirely different realms. However, fortune smiled upon Li Gu, for upon conquering the trials of Andite, he not only amassed a wealth of experience and 2 achievements, but also received a reward for completing the dungeon, the Staff of the Nether Emperor. Li Gu distinctly recalled that the completion prompt clearly stated it was a job transfer item. The reward was directly deposited into Li Ji's backpack. Without hesitation, he opened his backpack and located the Staff of the Nether Emperor, eagerly tapping to view its detailed attributes. Staff of the Nether Emperor, legendary, special job transfer item. No level restrictions. Upon use, one can transition to the special profession, Lord of the Nether. Note, this item is exclusively for the undead profession or those without a profession. As he read this description, Li Gu nearly forgot to breathe. Legendary. This was a job transfer item of legendary quality. Initially, Li Gu had thought it would be an extraordinary item, but who could have anticipated it was legendary? It is worth noting that legendary professions correspond to beings possessing imperial templates, surpassing even the bloodline quality of Mokar, the Lich. No wonder the trials were so arduous. Indeed, it would be unreasonable for such a profession to be easy to attain. Li Gu could not help but reflect on this. Although Mokar had navigated the 3 trials with apparent ease, such proficiency stemmed from being a Lich. Were it any other race of royal template, the challenges would remain insurmountable. After all, those trials were designed to rigorously test the candidate's talent, temperament, and comprehension. Success was unequivocal, while failure was equally clear. Fortunately, Li Gu had Mokar, this top-tier stand-in, at his side. With a mere thought, Li Gu established a mental connection with Mokar. Since the Staff of the Nether Emperor, now securely in Li Ji's backpack, had emptied the chest, Mokar was left in a state of confusion. Li Gu addressed him, saying, "The task is complete, well done. Return now. As you command, master." Upon hearing Li Ji's praise, Mokar's face lit up with excitement, and without further ado, he began to depart. It was not that Li Gu wished to deny Mokar further exploration of the area. Rather, Mokar, being of only first rank, could not possibly breach the walls of the hidden chamber to investigate other locales. Moreover, having reaped his rewards, Li Gu saw no need to disturb the resting Andite. As Mokar retraced his steps and exited the dungeon, a black flame ignited within the array. This fire was not directed at Mokar, but began to consume itself. In an instant, the vast array was reduced to ashes, vanishing without a trace. From this day forth, the final vestiges of Andite, the third-tier mage who had brought calamity to the world 3,000 years ago, were obliterated, allowing him to rest in peace at last. Li Gu refocused his attention on the job transfer item within his backpack, anticipation swelling within him. How formidable would this new profession be? Having witnessed Mokar's might as a Lich, Li Gu was filled with eager expectation for this legendary profession. Let us commence. Without any hesitation, Li Gu bypassed the treasure chest and directly utilized the Staff of the Nether Emperor to initiate his job transfer. As Li Gu pressed confirm, the Staff of the Nether Emperor abruptly vanished from his backpack. A tremendous power surged forth, enveloping Li Gu in the force of the rules, lifting him into the air. Akin to an emperor poised for coronation, ready to accept the power emanating from the Nether. Chapter 58, Lord of the Nether, the might of a legendary profession. Vivian gazed at this scene, her beautiful eyes reflecting a measure of shock. Even Vivian, who possessed a handsome template, felt an immense pressure at this moment. As if a mortal were gazing upon a deity. Li Gu floated in midair, the tumultuous laws of the nether swirling around him, a chilling wind howling, and the wails of malevolent spirits resonating. An immense and magnificent palace materialized in the heavens, and countless legions of the undead knelt in reverence before him. Li Gu felt as though his destiny had been rewritten, endowed with a fortune that had never belonged to him before. His flesh was undergoing a metamorphosis. His soul was being enhanced. A torrent of arcane knowledge surged into his mind. As everything reached its zenith, a resounding explosion echoed, reminiscent of the creation of the world. Li Ji's sea of souls erupted, wild primordial energy gestating, voraciously absorbing the laws of the nether, birthing a small world of his own. The notification from the Reincarnation Game chimed at this moment. Ding. Utilizing the job transfer item, Staff of the Nether Emperor. Congratulations on your transition to Lord of the Nether. With the notification echoing in his ears, myriad phenomena dissipated, and Li Gu gently descended to the ground. Vivian, Oberth, and the multitude of wise undead gazed in astonishment, their eyes filled with growing reverence for Li Gu. As undead beings, they instinctively felt a sense of fear in the presence of Li Gu, as though he were their rightful sovereign. Li Gu paid them no mind, focusing intently on the changes within himself, the immense power coursing through him, his soul brimming with unprecedented vitality, and the seemingly boundless arcane energy all indicated that Li Ji's foundational attributes had experienced a monumental transformation. Simultaneously, a wealth of professional knowledge bestowed upon Li Gu's several new skills. Yet, these were not the most significant changes. The most profound alteration that Li Gu felt was that he had acquired a world of his own. With a mere thought, Li Gu vanished from his previous location, appearing in a vast plain where the sky was shrouded in gray, and the earth was consumed by darkness. The emptiness, desolation, and suffocating stillness were enough to serve as a backdrop for a horror film. Yet, this world belonged to Li Gu. More accurately, it was a part of him. The Lord of the Nether, a remarkably powerful profession. Observing all of this, Li Gu could not help but exclaim in awe, and he once again opened his attribute panel. Li Gu, reputation, 8960, somewhat well known. Profession, Lord of the Nether, legendary. Entry 1, Realm of the Nether, possesses a realm belonging to oneself within the Nether. Entry 2, I am Reincarnation, one's Nether realm can draw in wandering souls and convert them into undead units. Note, these undead are not absolutely loyal. Entry 3, Life to the Heavens, as long as the Nether realm exists. One is immortal. Entry 4, Laws of the Nether, all Nether-based spells and skills have reduced learning difficulty and greatly enhanced power. Entry 5, Undead Emperor, all undead units that submit to you and obey you will gain an increase in strength. Realm, second tier. Second grade, 20,000, 30,000. Skills, Forbidden Spell, Hellgate, Forbidden Spell, Blessing of the Nether Emperor, Forbidden Spell, Divine Black Coffin, Skeleton Summon, Bone Shield. Dark Energy Missile, Slow Curse, Poison Dart. Attributes, Constitution 602, Strength 600, Agility 608, Spirit 1080. Equipment, Dark Staff, Leather Light Armor, Spider Silk Belt. Light Boots, Phosphorescent Hood, Sapphire Pendant, Spirit Ring. Truly, a profession capable of unleashing a calamity of the undead. Li Ji's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Lord of the Nether is nothing short of extraordinary. The 5 entries, Realm of the Nether, I am Reincarnation, Life to the Heavens, Laws of the Nether, and Undead Emperor, each possess astounding power. The Realm of the Nether grants Li Gu a domain of his own within the Nether. I am Reincarnation allows him to continuously produce undead units. Life to the Heavens provides him with a survivability that surpasses even that of a lich's phylactery. As long as his Nether realm endures, he can resurrect indefinitely. The laws of the Nether elevate Li Gu to a level of magical prowess greater than that of a lich. The Undead Emperor bestows upon Li Gu an expansive buff aura that encompasses all of his undead subordinates. In addition to these, this job transfer has also granted Li Gu 3 legendary quality professional skills. Forbidden Spell, Hellgate, a massive summoning spell. Forbidden Spell, Blessing of the Nether Emperor, a colossal group enhancement. Forbidden Spell, Divine Black Coffin, a single target finisher. With these 3 formidable forbidden spells, combined with Li Ji's foundational attributes exceeding 1,000 points, he now stands unyielding even against third-tier foes. Li Gu finally comprehended why, 3 millennia ago, the undead calamity could engulf the entire realm of Era. It was solely due to the extraordinary prowess of that profession. However, despite its formidable nature, Li Gu was acutely aware that he had yet to attain invincibility. Even the third-tier undead had fallen to the Divine Temple of Light, signifying that there were always greater heights beyond his reach and stronger beings beyond his capabilities. Li Gu understood that he must strive diligently to grow. As for fearing the Divine Temple of Light, he felt little trepidation. The upper limit of the Era realm was capped at the 3rd tier. Such were the rules of the Reincarnation Game, which even the Divine Temple could not transgress. Possessing the Undead Calamity system and being a player, Li Ji's potential far surpassed that of the undead. Given sufficient time, the divine temple of light would inevitably bow before him in submission. Sooner or later, he would ascend the divine mountain and claim the head of the Pope of the luminous temple as a tribute for Vivian's evolution. The sensation of becoming stronger was utterly exhilarating. Li Ji's current mood was simply delightful. Nothing compared to the joy of personal growth. After all, in this world, true strength lay in one's own might. Presently, Li Gu need not worry about enemies employing decapitation tactics. After all, who would behead whom remained uncertain. Gathering his thoughts, Li Gu hummed a tune from his homeland as he departed from his own netherworld, returning to reality. Having successfully changed his class, it was now time to unveil the 2 treasure chests. Completing the dungeon, the Trials of the Undead, along with his advancement to the 2nd tier. Li Gu had earned 2 achievement rewards, 1 first-tier black obsidian chest and 1 second-tier black obsidian chest. He claimed them, and in an instant, 2 resplendent chests materialized before him. The black obsidian chest was associated with top-tier quality items, and he hoped for some useful materials. Li Gu was quite eager about this. Exceptional materials could lead to the evolution of units equivalent to Mocha, a regal lich. If he truly obtained such a treasure, it would be a double, if not triple, delight. Even if the outcome was not materials, like the Soul Tavern he previously opened, it would still be immensely practical. After all, the Soul Tavern had provided Li Gu with a plethora of intelligent undead, which were far more valuable for evolution than ordinary undead. If he amassed enough, it would alleviate the burden of commanding a legion of undead. With anticipation, Li Gu stepped forward, utilizing both hands to initiate a double draw. Directly opening the 2 black obsidian chests, a chilling radiance burst forth. As the black obsidian chests opened, 2 items, 1 large and 1 small, emerged. Chapter 59, Golden Skeletal Tyrant. Xianglu. The Reincarnation Game's prompt sounded. Ding. First-tier black obsidian chest opened. Congratulations on obtaining Remains of the Skeletal King. Ding. Second-tier black obsidian chest opened. Congratulations on obtaining Book of the Dead Tongue. As the notifications concluded, a massive skeletal figure towering over 5 meters appeared before Li Gu. Accompanying it was a tome with a pitch-black cover, adorned with skeletal-shaped gems. Li Ji's gaze fell upon the remains of the Skeletal King, and he felt a flicker of surprise. Without needing to examine its attributes, he understood it was an evolution material. Top-tier evolution materials could yield units of regal templates. For Li Gu, this held immense potential. Regarding the other item, the Book of the Dead Tongue, it appeared to be a magical equipment. With eager anticipation, Li Gu examined the attributes of both items. Remains of the Skeletal King. First tier exceptional, the Remains of the Skeletal King, imbued with the power of royalty. Can be used for equipment forging to create special items. Note, can be used as evolution material. Book of the Dead Tongue, second tier exceptional. Equipping grants 360 points of spirit, 100 casting speed, and increases total mana. Equipped skill, Dead Tongue Plunder, passive, after killing any unit. One of their skills can be extracted and stored in the Book of the Dead Tongue. Storage limit, 0-10. Equipment requirement, second tier, spirit attribute of at least 600 points. Excellent. Both were incredibly useful. Li Gu nodded slightly, feeling satisfied. There was no need to elaborate on the Remains of the Skeletal King. As an evolution material, it could grant Li Gu a regal template unit, maximizing its utility. As for the Book of the Dead Tongue, while it was not an evolution material, this equipment could significantly bolster Li Ji's combat capabilities. Equipping it would directly enhance his spirit attribute by 360 points. Furthermore, it came with the equipped skill, Dead Tongue Plunder. This skill allowed him to plunder one skill from a slain enemy and store it, effectively granting Li Gu an additional reservoir of skills. Coupled with his terrifying spellcasting ability after transitioning to the Lord of the Nether, Li Gu was gradually acquiring the offensive capabilities befitting a mage. Equipping the Book of the Dead Tongue, Li Ji's attention returned to the Remains of the Skeletal King. Who should he evolve? Currently, among the skeletal race, 2 possessed the most valuable potential for evolution. One was the battle-hardened skeletal general, and the other was Albert. After a moment of contemplation, Li Gu decided to use it on the battle-hardened skeletal general. The reasoning was simple. The Skeletal King leaned towards melee combat, and thus, the mage-type Albert had a lower compatibility. With this in mind, Li Gu summoned the battle-hardened skeletal general back with a thought. Upon receiving the command, the battle-hardened skeletal general returned to Li Gu without hesitation, moving with utmost speed. After several days of combat, the battle-hardened skeletal general radiated a menacing aura, resembling a fiend from the depths of hell, terrifyingly fierce. Yet, this harbinger of death knelt before Li Gu, exhibiting utmost loyalty. Li Gu said little, retrieving the Remains of the Skeletal King from his backpack and calling up the evolution interface. Using the Remains of the Skeletal King to evolve the battle-hardened skeletal general requires 2 million calamity points. Do you wish to proceed? Indeed, it was much cheaper. Li Gu observed the prompt, confirming his suspicions. As Li Ji's personal realm increased, the cost of evolving lower-tier units decreased. This was an experience he had previously deduced. For instance, when Li Gu was still at the first tier, Evolving Mocha to a regal template cost 5 million calamity points. However, after breaking through to the second tier, the evolution of the battle-hardened skeletal general into a regal template now cost a savings of 3 million. It was foreseeable that as Li Ji's realm continued to rise, he might even evolve apprentices and first-tier units for free. Suppressing these myriad thoughts, Li Gu promptly confirmed his choice. 2 million calamity points were instantly consumed. The remains of the Skeletal King were disassembled by the system's rules, transforming into a radiant surge of evolution energy that flowed into the battle-hardened skeletal general. Suddenly, the skeletal structure of the battle-hardened skeletal general underwent a transformation, shifting from a pallid hue to a resplendent golden, as if forged from the finest gold. A torrential, robust, and astonishing aura of the soul erupted forth. The fire of the soul burned fiercely in the eyes of the battle-hardened skeletal general, emitting a roar that reverberated through the heavens and earth. All skeletal soldiers in the vicinity instinctively trembled, their soul flames flickering. Vivian, Albert, Mocha, and others present were taken aback, astonished by the might of the battle-hardened skeletal general. As the aura of the battle-hardened skeletal general reached its zenith, its armor too underwent a metamorphosis, transforming into a splendid outfit inscribed with countless demonic runes. The halberd in its hand bore thousands of engravings, resembling an invincible divine weapon. In the celestial realm, the distant sound of war drums resonated, as the battle-hardened skeletal general stood like a king upon the battlefield, exuding the spirit of a single figure capable of facing 1 million soldiers. At this moment, the system prompt echoed, consumed 2 million calamity points. Use the remains of the skeletal king, evolution of the battle-hardened skeletal general successful. Congratulations, the battle-hardened skeletal general has evolved into Golden Skeletal Tyrant. Bow before your master. The Golden Skeletal Tyrant, evolved from the battle-hardened skeletal general, knelt on the ground and greeted Li Gu with a resonant voice. Li Gu was slightly taken aback. The ability to speak signified that the battle-hardened skeletal general had awakened its intellect. Rise, Li Gu commanded. Thank you, my lord. The golden skeletal overlord rose, the sound of clashing metal and gold resonating from its armor. Li Gu surveyed the imposing figure before him. Compared to its previous incarnation as a battle-hardened skeletal general, the most striking transformation of the golden skeletal overlord was its bones, now resplendent in a golden hue. The soul fire within its eyes blazed a molten, fiery red, exuding heat and danger. Do you possess any memories? Li Gu inquired with curiosity. Your Excellency, the golden skeletal overlord replied respectfully. I retain a fragment of memories from the battlefield. Li Ji's curiosity deepened. It was noteworthy that Vivian, upon her evolution and awakening of intelligence, lacked any innate memories. However, as Li Gu probed further, he discovered that the memories of the golden skeletal overlord were predominantly composed of war experiences and strategic knowledge pertaining to troop deployment, devoid of specific individuals or entities. Overall, the disparity between it and Vivian was minimal. Since you have acquired wisdom, you shall also have a name. Li Gu pondered the matter of naming the golden skeletal overlord without dwelling too much on memories. A name may appear trivial, yet it serves as a bond for an individual in this world and stands as a testament to the existence of intelligent beings. After a moment's reflection, Li Gu addressed the golden skeletal overlord. From this day forth, you shall be known as Xiang Lu. The name was inspired by the weapon of the golden skeletal overlord, reminiscent of Lu Bu, while the title of overlord evoked thoughts of Xiang Yu. In a stroke of cleverness, Li Gu fused their surnames together, hoping Xiang Lu would embody the valor of an overlord and the prowess of Lu Bu. Thank you, Your Excellency, for bestowing upon me a name, Xiang Lu responded, bowing once more, displaying a demeanor reminiscent of ancient nobility, which suited the name surprisingly well. Having named Xiang Lu, Li Gu turned his attention to reviewing its attributes, eagerly anticipating the capabilities of his second royal unit. Golden Skeletal Overlord Xiang Lu, Realm, First Order, 9th Rank, 0600, 000. Template, Royal Class, Blessing 1, Battlefield Sovereign. In times of war, the more allied units present, the greater the enhancement to personal combat power. Blessing 2, King of Bones. All allied skeletal units receive a boost. Blessing 3, Troop Deployment. Innately possesses extensive knowledge of warfare, enhancing battle formation effects. Blessing 4, Golden Physique. Possesses exceptional magical and physical resistance, along with regenerative capabilities. Note, lacks materials for evolution. Skills, Battle Formation, Sea of Bones, Battle Formation, Bone Wall, Battle Formation, Skeletal War Chariot, Monarch's Command, Golden Roar, Earth Shatter Slash. Attributes, Constitution 511, Strength 509, Agility 512, Spirit 519. Equipment, Monarch Armor, Monarch Helmet, Monarch Boots, Monarch Belt, Golden Dread. Evaluation, 24K Pure Handsomeness. Quite admirable. Li Gu smiled with satisfaction. Xiang Lu had perfectly inherited its innate talent for warfare. Upon evolving into the Golden Skeletal Overlord, its capacity to command legions had been further augmented. Additionally, Xiang Lu possessed remarkable personal combat prowess, particularly with the blessings of Battlefield Sovereign and Golden Physique, rendering it a veritable harbinger of death on the battlefield. With Xianglu by his side, Li Ge had a stalwart pillar to charge into battle. After evolving Xianglu, Li Ge did not pause. He expended tens of millions of calamity points to elevate Xianglu, Vivian, the Underworld Serpent, Mocha, Albert, and several other worthy units to the second tier. With the expenditure of tens of millions of calamity points, the power of the system's rules descended. Almost effortlessly, a radiant glow surged through the skeletal units, completing their transformation from first to second tier in the blink of an eye. This extraordinary power left them in awe, especially Albert, whose innate talent had been rather ordinary. Previously, he had spent the better part of his life merely as an apprentice. Yet, after aligning with Li Ge, he had remarkably ascended 2 major realms within a mere 10 days, becoming a second-tier powerhouse. What a miraculous phenomenon! Even in his astonishment, Albert's admiration for Li Ge had reached unparalleled heights. Thank you, Master. The newly upgraded undead units expressed in unison, kneeling in gratitude. Li Ge simply waved his hand, bidding them to rise. Now, the entire Necromancer's Gorge, encompassing its outer, middle, and inner layers, had been largely purged of wild undead, rendering it wholly Li Ge's territory. Given the current circumstances, he began to contemplate the future of his development. Where could he acquire more calamity points? Li Ge had already devised a plan for this. A few days prior, he had forged an alliance with the Abyssal Cult, presenting an opportune moment. Under this pretext, Li Ge could dispatch troops to eradicate the forces in the vicinity of the Dagra jungle and even within its middle layers. As for the first target, he decided on the Pale Wing. Upon arriving at the Dagra jungle, Li Ge had heard tales of this entity's notoriety. He eagerly anticipated whether slaying the Pale Wing would yield materials sufficient to evolve his very first bone dragon. However, before deploying his forces, Li Ge needed to address the issues within his territory. He turned his gaze towards the current state of Wanchuan. Given that the construction of the territory had not been extensive, Wanchuan remained in a rather rudimentary state, with a simple Lord's Manor and the Soul Tavern standing nearby. The only distinction was the addition of various haphazard structures due to the increase in intelligent undead, gradually resembling a village. The level of influence remained quite significant. Higher-tier forces provide enhancements to production, finance, military, and other aspects. For Li Ge, the most advantageous aspect of fortifying his influence was the Reincarnation Network. The linking anchor point of the Reincarnation Network is the Lord's Manor. Based on this, the higher the level of the Lord's Manor, the greater the capabilities available through the Reincarnation Network. As a human who had explored the Reincarnation Game for millennia, this was the only game feature crafted by humanity. The Reincarnation Network offered not only trade functions, but also unlocked numerous capabilities as the territory's level and citizen levels increased. However, all of this hinged on the level of the Lord's Manor. Therefore, upgrading Wanchuan was one of Li Ge's objectives. Establishing Wanchuan's Lord's Manor within the Necromancer's Gorge was still perilous. Previously lacking the conditions, Li Ge now possessed his own netherworld. He could relocate Wanchuan into this netherworld. With a flicker of thought, Li Ge began the transfer of the Lord's Manor and other structures. The entire process was not overly complicated, as the Lord of Wanchuan. He simply needed to expend a certain amount of gold to facilitate the transfer of the manor and buildings. Transferring the Lord's Manor requires 100 gold. Do you wish to proceed? Transferring the First Order Premium Building, Soul Tavern requires 1,000 gold. Do you wish to proceed? The eradication of forces in the middle and deep layers of the Necromancer's Gorge had brought Li Ge's wealth close to 300,000 gold. A mere 1,000 or so gold, while exorbitant for other players, was trivial for Li Ge, like a drop in the bucket. He promptly pressed confirm. The rules of the Reincarnation Game subsequently descended. The Lord's Manor and Soul Tavern became ethereal, materializing in the netherworld at the designated coordinates chosen by Li Ge. Next, he could instruct his skeletal soldiers to commence the construction of walls and a city, hastening the transition from a village force to a town force. Li Ge mused on this. The elevation of strength levels depends on the player's reputation and the development of the territory. Currently, Li Ge's reputation was nearing 9,000 points, far exceeding the required 3,000 for an upgrade. All that remained was to construct the city walls to meet the conditions set forth by the Reincarnation Game for city designation, enabling an upgrade at any moment. This task posed no difficulty for Lig. Commanding nearly 10 million skeletal warriors, erecting a city wall was a mere trifle. Once all was settled, Lig departed from the realm of the underworld, surveying his surroundings as he took a deep breath. It is time, he declared, to march into the Douglas jungle and eliminate the Pale Wing. With Lig's command, a formidable force led by Xianglu, accompanied by the Phantom Feather Serpent, Black Soul Heavy Armor Spearmen, Corrupted Wolves, and a 1,000,000-strong skeletal army surged forth from the Necromancer's Gorge like an unstoppable torrent. Wherever they passed, dust billowed, and a terrifying aura swept through the land, causing countless magical beasts and birds to tremble in fear. The target this time was the annihilation of the Pale Wing and the slaying of dragons. Chapter 61. The Calamity Descends, Tremors in the Douglas Jungle. Under Xiang Lu's command, the elite forces advanced without hesitation towards the lair of the Pale Wing. In the 3 days of their march through the necromantic calamity system, the number of Lig's skeletal warriors had surpassed an astounding 12 million. Simultaneously, thanks to Mocha's mining of the Black Soul iron mines, the number of Black Soul heavy armor spearmen under Lig's command had exceeded 100,000, nearing a total of 300,000. They had successfully awakened a second unit skill, Black Soul Spear Rain, a throwing type unit skill that allows spears to be hurled over a specified area, inflicting continuous and significant damage on targets. Note, the Black Soul Spear has a forced damage effect. If not mitigated, it can deal a minimum damage that accumulates. Note, the Black Soul Spear exists in an energy state, not consuming the weapons held by Black Soul heavy armor spearmen. Lig was exceedingly pleased with the Black Soul Spear Rain, for it possessed an extraordinarily formidable ability, forced damage. This meant that as long as the Black Soul Spear Rain struck the enemy, it would inflict at least 1 damage, even if defenses were intact. While may first seem trivial, what if there were 10,000, or even a million instances of 1 damage? The Black Soul Spear Rain was truly a miraculous skill. Coupled with the other skill of the Black Soul heavy armor spearmen, the Black Soul Apparition, which primarily controlled the battlefield while the Black Soul Spear Rain focused on damage. This dual assault was virtually invincible. Beyond the growth of the skeletons and Black Soul heavy armor spearmen, within these 3 days, under Lig's orders, the Necromantic Calamity Legion, led by Xiang Lu, emerged from the Necromancer's Gorge. Unlike 10 days prior, Lig's army was now significantly stronger. Wherever they passed, all tribes and wild magical creatures were ruthlessly swept aside. A calamity like tide engulfed the periphery of the Douglas Jungle. The carnage and death transformed countless lives into sustenance for Lig, converting them into a tremendous source of calamity points and a plethora of loot. This sweeping calamity struck with an alarming speed, causing all creatures in the Douglas Jungle's outskirts to tremble in fear. Having established a partnership, Lady Hadro had been closely monitoring the movements in the Necromancer's Gorge. Lig's deployment sent a shiver down her spine. Such a terrifying legion was a sight she had never witnessed in her centuries of life. The only comparable figure might be the legendary mage Andite, who had incited the necromantic disaster 3 millennia ago. Lady Hadro was both astonished and relieved, grateful that she had not succumbed to blind arrogance by challenging Lig head-on. Observing the direction of the march, she mused, that foolish dragon next door is in for a world of trouble. Seated comfortably, her long, fair legs propped atop the table, Lady Hadro exuded an air of nonchalance, a knowing smile playing at the corners of her lips. Meanwhile, the ruler of the Douglas Jungle, the Pale Wing Hector, harbored numerous grievances against the Hadro family, especially given that Hector, boasting his half-dragon lineage, had previously inflicted considerable losses upon them. With Lig set to eradicate Hector, Lady Hadro could not suppress her delight. As the fates diverged, on the other hand, within the lair of the Pale Wing Hector, which was more akin to a grand palace than a dragon's den, Hector, a half-dragon, had not only inherited the might of dragons, but also their penchant for hoarding treasures. Unlike other dragons, Hector preferred residing in human-like palaces, and this particular palace had taken thousands of tribes' decades to construct under his command. At this moment, the so-called Pale Wing Hector, a colossal figure nearly 60 to 70 meters in length, lounged atop a mound of gold, gems, and silver. Surrounding magical lanterns cast a radiant glow, refracting off Hector's white scales, creating a dazzling spectacle. Despite being merely a half-dragon, one could still discern the formidable power of a true dragon emanating from him. However, Hector was in a foul mood today, his tail lashed restlessly, and his azure eyes glimmered with a dangerous light. The cause of his agitation was the sudden appearance of the necromantic army. Days earlier, shortly after the green-armored tribe was annihilated, Hector had received intelligence regarding Lig's necromantic forces. Yet, as Lig's target appeared to be the Necromancer's Gorge, Hector had dismissed it. Who could have foreseen that within a mere few days, this necromantic army would return with an even greater and more formidable presence, evidently poised to traverse through Hector's territory? Hector's mind was consumed with a singular thought: escape. After all, they were millions of undead. Even if Hector were a true dragon, he would not dare to reveal his sharp fangs against such a massive force. Yet, glancing at the treasures beneath him, he felt a profound reluctance. The vast hoard was impossible to relocate swiftly. As the culmination of a lifetime's savings, relinquishing this treasure was akin to forfeiting his very life. In the dragon world, 2 great tragedies exist. A dragon dies, and the wealth remains unspent, or a dragon lives, yet the wealth is lost. Now, Hector was faced with these 2 arduous choices. Just as Hector grappled with his thoughts, a lizard man rushed into the palace, a trusted aide and fervent admirer of Hector. "Your Majesty, the necromantic army has not altered its course. It is expected to pass through our territory in 7 days, the lizard man reported, kneeling before Hector. Hector masked his frown. He had to maintain his dignity, at least in front of his subordinates. "I understand," he replied with a nonchalant tone. The lizard man, inspired by Hector's composure, admired him even more. believing that even when facing millions of undead, the pale wing remained unfazed. Little did the lizard man know that Hector's heart was already tempestuous. At that moment, Hector's mind was divided into two conflicting impulses, one urging him to flee, the other compelling him to stay and protect his treasures. Your Majesty, should we retreat? The lizard man ventured cautiously, noticing Hector's silence. No need. Mere undead are insignificant. I have my methods to deal with them, Hector replied, casting a sidelong glance at the lizard man. What nonsense is this? Even if I were to flee, I would abandon my treasures. How could I possibly carry this burden? The lizard man, oblivious to Hector's inner turmoil, was brimming with fervent admiration and was about to extol Hector's bravery and strength when, suddenly, boom! It sounded as if a meteor had struck. The palace ceiling was violently shattered, and a massive figure descended from the sky, charging toward Hector. Caught completely off guard, Hector was knocked to the ground, the mound of treasures collapsing, sending gold, gems, and silver scattering in all directions. Damn it! Hector's eyes blazed with fury. To meddle with his treasures was to threaten his very existence. A fierce rage ignited within Hector as he turned to confront the assailant. Before them lay a colossal serpent, nearly 100 meters in length, entirely composed of white bones, adorned with two magnificent wings that gave it the appearance of a dragon capable of flight. The feathered serpent. A shiver ran down Hector's spine as his azure pupils constricted to the size of jujubes. The feathered serpent was no mere weakling, in terms of bloodline alone. It was not inferior to Hector, an aspiring dragon. The sudden emergence of such a formidable foe instilled a deep-seated fear within Hector, prompting him to recall the cataclysmic undead disaster that had erupted in the Douglas jungle. My lord, we bear no enmity. Before Hector could finish his plea, the shadow feather serpent launched its assault, unleashing a noxious mist akin to a breath of poison. Wherever it passed, treasures upon the ground were instantly corroded. Hector's eyelids twitched with distress as he flapped his wings, evading the serpent's attack while racing toward the heavens. Well for death. When faced with the specter of mortality, Hector chose to survive. By the gods, the undead catastrophe was truly terrifying. All he desired was to flee as far as possible. Chapter 62, A Tempest of Lances. A massacre. Hector sought to escape, but the shadow feather serpent would not relent. With a powerful flap of its wings, a fierce gale ensued, propelling the serpent skyward. Its murderous intent palpable as it pursued Hector relentlessly, leaving the lizard folk in a state of bewilderment. Wasn't it just declared that the undead disaster was insignificant? Why then? Did Hector take flight the moment the foe appeared? In an instant, the lizard folk's faith shattered. A dragon? No, a pseudo-dragon. At that moment, every creature within Hector's domain was roused, their eyes wide with horror as they beheld the aerial duel. The shadow feather serpent and Hector, the pale-winged behemoths, clashed in the firmament. The serpent's venomous breath met Hector's icy exhalation, resulting in a cataclysmic collision that unleashed unimaginable force. The sky became a kaleidoscope of white and green hues. Yet, it was evident that the shadow feather serpent was the stronger of the two, despite both being leaders. The serpent possessed the enhancements of the Netherlord class and the protective effects of Xianglu, elevating its combat prowess beyond Hector's level. From the perspective of the surrounding creatures, Hector resembled a wild dog relentlessly beaten by the shadow feather serpent, emitting cries of despair as golden dragon blood rained from the skies. The onlookers were nearly rendered speechless. How could this be? The illustrious pale-winged dragon, a legendary figure, was being so utterly overwhelmed. Who or what was this adversary, so fearsome in its might? It was the undead feathered serpent. Had the undead disaster from the outskirts of the Douglas jungle truly spread to their lands? The multitude of creatures trembled in shock and dread. After all, they were Hector's subordinates. In their minds, Hector was the embodiment of strength. Yet now, the appearance of the shadow feather serpent ruthlessly shattered their illusions. You worthless fools, assist me in the attack. Hector, soaring in the sky and desperate to escape, was infuriated to see his stunned minions below. He roared in frustration. Instantly, the creatures snapped back to reality. If Hector were to perish, their fate would be equally grim. To survive, tens of thousands of lizard folk and carefully selected magical beings from Hector's domain sprang into action. Some lizard folk drew their bows, while others prepared heavy artillery. Mages began chanting grand spells, and numerous flying units ascended toward the sky to provide support for Hector. The scales of war began to tip. Although Hector's combat strength paled in comparison to the shadow feather serpent, he commanded an army of nearly 100,000, which allowed him to turn the tide of battle. Even hinting at the possibility of subduing the serpent, Li Gu, observing the conflict through the perspective of the shadow feather serpent, could not help but chuckle upon witnessing Hector's numerical advantage shift the momentum. Employing sheer numbers against Li Gu was, indeed, a rather humorous endeavor for Hector. This was no longer a matter of showcasing prowess before a formidable opponent. It was akin to summoning lesser spirits before the king of hell, a blatant invitation to demise. Hector understood all too well the implications of the long life he had lived. The wielder of the undead disaster, represented by the shadow feather serpent, was already formidable. Should the true undead army arrive, it would spell utter annihilation. Thus, he must resolve this conflict swiftly and flee as far as possible. At this moment, Hector's heart bled with rage. Those damned creatures. Once I escape, I will seek out my father and make them pay. Hector intensified his assaults against the shadow feather serpent. Over 100,000 magical beings below unleashed arrows, cannon fire, and spells, all converging upon the serpent. Undeterred by the onslaught, the shadow feather serpent soared and dove, engaging in fierce combat with Hector. Yet, it was apparent that the serpent was beginning to falter. The immense army applied tremendous pressure on it. With Hector drawing the serpent's focus, the relentless output from the vast army began to inflict injuries upon the creature. Almost there. We are on the verge of defeating this monster. Splendid. Long live Lord Hector. Slay this beast. The throngs of magical beings cried out in exhilaration. Li Gu remained impassive, showing no concern for the fate of the shadow feather serpent. He was not cold-hearted. Rather, the war had only just begun. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled. It was as though a prehistoric behemoth was striding forth, shaking the very mountains, its terrifying aura reaching the heavens. Hector, the pale-winged dragon, gasped in horror and turned to behold a sight that nearly caused him to soil himself. A legion of heavily armored skeletal warriors, akin to a dark cloud descending, marched forward with unwavering unity, brandishing long spears, their battle fervor palpable, forming an unbroken military formation that obliterated all in its path. Wherever they tread, the forest was razed to the ground, the earth quaking as dust swirled with the ferocity of the wind. Such overwhelming might left even Hector, an aspiring dragon, trembling in terror. What manner of army is this? The once boisterous magical beings who had clamored to slay the shadow feather serpent fell silent. Faced with the fully armed black soul heavy armored spearmen, they felt as if they were mere rabble confronting a well-trained force, utterly mismatched. Xiang Lu's gaze blazed with intensity, the soul fire within his eye sockets flickering with indomitable spirit as he bellowed, "Raise your spears." 100,000 black soul heavy armored spearmen conjured ebony long spears from thin air, raising them in unison above their heads. Arms drawn back like a bow poised to unleash its arrow. Fire. The moment Xiang Lu's command echoed in the air, a torrential downpour of spears surged forward, piercing through the ranks of magical beings, resulting in instant fatalities. After a deluge of black soul spears, the enemy suffered catastrophic losses. Charge. Xiang Lu, wielding a golden halberd, led the charge, followed closely by the 100,000 black soul heavy armored spearmen, like an unstoppable tide, a calamity beyond mortal comprehension, ruthlessly obliterating everything in their path. Chapter 63, Dragon Slaying, Diamond Treasure Chest. As a warrior of royal second-tier strength, Xiang Lu was a veritable harbinger of death on the battlefield, cutting through Hector's defenses with terrifying ease. The fearsome presence of this undead force sent Hector's army trembling, engulfed in panic. What manner of undead is this? How can they be so powerful? This is madness. The undead disaster. The creatures, gripped by primal terror, began to discard their weapons and flee in disarray. In an age of cold steel, a casualty rate exceeding 10% could lead to a complete rout. The reason was simple. They were conscripted to fight. While they might engage in favorable winds, who would risk their lives against adversity? Only an army with steadfast conviction could endure high casualty rates and fight to the last breath. Under the command of Li Gu, the undead army, in terms of both sheer numbers and formidable strength, as well as indomitable will, utterly crushed the ragtag forces under Hector's banner. Damn it, you useless wretches. Return to me, return. Hector raged impotently in the air, and with each surge of his fury, his incompetence became ever more apparent. The creatures of darkness fled even faster. Abandoned by his troops, Hector found himself once again at a disadvantage, trampled by the Reaper Serpent. The dread of death loomed heavily in Hector's heart, and with a roar, he hastily attempted to escape into the distance. Xiang Lu coldly regarded Hector and boldly unleashed the Black Soul Heavy Armor Spearman's other special skill, Black Soul Apparition. A chorus of 100,000 Black Soul Heavy Armor Spearmen roared in unison. Their will surged to the heavens, transforming into a seemingly tangible, pitch-black Grim Reaper. The terrifying pressure bore down upon Hector like a mountain, causing his pupils to tremble and his scales to erupt as if he were a cat with its fur bristled. Reaching the pinnacle of fear, in that fleeting moment, Hector even lost consciousness, teetering on the brink of a faint, plummeting from the sky and crashing violently to the ground. Stirring up clouds of dust, Xiang Lu advanced, his astonishing base attributes combined with his royal template rendering him like a fleeting shadow, instantaneously appearing before Hector. As Hector began to regain his senses, his eyes widened in desperation, pleading, "My lord, I." But before he could finish his sentence, the golden halberd was swung down by Xiang Lu, wielding an unmatched force that instantly severed Hector's head. The massive dragon's head rolled to the ground, blood gushing forth. At this moment, the once mighty Hector, the ruler of the Douglas jungle, the fearsome subdragon that sent countless creatures into a frenzy, was slain. Dead, Lord Hector has actually perished. No, this cannot be true. How could the invincible dragon be killed? The creatures of darkness, witnessing this, felt their scalps tingle, and their fear reached its zenith. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in the ears of all new players. Congratulations to the new player, the king of the underworld, for slaying a sub-dragon solo, achieving the feat, Dragon Slayer, and receiving a second-tier diamond treasure chest. This notification jolted all players to attention. Dragon Slayer, an undeniably monumental achievement. After all, the innate might of dragons places this race at the pinnacle of the food chain in nearly any realm. To slay a dragon is a testament to one's power. Truly, the king of the underworld stands unrivaled. The strongest rookie in history. On the first day, 1,000 slain. On the third day, a solo annihilation of a base. On the fifth day, a breakthrough to the first tier. On the sixth day, establishment of a faction. On the 10th day, clearing the hell dungeon, advancing to the second tier. On the 13th day, the dragon slaying. This king of the underworld is defying the heavens. I am certain that in the future, the king of the underworld will undoubtedly shine as the most illustrious figure among humanity. Does the king of the underworld require any leg ornaments? The entire forum erupted in fervor. Upon hearing this notification, Li Gu merely smiled faintly, not taking it to heart. At this moment, on the front lines, Xiang Lu and the Reaper Serpent joined forces to encircle the remaining creatures of darkness. These creatures, wishing to flee, found themselves surrounded on all sides by Li Gu's undead army. Faced with such a cataclysmic number, there was simply nowhere to escape. The slaughter continued unabated. Li Gu observed the scene with indifference. This assault on Hector had caught him completely off guard. The main forces were ostensibly tasked with distracting attention, which was why Hector had received intelligence indicating that Li Gu's undead army would not arrive for at least another 7 or 8 days. In reality, however, Li Gu had already dispatched Xiang Lu and the Reaper Serpent, leading a secret contingent on a rapid march to execute a surprise attack. This combination of feigned vulnerability and strategic deception had proven exceedingly successful. They had successfully misled Hector, who was still hesitating on how to protect his treasures, while the Reaper Serpent had arrived, joining Xiang Lu and the 100,000 Black Soul heavy armor spearmen to execute him. After eliminating Hector, Li Gu promptly instructed his undead units to collect his remains while also seeking out Hector's treasures. As one of the dominators of the Douglas jungle, Hector had a penchant for collecting treasures, and his hoard was substantial. When Xiang Lu and his men arrived at the site of Hector's treasure, the dazzling spectacle of gold and gems spread before them truly captivated Li Gu. Alas, however, these coins were not recognized as currency by the Reincarnation Game. Li Gu sighed inwardly, lamenting. The gold, silver, and copper coins within the game are not mere metallic currencies, but are instead bound by the game's rules. This means that even possessing a vast amount of gold does not grant the ability to mint game currency. In simpler terms, there is no right to coin money. Li Gu shifted his gaze to the treasures scattered across the ground. While gold and silver were of no use, it did not imply that these treasures were without value. Within Hector's hoard lay a significant quantity of gems, special metals, and various materials. These items could be utilized by Li Gu for the evolution of his undead. He instructed Xiang Lu to organize and categorize them. Regaining his focus, Li Gu took out the second-tier diamond treasure chest he had just acquired from the achievement. Despite having opened many treasure chests before, he still felt a sense of anticipation. The diamond treasure chest could yield second-tier exquisite items. If fortune smiled upon him and he obtained evolution materials, it could lead to a remarkable unit. With this in mind, Li Gu extended his hand to open the second-tier diamond treasure chest. A dazzling glow burst forth at that moment. The diamond treasure chest vanished, and a crystal radiating a faint, earth-yellow light materialized before Li Gu. The notification from the Reincarnation Game followed. Ding! You have opened a second-tier diamond treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining Architect Master Soul Crystal. The Architect Master Soul Crystal? Li Gu displayed a hint of interest. This sounded quite promising. After evolving the production type unit Mocha, Li Gu found himself particularly intrigued by materials related to production. After all, a powerful legion requires not only formidable frontline combat prowess, but also substantial logistical support. Having Mocha as a miner is not sufficient. Li Gu needed more talents of a similar caliber. With curiosity, he opened the properties of the Architect Master Soul Crystal. Architect Master Soul Crystal, second-tier exquisite item, special object. Upon use, it can be converted into construction-related skill experience, enhancing the level and quality of construction skills. Note, can serve as evolution material. Quite intriguing, Li Gu smirked. It can indeed be used as evolution material. That simplifies matters. Li Gu immediately summoned an intelligent undead. Chapter 64, The Spellbound Giant, a strategic level ability. Greetings, my lord. This particular undead was a specter, hunched and wizened, resembling a small old man, beaming with smiles towards Li Gu. His name was Miles, recruited from the Soul Tavern, possessing talents in architectural design. Thus, Li Gu entrusted the construction of the city in the Forgotten River territory to Miles. Upon acquiring the Architect Master Soul Crystal, Li Gu immediately thought of Miles. I shall bestow upon you power, but the price is loyalty. Do you accept? Li Gu stated plainly. Hearing this, Miles' semi-transparent form trembled slightly as he quickly comprehended. Excitedly kneeling on the ground, I accept. I am more than willing. My lord, I would sacrifice everything for this. Having witnessed Li Gu's miraculous evolution of the undead, Miles was now immensely thrilled. He yearned for a transformation in the realm of existence, much like Mocha, Xianglu, and Vivian. Since Miles was willing, Li Gu wasted no time and directly took out the Architect Master Soul Crystal, pulling up the evolution panel. Using Architect Master Soul Crystal to evolve the Builder Ghost Miles, Elite, Apprentice Level 9, requires 3 million disaster points. Do you wish to continue? Li Gu confirmed without hesitation. In an instant, the power of the Undead Catastrophe System descended. The Architect Master Soul Crystal was swiftly decomposed, transforming into a torrent of evolution energy that surged into Miles' being. As a specter, Miles, with his translucent form, was engulfed in a raging inferno of soul fire. As if undergoing a rebirth through flames, his essence transforming and his personal realm rapidly ascending. In the blink of an eye, Miles metamorphosed from a frail old man into a towering figure, 10 meters tall, with every muscle rippling with strength and his hair and beard standing on end. It was evident that the surface of his soul body was inscribed with a multitude of intricate runes, and his eyes shimmered with golden light. A stark contrast to his former appearance. A notification then resounded, consuming 3 million disaster points, utilizing the Master Builder Soul Crystal, successfully evolving the construction worker Spectre Miles, Elite. Apprentice Rank 9, new unit acquired, Rune Giant Architect Miles. The Rune Giant. Li Gu gazed at Miles with keen interest. A Rune Giant is a specially engineered magical undead, crafted from the souls of giants and inscribed with complex magical runes, endowing it with astonishing strength and magical aptitude. It is a super war machine designed specifically for warfare. Li Gu had not anticipated that Miles would evolve into a Rune Giant, especially as an architect among them. To obliterate the species that birthed him, only to acquire the power of construction? Li Gu couldn't help but reflect. At this moment, Miles, feeling the surging power within him, knelt on the ground, his voice resonant and heartfelt, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, my lord. Miles shall devote himself to your service until death. Li Gu waved his hand, urging him to rise, and proceeded to examine Miles's specific attributes. Rune Giant Architect Miles. Realm, 2nd stage, 1st rank, 400 million. Template, Elite level, Blessing 1. Master Builder, possesses extensive knowledge of architecture, capable of upgrading building levels. Note, cannot exceed his own level. Blessing 2. Mountain Moving Aura, significantly enhances construction speed when leading the construction team. Blessing 3. Civil Magic, possesses the ability to cast spells that accelerate construction. Note, cannot evolve due to lack of materials. Skills, Blueprint Design, Civilian Army, Mountain Splitting Technique, City Construction. Attributes, Constitution 407, Strength 454, Agility 408, Spirit 564. Equipment, Mountain Splitting Hammer, Quadrant Compass, Engineering Necklace, Engineering Bracelet. Evaluation. If you refuse to reason, I shall let you taste the iron fist of our worker grandfathers. Impressive indeed. Miles's attribute panel dazzled Li Gu. Overall, it aligned closely with his expectations, representing a unit with formidable capabilities in construction. However, what truly delighted Li Gu was Miles's first blessing, Master Builder. The possession of this ability signifies that Miles can upgrade constructions, elevating apprentice rank buildings to 2nd stage. This provided a pathway for the Soul Tavern to enhance itself, resolving a significant dilemma for Li Gu. After all, the Soul Tavern continuously supplied Li Gu with wise undead. Yet his system could only evolve and upgrade his subordinates, not the buildings. As Li Ji's power grew, the Soul Tavern was destined for gradual obsolescence. The emergence of Miles salvaged this immensely promising structure. Furthermore, Miles could craft more extraordinary buildings for Li Gu, fortifying the soon-to-be-constructed Wanchuan City. For such a strategically valuable unit, Li Gu was thoroughly satisfied. Returned to the construction of Wanchuan City. Upon hearing Li Ji's command, Miles immediately complied. Rising to his immense stature and crossing the threshold Li Gu had opened to the underworld. With Miles at his side, the successful construction of Wanchuan City was merely a matter of time. Moreover, Li Ji's domain would soon transition from a village to a town. Meanwhile, as Li Gu was evolving, Miles, Xianglu, and the skeletal soldiers had begun to tally Hector's treasures. The gold and silver amounted to over 1,000 tons. However, these were the least valuable, as they lacked extraordinary power. Gold was merely a precious metal among ordinary substances. Beyond these precious metals, the true value lay in gems, ores, and materials from magical beasts. According to Xianglu's accounts, there were over 8,000 gems, various 1st and 2nd-tier finished metals totaling in the thousands of tons, and an immeasurable number of magical beast cores. Truly, Hector possessed the bloodline of a dragon, eliciting a satisfied smile from Li Gu. Although Hector was a sub-dragon, His elite template and second stage strength made this wealth surpass that of many human kingdoms. It could be said that slaying Hector had made Li Gu exceedingly affluent. Li Gu couldn't help but recall Anthony, feeling somewhat disdainful. Both are second stage, yet look at him, and then look at you. As a second stage, Anthony had been so cowardly that he had hidden in the Necromancer Canyon for over a century, amassing no savings. Reduced to the point of being left with nothing but his undergarments. In stark contrast to Hector's affluence, he was on an entirely different level. In addition to providing Li Gu with substantial wealth, Hector's assets indicated that he likely controlled several mineral veins, which were essential resources for Li Gu to forge new troops. He promptly dispatched Mo Ka to investigate. Once these matters were resolved, Li Gu, through the perspective of the skeletal soldiers, gazed at Hector's corpse with anticipation. The first skeletal dragon unit was on the verge of evolution. Chapter 65, Frostbone Dragon, Tiamat. Regarding who should evolve from Hector's remains. Li Gu had already formulated a plan in his mind. The Phantom Feather Serpent was out of the question, as it too was of elite template and could not utilize the subdragon materials. Thus, the target he selected was a skeletal lizard recently recruited from the Soul Tavern. This skeletal lizard, nameless yet intelligent, possessed only an elite template and apprentice-level strength. Though not particularly strong, its intelligence was what Li Gu valued most. After all, relying solely on evolution, transforming a mindless unit into one with intelligence was a rare event. Currently, Li Gu had only 2 units with wisdom, the Golden Skeletal Overlord Xiang Lu and the Undying Saint Walker Vivian. This clearly illustrated that awakening intelligence during the evolution process was a low-probability occurrence. Of course, if there were sufficient resources to continuously evolve a unit until its template level reached the king level, emperor level, or even the supreme level, awakening would be guaranteed. However, Li Gu lacked such resources. This was not due to Li Ji's weakness or the system's deficiencies, but rather because he had only been in the game for less than half a month. Achieving growth that surpassed most people's lifetimes in just over 10 days was already quite remarkable. Hence, in the early stages of resource scarcity, directing evolution materials towards intelligent undead was the most cost-effective and least wasteful choice. The team responsible for transporting Hector's corpse hurried along. Simultaneously, Li Gu dispatched the skeletal lizard. The two met on the same day. Located in Wanchuan, Li Gu received the news and accessed the perspective of the skeletal lizard. Hector's corpse had been dismantled into a pile of parts: dragon scales, dragon bones, dragon hearts, dragon blood, and dragon whips. Initially, Li Gu had hoped to exploit a bug to see if he could evolve the skeletal lizard using only one type of material. If feasible, he could produce 5 or 6 elite units from a single dragon carcass. Unfortunately, this idea fell flat. In the evolution panel of the Undead Calamity System, only dragon bones were recognized as valid evolution materials. The rest of the flesh, blood, and scales were not acknowledged by the system. I remember there were units that had used scales for evolution before. Why is it suddenly not possible? Li Gu pondered with some confusion. Clearly, Hector's scales were of good quality, a complete set of second-stage elite materials. Yet, it was evident that the Undead Calamity System had a unique method of determining evolution materials. Otherwise, Li Gu could have evolved multiple elite template combatants using a single piece of dragon scale. As for the precise reasons behind this, at present, the whereabouts of Li Gu remain shrouded in mystery. Due to insufficient information, he refrains from dwelling on matters that elude resolution, instead directly accessing the evolution panel of the skeletal lizard to initiate its transformation. The system's prompt resonates. Using the frost dragon Hector's bones, evolving the skeletal lizard will require the expenditure of 3 million disaster points. Would you like to proceed? Without hesitation, Li Gu confirms his decision. In an instant, 3 million disaster points are consumed. The rules derived from the system supersede the regulations of the Reincarnation Game, descending upon the skeletal lizard. In a fleeting moment, a brilliant light envelopes the area as the bones of the frost dragon Hector disintegrate, transforming into a torrent of evolutionary energy that surges into the skeletal lizard's form. The once dog-sized skeletal lizard rapidly expands in size. In the blink of an eye, it achieves an astonishing length of 60 meters, rivaling that of prehistoric behemoths. Concurrently, its bones become more robust, with spines emerging as sharp protrusions, its skull growing increasingly menacing, and its teeth resembling razor blades. While icy blue soul flames flicker within its eye sockets, as colossal bone wings sprout from its back, a wave of white frost swiftly spreads across a radius of 100 meters, encasing everything in its path. With a thunderous roar, the skeletal dragon bellows skyward, echoing the might of a true dragon. The consumption of 3 million disaster points has successfully evolved the skeletal lizard using the remains of the frost dragon Hector. Congratulations on acquiring a new unit, Frostbone Dragon. As the prompt concludes, the Frostbone Dragon takes to the skies, exhilarated, circling above, its inherent draconic majesty causing countless magical beasts to tremble in fear. Li Gu gazes at the Frostbone Dragon with keen interest. This marks the second aerial unit of the elite class under his command, following the Shadow Feather Serpent, and it is also his first skeletal dragon. As dragons are a dominant and formidable race among magical beasts, their power is unparalleled, and their renown is vast. Commanding a bone dragon is a symbol of strength and status. Given its newfound sentience, it is only fitting to bestow upon it a name. Li Ji's voice resonates in the ear of the frostbone dragon. Upon hearing his call, the frostbone dragon glides down, prostrating itself on the ground, its tail wagging like that of an eager puppy, brimming with respect and obedience. The imposing skeletal dragon adopts such a humble demeanor that it brings a smile to Li Ji's lips. After a moment's contemplation, he addresses the frostbone dragon. You shall be named Tiamat. Tiamat, the legendary deity of the evil dragons, represents power despite the frostbone dragon being a creature of the undead. Theoretically, it could not match the true might of a dragon. However, with the system's capabilities, Li Gu can evolve the frostbone dragon to transcend any conventional dragon's prowess. Upon receiving its name, Tiamat emits a low growl, clearly attempting to soften its voice, akin to a feline seeking affection from its master. Alas, even in this diminutive form, its voice remains fiercely intimidating. Li Gu chuckles softly and commands Tiamat, seek out Xiang Lu and join the eradication campaign against the magical beasts on the periphery of the Dogra Great Jungle. With a powerful roar, Tiamat immediately takes flight, soaring into the heavens, obediently following Li Ji's directive to assist Xiang Lu. Meanwhile, the news of Li Ji's slaying of the pallid-winged Hector spreads like wildfire, reaching the various overlords within the Dogra Great Jungle. These so-called overlords are, in truth, all at the second-tier realm, barely reaching the elite class. However, high-tier templates do not necessarily equate to elevated combat prowess. For instance, the Lich Mocha and the spellbound giant Myers both possess respectable template qualities, yet lack formidable strength. Therefore, in a purely combat-focused context, Hector was undoubtedly among the top contenders on the outskirts of the Dogra Great Jungle. With Hector's demise, all magical beasts within his territory have been exterminated. How could such an event fail to send shockwaves through the ranks of the overlords? What cursed undead are these? From whence do they originate? Could a third tier, or perhaps an even stronger, undead entity have descended upon us? What shall we do? We are utterly incapable of facing this horde of undead. This is the essence of the so-called undead disaster. The overlords, who stand atop the ecological hierarchy of the Dogra Great Jungle, now tremble in fear. Many of them contemplate fleeing, yet as denizens of the dark side, the Dogra Great Jungle serves as their sanctuary. To escape its confines would render them akin to mice fleeing from their burrows, destined to be hunted down by the Temple of Light. However, as overlords, these beings are not mindless fools content to await their fate. Some seek to venture deep into the Dogra Great Jungle, hoping to enlist the aid of third-tier strongholds. Others conspire to unite their forces, forming a coalition to withstand this impending undead calamity. In the face of powerful adversaries, the only chance for the weak is to band together. Chapter 66. The Shock of Lady Hadro and the Emergence of Emerald Copper. Within the unique shadowy ambience of the Dogra Great Jungle, the Hadro family stands amidst towering castles resembling those from a horror film, exuding an aura of foreboding. Numerous bloodthirsty vampires traverse its halls, heightening the eerie atmosphere. Lady Hadro stands by the window, clad in an elegant black gown that accentuates her breathtaking curves, her black stockings further highlighting her alluring legs. She resembles a graceful and regal black rose, swirling the crimson liquid in her chalice while listening to a report from her trusted confidant. My lady. Today the pallid-winged Hector was annihilated by the undead forces under the command of the Lord of the Necropolis, and all magical beasts within his territory have been slaughtered. How swift. Upon hearing this news, Lady Hadro raises an elegantly arched brow, her refined features betraying a hint of astonishment. Who could have anticipated that the once dominant Hector of the Dogra Great Jungle would meet his demise with such swiftness? It is noteworthy that only 3 days have elapsed from the moment the Necropolis launched its assault until Hector's demise. Truly formidable. Lady Hadro sips from her chalice, suppressing her astonishment while feeling a sense of relief. She is grateful for her prudent choice to refrain from provoking such a powerful adversary. Otherwise, the fate that befell Hector would have been the same for the Hadro family. Yet, a sense of unease lingers in Lady Hadro's heart. Despite the collaboration between the Lord of the Necropolis, Li Gu, and the Abyssal Cult, promises made by powerful beings often serve as mere rhetoric. Before the Lord of the Necropolis, the Hadro family resembles a large ant, easily crushed at any moment. The Abyssal Cult has orchestrated plans within the Dogra Great Jungle for many years and is now at a critical juncture. Though the Lord of the Necropolis is undeniably powerful, he must be wary of the Abyssal Cult's reputation and would likely refrain from reckless actions. Lady Hadro's beautiful eyes grow solemn. The more she reassures herself, the more uneasy she feels. After all, their current predicament equates to their lives being held in the hands of another. As time passes, the following day arrives. Li Gu opens his eyes. Ding. 100,000 skeletal soldiers have been credited to your account today. Hearing the prompt, Li Gu feels an immense sense of joy as he rises from his bed. Beside him, Vivian assists him in dressing while reporting on yesterday's accomplishments. Master. Yesterday Xiang Lu led the troops to eliminate a total of 325 apprentice factions, including 21 first-tier and 3 second-tier forces. This has yielded an income of 190,000 gold coins, along with various minerals, biological materials, and treasures. Mocha, responsible for mineral extraction, melted down 100,000 apprentice-grade Dark Soul iron ingots and 3,000 first-tier Dark Soul steel ingots yesterday. Furthermore, Mocha discovered a new type of mineral near the territory of the pallid-winged Hector, named Emerald Copper. According to Mocha's estimations, the reserves of Emerald Copper are comparable to those of Dark Soul iron found in the necropolis, making it a mineral worthy of large-scale extraction. Tiamat has already delivered the related mineral products last night. Meanwhile, Myers and Aubert, tasked with the construction of Forgetting River City, have completed the initial work on the city walls and are currently crafting defensive structures and supporting buildings that are expected to be finished in just a few days. Vivian, while dressing Li Go, recounted a myriad of information to him. As Li Ji's personal attendant, she had acquired a wealth of knowledge from him over the past few days, encompassing cooking, data recording, and intelligence analysis, among other subjects. Thanks to her innate high mental attributes, Vivian grasped these concepts with remarkable speed. This allowed Li Gu to comfortably assume the role of a detached overseer, sharing a portion of the notifications visible to players with her, entrusting her with the responsibility of summarizing and reporting them. After all, with Li Ji's expansive domain, a multitude of alerts emerged incessantly. If he were to attend to each one personally, it would undoubtedly be a time-consuming and laborious task. In her current capacity, Vivian served not only as Li Ji's maid but also as his secretary, alleviating a significant burden from him. Once dressed, Li Gu performed a brief grooming ritual and, as he settled down, Vivian presented him with breakfast. With the increasing destruction of tribes, Li Ji's living conditions had markedly improved. The world is not merely black and white. The Douglas Jungle, one of the strongholds of the malevolent beings in the realm of Era, saw many noble houses from human kingdoms engaging in trade with these nefarious entities. Both parties benefited from the arrangement. The evil beings sought industrial goods from human society, while the nobles required their power to carry out clandestine activities. Consequently, during the process of exterminating the dominant forces at the jungle's periphery, Li Gu had seized numerous industrial products from human society, including everyday items and various spices. Li Ji's breakfast, in keeping with a simple and unpretentious style, consisted of a fried egg made from a second-tier magical beast's egg, dragon meat cut from the pale-winged Hector, and a special purple-striped mushroom from the Douglas Jungle imbued with unique magical properties, second-tier quality. Additionally, he was served a bottle of wine specially supplied by the royal family of the Phylan Empire. Overall, this meal was a delicacy that even the imperial royalty of Era could scarcely enjoy. As Li Gu savored his meal, he inquired about specific information from Vivian, seeking updates on the frontline army's status. Upon finishing his breakfast, Vivian cleared the table, and he exited the Lord's Manor, where his skeletal soldier presented him with Emerald Copper. Its specific attributes were Emerald Copper, first-tier exquisite metal, infused with the power of the forest, suitable as a raw material for crafting equipment and items. Note, can be used as evolution material. Li Gu smiled at the sight of the first-tier exquisite material. Such a substance could evolve into first-tier elite units. It was not the first time Li Gu had encountered Emerald Copper. When he had first arrived in the Douglas Jungle, he had found a considerable amount of Emerald Copper ore within the vanquished Green Armor tribe. Unfortunately, he lacked the smelting techniques to refine it at that time. It was also then that he first heard the name of the pale-winged Hector. However, no one could have anticipated that just a few short weeks later, the bones of Hector would be utilized by Li Gu for evolution, resulting in the frostbone dragon Tiamat, while its flesh would become a dish on Li Ji's table. According to Mocha, the reserves of Emerald Copper were comparable to that of Black Soul Iron. This mineral was indeed suitable for forging a large-scale army. However, what kinds of units could it evolve into? Li Gu held great anticipation for the answer. If the reserves of Emerald Copper were sufficiently vast, it would mean Li Gu could forge an elite army numbering in the thousands. Such an army, with its astonishing average strength, would be unparalleled throughout the entire realm of Era. With this thought in mind, Li Gu promptly summoned a skeletal soldier, preparing for its evolution to see what kind of units could emerge from Emerald Copper. Chapter 67. The Skeletal Forest Centaur Sweeps Through. Using Emerald Copper, evolve Skeletal Soldier. Requires 6,000 disaster points. Do you wish to continue? It was remarkably cheap. Li Gu nodded slightly. Previously, evolving a first-tier unit using an elite template had cost tens of thousands of disaster points. Now, it could be accomplished with merely 6,000 disaster points. This was the advantage of having leveled up personally. The system significantly reduced the disaster point consumption for evolving low-tier units. Li Gu estimated that when he reached the third tier, he might even evolve apprentice-level units for free, requiring only materials without any disaster point expenditure. He initiated the evolution, confirming his choice. With the arrival of the system rules, the 6,000 disaster points were consumed. the emerald copper was swiftly decomposed, transforming into a tremendous surge of evolutionary energy that enveloped the skeletal soldier. A brilliant green light erupted as the skeletal soldier underwent a transformation. Tendrils sprouted within its body, intertwining with its exterior, becoming a vibrant vine armor. Simultaneously, the lower half of the skeletal soldier morphed, its leg bones vanishing to be replaced by rib bones, with the spine extending to form a skeleton resembling that of a horse. The vines grew along this equine skeleton, enveloping it entirely. In a mere instant, the skeletal soldier evolved into a centaur-like being, one hand wielding a sword, the other bearing a longbow, adorned in vine armor. The system's notification followed, consumed 6,000 disaster points. Used emerald copper, evolution of skeletal soldier successful, new unit acquired, skeletal forest centaur. Observing the newly formed unit, the skeletal forest centaur, Li Gu assessed its stature, standing over 2 meters tall, armed with a sword and arrows. Though clad in vine armor, it exuded an imposing presence. The only drawback was that the skeletal forest centaur bore a vacant expression, lacking intelligence. Li Gu casually opened its attributes. Skeletal forest centaur. Template, Elite, Protection 1, Force Power. Possesses extraordinary vitality and self-recovery capabilities. Skills, Vine Cage, Nature's Arrow, Charge Slash, Forest Guardian, Self-Heal. Attributes, Constitution 107, Strength 114, Agility 188, Spirit 104. Equipment, Forest Battle Armor. Forest Helmet, Blade of Grass and Wood, Natural Longbow. Evaluation, to lead a fulfilling life, one must wear a touch of green upon their head. Gazing at the verdant skeletal forest centaur, Li Gu found himself generally satisfied. The skeletal forest centaur was primarily a mobility-focused unit, adept in both melee and ranged combat, proving to be quite versatile. Given the emerald copper reserves identified by Mocha, assembling an army of thousands was entirely feasible. Without delay, Li Gu utilized his consciousness to notify Mocha, shift the focus of mining efforts to emerald copper, and extract it with full force. Boss, rest assured, I will make it happen, Mocha replied, promptly setting about organizing the necessary arrangements. In contrast to the Black Soul iron mine, the extraction of emerald copper was relatively straightforward. With the pale-winged Hector slain by Li Gu, the accessible emerald copper mines and corresponding smelting facilities within its domain could be utilized directly. Simultaneously, a substantial quantity of emerald copper collected from Hector's treasury was being transported back to the Necromancer's Gorge. This shipment of refined emerald copper was not extensive, totaling just over 1,000 pieces. After all, emerald copper was a first-tier material, and with the smelting techniques possessed by Hector, the efficiency was rather slow. Moreover, much of the emerald copper had ultimately been exported to human kingdoms in exchange for resources that Hector required. Consequently, Hector's reserves of emerald copper were not substantial. However, this had nonetheless augmented Li Ji's forces by 1,000 skeletal forest centaurs. It is worth noting that this represented 1,000 elite template units of first-tier combat strength. In the Douglas jungle, first-tier elites could easily serve as chieftains of tribes. 1,000 fearless elite first-tier combatants, within the entirety of the Douglas jungle, undoubtedly formed the most formidable army. And as the number of skeletal forest centaurs reached 1,000, the Undead Disaster System issued a notification. The number of skeletal forest centaurs has exceeded 1,000. Unlocking Unit Skill, Guardian Barrier, a large-scale skill that applies a protective barrier to allied units, capable of mitigating both magical and physical damage. Note, the specific quantity is positively correlated with the number of centaur units in the skeleton forest. This marks the 4th type of military skill possessed by Li Gu. Unlike the Intimidation skill, Black Soul Apparition, the Area of Effect Damage skill, Toxic Mist, and the one-time large area damage skill, Black Soul Rain, the skeleton forest centaur's military skill, Guardian Barrier, is classified as a group defense skill. It can bestow a magical shield upon a group, effectively resisting both physical and magical damage. Such a skill is particularly suitable for use during cavalry charges. When the skeleton forest centaurs and toxic wolves are equipped with the Guardian Barrier, they become akin to tanks advancing at full speed, maintaining their peak state while launching a full-speed charge against the enemy. This makes the military skill exceedingly practical. Thus, Li Gu harbors heightened anticipation for the skeleton forest centaurs. The next step is to swiftly occupy the outskirts of the Douglas Great Jungle and strive to break through to the 3rd tier. In Li Ji's eyes, ambition burns brightly. Once he reaches the 3rd tier, his individual combat power will peak within the world of Era. By continuing to leverage the system to expand his army, he can attempt to conquer the entirety of Era, thereby unleashing a true cataclysm of the undead, transforming the world of Era into a nurturing ground for Li Ji's growth. However, the experience required to ascend from the 2nd to the 3rd tier is substantial, necessitating a greater number of soul essences. Fortunately, Li Gu possesses a unique advantage in this regard. Other players must personally slay foes for a meager chance of obtaining soul essences. In contrast, due to the benefits of the Undead Cataclysm System, all undead units under his command are regarded as his summons, recognized by the Reincarnation Game as an extension of Li Gu himself. The existence of undead slaying foes can also yield drops. With this exploit, Li Gu effectively commands millions of substitutes. Where ordinary players might spend decades struggling to reach the first tier, Li Gu, with an endless army of undead at his disposal, has reached the second tier in a mere 10 days. Based on Li Ji's estimates, as long as he can seize the Douglas Great Jungle, he might just ascend to the third tier. To achieve this goal, Li Gu is determined to motivate his undead army. Meanwhile, the Golden Skeleton Overlord Xiang Lu loyally executes Li Ji's orders, leading the elite legions of the Spectral Serpent, Frostbone Dragon Tiamat, and the Skeleton Forest Centaurs, Toxic Wolves, and Black Soul Heavy Infantry, comprising millions of undead soldiers, sweeping across the entire outskirts of the Douglas Great Jungle. Since the undead cataclysm instigated by Undead 3,000 years ago was quelled, the Douglas Great Jungle, dormant for millennia, once again recalls the terror of the undead plague. War, slaughter, destruction, Li Ji's undead legion ravages all in its path, like a calamity sent from the heavens. Yet, the monster tribes on the outskirts of the Douglas Great Jungle will not simply sit idly by. Led by 6 dominant factions, they have united over 400 tribes, forming the so-called Alliance of 1,000 Clans, stationed at Blackwind Mountain to thwart this undead cataclysm. Chapter 68, Alliance of 1,000 Clans, Blackwind Mountain. The Douglas Great Jungle is home to 8 dominant factions. The Pale-Winged Hector has been eradicated by Li Gu. The Hadro family secretly belongs to the Abyss sect, masquerading as Li Ji's ally. The remaining 6 dominant factions consist of werewolves, rune giants, spider demons, swamp froglings, scarlet flamewing men, and dark elf subspecies. These 6 factions, typically at odds with one another, have been compelled to unite, naturally leading to a contest to determine who will lead the alliance of 1,000 clans. Ultimately, the decisive leader is Nigel, the leader of the dark elf subspecies. It is not that Nigel's power surpasses the others, but rather that he is backed by a true dark elf clan. The dark elves, having betrayed the elven court, are now entirely on the side of evil. It is said that within the core region of the Douglas Great Jungle lies a pure-blood dark elf clan, with the strongest among them having reached the third tier. The bloodline within Nigel originates from this core area of pure-blood dark elves. Many of the monsters present are willing to submit to Nigel because he has promised that he has sent someone deep into the Douglas Great Jungle to seek assistance. As long as the alliance of 1,000 clans can endure for a time, a third-tier pure-blood dark elf will intervene to quell this undead cataclysm. It is known that the dark elves, having betrayed the elven court and lost the protection of the natural divine tree, now worship the dark goddess. Coupled with their innate elven bloodline, they are born spellcasters and rangers, making them an exceptionally formidable race. The powerful elven clans even possess the means to slay dragons. Thus, within the alliance of 1,000 clans, even the werewolves, rune giants, spider demons, swamp froglings, and scarlet flamewing men are willing to trust Nigel's words and accept him as their leader. After all, in the face of the undead cataclysm, only Nigel, with a true third-tier powerhouse, holds the potential to turn the tide. Everyone, Blackwind Mountain's terrain is easy to defend but hard to attack. We must hold this ground and endure until reinforcements arrive. During the meeting of the 6 dominant factions, Nigel sat at the head of the table, his tone grave. However, the other 5 displayed expressions of despair and trepidation. Based on the intelligence available, the undead army dispatched from the Necromancer's Gorge has already swept through the entire perimeter and is gathering forces to advance into the mid-region of the Douglas Great Jungle. To preserve their combat strength, the alliance of 1,000 clans has assembled all available forces, totaling over 3 million monsters, to retreat to Blackwind Mountain. The choice of this location is due to its unique terrain, resembling an enormous volcano with a terrace structure, the summit being a vast forested flatland, with steep mountain paths leading downwards. The routes to ascend Blackwind Mountain are few and narrow, evoking a sense of impenetrability. In such terrain, it is naturally unsuitable for large armies to charge. The alliance of 1,000 clans plans to utilize the geography of Blackwind Mountain to fortify their defenses and prolong their survival time while awaiting the arrival of a third-tier powerhouse. Although Blackwind Mountain is easy to defend but hard to attack, it remains a solitary mountain with no escape route. The terrifying numbers of the undead army mean that if they are cornered here, they will find themselves trapped like fish in a barrel. The cautious leader of the swamp froglings, Nilialu, voiced his dissent. Hearing this, Nigel furrowed his brow. Unlike these wild monsters, Nigel, as a dark elf subspecies, had received a systematic education and was far more astute than these mere brutes. He understood that, at this critical moment, what was needed most was to stabilize the morale of the army. Otherwise, before the undead army even arrived, the alliance of 1,000 clans might well self-destruct from within. Nigel spoke. Rest assured, Blackwind Mountain is the stronghold of my dark elf clan. In addition to the geographical advantages, we have comprehensive strategies in place for warfare. Even if the undead army truly comes charging in, we have contingencies prepared. With this, Nigel exuded a strong sense of confidence reminiscent of the legendary strategist Ma Su. The final outcome of this meeting was far from joyful. The werewolves, rune giants, spider demons, swamp froglings, and scarlet flamewing men were all weighed down by heavy concerns. The overwhelming pressure of the undead cataclysm was far too intense. Consequently, a large number of tribes from the outskirts of the Douglas Great Jungle fled to Blackwind Mountain. Xiang Lu's efforts to clear the perimeter have proceeded remarkably smoothly. Particularly, the skeleton forest centaur legion, as forest centaurs, thrives within the terrain of the Douglas Great Jungle, exhibiting unparalleled mobility. Countless disaster points, tens of thousands of gold coins, a considerable amount of prestige, and an incalculable number of drops rapidly converge upon Li Gu. Presently, the total amount of gold coins Li Gu possesses has surpassed an astonishing 600,000. This is sufficient to purchase 8 or 9 precious items and evolve more units with elite templates. However, Li Gu is still waiting for the Forgotten River territory to upgrade into a city. Upon reaching the rank of a city, one can apply to elevate their citizen status. In the trading zone of the Reincarnation Network, the privilege to purchase exceptional quality items is unlocked. Such exquisite materials can evolve into units of royal templates. Therefore, the gold coins in Li Ge's possession remain untouched, as he intends to utilize them entirely for procuring these superior materials. His goal is to evolve formidable entities like the Lich Mocha and the Golden Skeleton Overlord Xiang Lu. 3 days have passed. It is now the 16th day since novice players entered the world of Era. As it stands, Li Gu commands nearly 13 million skeleton soldiers, a force that has enveloped the land. Led by Xiang Lu, the army advances to the foot of Blackwind Mountain. Aerial units pave the way, gathering intelligence. The terrain of Blackwind Mountain is treacherous, characterized by steep cliffs, with only a few narrow paths leading upward. This perilous environment is undoubtedly a naturally fortified stronghold. As the flying undead units attempt to reach the summit, they are pierced by arrows. Yet, in a fleeting glance, one can discern that the mountaintop resembles an expansive plain, densely wooded and concealing a vast legion of monsters. Given the scarcity of monster tribes observed in recent days, it is evident to Xiang Lu that this group of monsters has chosen to unite, retreating into this area. With the advantages of the terrain and a fortified garrison, Blackwind Mountain poses a formidable challenge in the context of large-scale warfare. The flames of determination flicker in Xiang Lu's eyes, devoid of any trepidation, as he prepares to sweep away all opposition with unyielding pride. A mere assembly of rabble cannot obstruct my lord's ambitions. At this moment, Xiang Lu, wielding a golden halberd and mounted on a towering skeletal steed, exudes an air of commanding authority as he coldly proclaims, "Charge with me and annihilate this horde of monsters." Chapter 69. The Overlord breaches the city. The slaughter commences. With a single command, Xiang Lu leads 10,000 skeletal forest centaurs, surging up the steep mountain path like a dark tide towards the summit. These skeletal centaurs, evolved from the resources harvested by Mocha from the emerald copper mines in recent days, present an awe-inspiring first-tier combat force. Have they lost their minds? Nigel gasps, his eyes wide with disbelief. In such a defensively advantageous position, the most prudent strategy would be to encircle the enemy, cut off their supplies, and seal their water sources, or employ formations, magic, and aerial forces. Nigel never anticipated that this undead army would mount a direct charge. Damn it, what can cavalry achieve on this terrain? Prepare to engage and crush them. Nigel swiftly directs his forces. The paths leading up the mountain have been fortified with defensive structures. A large number of monsters stand ready. And although their equipment may not be uniform, their sheer numbers exude an overwhelming sense of pressure. All ranged units prepare to unleash their onslaught as soon as the enemy falls within shooting range. As Nigel's command resonates, heavy artillery is rolled into position. Simultaneously, numerous magically adept monsters begin chanting incantations, a violent surge of magical energy enveloping the area. At the forefront, led by the Golden Skeleton Overlord Xiang Lu, the 10,000 skeletal forest centaurs swiftly advance along the narrow and rugged mountain path. While the skeletal centaurs are cavalry, their name signifies their forested habitat. They may not charge as swiftly as centaurs on the plains, yet they excel in navigating the dense terrain of mountains and forests. The scattered rocks, steep cliffs, and various trees pose no hindrance to the skeletal forest centaurs. They traverse the landscape with ease. It is striking how Xiang Lu's army bears down on the first pass of Blackwind Mountain, causing the station monsters to exclaim, "Open fire!" Boom, boom, boom. Countless magical cannons roar to life, unleashing their fury upon Xiang Lu and his forces. Accompanying this barrage are innumerable arrows and a kaleidoscope of magical brilliance. While the warfare technology in the world of Era is not overly advanced, it is certainly not lacking. These magical cannons, inscribed with runes, fire projectiles crafted from various fire elemental materials, which upon impact can instantly create a firestorm spanning dozens of meters. Coupled with potent corrosive magical energy, they can inflict cumulative damage on their targets. It can be said that, with sufficient numbers, magical artillery poses a tangible threat even to second-tier combatants. Under the deluge of arrows, the torrential spells, and the devastating magical cannon fire, Xiang Lu remains unfazed, exhibiting no inclination to evade. The skeletal forest centaurs activate their unit skill, Guardian Barrier. A surge of natural energy materializes into a vibrant green shield, enveloping each skeletal centaur. Boom, boom, boom. The cannon fire, magic, and explosive arrows instantly transform into a raging inferno, interspersed with vibrant magical light, engulfing a vast area. This is the true essence of artillery bombardment in a magical world. In the next moment, through a projection mirror observing the battlefield ahead, Nigel's pupils constrict, nearly overwhelmed. He witnesses a skeletal figure clad in golden armor leading a charge, followed by thousands of heavily armored skeletal forest centaurs. The terrifying might of their advance disregards the inferno, as they appear as fierce specters emerging from hell, intent on annihilating all in their path. Oh damn, what am I witnessing? Undead wielding the power of nature? Has the nature goddess lost her mind? Nigel, a dark elf subspecies, roars in disbelief. Elves are the favored children of nature. As a traitor to the elven court, dark elves have been stripped of the right to wield natural power since their betrayal. Yet now, Nigel, an elf, sees a legion of undead harnessing the purest essence of nature, charging towards them. In that moment, he questions everything. Could their master have a connection with the nature goddess? Quick, increase the firepower. Shatter the shields constructed from their natural energy. Nigel seizes the magical communicator, shouting commands as he loses the elegance expected of an elf, succumbing instead to hysteria. After all, he knows all too well that if these fully armed and peculiar undead reach the gates unscathed, the first pass of Blackwind Mountain will fall without a fight. This would have an incalculable impact on morale and the overall battle. In the stronghold, a second-tier werewolf commands the troops, gritting his teeth as he hears Nigel's orders. Damn those dark elves. Do they think I want to attack? It's just that we can't move. Yet, despite his frustrations, the werewolf does not hesitate and urges his forces onward. The previous round of attacks was the result of a prolonged build-up by the station monsters. Urging them forward proves futile. Before the second wave of assault, Xiang Lu and the vanguard troops have already arrived at the base of the city wall. The wall, while not particularly tall at around 10 meters, is inscribed with powerful protective runes, including elemental immunity, damage distribution, and anti-flying spells. Within the vicinity of this wall, flying creatures are grounded, making it an impenetrable barrier that must be overcome to pass through the stronghold. Of course, the anti-flying runes are not invincible. They can be rendered ineffective under sufficient strength. However, Xiang Lu has no intention of deploying the Netherwing Serpent or the Frostbone Dragon Tiamat. His eyes blaze with the fire of souls, his overwhelming battle intent palpable. Just before the second wave of assault commences, Xiang Lu steps forward, his astonishing power transforming him into a blur as he reaches the city gate. At this moment, Xiang Lu leaps into the air, his golden halberd enveloped in a visible golden aura, slicing down towards the city gate like a meteor. The golden aura erupts forth, forming a dazzling crescent shockwave stretching several meters long. Boom. The tremendous roar reverberates. The city wall, crafted at great expense by the alliance of tribes. Like tofu, the city crumbled and fell apart, a massive gash cleaved open by Xiang Lu's strike. The city gates shattered, the walls collapsed, and amidst the ruins, Xiang Lu stood, his golden armor glimmering as his cape billowed. He pointed forward and commanded, "Slaughter the city." At his words, tens of thousands of skeletal warriors and centaurs surged forth from either side, unleashing carnage upon the demonic creatures within the stronghold. The massacre commenced in that instant. Nigel, watching this scene through the magical projection mirror, was left wide-eyed in disbelief. A single blow had obliterated the city wall. Was this truly human? Well, it was evident that the adversary was no mere mortal. Such a sight was terrifying enough to send shivers down his spine. Could this be a third-tier powerhouse? A bitter taste filled Nigel's heart. A third-tier warrior personally leading the charge exuded an immense pressure that made him tremble. Time continued to pass. The slaughter persisted. The demonic creatures defending the stronghold were as helpless as chickens and dogs. Without the city wall and heavy artillery, they possessed no power to resist. It was unequivocally a one-sided massacre. Chapter 70. The Blade Demon Statue. The final battle approaches. Through the necromantic catastrophe system, Li Gu linked to the perspective of his undead minions, witnessing the entire process with clarity. Quite satisfactory, Li Gu nodded in approval. To be fair, the city wall was not weak. For an average second-tier entity to shatter, it was akin to a fool's dream. Yet, the golden skeletal overlord Xiang Lu was not an ordinary second-tier being, but a second-tier undead with a king-level template. In the presence of Xiang Lu, a typical second-tier was akin to a pawn facing a boss, utterly overwhelmed in attributes, equipment, skill traits, and innate advantages. It would be no exaggeration to state that Xiang Lu even had the qualification to contend with a third-tier opponent. This battle allowed Li Gu to further appreciate Xiang Lu's capabilities. Regrettably, the time for development was still too brief. Currently, I possess only 3 types of large units. If I were to establish a complete aerial force, ground force, support force, and ranged force, perfecting everything from air superiority to firepower, there would be no need for Xiang Lu to personally lead the charge against the trifling Blackwind Mountain. Li Gu sighed inwardly. After all, since entering the rebirth game, it had only been a mere half-month. For other players, even familiarizing themselves with the environment was insufficient in such a short time. Crafting the perfect army Li Gu envisioned required an incalculable amount of resources. It was certainly not a task to be accomplished overnight. Fortunately, at this moment, with the current combat strength, dealing with the demonic creatures in the Douglas Great Jungle was already more than adequate. Once Xiang Lu breached the stronghold and the subsequent troops arrived, they would take a brief respite, and once the troop skill, Guardian Barrier cooled down, they would march towards the next stronghold. The numerous strongholds upon which the United Races had staked everything appeared utterly fragile before Li Ji's army. Their advance was swift and unstoppable. The slaughter of demonic creatures was beyond counting. This massacre brought Li Gu exceedingly rich rewards, disaster points, loot, soul essences, and more flooded into his coffers. If the entire Douglas Great Jungle were likened to a dish, it had previously been a chaotic mix. To savor the meat, Li Gu had to send his undead army to scatter and search. Now, the situation was entirely different. The ingredients were clustering together, saving Li Gu the trouble of searching and allowing him to devour them whole. The creature from the Alliance was truly a genius, an exemplary being among demons. A smile crept upon Li Ji's lips as he watched this magical battle unfold, more captivating than a film, through the eyes of his undead. Simultaneously, deep within the Douglas Great Jungle, at the Abyssal Sect stronghold, in a spacious cathedral, Archbishop Daryl knelt on the ground, cradling a tome and chanting a bizarre incantation. Before Daryl stood a peculiar statue, not of the Mother of the Abyss, but rather a grotesque humanoid figure with arms like blades, sinewy muscles, and wings sprouting from its back. With each word Daryl uttered, invisible crimson energies drifted in from all directions of the Douglas Great Jungle, merging into the blade statue. With every pulse of crimson energy absorbed, the statue's eyes glowed faintly red, a savage, terrifying, and twisted will nearly bursting forth. Daryl gazed at the statue with greedy eyes, revealing a sinister smile. The fool in the necromantic gorge is indeed trustworthy. Let the slaughter commence. May it upheave the heavens. Blackwind Mountain. Time marched on. The flames of war spread at an astonishing pace. In just 2 days, they approached the summit of Blackwind Mountain. Nigel was under immense pressure. Within this brief span, all 16 strongholds upon the mountain had been breached. It could be said that aside from the small plateau formed by the fault at the summit, the United Races had nowhere left to retreat. The initial decision to hold fast at Blackwind Mountain stemmed from Nigel's confidence that he could withstand at least a month. By then, he could await the rescue from the third-tier dark elves deep within the Douglas Great Jungle. Yet now, not to mention a month, in merely 2 days, Li Ji's undead army had reached the very gates of the United Races. Nigel and the other demonic beings had nowhere left to flee. Nigel, where are the reinforcements you spoke of? I warned you, Blackwind Mountain may be perilous, but it is a solitary peak. If surrounded, it is certain death. Look at the situation now. The undead are nearly upon us. Speak up. The leaders of the various tribes, werewolves, rune giants, spider demons, swamp frogmen, and fire-winged beings, were all anxious, glaring at Nigel. As the decision-maker, Nigel bore the blame for the current predicament, his body trembling with rage, yet unable to utter a word. This was akin to a national football team suffering a humiliating defeat. Regardless of the criticism, they must endure it. As the scene spiraled out of control, Nigel slammed his palm onto the table with a resounding thud, drawing the attention of all the surrounding creatures. The strength of this undead army exceeds my expectations. Indeed, it is my miscalculation. However, discussing this now serves no purpose. What we must consider is how to resist and survive. Nigel's words silenced all the demonic beings. Indeed, all else was irrelevant. Killing Nigel in retribution would not alter the impending disaster of the necromantic catastrophe sweeping across Blackwind Mountain. The entire assembly fell into a deathly silence. Seeing this, Nigel understood he had successfully shifted the topic. He continued, "Everyone, the situation has not yet reached its most desperate point. The last stronghold leading to the summit of Blackwind Mountain still lies in our control. Moreover, at the peak, we have the United Races' countless armies numbering in the millions. More importantly, we do not need to defeat these creatures. Our task is simply to buy time. As long as we can hold out until the arrival of the third-tier Dark Elf reinforcements, victory shall undoubtedly be ours." As Nigel's words fell, the other tribal leaders exchanged glances. They were not fools and recognized the truth of Nigel's statement, though it was a partial truth. The crucial question remained: did the pureblood Dark Elf faction deep within the Douglas Great Jungle genuinely care about the lives of these mixed-blood beings? Even if they did, when would the third-tier powerhouses and their armies arrive? Surely they wouldn't wait until all were dead before coming to collect the corpses. What significance would that hold? Yet, the tribal leaders had no choice. Despite their doubts, they could only place their faith in Nigel. Otherwise, the united races would crumble, splintering internally and hastening their demise. Under Nigel's command, numerous troops, weapons, and resources were stationed at the last stronghold of Blackwind Mountain. The army led by the golden skeletal overlord Xiang Lu was also poised to strike. Chapter 71. Greenskin Technology, the Regular Goblin Army. As Xiang Lu, accompanied by the Reaper Serpent and Frostbone Dragon Tiamat, launched an assault on Blackwind Mountain against the united races, on the other side, the Necromantic Gorge. Li Gu entered the realm of the Netherworld, a domain uniquely his own, although not particularly vast, encompassing roughly 100 miles, a mere fraction of Tongliao. Comparable to Hong Kong, it was more than sufficient in its early stages, capable of comfortably accommodating the millions of souls under his command. At the center of this ethereal space, a formidable city sprang forth. Led by the colossal architect Miles, a multitude of skeletons toiled industriously, akin to a colony of ants working in unison. From his vantage point, Li Gu surveyed the city, which boasted towering walls nearly 20 meters high, complete with arrow towers, magic spires, and heavy artillery, an array of defensive structures. The streets within were orderly, lined with various buildings, the most opulent of which was his own residence at the heart of the city, adorned with pavilions and flowing gardens. Reminiscent of a grand palace. Regrettably, the city was sparsely populated, as the River of Forgetfulness was not open to outsiders and did not attract refugees or other races apart from the undead. This rendered the city somewhat desolate, with the skeletal soldiers lending it an eerie, ghostly ambience. Li Gu was unconcerned. His priority was to establish the territory, and the lack of inhabitants was of little consequence. A ghost town it may be, but if it could be transformed into a realm of the dead, what did it matter if it bore the moniker of a ghost city? My lord, all construction is now complete, Miles reported reverently, kneeling before Li Gu. We have erected walls stretching 60 miles, inscribed with first-tier anti-air magic runes, stabilization runes, damage balancing runes, and both magical and physical resistance runes. Additionally, there are 120 first-tier arrow towers, 30 first-tier magic towers, and 352 first-tier fire magic heavy cannons. Within the city, there are thousands of residences. All facilities are fully equipped. Please review, my lord. Miles felt a tinge of regret. It was not that he lacked the ambition to construct second-tier buildings, but rather that Li Gu had prioritized speed over quality, given that the city resided within the safety of the Netherworld. The urgency was to expedite its construction and elevate the territory's status to that of a town. Therefore, expediency was the guiding principle. Well done, Li Gu acknowledged, surveying the newly constructed city with satisfaction. Achieving such a feat within a span of 6 or 7 days was a testament to Miles' remarkable talent in construction. Should Miles be elevated to third-tier status and equipped with millions of skeletal soldiers, he could likely erect genuine skyscrapers from the ground up in a single day. In the future, as the town upgraded, with Miles as a super engineer, Li Ge's concerns about city defenses would be alleviated. As Li Gu explored the city, he arrived at the Lord's Manor. This humble abode, reminiscent of a rural dwelling, stood in stark contrast to the exquisite and lavish estates surrounding it. With the city now complete, it was time to commence the upgrade of his territory. Li Gu did not summon his main forces, Xiang Lu, the Netherwing Serpent, or the Frostbone Dragon Tiamat, back to assist. With his current strength, the upgrade from a village to a town did not warrant such complexity. Having made his decision, Li Gu accessed the Lord's Manor interface and selected the upgrade option. The Reincarnation Game presented him with a prompt. Detected that your reputation exceeds 3,000 points. You have annihilated over 10 first-tier factions and have constructed a city, total area exceeding 100 square kilometers, with first-tier fortified walls, capable of housing at least 10,000 residents, and a first-tier stronghold. The prerequisites for upgrading to a town are satisfied. Upgrading from a village to a town requires the expenditure of 3,000 gold coins. Would you like to proceed? For Li Gu, 3,000 gold coins were but a trifling sum. He promptly confirmed the upgrade. As the gold was deducted, the formerly rustic Lord's Manor was suddenly enveloped in a brilliant light that illuminated the newly constructed city. The rules of the Reincarnation Game descended, imbuing the fledgling city with a profound, almost incomprehensible law of causality. At that moment, the entire city was bound to Li Gu, becoming an integral part of his identity as a player. 3,000 gold coins deducted. Congratulations, the River of Forgetfulness has been upgraded to a town. Town territory trial initiated. Please withstand the impending monster siege. If the Lord's Manor is destroyed, the upgrade will fail, and the territory must be rebuilt. With a series of notifications ringing in his ears, the sky erupted with brilliance, and verdant figures appeared throughout the Netherworld, mirroring the previous trial with the goblin army. However, this time, the strength was markedly different. The goblins were organized, a professional army. Above, hundreds of goblin airships soared, while on the ground, goblin cavalry, spear-wielding goblins, and shield-bearing goblins, along with siege weaponry crafted by their greenskin technology, catapults, bombers, and rocket troops, advanced. Was this strength reasonable? Li Gu found himself taken aback. He recalled that during the last trial, Merely constructing a village had necessitated facing a horde of over 100,000 goblins. Now, ascending to the status of a town, he was confronted with such a fully equipped, balanced military force. Logically, both the quantity and quality of the opposition were far from normal. Perhaps his rapid upgrade had escalated the challenge accordingly. Li Gu mused, for throughout human history, no one had ever constructed a city in less than half a month. The current record had taken a full 2 years. That individual had not employed standard methods, but had invoked divine intervention, receiving blessings from the gods to hastily ascend to second-tier status, utilizing temple resources to construct a city. Even then, it required 2 years. Li Ji's progress over the past half-month seemed almost like a cheat. At this moment, the goblin army descending upon the netherworld was led by a goblin king with emerald skin, adorned with peculiar tattoos and crowned regally. His gaze was piercing as he commanded, "Great sovereign, let us demolish this city at once, swiftly gather intelligence, and devise a battle strategy." Unlike the last goblin horde, this army was not only powerful but also strategic, opting for a prudent approach rather than charging recklessly into battle. As the goblin king issued his orders, a swarm of goblin bird knights detached from the airships, sweeping toward the city of forgetfulness. These goblin scouts possessed exceptional reconnaissance skills, rapidly documenting the terrain and defensive conditions surrounding the city. Li Gu observed this scene with keen interest. The undead paladin Vivian, standing beside him, was poised to intervene. But Li Gu restrained her. "Patience, let me enjoy this moment," he said, stepping forward. As the lord of the netherworld, with a legendary profession, Li Gu could traverse the void at second tier, soaring through the air like a meteor toward the goblin army. Chapter 72. The 3 Forbidden Spells. The Black Coffin of the God of Burial. Detecting high-energy units. Immediate interception required. As Li Gu initiated his assault, a mechanical device resembling a radar within the goblin army emitted a piercing alarm, flashing red lights. Without needing the goblin king's command, the entire goblin army received the alert. The airship division immediately activated, launching a barrage of green projectiles aimed at Li Gu, hurtling toward him at astonishing speed, trailing white clouds behind them. Li Gu remained unperturbed, the Book of Death manifesting in his grasp, radiant magical light bursting forth. A massive magical array unfolded around him, encompassing a 100-meter radius and reaching skyward. Invoking the unseen rules of the cosmos, the sky shifted hues, and before Li Gu materialized an ancient stone gate, inscribed with countless skulls. Both grotesque and chilling, a portal to the depths of hell. The forbidden spell, Hell's Gate, was invoked in this very moment. Boom! The green-skinned missiles collided with the gate, producing a thunderous roar, yet failing to inflict any damage whatsoever. This was a creation of the rules. How could a mere band of goblins hope to shake it? The Goblin King's pupils constricted, his visage etched with terror. Even he felt an overwhelming sense of oppression at this moment. Li Gu stood resolute against the sky, his back to the gate, resembling a sovereign from the underworld. In a rhythm befitting the laws of the netherworld, he intoned a spell whose essence was, "From the depths of hell, I am the lord of the abyss. I hereby open the gate of the dead and command you to descend upon the mortal realm." As the final syllable escaped Li Ji's lips, the laws of the underworld manifested, and the myriad skulls carved upon the hellish gate sprang to life, emitting eerie cackles as if reveling in the impending calamity. Under the power of the law, the tightly shut hellish gate creaked open, a dense swarm of skeletal arms fervently reaching out through the gap. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the stone door grinding open echoed through the air. Gradually, the crevice widened, and an endless tide of the dead surged forth, sweeping in all directions like a natural disaster. The first to suffer were the goblin forces on the ground, caught unawares, as they were enveloped by the onslaught of the undead, becoming the sustenance for the ravenous spirits of the underworld. The scenes of tearing, slaughter, and consumption bore witness to hell itself manifesting upon the earth. This was an unmitigated catastrophe, a calamity wrought from the very essence of the undead. What manner of sorcery is this? The Goblin King trembled uncontrollably, disbelief evident in his countenance. The reason forbidden spells are deemed as such is that they touch upon a realm of taboo, belonging to the divine. As a legendary class, Li Gu wielding the power of a forbidden spell was akin to a dimensional strike. Countless goblins wailed in despair, and the Goblin King quickly regained his composure, attempting to mount a counterattack. However, the arrival of the undead disaster was far too sudden. The entire goblin formation was thrown into disarray, making it impossible to regroup in such a short span of time. Meanwhile, Li Gu, who was casting the forbidden spell, Hell's Gate, felt relatively stable. His mental attributes exceeded 1,000 points, and his magical energy surged beyond the ordinary. The Hellish Gate had only drained about a quarter of his magical power. However, as a continuous skill, Hell's Gate would perpetually consume Li Ji's magic unless he chose to dispel it, continuing until it drained him completely. With this in mind, he resolved to test his limits. Li Gu began to chant once more. Forbidden spell, Blessing of the Underworld Emperor activated. The power of the rules surged again. A torrent of magical energy surged and swiftly dissipated within Li Gu, as a resplendent magic circle unfolded, billowing dark, ethereal mist intertwined with the heavens, morphing into a colossal phantom of a 60-meter-high giant. This giant was imposing, its visage obscured, yet adorned with a crown and draped in imperial vestments, resembling a true emperor. As this emperor phantom coalesced, the undead summoned from the Hellish Gate found their attack, defense, and resistance rapidly elevated. Simultaneously, the corpses of the fallen goblins on the ground began to rise, their bones and flesh reanimating, becoming part of the undead horde. The horror of the undead catastrophe lay not only in their sheer numbers, but also in their insane capacity to resurrect the dead as part of their ranks. The combination of the forbidden spells, Hell's Gate, and blessing of the Underworld Emperor enabled Li Gu to truly unleash the undead disaster upon the mortal realm. The goblin army was rapidly depleting. They watched helplessly as their former comrades transformed into hostile undead. This sight, coupled with the psychological pressure, brought the goblins to the brink of collapse. The Goblin King, who commanded the goblin forces, exhibited some prowess. His template was remarkably high, and he activated several skills to bolster morale, leading his elite troops to execute military formations in a desperate bid to turn the tide. However, this drew Li Gu's attention to the Goblin King's presence. From the outset, Li Gu had no intention of obliterating the vast goblin army single-handedly. After all, both the forbidden spell, Hell's Gate, and blessing of the Underworld Emperor required massive amounts of magical energy. Had Li Gu attained the third tier, his magical reserves would certainly suffice. Yet, as a second-tier practitioner, his magical capacity was inadequate to sustain the onslaught against a formidable army led by a second-tier Goblin King with a royal template. Hence, Li Gu's plan was to execute a decisive beheading. With the Goblin King now in sight, Li Gu grasped the Book of the Dead and began to chant the third forbidden spell. Forbidden spell, Coffin of the God of Death. The Goblin King, who had been leading his forces in a fierce battle, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He turned to see Li Gu, whose eyes had transformed into a pitch-black void, resembling the eyes of death itself, extending his hand towards the Goblin King. Death is the fate that awaits all. As the final incantation concluded, the Goblin King's pupils constricted, feeling as though fate had ensnared him, rendering him utterly immobile. The surrounding space shattered, and black chains erupted from the rifts in the void, ensnaring the Goblin King's body and forcibly dragging him into the abyss. Through the rift, a colossal black crystal coffin could be glimpsed, entombing a humanoid being of immense stature, whose breath, despite being deceased, still made the very fabric of reality tremble. He was a deity, a fallen god. As the Goblin King drew near that black coffin, he was obliterated by the divine aura. The rift in the void gradually sealed, and the black chains dissipated. Li Gu peered through the fissure, glimpsing the true coffin of the god of death, murmuring, "So, the coffin of the god of death is a means to drag enemies into the burial place of the deities, utilizing their divine essence to annihilate them. I wonder, when I grow stronger, can I extract the remnants of a deity within? The remains of a god would undoubtedly be materials of unparalleled quality." And with the demise of the Goblin King, the remaining goblins were left in utter disarray, their spirits shattered as they howled in despair and fled in all directions. Li Gu held firm for a time, and when his magical energy was nearly exhausted, he dispelled the forbidden spell. The gates of hell closed, and all the undead were reclaimed by the laws, shoved back into the abyss. Simultaneously, Li Gu's legion of toxic wolves, black-armored spearmen, and skeletal centaurs commenced their assault on the remaining goblins. Chapter 73. Cardinal Mars of the Red Robe, the Black Radiance Treasure Chest. Even though Li Gu had ceased his onslaught, the surviving goblins remained paralyzed with terror, gazing up at the figure in the sky. The recent invocation of Hell's Gate, blessing of the Underworld Emperor, and coffin of the God of Death had instilled in the remaining goblins an overwhelming sense of dread. Our king, such a formidable sovereign, was annihilated in an instant. What manner of being is he? Could he possibly be a god? Damn it, we are doomed. The goblins wailed like banshees, discarding their equipment and scattering in all directions. In their eyes, Li Gu, hovering above, was nothing less than the harbinger of death, the emperor of the netherworld commanding legions of the undead. Faced with Li Gu, they possessed no will to resist. Meanwhile, in Wangwan City, Vivian, Albert, Miles, Mocha, and others struggled to conceal their astonishment. The legendary class, Lord of the Abyss, stood as a parallel to the imperial template of NPCs. Such an overwhelming dominance in attributes, characteristics, and mechanics left Vivian and the others profoundly aware of Li Ji's might. As for Li Gu himself, he felt quite elated. In a mere half-month's time, he had grown capable of challenging an army of thousands, seizing flags and slaying generals, which was itself an extraordinary feat, not to mention witnessing his own evolution. Mastering extraordinary abilities and overpowering all in his path was a sensation unmatched by any other. However, this battle has revealed to Li Gu the limitations of his own capabilities. If he were to rely solely on himself, it would take him several months to completely eradicate the goblin army before him. Currently, he possesses the prowess to decapitate foes amidst a sea of adversaries, Yet single-handedly annihilating a force of 100,000 remains a formidable challenge. This is Li Ge's candid assessment of his own strengths and weaknesses. His greatest constraint lies in his magical energy. Li Gu is not an inexhaustible source of power. After casting 3 forbidden spells, his magic reserves are nearly depleted. Furthermore, an army does not merely stand as a target. After sustaining heavy losses, they will opt for retreat. If this goblin horde does not experience a collapse in morale and instead unites as one, it is likely that Li Gu will be required to expend considerable effort in the short term. Nevertheless, Li Ge's paramount advantage does not stem from his individual combat strength, but rather from the boundless calamity of the undead. With the Undead Catastrophe System at his disposal, engaging in warfare against such large armies is where Li Gu truly excels. Thousands of Black Soul heavy infantry, a vast legion of skeletal centaurs, and an army of the undead that surges like a white tide charge forth, launching a lethal assault upon the goblins. The slaughter resumes. Situated within the realm of the underworld, this battlefield serves as Li Ge's home turf. The goblins find themselves with no avenue of escape. Airships are shot down, cavalry is obliterated, and artillerymen are slaughtered. Under this one-sided onslaught, the ground is left strewn with the corpses of goblins. At this moment, a notification from the Reincarnation Game echoes forth. Congratulations on passing the territory trial. Longchuan has been upgraded to a town. Immediately thereafter, all new players hear a global announcement. Congratulations to the new player, the King of the Underworld, for successfully passing the Lord trial, constructing a town, and being promoted to Lord, earning the achievement, Master of a City. Reward, 2nd tier Black Obsidian Treasure Chest. The familiar name and achievement notifications still manage to send shockwaves through the new players. The town force of Wardfa is not supposed to be able to construct a city. How could the King of the Underworld amass resources, manpower, or territory in just half a month? Don't ask, just know that it's impressive. The King of the Underworld is a powerhouse capable of single-handedly annihilating a first-tier force within a few days of entering the game. It's ruthless, exceedingly ruthless. If a city can be built in half a month, might the King of the Underworld establish a nation in just a few more months? It feels as though the King of the Underworld could speed through the novice world this month, break through to the 3rd tier, and graduate directly. What a joke. That's the 3rd tier. According to Alliance statistics, it typically takes an average of 60 years to transition from the 2nd tier to the 3rd tier. Your data may be reasonable, but alas, the King of the Underworld's prowess is unreasonable. The entire forum erupts in chaos at this moment. All players are left astounded. Constructing a city is not merely a matter of sufficient strength. It requires substantial resources and manpower. One could say that to build a city, one must possess adequate strength, financial resources, and authority to even qualify. Yet, in just half a month, Li Gu has completed the construction of a city and passed the Lord trial. This achievement is comparable to other players still playing in the mud, while Li Gu has already risen from nothing to rank among the world's top 500. The two are entirely on different levels. Faced with Li Gu, who has already reached the 2nd tier and built a city, other players who are merely apprentices can only feel envy, jealousy, and resentment. Meanwhile, Kai Tianlin is hurriedly utilizing all available resources to search for the whereabouts of the King of the Underworld. Archbishop, I dreamt last night of a cataclysmic vision, where the undead rampaged and living beings suffered greatly. This matter appears exceedingly grave, perhaps a divine omen. At this moment, Kai Tianlin gazes at the serious face of Archbishop Mars of the Phylan Empire, urging him, I implore you, Archbishop, to intensify efforts in tracking down the undead. Rest assured, Lord Sion, we have deciphered the incomplete array and confirmed it leads to the Dagla Great Jungle. We will soon uncover the truth behind the undead uprising in the Rapa Duchy. Mars responds courteously to Kai Tianlin but does not take the matter too seriously. To put it plainly, the Scion selects individuals with relatively pure divine blood from among mortals. These individuals are all exceptional talents, considered candidates for the papacy. However, talent alone, lacking the potential to translate into strength, is of little worth. In the realm of Ayla, the most powerful and influential individual with divine blood is undoubtedly the true Pope. If there were indeed divine omens, they would be directly communicated to the Pope, not reported to Kai Tianlin. Thus, Mars believes these are merely fabrications stemming from Kai Tianlin's eagerness to achieve merit. Of course, the undead uprising must be investigated, but Mars has his own pace. Witnessing Mars's attitude, Kai Tianlin feels a surge of frustration but dares not express his anger. Before him stands a 3rd-tier powerhouse. The red-robed archbishop wielding the divine authority of the Phylan Empire, a true figure of power. Even if the Pope were to personally arrive, he would extend great courtesy to Mars. As the Scion, Kai Tianlin holds a certain degree of authority, yet it does not grant him unbridled power. Damn it! After parting ways with Mars, Kai Tianlin returns to his chamber, gritting his teeth, his entire being trembling with fury. Just then, the world announcement regarding Li Ge's city construction reaches his ears. Kai Tianlin's mind nearly short-circuits, leaving him standing in stunned silence. After a long moment, he recovers from the shock, an overwhelming sense of dread flooding his heart. Who exactly is this king of the underworld? Breaking through realms, annihilating forces, constructing territories. Why does everything happen so swiftly? Confusion, astonishment, and horror intertwine within Kai Tianlin's heart, yet the predominant feeling is fear. To be fair, Kai Tianlin is unaware that the king of the underworld is Li Gu, so from his perspective, he has no enmity with this figure. However, Kai Tianlin knows that the king of the underworld possesses the ability to unleash the calamity of the undead. Historically, those with such power are overwhelmingly likely to tread the path of world destruction. If the king of the underworld truly intends to bring about the end of the world, the first to suffer would undoubtedly be the Temple of Light, to which Kai Tianlin is affiliated. His position as scion would afford him little respite. It's over. He must locate the king of the underworld as swiftly as possible. At this moment, Kai Tianlin's thoughts have undergone a complete transformation, from seizing opportunities from the king of the underworld to urgently seeking him out to eliminate him for his own preservation. In the underworld space, Wangshuan City, Li Gu returns to the Lord's mansion. After upgrading to a town, the mansion has transformed into a true residence, adorned with opulence. Li Gu is quite satisfied with this development. Strength without enjoyment is akin to a lack of growth. With adequate power, who would endure hardship unnecessarily? Upon returning to his estate, Li Gu retrieves the second-tier black obsidian treasure chest he has just obtained, eager to see what treasures it may yield. Chapter 74, Core of the Orbital Mothership, New Evolution. Li Gu has opened a fair number of black obsidian treasure chests. The best experience he had previously resulted in obtaining materials that evolved into the Golden Skeletal Overlord, a king-tier template unit. For this occasion, Li Gu is filled with anticipation as he rubs his hands together and opens the second-tier black obsidian treasure chest. With a brilliant burst of light, the chest vanishes, revealing a massive 3-meter-tall metal object materializing before Li Gu. A notification chimes. Open the second-tier black obsidian treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining Core of the Orbital Mothership. The Core of the Orbital Mothership? Li Gu raises an eyebrow, sensing that he has acquired something quite remarkable. Within the Reincarnation Game, there exist countless worlds encompassing myriad realms. Many of these worlds boast advanced achievements in wartime technology, just as with the goblins he faced during the Lord trial. Their green-skin technology, once scaled, possesses considerable strength. If the goblins can achieve such feats, what of other civilizations? The core of the orbital mothership is likely a creation of some mechanical civilization. Li Gu wonders if it can serve as material for evolution. Filled with expectation, he opens the attributes of the core of the orbital mothership. Core of the celestial mothership, second tier exquisite. A mechanical creation containing all operational systems of the celestial mothership, housed within a mechanical flying construct, serving as a central brain. Note, can be utilized as evolution material. It turned out to be the mainframe of the spacecraft, a revelation that dawned upon Li Gu. However, the final annotation invigorated him. The core of the celestial mothership could indeed be employed as an evolution material. Li Gu stroked his chin, murmuring to himself, given the characteristics of the celestial mothership core, what might it ultimately evolve into? A fully fledged flying battleship? Or perhaps a unique unit endowed with formidable computational power capable of commanding a fleet in battle? Truth be told, this was the most extraordinary evolution material Li Gu had encountered thus far. Even he was uncertain of its ultimate evolutionary direction. Overthinking would yield little. It was better to experiment firsthand. With that thought, Li Gu ceased his musings, searching among his numerous undead for a suitable unit to match it. The only compatible candidate was the ordinary skeleton soldier, as it represented the most basic primitive unit, akin to a blank slate, capable of assimilating all evolution materials. This implied that the entity resulting from the evolution of the celestial mothership core would likely be the most unique one under Li Gu's command, aside from Vivian. This prospect stoked Li Gu's curiosity immensely. He stowed the celestial mothership core into his backpack and strode out of the Lord's mansion, making his way to the outskirts of Wangshuan City. At that moment, Vivian was commanding numerous skeleton soldiers to clear the battlefield, collecting not only the dropped items, but also the goblin airships, heavy artillery, and weapons. Even the smallest scraps could bolster the strength of the skeleton soldiers. Upon seeing Li Gu return, Vivian obediently approached him, sweetly calling out, "Master." Li Gu nodded, retrieving the celestial mothership core. Under Vivian's curious gaze, he selected a fortunate skeleton soldier and accessed its evolution panel. Using the celestial mothership core to evolve the skeleton soldier requires the expenditure of 6 million disaster points. Do you wish to continue? Li Gu couldn't help but be astonished. 6 million disaster points was indeed a significant increase compared to the previous evolution item. However, greater expenditure often signified superior outcomes. Furthermore, having just vanquished the goblin army, he had amassed over 30 million disaster points. A mere 600,000 was but a trivial matter. Li Gu promptly pressed the confirmation button. In an instant, the rules of the undead disaster system came into effect. The 6 million disaster points were consumed, and the Celestial Mothership core was instantaneously dismantled, transforming into an immense surge of evolutionary energy that enveloped the skeleton soldier. The soldier's form began to change at a visible rate. Its humanoid skeletal frame morphed into a mechanical-like structure, a dense network of machinery generated within the skeleton soldier, spreading and connecting to form an extraordinarily intricate and complex mechanical configuration. In the blink of an eye, the skeleton soldier had completely transformed. From its bony remains, it evolved into a special diamond-shaped mechanical apparatus standing nearly 6 meters tall. This apparatus was adorned with an exterior of skeletal armor, featuring a skull embedded in its front, with soul flames flickering in the eye sockets, signaling its undead identity. Yet aside from this indication of its nature, the rest of its structure was entirely mechanical, resembling a colossal machine casing. At that moment, a system notification chimed. Consumed 6 million disaster points. Successfully evolved the skeleton soldier using the Celestial Mothership core. Congratulations on acquiring the unit, Bone Fleet Mother. The name Bone Fleet Mother piqued Li Ji's profound interest. He gazed at the Bone Fleet Mother, its exterior, clad in skeletal armor, combined with the skull embedded on its surface and the faintly visible intricate internal mechanical structure, bestowing upon it a unique aesthetic that melded science fiction with fantasy. Noticing Li Ji's gaze, the skull on the Bone Fleet Mother respectfully addressed him in a universal tone. Master, your loyal fleet is always at your command. This statement indicated that the Bone Fleet Mother possessed self-awareness, implying intelligence. Intrigued, Li Gu casually accessed the attributes of the Bone Fleet Mother. Bone Fleet Mother. Rank, 2nd tier. 3rd grade, 05000 million. Template, King level, Blessing 1. I am the fleet. Can absorb materials to convert subordinate undead into the Bone Fleet. Limit, 120 ships. Blessing 2. King of the Sky. Increases the flight speed and maneuverability of all subordinate fleets. Blessing 3. Fully armed. Allows all subordinate fleets to equip 3 weapons. Blessing 4. Fire coverage. Can launch a carpet bombing on a designated area. Note. Specific power depends on the quantity and quality of the fleet. Note. Cannot evolve without materials. Skills. Saturation strike. Aerial reconnaissance. Data analysis. Celestial weapons array. Attributes. Constitution 1011. Strength 0. Agility 0. Spirit 1019. Equipment. Magic detection radar. Fleet manufacturing device. Weapons technology repository. Soul energy field shield. Evaluation. Our journey leads to the stars and the sea. Goodness, what a StarCraft command center. Li Gu exclaimed in excitement as he examined the attributes of the Celestial Mothership core. Chapter 75. Bone Fleet, Undead Mechanical Stream. The attributes of the Bone Fleet Mother greatly astonished Li Gu. Initially, based on its appearance, he had presumed it was likely a unit akin to a fleet control hub with maximum computational capabilities but lacking combat strength. Little did he know, the Bone Fleet Mother was far from simple. It possessed remarkable computational abilities, capable of grasping battlefield dynamics and commanding the entire fleet. Yet, this computational prowess was merely a trivial aspect of the Bone Fleet Mother's capabilities. Its true strength lay in its ability to forge a genuine fleet. The first blessing of the Bone Fleet Mother, I am the fleet, allowed it to absorb various materials, akin to a recruitment building in a real-time strategy game, directly summoning battle-capable warships. Moreover, the Bone Fleet Mother could command a total of 120 warships. With its presence, Li Gu essentially commanded a legitimate air force. Truly a king-level unit. A smile crept across Li Gu's face as he felt immensely satisfied with the Bone Fleet Mother. Although the Bone Fleet Mother was the most specialized unit Li Gu had encountered, with both strength and agility at 0, it boasted an astonishing constitution and spirit, surpassing 1,000 points. Nevertheless, the mere ability to recruit and construct a fleet rendered the Bone Fleet Mother's role in warfare equivalent to that of the Golden Skeletal Overlord, Xiang Lu. It was time to assemble a fleet and witness its effectiveness. With a thought, Li Gu instructed Albert to procure the necessary materials. Presently, the entire perimeter of the Dogra Great Jungle had fallen under Li Ji's dominion, while Black Wind Mountain remained unconquered. The formation of the Thousand Races Alliance enabled Li Gu to seize other regions within the Dogra Great Jungle. Thus, he lacked for nothing in terms of materials. However, these materials were overly diverse and of rather ordinary quality, rendering them unsuitable for forming unit types or evolving into impressive individual entities. Consequently, Li Gu merely stored these materials in his warehouse for future city construction needs. Soon, the ever-dutiful Albert, exuding an air akin to the chief steward of Wangchuan City, delivered the assorted materials Li Gu required. My lord, all the materials you requested are here. Albert chuckled, stroking his bald skull, his eyes aglow with the flickering light of hope. After all, Albert was among the earliest followers of Li Gu, having been with him since his first day of traversing into this world, sharing life and death together. It could be said that Albert had witnessed Li Ji's journey from having nothing to amassing a tremendous army and commanding a city, sweeping through the entirety of the Dogra Great Jungle. For Li Gu, Albert held deep admiration. firmly believing that by clinging to Li Ji's coattails, he could reach heights he once deemed unimaginable. After exchanging pleasantries with Albert, Li Gu focused his attention on the batch of materials. According to the Mother of the Bone Fleet, the materials it requires consist solely of vast quantities of metal and the most basic skeletal soldiers. Commence. Li Gu commanded the Mother of the Bone Fleet. As you wish, Master, came the distinct mechanical synthesis of its voice. Instantly, an ethereal radiance enveloped the materials on the ground, causing them to visibly melt and merge into the form of a skeletal soldier. The skeleton's frame liquefied and rapidly expanded. Li Gu felt as though he were witnessing an exquisitely intricate CG animation, observing in real time as the framework, engines, circuits, and thrusters materialized from nothingness, swiftly constructing themselves. In but a fleeting moment, a 30-meter-long war vessel emerged before Li Gu, its triangular shape reminiscent of a bomber, yet its surface armor was composed of bone. Exuding a streamlined elegance, the Mother of the Bone Fleet utilized equipment, fleet manufacturing device, trigger phrase, I am the fleet, successfully converting a basic skeletal soldier into a bomber-class skeletal warship. It bore a striking resemblance to the evolutionary capabilities of the Undead Catastrophe System. Li Gu mused as he observed the entire process. However, he could discern that the transformation capabilities of the Mother of the Bone Fleet paled in comparison to the evolution of the Undead Catastrophe System. After all, the evolutionary prowess of the Undead Catastrophe System transcended the bounds of the Reincarnation Game, embodying a supreme rule. The Mother of the Bone Fleet merely represented a type of unit. The two were akin, yet their strengths differed vastly. Li Gu contemplated as he approached the skeletal warship, surveying it with keen interest. The 30-meter-long vessel resembled a fearsome beast, exuding the majesty of the undead and a sense of sci-fi allure. Simultaneously, he noted that on either side of the skeletal warship's wings were mounted a dozen bone-crafted missiles, suggesting that the cockpit housed additional weaponry. Truly impressive, Li Gu thought. Feeling quite satisfied, this mechanical construct of a warship embodied the essence of masculine romance. While he had yet to pilot a Gundam, flying a plane was certainly commendable. He wondered how its specific capabilities measured up. Li Gu accessed the attributes of the skeletal warship. Bomber-class skeletal warship, second-tier rare, composite special warfare machinery, amalgamating skeletal technology. Possessing capabilities for super-speed flight, aerial reconnaissance, magical invisibility, and high-altitude bombardment. Equipped with bone-shattering projectiles, ethereal phosphorescent missiles, and high-strength skeletal armor. Impressive indeed, Li Gu remarked. Offering a fair assessment, this bomber-class skeletal warship, rated as a second-tier rare item, was equipped with an array of weaponry sufficient to transform it into a slaughtering machine on the battlefield. It could be said to be born for war, if fully manned. Deploying 120 skeletal warships would suffice to turn a small town into a desolate purgatory in no time. Of course, the skeletal warships were not without their vulnerabilities. Their most significant weakness lay in being countered by formidable enemy entities. Should a foe like the Frostbone Dragon appear on the battlefield, the skeletal warships would become mere targets. Consequently, to safeguard the fleet, powerful individual units were still necessary to provide protection. Ultimately, the Reincarnation Game belonged to an era of the extraordinary. In a world of the extraordinary, powerful individuals possessed the ability to determine the outcome of large-scale wars. Much like when Li Gu faced the Goblin Legion in the Lord's Trial. Decapitating the Goblin King caused the remaining goblins to flee in terror, completely losing the fighting spirit expected of a legion. Since you possess intelligence, it would be fitting to bestow upon you a name, Mother of the Bone Fleet, Li Gu pondered, stroking his chin as he contemplated a suitable title. Moments later, he declared, from this day forth, you shall be called Zero. Name acknowledged, Master. Zero is ever ready to heed your commands. Upon receiving its new designation, Zero's voice, though still mechanical, seemed imbued with a hint of warmth. Subsequently, Li Gu instructed Zero to consume all materials, expanding the Bone Fleet to full capacity. Before long, 120 skeletal warships stood orderly before Li Gu, resembling a military airfield of a super empire, a truly magnificent sight. Among these 120 vessels, over 90% were bombers, with the remainder comprising reconnaissance, transport, and auxiliary aircraft. This marked the inaugural formation of Li Ji's aerial fleet. As Li Gu gazed upon this assembly of warships, a thought began to take shape in his mind. The Mother of the Bone Fleet had evolved from the core of a space-based mothership. Since the core was a mechanical construct, could it be possible that other mechanical creations could also serve as materials, leading to the evolution of different types of undead units? If this notion could be realized, Li Gu would carve out a novel evolutionary path. Chapter 76, A New Evolutionary Path, a Concept Unlocked. The potential of the mechanical undead evolutionary path increasingly captivated Li Gu. From the Mother of the Bone Fleet, Zero, it was evident that although the individual strength of mechanical undead was generally modest, their contributions in large-scale warfare were boundless. Should he successfully implement this mechanical undead evolutionary path, Li Gu would command a formidable array of elite units tailored for battle. The prospect of evolving a colossal undead mechanical Gundam was not beyond the realm of possibility. Regrettably, Li Gu lacked talents versed in mechanical knowledge among his ranks. However, with the concept of the undead mechanical stream in mind, he wondered if it could be further expanded. Could the undead merge with architecture? If successful, Li Gu could evolve sentient undead constructs capable of endless evolution, such as undead walls, undead arrow towers, and undead magical towers. Indeed, the potential of the system was limitless. The ability for infinite evolution was a concept that, once conceived, could be applied across an expansive spectrum. Li Gu marveled at these possibilities and subsequently summoned Miles, the only architect under his command. The city of Wanchuan has been completed. Your task now is to research whether it is possible to create a special item known as the building core, Li Gu commanded. Building core? Miles replied, his expression one of confusion as he scratched his head awkwardly. Forgive my ignorance, my lord, but what exactly is a building core? Li Gu pondered for a moment and provided a few criteria. It must possess architectural characteristics, material properties, and serve as a critical component of construction. These criteria were rather vague, yet Li Gu had no alternative. He could only point the way forward. Miles nodded in understanding and returned to contemplate how to develop it. After issuing commands to Miles, Li Ge's consciousness descended upon the battlefield of Blackwind Mountain. Through the undead units at his command, he observed the Golden Bone tyrant Xiang Lu leading his army to the final stronghold of Blackwind Mountain. This stronghold boasted towering walls, various defensive structures, and millions of monstrous troops. It promised to be a fierce battle. Li Gu had no doubt that with Xiang Lu's capabilities, he would be able to breach this stronghold. However, his gaze shifted towards the skeletal fleet. Since they had been evolved, it was only fitting to assess their strength through this battle. With this in mind, Li Gu addressed Zero. Zero, command the fleet to advance towards Blackwind Mountain. Following your orders, the fleet set sail, Zero responded. In the next instant, the engines at the rear of the skeletal warships roared to life, expelling searing flames, while turbulent air currents whipped up a frenzy. 120 vessels ascended from their positions. Upon reaching a sufficient altitude, the rear thrusters pivoted, suddenly applying pressure, and the fleet surged forward like arrows released from a bow, vanishing in the blink of an eye towards Blackwind Mountain. At that moment, on Blackwind Mountain, two armies stood poised for battle. On the walls, Nigel stood alongside the other 5 dominators of the Great Jungle, as well as a host of second-tier monsters, their expressions grave as they gazed upon the boundless, cataclysmic undead army. The Golden Bone tyrant Xiang Lu, brandishing a golden halberd, his cloak billowing and soul flames flickering, appeared as a god of death upon the battlefield, commanding the front lines. The overwhelming might sent shivers down the spines of Nigel and his companions atop the city walls. In recent days, they had witnessed the formidable prowess of Xiang Lu, whose unparalleled combat strength seemed reminiscent of a war god reawakened. Now, as the two armies faced off, the psychological pressure on Nigel and his cohorts reached an unbearable peak. However, with the entire Blackwind Mountain besieged by Li Ge's undead army, Nigel and his allies found themselves with no option for retreat, compelled to fight to the last. Xiang Lu, known for his terse and ruthless demeanor, surveyed the ramparts with an air of haughty confidence before coldly commanding, "Charge with me." Upon uttering these words, he personally led a legion of 100,000 skeletal centaurs, advancing like a dark cloud descending upon the summit of Blackwind Mountain. The astonishing force reverberated through the very earth, causing the ground to tremble and dust to soar, resembling a colossal black dragon in motion. Nigel's expression turned grave. Despite his trepidation, he steeled himself and shouted, "Prepare to cast spells. We must halt the enemy beyond the city walls." The various spells they had long been charging, combined with crossbow bolts and heavy artillery, rained down like a tempest. Unfazed, Xiang Lu activated his protective barrier, charging forth against the onslaught with unyielding determination. Simultaneously, over 10,000 dark elf subtypes, wielding staves, joined in harmonious incantation of an enormous army spell. Layers of magical formations unfolded, stretching across the vast expanse of the sky, veins pulsing on his forehead. Nigel took the lead, channeling the magic of thousands. As the laws of magic reached their zenith, he completed the final incantation. "Eternal night shall banish all light. From beyond the realms, darkness, heed the call of the dark goddess's followers, and obliterate the heretics before us." The colossal army spell, Dark Energy Meteor Shower. Above the clouds, massive pitch-black meteors, infused with astonishing dark energy, plummeted toward the ground with a deafening roar. Upon witnessing this, Xiang Lu's eyes blazed with fierce determination. He thrust his golden halberd into the earth, his voice resonating with chilling authority. "Battle formation, bone wall." In an instant, the morale of the 100,000 skeletal centaurs intertwined, transforming into a tangible force as countless bones ascended, constructing an unbroken and magnificent skeletal fortress. This taunting wall drew all the meteors, deflecting their descent in an extraordinary manner, forcing them to collide with the wall. The thunderous crash reverberated through the air as a tempest raged, snapping trees within a 1,000-meter radius and sending debris swirling like an apocalyptic scene. Nigel was taken aback. He had not anticipated Xiang Lu's capabilities. He intended to organize another round of magical assaults, but Xiang Lu would not grant him that reprieve. The Black Soul heavy-armored spearmen activated their skill, Black Soul Mirage. In the rear, hundreds of thousands of Black Soul heavy-armored spearmen ignited with intense soul fire, wisps of dark mist swirling from their forms, coalescing into towering Black Soul apparitions that loomed hundreds of meters high. These apparitions radiated a terrifying aura, their gaping maws unleashing piercing roars directed at Nigel. The sound waves manifested physically, shattering the very earth beneath. The Dark Elves, poised to continue their spellcasting, were momentarily stunned into silence by the shriek. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Xiang Lu led the skeletal centaur army to the base of the city walls. Chapter 77, Overlord vs. Tyrant, a crushing defeat. The towering city walls stood resolute as Nigel perspired profusely, acutely aware of Xiang Lu's prowess. His unrestrained and devastating destructive power meant that proximity to the walls spelled doom. Turning to his comrades, he coldly proclaimed, "What are you all waiting for?" This address was directed at the lords of the Darkglade jungle, werewolves, rune giants, spider demons, swamp frogmen, and fire-winged beings. At this juncture, only their formidable forces could stand against Xiang Lu. Yet, these creatures were not foolish. Confronted with Xiang Lu, they trembled with fear. Clearly, advancing meant certain death. As Xiang Lu drew closer, Nigel grew increasingly anxious and bellowed, "Fear not. Though I am of the Dark Elf subtypes, I bear the legacy of pure-blood Dark Elves. I possess the means to shield you and ensure your survival." The 5 overlords exchanged glances. Although engaging could lead to their demise, if they did not act, the ruthless undead army would show no mercy once Black Wind Mountain fell. Having lived for centuries, the 5 overlords acted decisively, leaping down from the city walls. The werewolf leader, towering at 3 meters with a robust frame and flowing golden fur, unleashed a tempestuous gale from his palm, transforming into a sweeping tornado as he hurled it towards Xiang Lu. "Just a dirt dog," Xiang Lu declared, wielding his golden halberd to swiftly cleave through the whirlwind, stepping forth with a speed that shattered the sound barrier. How can he be so fast? The werewolf leader's pupils constricted as he conjured a barrier of azure energy to create distance between them. Yet, Xiang Lu's golden halberd shattered the barrier effortlessly, and with a fierce kick, he struck the werewolf leader squarely in the chest. The werewolf leader's flesh quaked as he was propelled like a shooting star, crashing into the city walls, fracturing the surface with a thunderous impact. Had it not been for the werewolf leader's formidable constitution, that blow could have reduced him to mere pulp. Xiang Lu intended to deliver a finishing blow, but the leaders of the rune giants, spider demons, swamp frogmen, and fire-winged beings were already horrified and did not hesitate to attack. The spider demon unleashed a torrent of white silk, transforming into a cage that descended upon Xiang Lu. The swamp frogmen activated their bloodline, summoning torrents of water that surged forth, manifesting as a colossal serpent that roared in fury towards Xiang Lu. The rune giant, illuminated with runes, grew to nearly 8 meters tall, while the fire-winged beings rained down a barrage of fiery arrows. In an instant, Xiang Lu found himself besieged by the 4 overlords, surrounded by a tempest of astonishing magical assaults. Yet, even in the face of such chaos, Xiang Lu remained unfazed. The aura of his golden skeletal form billowed like steam as he wielded his halberd, slicing through the spider demon's web, shattering the torrents, and enduring the hail of fire arrows as he charged towards the rune giant. "Where are my allies?" the rune giant thought, overwhelmed with dread. As he had no retreat left, he raised his massive axes, summoning tremendous force to strike down upon Xiang Lu. Standing at 8 meters tall, with muscles rippling, combined with the innate power of the rune giant, the blow cleaved through the air, a visible wave of force aimed at Xiang Lu's head. Boom! The axe collided with Xiang Lu's golden halberd. The impact unleashed a storm, sweeping in all directions, as the ground beneath Xiang Lu fractured. Given Xiang Lu's mere 3-meter stature, the scene resembled an ant resisting the assault of a giant, creating a visually staggering tableau. Seeing Xiang Lu unscathed, the rune giant was horrified and began to retreat. Yet, Xiang Lu would not allow him that mercy. He leaped, utilizing the giant's axe as leverage, like a nimble monkey in a mountain ravine, vaulting over the axe, the handle, and the giant's arm, landing directly before the rune giant. In close quarters, the rune giant's eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could react, Xiang Lu seized his head and flung it with tremendous force. The rune giant's massive head crashed into the ground, shattering it into pieces, akin to a meteor strike. This spectacle stunned the entire battlefield. All the creatures gazed in terror at the figure soaring above them. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 5 overlords were incapacitated. Was such power something a mere mortal could withstand? Nigel's fingers trembled as he suppressed his emotions and produced a uniquely shaped gold coin. This coin, palm-sized, bore the sculpture of the dark goddess on one side, while the reverse depicted a monstrous serpentine creature. Clutching the gold coin tightly, Nigel pierced the palm of his hand, blood dripping onto the coin, igniting the magical runes inscribed upon it. He knelt upon the ground, fervently praying, "Oh, noble Majesty Mendelssohn, please heed the prayers of your devout dark adherent and descend upon this realm." In an instant, the coin seemed to awaken with sentience, rapidly absorbing Nigel's blood. And even the thousands of dark elf subordinates present felt their life force being siphoned away. Tendrils of dark energy surged toward the heavens, manifesting a colossal, pitch-black serpent measuring a full 30 meters in length. This was the divine beast under the command of the dark goddess, the legendary knight serpent Mendelssohn, said to devour the sun. Chapter 78, The Emergence of the Bone Warship, consuming all in hellfire. As Mendelssohn's phantom materialized, the light of the world appeared to be wholly stripped away. The entire Black Wind Mountain transformed into an abyssal night. Mendelssohn, the divine beast of the dark goddess, was rumored to have the power to consume the sun, a presence rivaling that of deities. However, this contingent of dark elf subordinates could not possibly summon the true knight serpent Mendelssohn. Currently, Nigel was exerting every ounce of his strength, willing to risk it all. And at the cost of the life force of thousands of dark elf subordinates, he could only hope to channel a mere fraction of the serpent's power. Yet, even this fragment of power was terrifying enough. Mendelssohn's emerald eyes were frigid, its massive 30-meter form sweeping toward Xianglu. Simultaneously, from within the city walls, various armies of demonic creatures surged forth through the gates. With a flick of his golden spear, Xianglu decapitated a runic ogre without a hint of fear, charging headlong toward Mendelssohn. A legendary behemoth faced off against a battlefield harbinger of death of royal caliber, igniting a breathtaking clash. Meanwhile, the 100,000 skeletal centaurs clashed grandly with the myriad armies of creatures. The battlefield plunged into a fever pitch. Yet, to the discerning eye, it was evident that Xianglu had the upper hand against Mendelssohn's illusion. The skeletal centaurs were overwhelming, reducing the armies of the 1,000 races to mere fodder, retreating in disarray. Given the current circumstances, it would not be long before Nigel exhausted his life force, unable to sustain the phantom of the knight serpent Mendelssohn, ultimately leading to complete defeat. Desperation gnawed at Nigel as he frantically sought a way to turn the tide. Just then, a wave of chaos erupted on the battlefield. What was that? Reinforcements? No, it was the enemy. Damn, how could these undead still possess hidden cards? More powerful foes. Hearing these sounds, Nigel's heart sank as he looked up in horror. There, on the horizon, turbulent air currents roared, and the earth trembled with the approach of colossal warships. Each ship, dozens of meters long, was clad in the unique bone armor of the undead, fierce soul flames swirling, resembling a terrifying fleet from the depths of hell. What on earth is this? Nigel was struck dumb. He doubted that this army of the undead had come merely to annihilate the world of Era. For how could they be so formidable? In the heat of the moment, Nigel shouted urgently, "Quickly, halt their advance." Thousands of crimson-winged beings dared not hesitate, soaring into the skies. Yet, scarcely had they ascended when they were met with the deafening roar of dragons. The frostbone dragon Tiamat and the shadow serpent struck simultaneously, wielding a power capable of contending against thousands. The skeletal fleet charged forward, disregarding the city's anti-air defenses, directly launching their ethereal phosphorescent bombs at the walls and the dark elves behind. Each bomb detonated with a thunderous blast, shattering the walls with a terrifying impact. The pale phosphorescent flames raged like a curse that could not be extinguished, entwining the dark elf subordinates and consuming their flesh, inflicting endless agony upon them. Waves upon waves of dark elf subordinates and various demonic creatures were reduced to ashes by the phosphorescent flames. One round of bombardment created a conflagration stretching for thousands of meters. Countless demons perished on the spot, and the numbers continued to escalate. The knight serpent Mendelssohn, already at a disadvantage in its battle with Xianglu, now found its source of energy, the dark elf subordinates, falling in droves. Instantly, the power Mendelssohn could wield diminished sharply, its form becoming increasingly ephemeral to the naked eye. Despair clouded Nigel's gaze. His grand stratagem of uniting the various races in the Douglas Great Jungle, intending to buy time for reinforcements from the depths of the jungle, now seemed utterly ludicrous. This army of the undead was overwhelmingly powerful, akin to an unstoppable natural disaster. The strategy of uniting with other races appeared to him as futile as ants attempting to link hands to halt a raging torrent. Was this how it would all end? In Nigel's terrified gaze, the skeletal fleet unleashed relentless bombardments, delivering fatal strikes to the forces behind the walls. Death loomed everywhere, the ranks of dark elves dwindling. Mendelssohn, in its fierce struggle against Xianglu, found its strength rapidly waning. Seizing the opportunity, Xianglu grasped Mendelssohn's head, slamming it to the ground, and pressed his foot firmly upon its skull. Mendelssohn thrashed wildly but was held fast by Xianglu, whose golden spear, enveloped in resplendent energy, pierced through the beast's head. The legendary creature, said to devour the sun, was beheaded in an almost humiliating fashion. With Mendelssohn's fall, the coalition of 1,000 races lost its last pillar of strength. Follow me into the breach. Xiang Lu led the inexhaustible army of the undead through the city gates, slaughtering the remaining demonic creatures. A cascade of notifications erupted at the edge of Li Ji's vision, when all the demons, including Nigel, were annihilated. This single battle granted Li Gu an astounding 600 million disaster points. Additionally, the demise of the coalition of 1,000 races bestowed upon him 500,000 gold coins and nearly 2,000 points of prestige, elevating Li Ji's prestige to an astonishing 12,000, a level of renown that echoed far and wide. Moreover, there was an abundance of loot, alongside a rich assortment of materials that could be extracted from the remains of the coalition. The sheer variety and magnitude of the spoils left Li Gu utterly astonished. Following this battle, all notable tribes of demonic creatures in the middle and outer regions of the Douglas Great Jungle, save for the Hadra family, had been eradicated by Li Gu. Now Li Gu stood as the undisputed overlord of the Douglas Great Jungle. Once he secured dominion over the jungle, he would become the true master of this realm. The Hadra family was a thorn that needed to be swiftly removed. Li Gu and the Abyssal sect were merely surface allies, with the middle and outer layers of the Douglas Great Jungle now under his control. The Hadra family could not be allowed to remain. Li Gu planned to obliterate the Hadra family and extract further information about the Abyssal sect from them. However, taking action against the Hadra family meant a complete severance of ties with the Abyssal sect. Before proceeding, Li Gu needed to fortify himself. The collection of soul essences he had amassed should suffice to elevate him to the 3rd tier. Opening his backpack, Li Gu reflected on the battles of the Black Wind Mountain and the Lord's Trial, which had granted him tens of thousands of soul essences. Although their quality was not particularly high, their quantity was more than sufficient. Li Gu selected all the soul essences for his own use. The notifications promptly followed. Using 890 soul essences, you have gained 180,000 experience. Experience bar full. Congratulations on advancing to the 3rd tier. Gained 300 free attribute points. Congratulations on breaking through to the 3rd tier. You have transcended the identity of a novice player and may log off at any time to return to the real world. A series of notifications rang out. A surge of immense magical power suddenly erupted within Li Gu, and at that moment, his soul underwent a metamorphosis. His foundational attributes, strength, agility, constitution, and spirit, skyrocketed. Simultaneously, the netherrealm space bound to Li Gu expanded its boundaries, growing larger alongside his elevation in rank. A myriad of inherited knowledge regarding the profession of the Lord of the Underworld surged through Li Ji's mind. The transition from the 2nd to the 3rd tier may appear as a mere single-tier difference. Yet the magnitude of power it embodies is as disparate as heaven and earth. At this moment, Li Gu has undoubtedly earned the right to stand atop the pinnacle of the Arrow world. After all, he is not an ordinary 3rd-tier entity, but a formidable 3rd-tier powerhouse possessing the legendary vocation of the Lord of the Underworld. To the commonplace 3rd-tier, 9th-grade beings, Li Gu looms as a titan, rendering them akin to mere ants. Moreover, he wields the necromantic cataclysm system. Of course, an increase in power does not imply that Li Gu will act recklessly. 3 millennia ago, Undead ignited the necromantic cataclysm, nearly bringing about the annihilation of the Arrow world, basking in its former glory. Yet, the Hall of Light summoned divine forces to deliver a devastating blow, resulting in his bitter demise. With such a cautionary tale in mind, Li Gu is even more prudent. Simultaneously, at the very moment Li Gu transcended to the 3rd tier, a world announcement reverberated in the ears of all players within the Arrow realm. Ding! Congratulations to Player King of the Underworld for breaking through to the 3rd tier, shedding the novice identity, and achieving the milestone, entering the Hall of Mastery. Receiving the achievement reward, 3rd tier Starlight Treasure Chest. This notification struck like thunder, leaving all players in a state of bewilderment. King of the Underworld? A breakthrough to the 3rd tier.